Child, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you now, at least not now. The humanoid monster stood there, not intending to attack Zhou Wen, said faintly. Zhou Wen leaned back against the door, and although he didn't rush out immediately, he was very energetic, and if something went wrong, he would rush out of the door immediately. Who are you? Zhou Wen looked at the humanoid monster and said, he could feel that the current humanoid monster seemed to be a little different from before, but he couldn't tell what was different. I don't deserve to have a name anymore. The humanoid monster sighed and said, my child, I don't have much time. I want to ask you something, are people still human in today's world? What else can a person be if he is not a person? Zhou Wen frowned and asked. The humanoid monster seemed to understand something, and suddenly realized, is there any pure human beings in this world? Am I not a human with pure blood? Zhou Wen saw that the soul-illuminating mirror had no effect on him, and wanted to take it back as he spoke. Don't take back that mirror, with it there, I can have more time. The humanoid monster seemed to see through Zhou Wen's mind and said first. The sky-closing bell in the demon baby's heart was still shaking, and it didn't mean to stop. Zhou Wen was slightly startled, as if he wanted to understand something, and let the soul mirror continue to spray the soul-destroying light at the humanoid monster. The humanoid monster looked at Zhou Wen, shook his head and said, no, you are not a pure human being, although I can't sense whether there is a bloodline of another dimension in your body, but pure human beings cannot break through the limit of heaven and man, and you have already passed the limit of heaven and man. What is the limit of heaven and man? Do you mean promotion myth? Zhou Wen pondered. Myth? It can be said that way. The humanoid monster nodded slightly after thinking for a while, and then asked, are there still pure-blooded humans in this world? Of course, can you tell me first, who are you? Zhou Wen asked again. I have no face and no more name. The humanoid monster still refused to speak, sighing, as long as there are pure-blooded humans, there is still hope. Although the hope is slim, there is still a chance. After a pause, the humanoid monster pondered and said, my child, I don't have much time, you must remember every word I say now, although you are no longer a pure human being, but in your body, human blood flows after all, remember what I said and tell it to every human being, this will affect the fate of the entire human race. You said. Zhou Wen looked at the humanoid monster, suspiciously, guessing where he came from, and what he said was somewhat believable. First, human beings must maintain a pure bloodline, and under no circumstances must they merge with other dimensional bloodlines, otherwise the entire human race will be wiped out. Zhou Wen opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the humanoid monster reaching out his hand, and then he continued, second, kill all the invading alien creatures, and never let them control the earth. Third, find a ship with such a mark, there is a woman on that ship, and kill her. The humanoid monster said, stretched out his finger, and drew a pattern on the ground. Zhou Wen almost cried out when he saw the pattern. Because the pattern drawn by the humanoid monster is the pattern of the anchor and the woman's face. The woman you want to kill is the woman in the pattern? Zhou Wen asked, pointing to the side face pattern of the woman drawn by the humanoid monster on the ground. Yes. The humanoid monster nodded slightly, these three things must be done. If any one cannot be done, the entire human race may be destroyed. Why do these three things? Who is that woman? Zhou Wen asked, with a frown. I can't solve it in a few words. I don't have that much time. Next, I will show you the ancient emperors. Scripture. This is the second half of the ancient emperor's scripture. With this second half, pure human beings will also have the opportunity to break through. Although the limit of heaven and man is still extremely slim, at least there is still a chance. When the humanoid monster spoke, the power of the ancient imperial scriptures bloomed on his body, and he could clearly sense the flow of vitality in his body. Everything in the world has its own specialties. Tigers have claws, birds have wings, fish have scales and gills, but only humans do not have any specialties: sharp claws, wings that can fly, and the ability to secrete venom, let alone survive in water. Humans are so out of place in this world, as if they do not belong to this world. The humanoid monster continued to run. The ancient Emperor Sutra: as long as everything in the world evolves to a certain level, it can easily break through the limits of heaven and man, but only human beings can't break through this step, no matter how hard they try. Countless human sages have spent their entire lives. It is also difficult to cross the Thunder Pond half-a step. There was once a human emperor who realized that the earth is the cage of human beings. Human beings are trapped here, they have suffered 1,000 kinds of hardships, and it is difficult to escape from life to life. They are just prisoners. Like the sun, it exudes terrifying vitality. Only beyond the limits of heaven and man can we get rid of the suffering of this cage. However, the human body seems to have some kind of shackles, or some kind of defect. Even if it is a genius, it can't break through that day by itself. Human limit. When the humanoid monster said this, it changed into a high-spirited expression: I transformed my body into a demon and broke through the limits of heaven and man. Although this body has been abolished and I can restore it to a human body, I have also realized how to help my people break through the shackles, to complete the ancient imperial scriptures, and to obtain a trace of vitality for our human race. You must keep this method in your heart and pass it on to the world. As long as there is a pure human being who can be promoted to mythology, that is the hope of my human race. That, can I interrupt? Zhou Wen said strangely. Don't talk too much, listen to my scriptures, feel my realm, although you can no longer practice the ancient emperor scriptures, but as a human preacher in the future, you must have a name for the ages. The humanoid monster followed, while demonstrating the ancient emperor sutra, while reciting the scriptures of the ancient emperor sutra. Zhou Wen wanted to tell the humanoid monster that he was a pure-blooded human being, but he couldn't speak at all. The strength of the humanoid monster is unimaginable and terrifying. The ancient imperial scriptures performed by him have a domineering against the sky. Zhou Wen can even feel the picture of the blood and fire fighting, shattering the world. The ancient imperial scriptures he read were the parts that were not on the inscription. It's just that Zhou Wen found out after listening for a while that the supplementary part of the other party's ancient emperor sutra was obviously a little different from what he understood himself. The ancient emperor scripture only has the part after the myth, so Zhou Wen's ancient emperor scripture is the path he walked out, and the other party also walked out of the truth. The paths they walked out were completely different. It is obviously based on the same Yuanqi art, but it develops in two completely different directions. Zhou Wen quietly watched the demonstration of the humanoid monster. Although the ancient emperor scriptures of the humanoid monster did not follow the same path as him, the other party's realm and level were much higher than him, so he could gain some experience. After just watching it for a while, Zhou Wen looked more and more wrong. Although the ancient emperor scriptures of humanoid monsters were indeed strong and advanced, the deviation from Zhou Wen's ancient emperor scriptures was too great, and the reference value was not very big. That Zhou wanted to ask the doubts in his heart. Don't speak, and engrave every word I said in your soul. This is the result of generations of human sages who sacrificed themselves. You must pass it on. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it, just remember that's it. The humanoid monster looked serious and continued to demonstrate the ancient imperial scriptures. Zhou had to continue listening, thinking in his heart, even if it's useless to me, I can find a human to inherit this vitality art in the future. After the ancient Emperor Sutra demonstrated that the aura of the humanoid creature was so strong that it almost broke through the sky. Fortunately, this is in the dimensional realm. If it is outside, I am afraid it will shake thousands of miles. It's just that Zhou faintly felt that with the demonstration of the ancient Emperor scriptures, the breath of the humanoid creature gradually began to become a little wrong. If it was pure ancient Emperor's breath at the beginning, it was almost impossible to tell whether he was a human or a dimensional creature. The dimensional biological breath on his body became more and more obvious. Finally, after the demonstration of the ancient Emperor Sutra was completed, the humanoid creature also stopped, but the breath on his body was still surging, like a stormy sea. Remember? Time is running out. If there is something you can't remember, ask questions quickly. The humanoid seemed to be enduring some kind of pain, and its voice trembled. I remember it, but I have an important question that I want to ask. Zhou said, and switched his vitality art to the ancient Emperor scripture, lest the humanoid creature interrupt him again. The ancient emperor, like the light and shadow of the sun, appeared in front of Zhou and then asked, I have also practiced the ancient emperor scripture on the stone tablet, but the road behind it is a little different from what you just demonstrated, even the opposite. Can you tell me why this is? The humanoid monster originally wanted to interrupt him after listening to the first half of the sentence, and finish explaining everything that should be explained as soon as possible. But seeing the human emperor Guanyin summoned by Zhou his eyes widened, and he cried out in an uncontrollable voice, how is this possible? You raised the ancient Emperor Sutra to the fear level? But I can't feel it at all from you. The power of another dimension. This is impossible. Because Zhou ancient emperor scriptures were actually simulated at the beginning, as long as you don't switch to the ancient emperor scriptures, there will be no breath of the ancient emperor scripture on his body. Although the humanoid monster has trained the ancient emperor scripture to a very high level, he cannot sense it. At this time, I suddenly saw that Zhou had summoned the Emperor Guanyin, and couldn't believe it at all. Yes, it didn't take long for my ancient Emperor Sutra to be promoted to the fear level, but there is a problem with my ancient Emperor Sutra. Anyone who is injured by the power of the ancient Emperor Sutra will heal quickly. Even an ant can't kill. Is there any way to solve this problem? Zhou has always been very depressed about the characteristics of the ancient Emperor scripture. The ancient Emperor scripture has strong blessings on power, but it can't kill people, and it is useless to strengthen it more. The look of the humanoid monster looking at Zhou was a bit complicated. He was clearly a monster himself, but now his expression was as if he was looking at a monster. Are all human beings like you now? How many people have practiced the ancient Emperor scriptures? How many rely on the ancient Emperor scriptures to break through the limits of heaven and man? The humanoid monster asked, with a complicated expression. I haven't heard of this, maybe there is, but I don't know. Zhou was not sure whether there were other people who practiced the ancient Emperor Sutra. After all, the stone tablet is there, and anyone can look at it. Maybe someone has practiced it. That is to say, your ancient emperor's scriptures are all based on self-enlightenment, and there is no one to guide you. The humanoid monster asked again. No. Zhou Wen thought for a while and said, is there any problem with this? Could it be that my ancient emperor sutra can't hurt anyone because I practiced it wrong? The humanoid monster said with a strange expression, the ancient emperors were the emperors among the people. Every generation of emperors is the emperor that everyone expects. They are willing to give everything for the human race. Every generation of emperors sacrifices themselves to achieve righteousness. Determined, what they want is never to kill, but to make the race live. Having said this, the humanoid monster sighed softly, but this road is impossible. Even the emperors like Swerin and Shinnong, who bet everything for human beings, can't break through the limit of heaven and man, and finally have to give up their lives. Transforming demons and seeking other ways out is the only way to get the ancient imperial scriptures that I practice now. The humanoid monster took a deep look at Zhou Wen and the emperor before sighing again. If I had known that someone could practice the ancient emperor's scripture with a pure human body, why would they have to take so many detours? Isn't it? Since he is the emperor of the human race, he must lead the human race to fight against foreign enemies. If the enemy cannot be killed, isn't this ancient emperor's scripture half abolished? Zhou Wen still felt that the ancient emperor's scripture he practiced was more or less the same. Some problems. The emperor is different from the emperor. The emperor kills the emperor, and the emperor does not fight and subdue the soldiers. Killing is just an expedient measure. Raising livestock in captivity and planting food are all capable of turning enemies into friends, which are many times stronger than those who only know how to kill, and how can they be the same? It's wrong, it's all wrong. I can't think of the painstaking efforts of several generations, and even sacrificed my life to become a demon, and actually took a wrong path. The voice of the humanoid monster gradually became a little strange, as if it gradually lost its feelings, and changed. Cold and ruthless. Let's go. Live with your ancient emperor's scripture. I'm almost out of control of this body. Remember the 3 things I said. If you can't do it, then never come back. The ancient imperial city. Find a suitable person to pass on the ancient imperial scriptures. Until someone can do it, let him return to the ancient imperial city. The humanoid monster's eyes became more and more fierce, as if it had changed, same as a person. Although Zhou Wen still has many questions to ask, it seems that he is about to lose control, and Zhi Tianling's isolation ability can no longer help humanoid monsters resist the control of a certain force. Farewell. Zhou Wen did not dare to hesitate. He was not the opponent of the humanoid monster and could only escape from here. The moment Zhou Wen took back the demon baby and the soul mirror, the humanoid monster had completely run out of control, and his body had vanished violently. Fortunately, Zhou Wen had used the teleportation skill to steal the time and space, and when he recovered the companion pet, the person had already rushed out. Guide City. Outside the city and inside are almost 2 worlds. A large number of skeleton creatures are constantly crawling out of the moat outside the city, and many of them are mythical. Come out. Zhou Wen cleared the nearby skeleton creatures with a small Zhou Tian killing array, came to an uninhabited place in the urban area, and suddenly said loudly. Zhou Wen waited for a while, but when no one came out, he said again, Sweet, I know you are here, come out. After a while, I saw Tian coming out of a big tree not far away, her head lowered, her eyes dodging a little, like a child who made a mistake. You helped me block that punch just now, didn't you? Zhou saw that Tian was indeed here, and immediately realized that his previous guess was correct. When the demon baby didn't ring the sky-covering bell, and Zhou himself didn't come to kneel, the fist of the humanoid monster suddenly stopped. It was no accident. Zhou thought about it, and it seemed that only Tian was the most likely. I didn't mean to save you, it's just a coincidence. Yes, it's a coincidence. Tian lowered her head, fiddling with the corners of her clothes, not daring to raise her head to look at Zhou. Zhou saw that Tian was like an introverted child who was not good at expressing himself, so he couldn't help feeling pity, and reached out and rubbed Tian's hair. Because Zhou is an introvert himself, even if he treats others well, he is reluctant to say it, and his sweet appearance reminds Zhou of himself. Sweetheart was flustered and didn't think so much for a while. When Zhou had touched her hair, Sweetie suddenly remembered that sinners cannot be touched and will be turned into gold. No. Tian screamed and stepped back, but she knew in her heart that it was too late. She looked at Zhou, but was shocked to find that Zhou was standing there with her hands still hanging in the air, looking very puzzled, as if surprised by Tian reaction. Are you okay? Tian found that Zhou had not turned into gold, and there was no metal on his body, let alone gold. It's okay. Zhou only remembered at this time that the people who turned into gold before seemed to be related to Tian, and he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Try to touch me again. Tian still didn't seem to believe that Zhou met her, but it didn't turn into gold. No matter how she looked at it, Zhou was a big bad guy, and there must be a lot of sins on his body, but Zhou would not become a golden man, which made her a little unbelievable. No need? Zhou took a half step back. He was afraid that it was just an accident. If he touches it again, if something happens, it will be bad. It'll be all right. Tian walked up to Zhou and persistently reached out and grabbed his hand, placing his hand on top of her head. Really, Zhou showed no signs of turning into gold. Not only did he not turn into gold, but there was also a mysterious power that quickly healed Zhou's injuries. Such a serious injury, it only took a moment, but it was restored as before, and there was no trace of the slightest injury. Zhou was surprised, but he was relieved. His fingers were slightly bent, and he rubbed his sweet hair. Thank you for saving me, tell me what you want, and as long as I can get it, it will be delivered to you. Tian shook her head and said strangely, I don't want anything, and I have violated the rules. Someone will come and take me away soon. I'm afraid I will never have a chance to meet again in the future. What rule was violated? Who will take you away? With your ability, if you don't want to leave, who else can take you away? Zhou asked suspiciously. Tian just shook her head and did not answer Zhou's question. She pushed Zhou's hand on top of her head away, glared at Zhou and said, don't let me know you do bad things again in the future, or I will definitely not forgive you. After saying that, Tian turned around and left. Wait a minute. Zhou pondered for a while and stopped Tian. What? Tian turned her head and asked. Is this yours? Zhou took out the candy box and lemon candy and threw them at Tian. It turned out to be with you. Where did you get it? Tian caught the candy box and lemon candy, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Zhou repeated the process of getting the candy box and lemon candy, and after listening to Tian, he muttered thoughtfully, so it is, no wonder I couldn't find it after searching for so long, it was stolen by her. Now that the things have returned to their original owners, you don't have to worry anymore. Zhou Wen said. What have I to worry about? I've never been worried. Tian didn't know why, but suddenly got angry, threw the candy box and lemon candy in her hand to Zhou Wen again, and said angrily, Who wants yours? Things, since you got it through hard work, you can keep it for yourself. After speaking, the figure disappeared, and Zhou Wen was not given a chance to speak. Since you came here to find these things, why not? Zhou Wen really couldn't understand what Tian wanted to do. But since this thing is sweet, that candy is probably not an ordinary candy. Zhou Wen didn't dare to use it indiscriminately, so he put away the candy and the candy box. When Zhou Wen returned to the city again, he saw that the reinforcements from Luoyang had arrived, and a defense project was being established to gradually control the army of skeletons in the area near the ancient city of Guide. Master, the situation is under control now, you don't have to worry. It turned out that An Sheng personally brought someone over to support him, which shows that Luoyang attaches great importance to this matter. There are big terrifying creatures in the ancient city of Guide, don't let people in. Zhou Wen said to An Sheng. What creature? An Sheng asked. I don't know either. Zhou Wen didn't know what kind of creature the humanoid monster was. Maybe he was a human before, but now, he exists more as a dimensional creature. Up to now, Zhou Wen has not figured out what the three conditions he said mean, and why there are such three conditions. Master, the area of Guide Mansion is not very easy to live in. The overseer intends to move all the people of Guide Mansion to Luoyang. And Xing said in a low voice. Why? Isn't the situation under control now? Zhou Wen frowned. Young master, you are from the Guide Mansion. You should know how many horror legends there are in this place. The ancient city of Guide is just the beginning. Places like Butterfly Valley will definitely break the ban in the future, not to mention the current Guide Mansion. If all the mysteries here are broken, even if all the Luo army is transferred, I am afraid that it will not be able to hold. And Xing said. Zhou Wen certainly knows how terrible the myths and legends of the place in Guide Mansion are. From the ancient mythological era to the feudal dynasty, this place once shined brightly. The 3 sovereigns and the 5 emperors are more or less related to this place, and there are countless celebrities and sages. People like Lao Tzu were all born in this area. The Butterfly Valley with the Yuanjing mine was also near the Guide Mansion. Zhou Wen always suspected that it was related to Zhuangzhou. Are you giving up on Guide? Zhou Wen looked at the ancient city of Guide in the distance, but he had some thoughts in his heart. At present, humans are at a disadvantage and cannot gain a foothold in this vicinity, but as the overall human race continues to grow stronger, places with extremely rich resources in the dimensional realm, like Guide Mansion, will definitely become a battleground for major forces. Compared with Luoyang, Zhou Wen actually prefers to stay in Guide. After all, this is his hometown. It's really impossible to keep the entire Guide Mansion now. Is there a way to get a dimensional domain to settle down first? Zhou Wen was thinking constantly in his heart. However, there is no suitable place in the dimensional field nearby. Even if Zhou Wen wanted to occupy a dimensional field, he could not find a suitable place. Originally, the ancient city of Guide was the most suitable, but there was an extremely terrifying existence there. Zhou would have to die if he entered, let alone ordinary people. Seeing that the situation had been stabilized, Zhou did not stay any longer and left for the school. After Zhou entered the school, he was immediately recognized by the students and the people who came to take refuge here, but they didn't dare to surround him, and just whispered in the distance, quietly discussing things about Zhou. Seeing that there was no threat here, Zhou took back the golden god of war who was guarding here, and just wanted to find Yu Choubai, but saw that Yu Choubai had already come over. I'm relatively quiet over there, go and sit down. Yu Choubai looked at Zhou, and Lao Huai said comfortingly. At the beginning, the leaders of the school advised him not to care about Zhou affairs, so as not to offend Ndujuan, but under so much pressure, he still helped Zhou be admitted to Sunset College. No one could have imagined that the student back then had already stood at the top of the human pyramid and saved the academy from its demise. Even Yu Choubai himself sometimes wondered if this was a dream, because it was so beautiful. Mr. Yu, drink tea. Zhou brought the brewed tea to Yu Choubai, which interrupted Yu Choubai's thoughts. Thanks to you coming back in this time, otherwise, none of these students would survive. Yu Choubai said with a teacup. This is what students should do. Zhou thought about it and asked, Mr. Yu, Luoyang is planning to move all the people from Guidehouse to Luoyang, what do you think? The dimensional fields of Guide Mansion are very rich in resources, but now no one can suppress these dimensional fields, but with the improvement of the overall strength of mankind, it must be a treasure in the future. If it can be taken up, of course, the sooner the better. Yu Choubai said. Teacher, your thoughts coincide with mine, and I have the same thoughts, but I am a bachelor now, and I don't have anyone under my command, so I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on to it. Zhou said. If you want to occupy the entire Guide Mansion area now, even if someone has food, you can't do it, and those dimensional fields are also changing. It's really hard to say what will happen in the future. If you want to eat a fat man, I'm afraid it will be the last. It will break the stomach. After pondering for a while, Yu Choubai said again, if you really want to stay in Guide Mansion, I have a suggestion. You can occupy a dimension field first, stand firm first, and then slowly develop. I think so too. But I don't know which dimension field is more suitable. Do you always have any suggestions? Zhou really wanted to stay in Guide Mansion. If nothing else, it's just that the humanoid monsters and stone knives in the ancient city of Guide are worthy of Zhou's stay. I really have an idea. Yu Choubai got up and took out a map of Guide Mansion from the bookshelf, spread it on the table, pointed to one of the points, and said, if you can take down this dimension domain, in the future, you can attack and retreat, and even if there is a strong enemy, you can use the power of the dimensional field to resist one or two. Zhou looked at the place Yu Choubai was pointing at, and saw that the name marked there was the Mausoleum of Emperor Sui. The Mausoleum of Emperor Sui? Zhou looked at Yu Choubai in surprise. The Mausoleum of Emperor Sui is the tomb of the Sui people. It is very close to the ancient city. Originally, it was almost next to the Vulcan Terrace. Later, after the dimensional realmization, the Vulcan Terrace and the ancient city were connected together. However, the Suihuang Mausoleum was not connected to the ancient city, forming an independent dimension field. Although Emperor Sui brought fire to mankind, the Vulcan Terrace was not his domain. The Vulcan Terrace was actually the earliest stargazing platform in the Eastern District, which belonged to Bo Yi. The reason why Zhou was surprised is because the dimensional Field of Sui-Huang Mausoleum has become very mysterious since the dimensional storm. I heard that I can't even enter, so how can I build a base there? Yes, it's the Sui-Huang Mausoleum. Yu Choubai smiled happily when he saw Zhou Wen's puzzled appearance. I haven't done much in the past few years in guide, but I have also studied the Sui-Huang Mausoleum. If you have an idea, I can take you in to see it. Teacher, do you have a way to get in? That would be great. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. The mausoleum of Emperor Sui was next to the ancient city, and it was considered the center of the guidehouse. With this as the base, it would be convenient to develop around it in the future. And it's close to the ancient city, which is what Zhou Wen wants most. Okay, then I'll show you. Yu Choubai got up with a smile. Teacher, trouble you. Zhou Wen got up quickly. I've lived here for so many years, and I don't want to leave. Of course it's the best to stay. Yu Choubai sighed. Zhou Wen followed Yu Choubai to the mausoleum of Emperor Sui, and encountered some sporadic skeleton creatures on the way, all of which were killed by Zhou Wen. Sui-Huang Mausoleum is shrouded in clouds and mist all year round. It is impossible to fly in directly, and no one who dares to fly in can come out. Although Zhou Wen has the space ability, he does not dare to teleport in at will. The strange thing is that the Sui-Huang Mausoleum has no door. I heard that there used to be a door. After it became a dimension domain, the door disappeared, and only a long wall can be seen. Even if he circled around the Sui-Huang Mausoleum, he couldn't find any portal to enter. Teacher, how do we get in? Zhou Wen looked at Yu Choubai. Yu Choubai said with a smile, come with me. Zhou Wen followed Yu Choubai forward, but Yu Choubai did not approach the Sui-Huang Mausoleum, but came to a very low stone temple nearby. Zhou Wen originally thought that it was a land temple, but after getting closer, he realized that it was not the land that was enshrined in it, but a strange-shaped little beast. The little beast was carved out of stone, the craftsmanship was very rough, and the time was a little too long, and the stone was badly weathered. Looking at the shape, it looks like a fox squatting there. Yu Choubai took out the prepared incense, lit 3 sticks by himself, and then handed the remaining 3 sticks to Zhou Wen and said, 3 times worship the incense, and you will be transported into the mausoleum. 3 worships and incense? Zhou Wen took the incense, but his expression became a little weird. He is not taboo about these, and he is willing to offer incense, but according to his past experience, being offered incense by him will not end well. Only incense can go in, so if the stone statue is bombed by me, can you still enter and exit? Zhou Wen quickly stopped Yu Choubai when he saw that Yu Choubai was about to give incense. Teacher, let me worship first. Zhou Wen was afraid that after Yu Choubai entered, the stone statue would be blown up by his worship, and Yu Choubai would be trapped inside and couldn't get out. Alright. Although he didn't know why Zhou Wen wanted to worship first, Yu Choubai stepped aside. Zhou Wen lit the incense, then walked to the small stone temple, squeezed the incense with both hands, and was about to bow down to the stone statue. However, his waist was only slightly bent, and he heard a rumbling sound. I saw that the stone statue actually moved a few feet away, and a stone stair leading to the bottom was exposed behind it. What's going on? Yu Choubai had entered the Emperor Sui's mausoleum quite a few times, but he had never encountered such a situation, and he didn't know that there was actually a passage behind the stone statue. Mr. Yu, is this the way to Emperor Sui's mausoleum? Zhou Wen did not continue to worship, but turned to look at Yu Choubai and asked. I really don't know about this. Before I entered the Sui Emperor's mausoleum, as long as I put incense, I would enter the mausoleum like clouds and fog. I have never seen this stone step before. Yu Choubai said hesitantly. Then I'll go. Take a look first, teacher, wait for me outside first. Zhou Wen walked into the small stone temple and walked down the stone steps. The stone steps are not wide, so one can barely walk over, and the passage is a little too short, so Zhou Wen can walk over with a bow. Fortunately, nothing dangerous was found. After Zhou Wen reached the end of the stone steps, he found a water pool. After a brief scan, Zhou Wen knew that the pool was connected to the outside. He dived into the water and quickly emerged from a fountain pool. This is the mausoleum of Emperor Sui? Zhou Wen looked around and found a lot of strange statues. Those statues were divided into 2 rows and arranged on both sides of the stone road. Each one was very strange in shape, and he couldn't tell what it was. Biology. Zhou Wen looked at the end of the stone road, and saw a huge stone statue there. It is a statue of a man holding a torch. Is that the statue of Emperor Sui? Zhou Wen looked around and found that although Emperor Sui's tomb was huge, there wasn't even a dimensional creature in it. Those stone statues seemed to be really just stone statues, and even if Zhou Wen reached out and touched them, it did not cause any changes. How is this place? You can enter it only after passing through the small temple. It is difficult for outsiders to enter, and there are no dimensional creatures harming it. The dimensional creatures outside cannot enter. If it is used for living, there should be no major problems. Yu Choubai. He also walked in, looked around and said, I just don't know if there will be changes in the future. Zhou Wen said, looking at the stone statues and the statue of the Sui Ren. The Sui Ren family is the emperor of humanity. Even if there is a change, it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Yu Choubai said. If it was before, Zhou Wen would think like Yu Choubai, but since he saw the humanoid monster in the ancient city, Zhou Wen didn't think so. Sui Ren is indeed the emperor of humanity, but if he is also demonized, it is hard to say whether he will harm humans. Moreover, the Sui Huang mausoleum looks safe, but in fact there is a hidden danger. Where did those who forcibly rushed and went? Zhou Wen has scanned the entire cemetery several times, and not even a bug was found. It's really strange, such a big cemetery is enough to build a city, but there is not even a dimensional creature. Zhou Wen felt that this place may not be as safe as it looks on the surface. After I discovered the way to enter the Sui Emperor's mausoleum, I came in and researched many times, but I didn't find any dimensional creatures, and the dimensional creatures from other dimensional fields rarely approached the Sui Emperor mausoleum. Yu Choubai explained. This Zhou Wen also saw it. On the way, they encountered a lot of skeleton creatures, but they didn't see any near the Sui Huang mausoleum. Let's go out and talk. No problem. Was found, Zhou Wen took Yu Choubai and left the Emperor Sui's mausoleum, planning to look around to see if he could find the little hand pattern. After going out of the stone passage, he came to the stone temple again. Zhou Wen swept the stone temple several times and found no small hand pattern. I went to look around the outer wall of Sui Huang mausoleum again, but also found no small hand pattern, so I couldn't help being a little disappointed. Is this Sui Huang mausoleum really just a cemetery to commemorate the ancient sages? Although Zhou Wen thought it was not so simple, he really couldn't see any problem. Zhou Wen, what do you think? Yu Choubai asked Zhou Wen. It does look very suitable for human habitation. The space is large enough, and the entrance is hidden and difficult to enter. It seems that dimensional creatures will not approach here, and the safety is very high. Zhou thought for a while and said, "If you plan to build a human city here, I think there will be many people willing to stay." Yu Choubai said, "Let me think about it again." After Zhou sent Yu Choubai back, he returned to the Emperor Sui's mausoleum by himself. He placed a reclining chair and a table under the statue of Emperor Sui, and observed Sui while resting. The situation in the imperial tomb. The little bird was also brought out by Zhou. "Originally, I brought it this time in the hope that it could help a little, but it was useless at first, and then the humanoid monster was too strong, and Zhou did not dare to let it out." The bird was standing on the table, pecking at Zhou's nuts on the plate. Zhou waited for more than 10 hours and found no problems, but the bird suddenly fluttered and flew. Originally, Zhou thought that the bird had only been around for a long time, and wanted to do some activities, but who knew that the bird flew to the statue of Sui Huang and landed on the torch held by the statue. The bird opened its mouth and spewed out a phoenix flame. The phoenix flame touched the torch, and the torch, which was originally a stone statue, actually burned. "Little bird, what are you doing?" Zhou was puzzled when he suddenly discovered that the entire cemetery seemed to have undergone some strange changes because of the burning of the torch. Zhou was shocked, and quickly summoned a companion pet and entered a state of battle preparation. But after waiting for a while, there were no dimensional creatures in the cemetery, but the weeds and trees in the cemetery seemed to be growing under a fast lens, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A wild pear tree grows in a corner of the cemetery. It had just passed its fruiting period not long ago, but now it has begun to bloom again, and it has not been long before it begins to bear fruit. All kinds of plants in the cemetery are growing wildly. The originally low weeds have now grown to the height of one person, and the entire cemetery is covered with green. Not long after, pears grew on the wild pear tree. From the beginning to the present, it only took more than half an hour. According to the growth rate of the pears, it is estimated that they will be fully mature in less than an hour. Zhou waited for a while, and sure enough, he saw that the pears were ripe, and the yellow and orange ones looked very plump and juicy. He reached out and took a bite. His mouth was full of sweetness, like drinking honey. So sweet. Zhou was surprised and delighted. The happy thing is that the Sui Huang statue actually has such power, which makes the plants grow rapidly. If you can occupy this place, you will not need to worry about food in the future. You will be self-sufficient, and no one should try to trap the people here. It's the perfect place to build a base. Surprisingly, this power should not only be effective for plants. If humans are also affected by this power, then humans will not experience rapid growth, but rapid aging. Zhou doesn't know how many times a year pears bear fruit, even if it is twice a year, then in less than an hour just now, it is very likely that half a year has passed. If this time is converted to humans, how long can humans support? This is just Zhou's guess. Maybe the power of the Emperor Sui statue will not make the animals age, but not afraid of 10,000, just in case. What's more, there is not even a single dimensional creature or animal in the Sui Huang mausoleum. This seems to be no coincidence. Based on these doubts, it is speculated that the power of the Sui Huang statue is likely to have an effect on animals, so no dimensional creatures dare To stay in the Sui Huang Mausoleum. Or in other words, those dimensional creatures have been affected by the statue of Sui Huang and have died. What's more terrifying is that this kind of power is not as simple as time. Power. If time is accelerated, Zhou can definitely feel it, but he can't sense negative energy except for the vigor radiating from the torch. After being affected by the power of blessing before, Zhou knew that the most terrifying power in the world is not necessarily the power that looks ferocious and vicious. Instead, some seemingly beneficial forces are likely to be terrifying killers hidden in the dark. Little bird, put out the fire. Zhou shouted to the little bird who fell on the head of the Sui Huang statue. He didn't dare to take risks. If the ripening power was equally effective for him, wouldn't he be very fast? Will become a bad old man. When the bird heard Zhou words, he opened his mouth and took a breath at the torch. The flame on. The torch suddenly turned into a thin column, like a spring water column, and rushed towards the bird's mouth. After a while, all the flames were swallowed up by the bird, the torch in the hand of the Sui Emperor. Statue no longer burned, and the plants in the cemetery no longer grew wildly. Zhou waited for a while and saw that those plants did not appear abnormal, but no longer grew rapidly, and he was really surprised. This method of plucking the seedlings and promoting the ripening, under normal circumstances, after losing the supply of energy, it will overdraw its vitality because its own growth is too savage, and then it will quickly decline. And now those plants show no signs of decay at all, indicating that they themselves are not overdrafted, which is undoubtedly good news. Zhou left the Sui Huang Mausoleum, then caught some wild small animals, sent them into the Sui Huang Mausoleum, and let the bird light the torch. Zhou didn't dare to stay in the Sui Huang Mausoleum himself. He took the birds and left. He planned to come back in a few days. If those small animals died of old age, then the Sui Huang Mausoleum would not be suitable as a human base. Of course, even if it can't be used as a human base, the power of the Sui Huang Mausoleum is still very useful. Zhou has already planned to stay in guide. In any case, he must control the Sui Huang Mausoleum in his own hands. Returning to the temporary headquarters of the Sunset Army and seeing in Xing, Zhou told him that he wanted to stay in Guide Mansion. Master, with your strength, it's fine to stay wherever you are. But have you ever thought, if you're alone, what's the difference between staying or not? You're only alone, so even if you stay here, Guide Mansion does not belong to you. Enxing said. Zhou understands what Enxing means. If there are no other people working for him in guarding and plundering the resources here, then there is no difference between him staying or not. Even if he does not stay, he can come over whenever he needs in the future. Significance. I want to build a human city here. Zhou has already figured it out. There are stone knives that even Lord Emperor coveted, humanoid monsters, Sui Emperor Mausoleum, Butterfly Valley, and other dimensional fields that have not yet been developed. I don't know how many dimensional fields there are. To build a human city, this is undoubtedly the most suitable place. It may be a little bitter at first, but the value here will increase as you go on. If it is just Zhou himself, he has no intention to build his own human city, but the three conditions mentioned by the humanoid monster cannot be accomplished by him alone, which requires the joint efforts of many humans. It was also after he came out of the ancient city that Zhou had the idea of building a city. It's just not difficult to build a house, but if you want to make those houses a city, you need people. Given the current Disadvantaged environment of guidehouse, how many people would be willing to stay here? And Xing advised. I know it's difficult, but I still want to try it. Zhou Wen said. Hearing Zhou Wen say this, and Xing smiled and said, since you have already made up your mind, young master, I won't say much more. What resources do you need and how many people you need, just say, I will do my best to help you get them. Thank you, Xing, but this time, I want to do it by my own strength, to what extent I can. Do it. Although Zhou Wen was very grateful, he still rejected Xing. Okay, but you have to remember that we are a family. No matter where you are, the people from the overseer's mansion and I will always be worthy of your support. If there is something embarrassing, don't carry it alone. And Xing said sternly. Don't worry, if I can't do it, I will definitely go to Luoyang to eat and drink as soon as possible. If I really need it, I won't be polite to you and Sister Lan. Zhou Wen smiled. And Xing laughed out loud. I said, Master Wen, when are you going to have trouble with the overseer? You have to tell in Tianzhua. This, I am a very easygoing person, I never make trouble with anyone, and I never take some people to heart. Zhou Wen said seriously. And Xing looked at Zhou Wen and said nothing, but his eyes seemed a bit contemptuous, which made Zhou Wen very uncomfortable. Bullshit. And Tianzhua slapped the desk with a slap, and almost smashed the desk out of control, showing that he was in a very bad mood. It's not a bad thing for Master Wen to stay in Guide Mansion. The dimensional field of Guide Mansion is rich in resources, and it will definitely be an important place for all parties to compete for in the future. If Master Wen can successfully establish a firm foothold there, the benefits he will reap in the future will be thousands of times. And Xing explained for Zhou Wen on the phone. Who doesn't know that Guide Mansion will be one of the most important places in the world in the future, but who would dare to occupy the 6 major families? Without the corresponding strength, entering the game too early will only become cannon fodder for those other forces. And Tianzhua said coldly. Master Wen is not an ordinary person, and his strength is not comparable to the 6 major families. Maybe he can do what others cannot, and maybe he can control the Guide Mansion in advance. And Xing continued to speak for Zhou Wen. No matter how strong a person is, there is only one person. What's the use of him staying there alone? And Tianzhua dismissed what Xing said. Yu Choubai intends to stay in Guide Mansion, and he is lobbying other teachers and locals in the school to stay. If it can be successful, it will be a good starting point. There will be opportunities to develop in the future. The current situation here will be reported to Tianzhua in detail. And Tianzhua snorted coldly and said. You don't have to wait for the result to know that it is impossible. 99% of people will not choose to stay in Guide Mansion. And Tianzhua said it with certainty, and he seemed confident. And Xing naturally knew that the chance of success in this matter was very low. Even if there was a golden signboard like Zhou Wen, it would be useless. Most people would still choose to move to Luoyang. It's not that people don't have confidence in Zhou Wen's strength, but everyone knows that no matter how strong Zhou Wen is, it's impossible to stay in the city 24 hours a day to protect them. What ordinary people need is a stable and orderly society, which is impossible for Zhou Wen to give them now, but Luoyang has all this. Even if Tianzhua is not in Luoyang, Luoyang still has enough strength to resist large-scale alien attacks, has a complete city protection system, has the Sunset Army of the famous City Federation, and has many powerful men in the Federation. As long as the Sunset Army does not fall, Luoyang is basically safe. People are selfish, and no one is willing to gamble with their own lives, so in Tianzhua and in Xing are very clear that most people will not stay in guide mansion. The truth is similar to what they thought. When Yu Choubai went to work with the teachers, it was very difficult. Although most of the teachers still respected Yu Choubai, they still politely rejected him. Even the school leaders, who had a good relationship with Yu Choubai, privately persuaded Yu Choubai, let him stop joking about his own life and go to Luoyang with everyone to develop. Even the teachers were like this. Those from the guide mansion who didn't have a good relationship with Yu Choubai were even less likely to stay. Most of them had already registered with the Sunset Army and were waiting to move to Luoyang. Yu Choubai was also in a hurry, but there was nothing he could do about it. The situation in the guide mansion is really bad, and they have not yet determined whether they can build a human city in the Suihuang Mausoleum. Chips. This was expected by Zhou Wen. But he didn't expect it to be so tragic. So far, people who are willing to stay can count on one hand. People are real. Zhou Wen originally thought that with Yu Choubai's reputation, he could retain hundreds of people. But he didn't expect so few. However, Zhou Wen didn't take this to heart. Although he does need people, it's not unacceptable if he really doesn't have them. As long as the city can be erected, there will be opportunities to attract other humans to join in the future. It's just that if there is no one in the early stage, it will indeed be difficult, and many things will be inconvenient. No matter how strong Zhou Wen is, it is not omnipotent. Some things need professional people to do, and those professionals are what Zhou Wen wants most. 4. Example, when building a house, Zhou Wen can build a wooden house with stone floors. Those sophisticated buildings with reasonable layout and complete functions are not something Zhou Wen can handle. And Xing already knew the result of this incident from the registration form of the Sunset Army, but he had nothing to do. Not only in Xing, but also the major forces that have long had ideas about the guide mansion, almost all knew about it. He actually wants to build a human city in Guide House. Zhou Wen really dares to think about it. Xiao Luchuan couldn't help laughing after hearing the news. Xia Xianyue pondered and said, I don't know if this is what Tianzhua meant. If it is what he meant, then he really made a bad move. Guide Mansion is a good place, and the surrounding area is simply a hotbed of legends and legends, although there is no clear system of the gods, but the resources of the dimensional field of truth are not inferior to Jerusalem, and even more terrifying in some aspects. However, with the current overall strength of mankind, it is not enough to be in that kind of place. 2. Build a human city. Premature intervention will only become the target of public criticism. The Yin family has already done their best to defend Luoyang, and at this time I want to go to the guide mansion to intervene. I am afraid that I will lose my wife and lose my army. Xiao Luchuan said, based on what I know about Tianzhua, that person would never do such a thing, plus that guy Zhou Wen was born in Guide House. I guess this is his idea. Although Zhou Wen is strong, building a city is not something that can be accomplished by a single person, and I don't know what he planned. Xia Xianyue sighed. Xiao Luchuan suddenly restrained his smile and said to Xia Xianyue, there must be a shortage of manpower over Zhou Wen now. Are you interested in going there to play for a while? What do you mean? Xia Xianyue knew that Xiao Luchuan was definitely not as simple as letting her play. No one wants the place in Guide Mansion now, and they will rush for it in the future. If it is really occupied by that boy Zhou Wen, we reached out To him when he was in the most difficult time, and the price we paid was not much. However, the future gains may be huge, so consider it an investment. Xiao Luchuan said. Then I'll go take a look. Xia. Xianyue thought for a while, then nodded. And Xing was thinking about how he could help Zhou Wen keep some people, otherwise it would be too difficult for him, but after thinking about it, there was no good way. If people don't want to stay, he can't force them to stay with a gun. You are so poisonous. You are so poisonous. You are so poisonous. And Xing heard the ringtone and knew it was Tian's call, so he answered the phone quickly. Overseer, what are your orders? And Xing asked. And Tian's voice did not have any emotional factors, and said lightly, recently, there have been unnamed banned creatures around Luoyang, and the manpower is very short. You quickly bring the troops back to support. Are you taking them all back? And Xing asked. Do you still want to keep one hand? And Tianzhua snorted coldly. Then what about the guidehouse? There are still many people who have not registered, and so many people cannot be taken away at one time. Even if they are divided into batches, it is estimated that they will be transferred slowly in dozens of times. And Xing felt that these things are very problematic. They can't bring so many people, and those who can't leave will be difficult to survive. After all, there are still skeleton creatures rushing out of the ancient city. Now it is up to them to suppress them to maintain such a situation. What time is it? Are those people more important, or is Luoyang's safety more important? And Tianzhua said angrily. And Xing seemed to understand something and asked cautiously, Overseer, what do you mean? I don't understand what I mean? Don't bring any of them. You roll back as quickly as possible for me. If there is anything wrong with Luoyang, I'll cut your head first. And Tianzhua said coldly. Understood, I will bring the troops back, and I will not bring any of them, and let them all stay in the guide mansion. And Xing looked strange, and secretly said in his heart, the Lord Overseer is still ruthless. I have to continue to study. Zhou Wen, it's not good. Yu Choubai found Zhou Wen anxiously. What happened? Zhou Wen looked at Yu Choubai suspiciously. Not knowing what happened, making him so nervous. There was a large-scale breaking of the ban in Luoyang. And Xing brought the troops back to Luoyang for support. Now the troops have left the guide mansion. Yu Choubai said with some concern. How many people did Xing take away? Zhou Wen asked thoughtfully. Because I was in a hurry. I didn't bring anyone with me. After those skeleton creatures lost their suppression, they rushed out again on a large scale. With our current strength, it is difficult to stop all the skeletons from rushing out. Yu Choubai put the current make it clear. When Zhou Wen heard this, he knew what had happened. The so-called Luoyang breaking creatures were rampant, which was just an excuse. It should be that Xing had already made up his mind to keep them. Teacher, take someone to the school gate to set up a signboard, and if someone wants to enter the school to get our shelter, let them sign this contract. Zhou Wen handed a document to Yu Choubai. Yu Choubai unfolded the document, carefully examined the contents of the document, and then his face gradually became strange. Will this be a little too inhumane? Yu Choubai said hesitantly. Since they have chosen to leave before, and if they want to stay now, they will naturally have to pay some price, otherwise people will only think that we are a place to collect rubbish, come here if they want, and leave if they want, then what are the rules? Words? Zhou Wen said indifferently. Zhou Wen can only use the school as a base, recruit some people first, and then start to build his own city after finding a suitable place. Zhou Wen's idea is good, but there are too few people under him who can do things, and there are too many people who come to him for refuge. I thought this would get me through. Zhou Wen also knew that many people had sneaked in, and it could even be said that the number of people who signed contracts was less than 1/10 of the total number of people. Most of them had sneaked in without signing contracts at all. Zhou Wen didn't take it to heart. He just told Yu Choubai to teach him more lessons, and to tell those people the consequences of not signing the contract. Zhou Wen let his companion Pet guard the area near the school, and humans from the nearby area kept coming to seek refuge. Most people have no choice but to come to Zhou Wen. From Guide to Luoyang, there is no strong enough strength, it is impossible to rush past, they can only come to rely on Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen didn't have the heart to take care of those things now. When he came to Emperor Sui's mausoleum again, it had been about 4 days since he put those small animals. In theory, if the power of the torch can really act on them, then they should be close to death, or should have died. Don't die, don't die. Zhou Wen prayed silently in his heart as he walked into the mausoleum of Emperor Sui. If those small animals died under the influence of the torch's power, then it would be impossible to build a human city here. Zhou Wen could only find another dimension field, and he might not be able to find a suitable one. After entering the Emperor Sui's mausoleum, Zhou Wen was stunned by the sight he saw. The small animals he put in before not only did not die, they were still alive and healthy, and what was even more terrifying was that there were many cubs born from small animals in the grass. Zhou Wen rejoiced in his heart. Now it seems that the power of the Sui Huang torch is not the acceleration of time nor the death of animals. On the contrary, getting the vitality emanating from the torch will make the animals stronger and healthier. Test it a few more times. If there are no accidents, we should be able to start building the city. Zhou Wen watched the bird suck the flame from the torch, and clearly saw the feathers on the bird, which seemed to be more shiny. Not daring to be careless, Zhou Wen conducted some tests, and the results showed that the power in Sui Huang Mausoleum has a strong vitality-enhancing effect on plants and animals, but it does not make people senile. This is somewhat similar to my human emperor's power. Zhou Wen doubted in his heart that the ancient emperor's scripture was probably created by Emperor Sui, and his original intention was similar to the ancient emperor's scripture that Zhou Wen realized, but later because no one can walk through this path, they took another path. Zhou Wen took the opportunity to study the statue of Emperor Sui. Ordinary flames can't ignite a torch. The torch looks like it was carved from a stone and has no fuel. Naturally, ordinary flames can't make the stone burn. But when the bird's phoenix flame hits the torch will burn immediately, but no matter how long it burns, the torch itself will not be damaged. And the little bird was very interested in the phoenix flames that burned on the torch. Every time Zhou Wen let it suck the flames, the little bird was very excited. Zhou Wen used several flame abilities, but he was not able to light the torch, and he was still unwilling. He switched the ancient emperor's scriptures and came out, and the sun-like emperor appeared in front of Zhou Wen. As soon as the emperor came out, Zhou Wen immediately discovered the strangeness. The statue of Emperor Sui, which had no movement at all, actually began to overflow with vitality at this time. When the bird used its phoenix flames to light the torch before, it was only the torch that emitted vitality and flames, and the body of the Sui Huang statue was no different. But now, the body of Emperor Sui's statue has begun to scatter. Although it is not as strong as before, it makes Zhou Wen a little happy. With a thought, the emperor reached out and held down the torch stone carving in the hand of the statue of Emperor Sui. The torch, which cannot be ignited with ordinary flame power, just ignited as soon as it touched the emperor. Not only the torch, but the entire Sui emperor statue was on fire, as if gasoline had been poured. The flames and vitality on Sui Huang's body were transmitted to the human emperor at the same time, making the originally dazzling human emperor even more dazzling. Zhou Wen can clearly feel that the ancient emperor scriptures in his body are running wildly, and the vitality around him is constantly pouring into his body. Boom! A deafening loud noise suddenly entered Zhou Wen's ears, and the burning statue of Emperor Sui actually moved. It was obviously a statue of Emperor Sui made of stone. At this time, he was slowly raising his legs and stood up from the stone seat. The fire of vitality on his body became stronger and stronger, and it was almost difficult to see his body clearly. Especially those eyes, like two 2-megawatt searchlights, stared at Zhou Wen and the emperor. Zhou Wen was shocked. Teleport wanted to avoid the fire of the Sui Huang statue, but the speed of the fire was so fast that he had no room to dodge at all. Before teleport was activated, the fire had already shone on him. Zhou Wen seldom drinks, and has no experience of drinking high, but the firelight shining on him made him feel like drinking high. Boom! In the entire Sui Huang mausoleum, the statues began to spew flames. The flames here are very strange. Although they are hot, they are not harmful. Infinite flames condensed towards Zhou Wen and the emperor, and the ancient emperor scriptures in Zhou Wen's body seemed to be out of control and started to run automatically. With the influx of flames, Zhou Wen felt that both the ancient emperor sutra and the human emperor were madly absorbing the flame power from the Sui emperor mausoleum. Could it be that? Zhou Wen felt both surprise and joy in his heart when he felt the transformation of the emperor. The ancient emperor sutra has reached the fear level. If it can go further, it must be a natural disaster. The human emperor's sun-like body, after absorbing a large amount of flames, has become like a mass of magma. The body is not limited to the state of light and shadow, but more and more like an entity. With the operation of the ancient emperor sutra and the large amount of flames absorbed, Zhou Wen also faintly realized something. The humanoid monster has demonstrated the ancient emperor's classic of natural disaster level before, but his ancient emperor's classic is different from the ancient emperor's classic that Zhou Wen realized, so there is not much reference value. However, the power of fire in the Sui Huang mausoleum has similar attributes to Zhou Wen's ancient emperor scriptures, but it is not exactly the same, and has its own uniqueness. However, because of the similar attributes, Zhou Wen's ancient emperor sutra perfectly fits this fire power, and it is easy to resonate with it. Now Zhou Wen vaguely understands that if he wants to use the power of the dimensional field to improve his vitality art, he does not need to use any special method, he only needs to find a dimensional field that fits his vitality art. But this does not mean that finding such a dimensional field is a success. There are strengths and weaknesses in the origin chi art, and there are also strengths and weaknesses in the dimensional field. It is also the dimensional field of the fire element, the 4 major federal regions. I don't know how many dimensional fields of the fire element, but the ones that can really help the fear level to advance to natural disasters, but not every dimensional field can. There is another key point in this, like the existence of the statue of the emperor. Zhou Wen didn't know what to call this kind of thing, but only when he found this kind of thing, and using the Yuanqi art to resonate with it, it is possible to use the power of the dimensional field to promote natural disasters. At this time, the Suihuang Mausoleum was filled with bonfire-like flames, and the flames rose into the sky. From the outside of the cemetery, it looked like a large tomb made of flames. It was just inside the Suihuang Mausoleum that those plants that had grown rapidly under the influence of the Sui Emperor's flames also burned at this time, and were quickly burned to ashes, and they did not grow again, because of the powerful vitality in the flames. After Zhou Wen observed all this, he realized something in his heart. For human beings, Emperor Sui invented the method of drilling wood to make fire, which brought light and fire to human beings, but for plants, it was devastating. Strike. Look at the problem from a different angle, and what is good is not necessarily good. With Zhou Wen's comprehension, the flames in Emperor Sui's mausoleum erupted more and more violently, all rushing towards Zhou Wen and the emperor. Yu Choubai was full of energy now. When he tried to persuade those people to stay, he ignored them and even turned them away. These are all good, and there are those who are of poor quality, almost pointing at Yu Choubai's nose and scolding Mother. But it had only been a few days. Those who pointed at him and scolded him were crying and begging one by one, wanting to stay. The changes were so fast that Yu Choubai couldn't believe it. However, this also gave Yu Choubai hope. With the mausoleum of Emperor Sui, with so many people, and with Zhou Wen in charge, the guide mansion might not be able to be rebuilt. It's just that, because there are too many people, the school can no longer accommodate it. And even the vicinity of the school is full of people. Now the weather is not too cold, and it is possible to stay outside temporarily. But once the weather gets worse, even if the army of skeletons can't rush in, it will be difficult to survive. And with so many people, food, clothing, housing, and transportation are all problems. We still have to solve the problem of the base as soon as possible. With the base, people can do their own work to bring about a normal order. Fortunately, Yu Choubai was already the principal of the school, and he was in charge of managing many things in the school before those teachers and school leaders had returned to Yu Choubai's leadership immediately. With their help in doing things together, Yu Choubai was able to temporarily maintain order. After arranging things, Yu Choubai went to the Suihuang Mausoleum to find Zhou Wen, and wanted to talk to Zhou Wen. Can some people enter the Suihuang Mausoleum first and carry out the preliminary construction work? Yu Choubai came to the Suihuang Mausoleum, and before he could go to the small stone temple, he saw the Suihuang Mausoleum like a flaming tomb. What's the situation? Could there be an accident in the Emperor Sui's mausoleum? Yu Choubai was shocked, because Zhou Wen was still in the mausoleum of Emperor Sui Emperor. If Zhou Wen had an accident, the entire guide mansion would be doomed. Yu Choubai turned around and ran to the small stone temple, wanting to rush in to see what happened. If Zhou Wen needed help, maybe he could do something. But before Yu Choubai rushed to the stone temple, he heard a loud bang from the direction of the Suihuang Mausoleum. He turned his head to look, and saw that the walls of the Suihuang Mausoleum were collapsing in rows. The flames inside the wall have disappeared. Before, when you looked at the Suihuang Mausoleum outside, you could only see the wall and the fog, but now you can see everything inside at a glance. The scene inside shocked Yu Choubai. The cemetery, which was originally covered with all kinds of weeds and vegetation, has now become a scorched earth, and the color of vitality can no longer be seen. Moreover, the various stone carvings in the cemetery had been burned and cracked into charred rubble. Even the statue of Emperor Sui had disappeared, leaving only a pile of rubble, and only Zhou Wen was standing in the cemetery. Intact. It's over. Seeing that Zhou Wen was fine, Yu Qiubai was overjoyed at first, but when he saw the appearance of Emperor Sui's mausoleum, his face turned ashen. Originally, I wanted to build a human city in the Sui Huang mausoleum, but now that the Sui Huang mausoleum is like this, naturally, there is no hope. If I want to find another suitable dimension field, I don't know if I can find it. Even if I can find it in the future, so many people are waiting outside the school, and they are still harassed by the army of skeletons. God knows how many people can support it until then. Yu Qiubai felt helpless, and was about to go over to see how Zhou Wen was doing, but suddenly he saw Zhou Wen radiating brilliance like the sun. Although Zhou Wen knew that every natural disaster-level creature was born, it would be accompanied by the arrival of natural disasters, but he did not expect that the promotion of the ancient emperor's scriptures to natural disasters would directly destroy the dimensional realm of Sui Huang Mausoleum. At the moment when the ancient emperor was promoted to natural disaster, the emperor automatically merged with Zhou Wen, causing Zhou Wen's whole body to emit light and heat, like a round of spring sun, bringing warmth to the world, but not too much extremely hot. The Sui Huang Mausoleum, which had become a scorched earth ruin, was illuminated by the brilliance of Zhou Wen, and among the ashes, young shoots emerged from it. In just a moment, those buds grew into various plants, grasses that were more than 1 meter high, saplings that grew and soon became towering trees, and blooming flowers. In this short period of time, the cemetery that had turned into a scorched earth now looks like a plant paradise. Yu Qiubai stood outside, staring blankly at the oasis-like existence in front of him. The plants inside became more and more lush. It was completely unimaginable. A moment ago, there was still a scorched earth. Zhou Wen, are you all right? Yu Qiubai felt extremely strange in his heart, and was a little worried about Zhou Wen's accident. Yu Qiubai has heard some stories before, such as whale fall, the death of a whale will give many lives in the sea a chance to survive. There are also similar records in many myths. For example, after Pangu created the world, he biochemical all things, etc., all things must have the opportunity to grow. After the death of the strong. Now everything grows here, and Yu Qiubai is really afraid that something will happen to Zhou Wen now, so he rushed into the jungle worried, and kept calling Zhou Wen's name while looking for Zhou Wen's trace. Yu Qiubai squeezed through the grass and trees, rushed over a distance of several hundred meters, and finally a circular, open space appeared in front of him. And Zhou Wen stood there, with the brilliance of the sun on his body, and he didn't look like a human being. Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen. Yu Qiubai called out a few times, but did not get a response from Zhou Wen, but suddenly felt that something was wrong with his body. He is not too young, although it is not old, but he is not young. Coupled with the previous battle and the recent busyness, it is normal for the body to feel tired. But now, he felt as if his whole body was full of energy, as if he had just woken up when he was young, and he seemed to have endless energy. Even some of the traumatic sequelae left by the previous battle, it also disappeared. Without you noticing, you are like self-healing. When Yu Qiubai was surprised, he saw that the light in front of him dimmed. Zhou Wen had returned to his original appearance and was looking at him. Mr. Yu, why are you here? Zhou Wen was startled when he saw that it was Yu Qiubai, and then he was relieved when he saw that Yu Qiubai was fine. The ancient Emperor Sutra had just been promoted to the natural disaster level and formed a domain power. He did not know whether the natural disaster domain would cause harm to human beings, so when he saw Yu Choubai, he was really startled. I came to you, originally to discuss whether we can let a group of people enter the Emperor Sui's mausoleum first, but now it seems that there is no need to discuss. Yu Choubai asked with a wry smile, what the hell is going on? It's a long story. In short, there is no way to build a human city here. We have to find another place as soon as possible. Teacher Yu, do you have any other suggestions? Zhou Wen said with a wry smile. He didn't know that things would turn out like this. The Emperor Sui's mausoleum was destroyed, so he could only find another place. However, the ancient Emperor Sutra was able to condense the field of natural disasters, so the price was worth it. The only thing that makes Zhou Wen somewhat dissatisfied is that the natural disaster field of the ancient Emperor Sutra is still a field similar to strengthening and healing, and it still seems to have no aggressiveness. Of course, Zhou Wen has just condensed the field of natural disasters, and he has not fully understood the field of natural disasters, and he still needs time to get familiar with it. I took out my phone and glanced at it, and found that when I switched to the ancient Emperor Sutra, there was a natural disaster field. Domain, human sovereign sacrifice to heaven, human level. Why does the name of this field have such an ominous feeling? I have a nickname and I am called the Emperor. This Emperor sacrifices to the sky. Shouldn't he take me to sacrifice to the sky? Zhou Wen saw this, the name of the field always feels a little awkward. The name was given by the game system, and Zhou Wen couldn't change it even if he wanted to, so he could only accept it silently. There are indeed a lot of dimensional fields near Guide Mansion, but many of the dimensional fields are very strange and not suitable for human habitation at all. Yu Choubai thought about it, but he didn't seem to think of any suitable place. Let's go back first and talk about it. Zhou Wen was also a local, so he naturally knew that what Yu Choubai said was not wrong at all. The dimensional fields near Guide Mansion were indeed very strange. The ancient city did not dare to enter at all. The mausoleum of Emperor Sui was inaccessible before. There are many Yuanjing mines in the Butterfly Valley, but according to the information Zhou Wen knows, the Butterfly Valley has a time limit. There are times when it's fine to enter the Butterfly Valley, but at other times, or if you don't come out after a certain time, people who go in will never be able to find it again. There are also some dimensional fields, each with its own peculiarities. Anyway, there are really few dimensional fields suitable for human habitation. In the current situation, we must find a dimensional field as soon as possible, so that everyone can have a place to live. So many people are crowded near the school, sooner or later, something big will happen. If it really doesn't work, only go there, give it a try. Yu Choubai said thoughtfully. Where? Zhou Wen heard Yu Choubai's meaning, and it seemed that there was a dimension field suitable for human habitation. Yu Choubai seemed a little hesitant, but he also knew that he had to think of something now, so even if he had some concerns, he still said, among the dimensional fields that I investigated and researched before, there is another one that may be able to accommodate a large number of human beings, but that there is a problem in the dimensional realm. What's the problem? Zhou Wen asked quickly. Since Yu Choubai proposed that dimensional field, it means that the problem is not impossible to solve. Yu Choubai said, I have been to the Taiqing Palace and Lei Juntai before. Although the Taiqing Palace is vast, there are too many mysterious things in it, and it is not suitable for a large number of human beings to gather. It is more suitable for the Leijuntai dimension field. Humans live, but there is something strange about that Leijuntai. The Leijuntai mentioned by Yuchobai, also known as Shangxiantai, is said to be the place where Taishang Laojun ascended to Immortals. After the dimensional storm, it also became a dimensional field. Speaking of Leijuntai, there are not only ancient myths and legends, but also some magical legends in a relatively recent era. Legend has it that the Japanese army attacked Lui County, which is where Laojun Mountain is located, but at that time, the county was full of low-rise tile-roofed houses, and there were no tall buildings. The most obvious building that could be seen in the distance was the old King Taiwan. Before the attack, the Japanese bombarded the county town with mortars, and the most prominent Leijuntai was the first target. As a result, they fired 13 artillery shells in a row. They only heard the sound of guns popping, but no explosions were heard. After the Japanese army rushed into the city, the people in the city had already retreated safely, and there was no one in the city. The Japanese army came to Leijuntai only to find out that it turned out to be Taishang Laojuan's Shangxiantai. After the war, Yumekawa Taro, the gunner who shelled Leijuntai, came to Lui again, and knelt down and repented at Leijuntai. According to him, he hit the cannonball accurately at that time, and the shells hit Leijuntai, but why the shell didn't explode, and even he couldn't tell. Taro Yumekawa believed that it was the blessing of the Supreme Laojun. And he also erected a monument of apology on Leijuntai, but it was later changed to a monument of peace. The truth of the facts cannot be ascertained now. However, after Leijuntai became a dimensional field, it did become a very magical place. There will be some dimensional creatures in the general dimensional field, but Leijuntai does not have any dimensional creatures. It can't be said that there is no, it can only be said that there are no native dimensional creatures, and there are many dimensional creatures from other dimensional fields who have fled into Leijuntai for refuge. The general dimensional realm does not exclude humans, but for creatures in other dimensional realms, there will be strong repulsion, and creatures in different dimensional realms rarely run around. There is no such situation in Leijuntai. Any dimensional creatures, including humans, can freely enter and exit Leijuntai, but there is one thing, they cannot kill in Leijuntai. This one is very similar to Laojun Mountain, in that they cannot kill. The difference is that if you kill a life in Laojun Mountain, the consequences will be more serious than Laojun Mountain. Legend has it that a group of humans chased a rare dimensional creature all the way to Leijuntai. The group of people shot and killed the dimensional creature after a hoof stepped into Leijuntai. They also knew the taboos of Leijuntai, so they were a little hesitant at first, but the dimensional creature itself was very rare, and then they found that it seemed to have a companion egg in its body. In the end, those people still did not resist the temptation and ran to pick up the body. As a result, a beam of light fell from the sky and took all the people away, and no one has seen them since. The locals said that Laojun couldn't stand it anymore, so he took them away and took them to the heaven. As for whether it is true or not, there is no way to judge, because since then no one has dared to kill on Leijuntai, not even injured. Of course, the dimensional creatures that escaped into Leijuntai will not harm humans there. Therefore, Leijuntai is one of the few dimensional fields where humans and dimensional creatures live in peace. Zhouwen has heard of it before, but Lui is a county under the guidehouse. Zhouwen has never been there, so he has never been to Laojuntai. Juntai. Speaking of which, Leijuntai is really suitable for building a human city. Is there enough space there? Zhou asked. The original Leijuntai space was not too big, but after it became a dimension domain, the space is much larger, and it should not be a problem to accommodate 1,000,000 people. Yu Qiubai sighed and continued, but I have already said it earlier. Leijuntai still has a problem. If this problem is not solved, it is useless to build a city there. No one dares to live there. Isn't the question you're talking about not allowed to kill? Zhou was slightly startled. But he hadn't heard that Leijuntai had other taboos. Of course not, this condition is a huge benefit for humans. How could it be a problem? If it was just like this, some people would have fled there to take refuge, but in fact, no one dared to go to Laojun, Taiwan. Yu Qiubai said. Why is that? Zhou asked. Because Leijuntai is occupied by a dimensional creature that does not have to obey the rules of Leijuntai. That dimensional creature can kill at will in Leijuntai without sanctions, but all humans who dare to enter will be killed by it. No one dares to go in now. Yu Qiubai sighed. If we want to build a city in Leijuntai, we must first kill that dimensional creature, or drive it out. How come I don't know there is such a thing? When did that dimensional creature appear? What does it look like? Zhou was surprised when he heard it. After all, Leijuntai is also the place where Taisheng Laojun ascends. Although I don't know whether it is true or not, but a place that can be related to Taisheng Laojun can be destroyed by an ordinary dimensional creature at will? Zhou felt that there was an evil spirit in this matter. Anyway, Zhou deeply realized the horror of the place in Laojun Mountain. Leijuntai and Leijunchen are a little similar, and Zhou thinks it must not be simple for a dimensional creature that can make trouble there. I didn't dare to go in, but I just heard from others that the dimensional creature looks very weird, like a lion but not a lion, like a tiger but not a tiger, with scales all over its body, like the legendary unicorn, more than 3 meters tall, coming and going like the wind. No one can escape its bite. Yu Qiubai told Zhou all the information he had collected before. However, the information he collected was collected from several survivors, so there shouldn't be much difference. Zhou thought about it for a while, but he didn't figure out what the origin of this meta creature was. He just thought that a group of people could see it, and the level didn't seem to be too high. Could it be that the ability of that dimensional creature is similar to my Taoist scriptures, and it can break the taboo power, so it is possible to kill at Leijuntai at will? Zhou guessed secretly. Zhou thought about it, and decided to go to Leijuntai to have a look first. Since ordinary people have a chance to escape, even if he can't beat it, it should be no problem to escape. Now the situation is really urgent. There are still hundreds of thousands of people in Guidehouse who are homeless. They can't stay outside the school all the time. If they don't eat or drink, it will easily cause major problems. They must find a place to settle down as soon as possible, and then give them something to do, at least to be able to eat, otherwise it will be very difficult to end if something goes wrong. After discussing it with Yu Qiubai went back to school first, stabilized those people first, and signed contracts first if they could sign contracts. Divide a part, win over a part, suppress a part, and don't cause too much conflict. In any case, we must persist until Zhou finds a suitable dimension field. Zhou rushed to Leijuntai by himself. Before leaving, Zhou handed the bird over to Yu Qiubai. There was a bird by Yu Qiubai's side. If something really happened, as long as there was no natural disaster level to intervene, the bird would can hold the scene. Although, with the deepening of the dimensionalization of the Earth, the distance between regions has widened a lot, but Louis is very close, so Zhou did not spend too much time and rushed to Lei Juntai. From a distance, Lei Juntai looks like a fairyland on Earth. The blue brick house is surrounded by white clouds, and it looks quite immortal. On the periphery of Lei Juntai, there are many buildings, which also belong to the dimension field of Lei Juntai. Zhou could only see the outlines of those buildings outside, but he couldn't see anything inside. When he came to the entrance of the dimensional realm, Zhou did not rush in. He first turned around outside, trying to find out if he could find the little hand pattern. When Zhou came to the archway, he saw the words "The Gate of All Wonders" engraved on it. After passing through the archway and going inside, it was the Mingdao Palace, and Lei Juntai was inside the Mingdao Palace. Zhou looked outside the archway for a while, but didn't see the small hand pattern, so he had to go through the archway and continue inside. The archway here is not considered a dimensional field. Entering the Mingdao Palace is truly entering the dimensional field. The gate of Mingdao Palace is not imposing, but the two corner towers in the east and west are more eye-catching. Although the two turrets are not big, they can be regarded as antique. The turret on the right has a big bell, and the turret on the left has a big drum. Zhou has heard people say before that killing is not allowed in Mingdao Palace, and all kinds of creatures can coexist peacefully. In addition to killing, the bell tower and drum tower can't be randomly placed, let alone knocked randomly. If the knocking is not good, possibly life-threatening. It is also said that good things will happen after the bell is struck or the drum is struck. Anyway, there is something to say, and there are different opinions. Zhou doesn't know which one is true and which one is false. I went back outside and searched for a few times, but I couldn't find the small hand pattern, which made Zhou very depressed, but he thought again, even if there is a small hand pattern, it is useless. There are no dimensional creatures in the Mingdao Palace, and now there are those dimensional creatures in it. Creatures are all foreign, even if the copy is downloaded, the alien dimensional creatures will not appear in the game copy, so in the end I still have to go in and see the reality of the dimensional creatures. Fortunately, Zhou is not too afraid. That dimensional creature can disobey the rules of Lei Juntai. He has Taoist formulas and Taisheng Kaidianjing in his body, so he can also disobey them. Of course, what really made Zhou so confident was that the ancient Emperor Sutra was promoted to the natural disaster level. Although his real level was still the fear level, when the human sovereign sacrifice domain opened, he was no worse than the real natural disaster. Coupled with the small Zhou Tian killing array and the soul mirror, even if the creature is a natural disaster grade, it is still uncertain who will kill who. There's nothing to be afraid of, just one word: do it. Zhou summoned the prisoner dragon's armor and put it on his body, used the ancient emperor scriptures and Taoist tactics at the same time, and summoned the soul mirror and held it in his arms. Go to the gate of Mingdao Palace. After passing through the gate, you will see a small square, with pavilions. And pavilions in it like mountains, and I don't know how many buildings there are. When Zhou came, Yu Choubai gave him a map, but looking at it now, many of the buildings inside did not match the map Yu Choubai gave him. Of course it wasn't that Yu Choubai wanted to harm him, give him a fake map. But because the dimensional field itself is constantly changing, the internal space is stretched, new buildings appear, and the layout will naturally change accordingly. However, no matter how the internal environment changes, the general layout will not change much. Lei Juntai. Should be at the back of Mingdao Palace. Zhou Wen swept his eyes and saw that there were many dimensional creatures of birds living nearby, and some small beasts playing on the nearby grass. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Fighting and killing is not the purpose, solve that dimensional creature. That's the key. A person with connotation and culture like me is even less suitable for fighting and killing. It's better to use some brains. I heard that the dimensional creature only killed humans and did not harm other dimensional creatures. Now it looks right at first glance. I am now using the ability of the bloodline pattern of the demon god to imitate and transform into one of the dimensional creatures, so I can rest assured and boldly search for its traces. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that it was such a truth, so he quietly lurked on the grass next to him, and at the same time depicted the bloodline of the demon god. With the disqualified as an assistant, the analog deformation ability of the demon god body is not as weak as before, and the disqualified person has a huge blessing on the demon god body. Although Zhou Wen had tried his best to restrain his breath and let the breath of the demon god body show, the little beasts on the grass still retreated into the woods vigilantly one by one when they saw him approaching, apparently still very wary of him. A few small beasts looked clumsy and ran slowly. One small beast accidentally tripped over a tree root protruding from the ground, and its chubby and fluffy body fell to the ground. There is a kind of Garfield cat. A feeling of course, the little beast is not Garfield, it is probably some kind of cat, and it is as high as Zhou Wen's legs, but because he is too fat, he looks clumsy. His face is also chubby and round, and his eyes are black and big and round. It seems to be very confused, not as ferocious as cats like tigers, but a bit like a panda. However, the fur on its body is not black and white, it is a gray or bluish color. Just change it. Zhou Wen saw that it was the dumbest and the slowest running, so he directly used the demon body, and his own body also changed while his eyes scanned its body. In just a moment, two clumsy little beasts appeared on the grass, both in appearance and breath, like twins. The little beast, who wanted to escape, smelled the breath, looked back, and found that there was a creature exactly the same as himself, and suddenly stopped the steps of escaping. This guy must be not very smart. He turned around, looked at Zhou Wen curiously, and approached himself to smell Zhou Wen's body with his nose. Even Zhou Wen admired his deformation ability a little. The little beast sniffed for a while, and even regarded Zhou Wen as its kind, and even came up and leaned against Zhou Wen with his body, as if he wanted to hug him. Good, you're already a mature beast, let's go to the exciting place to play together. Zhou Wen just took it as a cover, teasing it while walking to the right of Mingdao Palace. If you go straight, you are likely to run into the creature directly. Zhou Wen intends to walk through the corridor on the right, and it is best not to alert the dimensional creature that will kill it when it sees it. Because Zhou Wen has become a dimensional creature, those dimensional creatures on the road will no longer be afraid when they see him. They do what they should do, as if he does not exist. Zhou Wen seduced the little beast all the way to the bell tower. From a distance, you could see the big bell on the bell tower, made of cast iron, taller than a person, with the words Mingdao Palace engraved on it. Zhou Wen didn't plan to look for trouble, so naturally he wouldn't go to the bell tower. After walking for a while, he saw a stone pavilion in the woods next to him. Before he reached the corridor next to the bell tower. It is not uncommon to have a stone pavilion in the Mingdao Palace. After the mutation, there are no 180 stone pavilions, but in this stone pavilion. There is a giant beast, which is using the blood red like the wheel at this time. He stared at him without blinking. It can't be so coincidental, Zhou muttered in his heart. The giant beast in the stone pavilion looks like a giant bear with gray-blue hair. Zhou current appearance is somewhat similar to it. This little beast is not a cat. So it's a bear? You are too deceptive, right? Zhou sensed that the giant bear's breath was extremely terrifying. Before it became angry, the breath on its body was already surging like a tsunami. Even Zhou felt terrified. It must be a natural disaster grade. Zhou has always been in awe of creatures like bears. Although many people think that bears are stupid animals, they seem to be stupid and big, and they feel like they are easy to bully. Zhou thought so when he was very young. But when he was in middle school, Yu Choubai told some legends about bears, which completely subverted Zhou's cognition of bears, so that every time he saw bear-like dimensional creatures, he subconsciously became more cautious. In fact, in the earliest myths and legends of the Eastern District, bears occupied a very important position. Shanyuan Huangdi has a bear clan. In the legend of Dayu's water control, Dayu also turned into a bear to fight against various water beasts. Before the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, many legends about the god bear were also the earliest totem worship image. In a very later era, the reason why ancient people worshipped bears so much is not only because of their infinite strength and outstanding combat effectiveness, but also because of their hibernation habits. Bears can go without food or drink for several months. It feels like a resurrection from the dead, so the ancients worshipped bears very much. Even the legendary chaos beast, in some versions, was probably created with bears as a blueprint. After listening to what Yu Choubai said at that time, Zhou's perception of bears changed a lot, so when he saw a giant bear of natural disaster grade here, Zhou unconsciously became cautious and did not launch an attack immediately. The giant bear just stared at him, but didn't even launch an attack. The giant bear's blood-red eyes looked at the little beast beside him and then at Zhou, as if he had a hard time deciding. Zhou's heart suddenly moved, so it can't tell who is its child, so it hesitates so much, and has never done it. When Zhou was thinking about it, the giant bear got up and walked out of the stone pavilion, circled around Zhou and the little bear a few times, then stretched out his paws and threw both Zhou and the little bear on its back. Zhou was taken aback, but fortunately his mental line was thick enough, strongly resisted the urge to shoot, and finally came to the back of the giant bear. Which bastard said that the natural disaster creature here is like a lion but not a lion, like a tiger but not a tiger, like your sister? This is a bear at all. Zhou was on the back of the giant bear. Many thoughts flashed in his heart. Based on his current position, it is undoubtedly the best opportunity to assassinate the giant bear. He only needs to pull out the immortal killing sword and strike the giant bear's neck or other weak defenses. Maybe there will be a natural disaster grade today. Bear meat was eaten. Zhou thought of this, his mouth could not help secreting saliva, and he had to swallow. However, Zhou quickly denied this idea. A natural disaster level creature has no rational quotient, right? Even if it can't tell who its children are, doesn't it even know how many children it has? This is obviously illogical. The giant bear puts both of them on its back when it knows that there is a creature that is not its child, so there must be something wrong with it. I see this bear, it must be trying to smack me, there must be some conspiracy waiting for me, it must Be like this, I can't act rashly, can't let it see the flaw, first figure out what conspiracy it has. Let's talk. Zhou Wenxiang resisted the urge to assassinate the giant bear now. The giant bear twisted and walked slowly through the woods. Its body is huge, but when it moves, its body seems to turn into a blue phantom. And when it hits a tree or other plant, it goes through it like that. Even Zhou Wen and Little Bear on it were also affected by this power. Zhou Wen looked at the big trees passing through his body, but they seemed illusory, which surprised him greatly. Zhou Wen himself is proficient in the power of the space system, the transmission and space shuttle capabilities of the space system, and Zhou Wen is also proficient in it. He can say with certainty that this is by no means the ability of the space system. It's really strange, where did this bear come from? With such a level and ability, among the creatures on the earth that have broken the ban now, there are not many who can fight it, and it still needs to avoid the enemy and run away. Are you coming to a place like Lei Juntai? Zhou Wen felt more and more strange the more he thought about it. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that there was a big problem with the origin of this bear, and he was even more afraid to shoot casually. The giant bear carried Zhou Wen and Xiaoxiong slowly towards the depths of Mingdao Palace. Whether it was the woods or various buildings, nothing could stop the giant bear's progress. It seems to be a ghost that does not exist in the world, walking in the red dust, but will not be bound by any material in the red dust. Zhou Wen saw various buildings and ancient trees, and many dimensional creatures appeared around, but those dimensional creatures did not dare to approach the giant bear. Once they found the giant bear, they would quickly retreat. They just retreated, not that kind of frightened feeling, and after retreating, they watched the giant bear not far away, and it could be seen that they did not seem to be particularly afraid. Could this guy want to take me to Lei Juntai? What is its purpose for doing this? What is it good for? Could it be that there is something on Lei Juntai that can tell it apart? Who is its real child? While Zhou Wenjing guessed, the giant bear slowly stopped and did not continue to move forward. Zhou Wen looked around and found that he hadn't reached Lei Juntai yet. In front of the giant bear, there was an ancient well, and there were racks and wooden barrels for fetching water on the ancient well. When he got here, the giant bear lay down, and then took Zhou Wen and the little bear down and put them by the well, and then it turned out to be like a human. What is this guy trying to do? Zhou Wen looked around and saw the words Shengquanjing engraved on a stone, and immediately knew where it was. This holy spring well is still quite famous. It is said that when Lao Jun was about to ascend to the sky, his mount Qingniu, which was tied to the well, seemed to know that his master was going, and he couldn't help mooing loudly. Is shed blood and tears. Lao Jun also didn't give up this green ox, but the green ox was mortal, and it was impossible to ascend with him. In desperation, Lao Jun poured all the golden elixir of a gourd that he had trained himself into the well, causing the spring water in the originally ordinary well to flow spontaneously. Qingniu drank the holy spring water every day, and in the future, he was able to ascend and reunite with its owner. The holy spring well seemed to have dried up before, and after the Mingdao Palace was transformed into a dimensional realm, the holy spring well spewed out spring water again. After the spring water resurfaced, some people once tried to drink the spring water from the holy spring well, but there was no special effect. While Zhou Wen was still thinking, the giant bear had already brought out the bucket, which was full of water. If it was before, the water produced would not be too clear, but now the water in the whole bucket looks cleaner and more transparent than pure water, and you can even smell the sweetness of spring water. The ecological environment of the earth today is many times better than before. Speaking of which, is this a kind of self-repair of the earth? Zhou Wen couldn't help thinking to himself. The giant bear placed the bucket between Zhou Wen and the little bear, and the little bear just lowered his head and licked the water in the bucket. Seeing this, Zhou Wen had to put his head close, otherwise the giant bear would see the flaw, and the previous forbearance would be in vain. Now, Zhou Wen doesn't have much interest in killing this giant bear. The Mingdao Palace has changed so much. Now Zhou Wen just wants to know if Lei Juntai has changed. In the past, Lei Juntai had a total of 33 levels from bottom to top, which meant that Lao Jun was soaring for 33 days. I don't know what Lei Juntai has become now. In fact, before coming, Zhou Wen still had some expectations. The Taoist formula he cultivated came from Lao Jun Mountain, which is called Lei Juntai. Maybe there is some relationship between them, and it may be possible to use Lei Juntai to promote the Taoist formula to natural disaster. However, he has seen it all the way, and he has not found anything that can promote the promotion of Dao Ju. At least the Taishang Kaidianjing in his body does not resonate. Zhou Wen drank water while thinking about it, and soon he and the little bear drank the bucket of water. Finally, the little bear returned the bucket with his hands and feet, rolled to the ground, and poured the rest of the water into his mouth. There is nothing special about Zhou Wen drinking this water, that is, there is no rich vitality contained in it, nor does he find any special attributes. Apart from the fact that the water is really sweet and refreshing, he really didn't find any benefits of this water. Seeing that the bucket was empty, the giant bear took the bucket away, quickly filled another bucket of water, and placed it between Zhou Wen and Xiaoxiong. Again, seemingly to let them continue drinking. Xiaoxiong consciously went to drink water, but Zhou Wen was not very happy. Although he could drink it, he was not an animal in water, so why drink so much water? Think about it, you still need to drink water, and you can't drink less than the little bear. In case the little bear drank a lot every day and he only drank a little, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the giant bear. Zhou Wen never expected that the giant bear would fetch water bucket after bucket, and he had no plans to stop at all. As long as the water in the bucket is finished, the giant bear will immediately draw another bucket of water. Zhou Wen foolishly scrambled to drink with the bear at first. After waiting for a few buckets, he couldn't take it anymore, so he could only drink as little as possible and let the bear drink more. After 10 barrels, Zhou Wen was already at a loss. Basically, he just stuck out his tongue and licked it twice, but he couldn't drink any more. Now Zhou Wen is thinking, even if he fights with the giant bear now, he won't want to drink water anymore. Who knew that Zhou Wen's performance was so obvious, but the giant bear seemed to turn a blind eye. Zhou Wen had only heard of food buckets that couldn't eat enough before, and buckets like Little Bear that couldn't hold water. This was the first time he saw it. That Little Bear was like a bottomless pit. After drinking more than half of it, he still didn't look like he had enough, and his stomach didn't change much. Could it be true that the water in the holy spring well is really good? But I also drank a lot, and I don't feel anything. I've been drinking it for so long, so what's the benefit? It should be effective now, right? But if it's not good, how can that little bear drink so much, as if he can't get enough? Zhou Wen was thinking, should he drink more, what if it's really good? But this idea was denied by him in an instant. He really couldn't drink it anymore, and he wanted to vomit when he saw the water. Forget it, if the water from the holy spring well is really beneficial, I'll find a chance to take some out in the future and put it in the chaotic space. Use holy spring water for eating, cooking, and soup, and even washing clothes with holy spring water. Zhou also. Just thinking about it like this, he was really reluctant to use the holy spring water if he really asked him to wash his clothes. Then what does the giant bear want to do? Zhou saw that the giant bear was still fetching water for the little bear to drink, and he had more and more questions in his heart. But he didn't know who to ask. Anyway, after that, Zhou simply stood aside and watched, not even doing his appearance. Zhou kept counting beside him. When the little bear drank more than 30 buckets, it seemed that he was finally full, and the remaining half bucket of water was not finished, so he burped. Seeing that the little bear was full, the giant bear did not continue to draw water, and stretched out its claws, picked up Zhou and the little bear, put them back on its back, and then turned and walked into the woods. On one side, the giant bear walked through the forest, and not long after it came to a building that looked like a mountain. Leijuntai? Zhou took a closer look. Although the building was somewhat different from the Leijuntai in the resources, it was generally correct. It's just that the height of Leijuntai should be many times higher than before, and it is conservatively estimated that it has exceeded 100 meters. Although Leijuntai is much taller, the proportions have not changed, so it does not seem to have changed too much. Even the steps are still the same, only 33rd. It's just that one step is now 2 or 3 meters high, so it's a bit troublesome for ordinary people to go up. For giant bears, it's not a problem, they use all fours together, one step after another, constantly climbing up. I originally wanted to go to Laojuan's platform to see it. This is just right. You don't have to walk by yourself, you can ride a bear up there. Is this treatment your only one? Zhou sat firmly on the giant bear platform. The little bear has been tired of him, always leaning on Zhou. The top of Laojun Terrace was already in front of him. Zhou looked above the eyebrows, and saw that the 3 words engraved on it were not Laojun Terrace, but Xingxian Terrace. At this time, the gate of Shengxiantai was closed, and nothing could be seen from the outside, and the giant bear was already lying at the door, and did not rush in immediately. Zhou eyes were attracted by the pair of door stalls on the left and right in front of the door. The door stall was shaped like an upright drum. The drum surface was engraved with the pattern of 2 dragons playing with beads. Above the door stall, there was another one. What kind of animal sculpture? Because the years have been too long, it has been deformed a little, and it is impossible to see what the creature is. Zhou was studying what the alien beast was on the door, but the giant bear suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the door, and the next second, he heard a rumbling sound. The giant bear stood upright, its front paws slammed on the door, smashing the door with a rumble. The door panel shook violently, as if it would fly out at any time, but it still did not open in the end. Bang bang! Bang bang! The giant bear slammed the door fiercely, paw after paw. Zhou thought to himself. This is Leijuntai, where Laojun soars, so it's strange to be able to slap it away with brute force. Click! Zhou was thinking about it, and suddenly heard that the sound was wrong. He quickly climbed onto the shoulder of the giant bear, looked in the direction of the door, and saw that there were many cracks on the door panel. I'm going. Isn't it? Can this be opened by brute force? Zhou felt a chill in his Heart. Although Zhou had never tried to photograph the gate of Laojun Terrace, Zhou did not miss the things in Laojun Mountain. Not to mention the gate, even the grass and trees on the golden top seemed to be guarded by immortal power. Hard to hurt it. A place like Laojuntai is by no means inferior to Laojunshan. But it is only stronger or weaker than Laojunshan in terms of the power of the taboo. It can't be said that the gate is not strong, nor can it be said that the guardian force of Laojuntai is not strong enough. It can only be said that this bear is too scary. Where did this bear come from? Zhou. One is a little fortunate now that he didn't start at the beginning, and his brain turned quickly to search for myths and legends related to bears. However, the myths and legends related to bears are basically from ancient times. And there are too few handed down, and Zhou also knows a few. What about flying bear in a dream, Dayu transforming into a bear, etc., but after a comparison, it doesn't seem to be very similar to this. Blue giant bear. Both red bears and black bears have heard legends. Like the black bear spirit in Journey to the West, it is a black bear, but I have never heard of this blue bear. Could it be from other districts? I don't know much about the myths and legends in the district. After thinking about it, I didn't expect any special bear mythical creatures. The famous frost bear is white, even if it has a little blue. It is also frost blue, but this bear is gray blue and has no ice attribute at all. Clap clap clap. As the giant bear slapped, the cracks on the door became more and more, and it seemed that it was about to be smashed. Zhou and Little Bear were lying on the shoulders of the giant bear, and the flying sawdust hit them. Zhou picked up a piece of sawdust and looked at it. I saw a faint golden light flowing in the broken wood, not like ordinary wood. Zhou squeezed it hard, and his strength was infinitely close to the natural disaster level. It was supposed to be just a piece of broken wood, and the fibrous tissue was also damaged a lot, but he was unable to squeeze the sawdust out of shape. Boom! The door was smashed into a hole by the bear's claws. The giant bear continued to exert force, making the hole bigger and bigger. It only took a while, and the two door plates were smashed by the giant bear. The giant bear landed on its front paws and climbed in through the broken door. The space on Laojuan's platform was originally not that big. After the dimensionalization, it was only a few hundred square meters. On the right was the Hall of Spirit Treasures, on the left was the Hall of Wealth God, and the main hall. There were only 3 halls in total. At this time, the doors of the 3 halls were closed, and it was unknown what gods were enshrined inside. While Zhou was still looking at it, the giant bear turned right when he entered the door, and came to an iron pillar stuck on the ground. The iron pillar was thicker than the thigh, and the part above the ground was more than 1 meter long. The top was oval, and the shape was a bit strange. The iron pillar has long been rusted, and I don't know how many years it has been inserted here. Zhou doesn't know much about Laojuntai. He has never been here before, and he doesn't know what the iron pillar is. The giant bear stood upright again, hugged the iron pillar with both claws, and was about to pull it out. Boom! Boom! The giant bear suddenly exerted force, and the force that could pull the mountain upside down only made the iron pillar rise a little. And the entire Laojuntai shook as if it had been shaken. The giant bear continued to exert its strength, roaring to pull out the iron pillar, clasped it tightly with its claws, and pulled the iron pillar up a little bit. Laojun Mountain kept shaking, and the 3 palaces were shaking. But the gate of the palace was still closed, and it seemed that there was no one guarding it. Zhou Wen looked strange, and secretly said in his heart, "Isn't it said that Lei Juntai is guarded by Taisheng Laojun himself? Why is there no reaction at this time? It can't be that the legend is wrong, this is not the real place where Taisheng Laojun really ascended, right?" But after thinking about it, Zhou Wen had another thought: could it be that this giant bear is too terrifying, and the power guarding Lei Juntai dare not come out to stop him? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. The taboo power of Lei Juntai is not fake. It is very similar to the forbidden power of Lei Junchen. Lei Junchen has so many terrifying creatures guarding it. It is impossible that there is not even one guardian here. Then the only possibility is that the guardian here is afraid of the giant bear and dare not come out to stop it. The iron pillar has been pulled out by the giant bear for more than 1 meter, and after a while, the entire iron pillar was pulled out. The huge iron pillar was like a toy in the hands of the giant bear. It sniffed the iron pillar with its nose for a while, and then showed a revealing expression on its face, grabbed the iron pillar with its claws, and threw it violently. Hearing a bang, the iron pillar slammed directly through the wall of the main hall, and most of it was inserted in, only the last part was exposed. Even so, the main hall was still closed, and there was no movement. What is the origin of this bear? Zhou Wen felt more and more terrified. When he brushed the dungeon in Laojun Mountain, he hadn't done much damage. He just walked around and was killed. Now the giant bear is about to demolish the house, but there is no movement at all. And it is not normal, no matter what. The giant bear seemed to be very angry. He rushed to the gate of the main hall, stretched out its bare paw, slapped it a few more times, and let out an angry roar. Zhou Wen was sweating on his forehead and smashed Taisheng Laojun's place. This is the old birthday star who hanged himself. He thought he had a long life. If he were to rank the gods all over the sky, even if this one didn't rank first, Zhou Wen couldn't think of anyone who could rank above him. Fortunately, the gate of the main hall is much stronger than the mountain gate. The giant bear slapped it several times. But the gate was not damaged, but it was smashed. Seemingly knowing that he could not open the door, the giant bear landed on the ground with its front paws, turned a few times in front of the door, and walked to the left along the main hall. On the left side of the hall, there is a stone plate with a stone gourd on the stone plate. The giant bear came to the stone plate and circled around the stone plate twice. When Zhou Wen thought it was going to shoot the stone gourd and the stone plate again, the giant bear suddenly stretched out its claws, one paw at a time, took Zhou Wen and the little bear down, and placed them in front of the stone plate. The little bear turned around and climbed on the giant bear unwillingly. The giant bear stretched out his claws and carried it to the stone plate. He also pushed Xiaoxiong and Zhou Wen. Seeing that, it seemed that he wanted them to do something to the stone plate. What does this mean? Does it think it's not enough to smash it alone, and wants us to practice and smash things with it? Zhou Wen muttered to himself. Seeing that Zhou Wen and Xiaoxiong did not move, the giant bear's violent temper came up, pushed Zhou Wen and Xiaoxiong aside, stood in front of the stone plate, formed a claws clasped, and then volleyed up and down a few times, then turned his head shouted at Zhou Wen and Xiaoxiong a few times. What do you mean? Tell us by precept and example, teach us how to destroy, let us smash the gourd and the stone plate? Zhou Wen looked at the giant bear's movements, and it seemed that he meant to let them pick up the gourd and the stone plate, and then smashed the gourd and the stone plate. On the ground. While Zhou was still thinking, the giant bear roared at the two of them again, and pushed them with his claws, almost pushing them onto the stone plate. Zhou thought to himself, that little bear is stupid. I guess he can't understand the meaning of the giant bear. Now is the time for me to show it. Roar. Thinking of this, Zhou imitated the giant bear, let out a roar, and stretched out his claws, to hammer his chest. But on second thought, it seemed to be the action of an orangutan. The bear should not have this move, so he quickly put his hand down again and took a peek at the giant bear. Fortunately, the giant bear didn't care, so Zhou was relieved, stretched out his claws, hugged the gourd first, and wanted to pick up the gourd and smash it. Anyway, there is a giant bear. Even if Lei Juntai wants to settle the account, it should be counted on the giant bear. Zhou admitted that he was quite good at sabotage, and was about to pick up the stone gourd, and then slammed it to the ground. But he tried hard, and the stone gourd didn't move at all, and it didn't even mean to get up. The stone gourd is only about 2 feet high, so it shouldn't look too heavy. Zhou used very little force in order to dress up the bear. Seeing that he couldn't move it, he secretly used more force. As a result, the gourd remained motionless, as if it was welded to the stone plate below. Zhou added some strength and tried several times. But the result was the same every time, and the gourd had no meaning to move. What's the matter with this stone gourd? Could it be that this thing is a treasure? But if it's really a treasure, why would you just leave it out? It should be stored in the hall. Zhou looked at the stone gourd and felt a little touched for a while. Not sure what happened to this thing. Now Zhou regrets that he didn't understand Lei Juntai carefully beforehand. Zhou didn't expect such a situation. Originally, Lei Juntai itself was not a threat. He came this time mainly to clean up the giant bear, but it turned out to be like this. The little bear on the side, seemingly attracted by Zhou's appearance, he moved his fat body and squeezed over, pushing Zhou aside, his 4 claws lined up, and he hugged the stone gourd. I can't even hold it, it's only strange that you can. Zhou thought to himself. But now Xiaoxiong jumped out on his own initiative, and it could be regarded as helping him relieve the siege, and Zhou was still very grateful to him. While the little bear was holding the gourd, Zhou looked at the gourd and saw that the gourd was engraved with cloud patterns and dragon patterns, and the dragon shuttled between the clouds. The little bear is a fool. It holds the stone gourd and has no intention of picking it up at all. He even wants to eat it. As if he wants to know if this thing can be eaten. After chewing twice, there was no movement, and he was unwilling to hold the gourd with his front paws, as if wondering if he could swallow the gourd. If you can eat this thing, I will respect you for being a man. Zhou was thinking about it, when he suddenly saw that the gourd was shining brightly. A streak of golden light emerged from the cloud pattern, and the originally solid stone gourd looked like it had something inside. Naturally, the stone gourd can't have a hole. But now there is golden light flickering on the top of the gourd, and then I see a golden thing spurting out of the golden light from the mouth of the gourd. Zhou only saw that the thing that spewed out was a golden pill, and the little bear had already opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. After swallowing it, the little bear snorted, as if he didn't have enough fun. After eating one, the little bear was still not satisfied, and nibbled on the gourd again. He didn't know how it was made. After a while, another pill was sprayed out. The little bear opened his mouth and swallowed it. Zhou didn't even see what the pills looked like, they were all shining with golden light anyway. Maybe it was because of eating Danwan, Zhou Wen saw that the fur on the bear had a pale golden luster, and there was also a fragrance. The pills flying from this gourd. Shouldn't it be Taishang Laojuan's golden pill? Zhou Wen's eyes were about to pop out. The little bear gnawed and gnawed there, and a pill burst out in a while, and a pill jumped out in a while. Zhou Wen was greedy when he saw it. This is Taishang Laojuan's sight. The pills that jumped out are likely to be elixir, even if it is not the famous 9-turn golden pill, it must not be ordinary. Only now did Zhou Wen understand that the giant bears did not bring them to destroy, but to eat elixir. Zhou Wen really wanted to slap himself now, but he didn't grasp the good opportunity just now, obviously. He was the one who hugged the gourd first. Who knew it would be like this? The giant bear was so violent when it came up. I thought it wanted. Zhou Wen was full of regret, but it was useless. He could only wait by the side. I hope the little bear will hurry up, let go of the gourd. And let him also get 2 elixir to eat. But the little bear seemed to have a lot of appetite. He even ate 7 or 8 pills, but he still didn't seem to be full, and he was still gnawing and biting. Eat, 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 you know how to eat, you see what your body has become, how can you find the other half of your life in the future? Which bear girl can like you? Let's eat more snacks. Stop eating, and lose weight. Zhou Wen muttered in his heart. I don't know if the little bear heard his heart, or if he was really full. He let go of the stone gourd, rolled on the ground, rolled to the side, lay on his back gasping for breath. His belly was bulging, it looked like it's eaten up. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and hurriedly crawled over and hugged the gourd with his claws. He didn't care that the gourd was covered in saliva from the bear, so he opened his mouth to chew on it. Of course, Zhou Wen couldn't chew the gourd of the stone, he just imitated the little bear's movements. After a while, a golden light flashed on the gourd, and a pill was sprayed out from it. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw it, and quickly opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Danwan entered his stomach, and suddenly a strange force spread out in his stomach. It felt very strange, and he didn't know whether it was hot or cold. The power that seems to be cold and hot spreads and flows in the body. The feeling is indescribable. The body seems to be feathering into a flying immortal. It is getting lighter and lighter. Zhou Wen himself feels that if a breeze blows, his body will follow the wind and go straight to 9 nights. Of course, that's just Zhou Wen's own feeling. Naturally, he wasn't really blown away. Not only was he not blown away, but his body was still getting heavier, and the bricks under him were crushed to pieces. Zhou Wen lowered his head and wanted to eat the gourd again and get a few more pills to eat, but in the process of lowering his head, his body gradually turned into a stone. Before Zhou Wen's mouth touched the gourd, his body was completely petrified, turning into a stone beast, holding a stone gourd. Zhou Wen's body couldn't move, but his consciousness was still clear. He clearly felt that his body was as light as a feather, and the petrification process did not respond at all. I'm going, what's the situation? Zhou Wen was horrified. He clearly felt that his body was fluttering, as if a gust of wind could blow it away, but it turned into a stone and couldn't move. What is even more terrifying is that the various vitality tactics in his body cannot be used, and the vitality cannot be operated. As if it has really become a stubborn stone. Could it be that the giant bear knew it would be like this for a long time, so he deliberately brought us to eat pills? If it is really its cub, it will not turn into a stone, so as to distinguish who is its child? Zhou Wen's mood incredibly complicated. Seeing that Zhou Wen had turned into a stone statue, the giant bear carried the little bear on his back, then turned and walked out of the door, going down the stone steps, which seemed to verify Zhou Wen's idea. When it came to the little bear, he looked back at Zhou Wen from time to time and called out twice, as if he wanted him to follow. Zhou Wen couldn't move, and he couldn't keep up. He could only watch them go down Lei Agentai and disappear within the range that Zhou Wen could sense. Zhou Wen had to calm down and try to use various powers to get rid of the current situation. But the vitality art can't be used, can't summon companion pets, can't even move his body. Zhou Wen really has nothing to do. Did I just turn into a stone statue and be lonely here for 1,000 years? Zhou Wen was depressed, but he still didn't give up his plan to survive, and only hoped that there would be some good changes. As time passed by, Zhou Wen was never able to recover from the state of the stone statue. Why is it okay for the little bear to eat it, but it turns into a stone when I eat it? That little bear doesn't look like a stone type. In terms of immunity, I have the ability to listen carefully and to open the scriptures, so I shouldn't be weak. What kind of power is Jindan? Zhou Wen kept thinking in his heart, hoping to find the key point of the problem. But until the sky turned into the night and the moon was in the middle of the sky, I didn't want to understand what kind of power Jindan was. The cold moonlight fell on the Laojun terrace, as if to make this originally mysterious Laojun terrace covered with a veil. Everything was silent. Zhou Wen's hearing was still there, but the scope was only limited to the vicinity of Lei Agentai, and it was only normal hearing, not the ability to listen carefully. His eyes can also see, but what he can see is only what is in front of him. Mr. Yu is still waiting for me to go back, and I have to find a way to get out as soon as possible. Zhou Wen was thinking, and suddenly heard something strange. The voice seemed to be someone talking, but it couldn't really be heard. It was like a whisper, heard between half asleep and half awake. It seemed to be audible, but it was impossible to hear what it was saying. Zhou Wen didn't sleep, and naturally he wouldn't be half asleep. He listened carefully. He could clearly hear the sound, and the sound was not so small that it was inaudible, but he couldn't hear what was being said. Zhou Wen couldn't even be sure whether the sound was made by a human being, but unfortunately his body couldn't turn, and the direction of the sound was not within his sight. After listening for a while, Zhou Wen only heard that the voice should have come from the direction of the main hall. With that giant bear around, most people wouldn't dare to come to Lei Agentai. Even if they dared to come, I wouldn't hear any movement when I boarded Lei Agentai. Could it be that the sound came from the main hall? What? Zhou Wen thought about it, and there was a glimmer of hope in his heart. He also didn't know what was in the main hall, but he thought that the one who was worshipped was Taisheng Laojun. If this voice really came from the main hall, there might be something mysterious. But no matter how Zhou Wen listened, he couldn't hear what the voice was saying, and after a while, the voice gradually disappeared. Early in the morning, Zhou Wen saw a piece of purple light falling on the ground in front of him, which was indescribably magical and beautiful. The purple light came from the east, and Zhou Wen's location was on the west side of the main hall, and his line of sight could not see what the purple light was emitting. After waiting for a while, the angle of the purple light was deflected a little, and a purple light came in and hit him. No, it should be said that it shone on the stone gourd. Zhou Wen was surprised to find that the stone gourd automatically glowed with golden light, sucking the purple energy into the gourd. Zhou Wen was holding the gourd, and his body was also illuminated by the purple light. He only felt that his body was warm. After thinking about it all night, his brain became somewhat chaotic, and immediately became refreshed, as if he had just woken up. The time of the purple light irradiation was not long. After a while, the angle of the purple light was deflected, and it could no longer be irradiated to this position. The stone gourd returned to its original state, and Zhou Wen was no longer illuminated by the purple light. For 2 or 3 days in a row, Zhou Wen was unable to think of a way to get out of trouble. Every day at midnight, the strange whispers can be heard, and in the morning, purple light can be seen. The purple light irradiated him so that he could faintly feel some signs of recovery, but the irradiation time was too short, and before he could lift the petrification, the purple light had disappeared. Although he knew that the time was running out, Yu Qiubai must have been working hard, but he had no choice but to be patient. He listened to the whispers every night, and tried his best to make himself look like a gourd. When bathing in purple light in the morning, absorb some violet light. But this is not easy. You can't use the vitality art. It is obviously a very difficult thing to actively absorb the purple light. Zhou Wen has been trying, but has not been successful. Zhou Wen has not seen the shadow of the giant bear and the little bear in the past few days. When the gate was destroyed by the giant bear, it will automatically return to its original state the next day. Zhou Wen could occasionally hear some dimensional creatures wandering around Lei Agentai, but no dimensional creature dared to board Lei Agentai. There are not even dimensional creatures that go up the steps. At most, they wander around the steps for a while, and then leave by themselves. Early in the morning, Zhou Wen was enjoying that moment of purple light, but suddenly heard footsteps coming from under Lao Jun's stage. At first, Zhou Wen thought he heard it wrong, but immediately he heard someone talking. "Old man. Are you sure it's here?" A somewhat lazy man's voice came. Zhou Wen's face suddenly became strange when he heard this voice so familiar, because this voice sounded like senior brother Lu Yun. No way? What is Lu Yun doing here? Zhou Wen was very puzzled. Although Lu Yun is his senior brother, the relationship between the two is really difficult to describe in terms of good or bad. Anyway, Lu Yun always wanted to cheat Zhou Wen before, but every time he met Zhou Wen, he would always suffer. Zhou Wen started passively counterattacking, but after a long time, he couldn't help but want to take the initiative to bully this senior. The relationship between the two can never be considered good, but to say it is bad, it is not always true. No matter what Lu Yun thinks, Zhou Wen has never really thought about what to do with senior brother Lu Yun, and has never even regarded him as an enemy. This kind of feeling is very strange. He is obviously someone who wants to pit him when they meet, but he doesn't think he is an enemy. The place where Lao Jun ascended should be right here. A somewhat old voice came. Zhou Wen was stunned when he heard this voice, because he was familiar with this voice. It should be Jing Daoxian's voice. Why is Lu Yun still messing with Jing Daoxian? Has he not suffered enough? Could it be that Jing Daoxian used some tricks on Lu Yun to make Lu Yun have to obey him? Strange, why Lu Yun and Jing Daoxian got together. After thinking about it, Lu Yun was caught by Jing Daoxian when he was in Qin Huangling's mausoleum before. That might be the case. Many places claim to have something to do with Taishang Laojun. You said the same thing last time in Laozi's hometown. What's the result? Lu Yun mocked. This great immortal is the ancestor of Taoism. Everyone wants to get a little bit of luck, which makes the information too confusing and needs to be verified slowly. This Lei Juntai is the place where Lao Jun ascended, so long as no one rushes in front of us. Come, that thing should still be here. Jing Daoxian said slowly. Let's take a look at it first. I don't dare to hold such high hopes anymore. But Lu Yun still didn't seem to believe Jing Daoxian's judgment. He was about to walk up the steps, but was stopped by Jing Daoxian. The 33 steps of this Lei Juntai, it symbolizes the 33 days, the first order is 1 day, and it is not easy to climb up. Jing Daoxian said. There's nothing surprising about it. Lu Yun looked at the steps and felt that there was nothing special except that it was higher. The more Zhou listened, the more strange he felt. He was carried by the giant bear on his back. He didn't think the steps were anything special. But listening to Jing Daoxian's tone, even he did not dare to despise the 33 steps. The Taoist school pays attention to returning to the basics. The more inconspicuous the place, the more careful you must be. Otherwise, if I am not by your side in the future, even if you have 10 lives, it will not be enough to die. Jing Daoxian said seriously. I've been alone for so many years, haven't I lived well? Lu Yun said disapprovingly. If you don't believe it, you can go up and have a try. Jing Daoxian said slowly. Just try. Lu Yun said and jumped over the steps. After Lu Yun landed on the steps, Zhou suddenly couldn't hear his voice, but Lu Yun clearly landed on the first step. It seems that those steps are just like what Jing Daoxian said, with incredible power. It's just because I was carried by the giant bear, and the giant bear directly broke through the power limit on the steps, so I didn't feel the existence of that power. Zhou was thinking, but suddenly heard a scream. The flowing cloud, which seemed to have disappeared, screamed and fell to the ground outside the steps, as if it had appeared out of thin air. 33rd rank, you can't hold on after you have reached the 7th rank, which is too weak. Jing Daoxian said mockingly. Being able to go to the 7th rank is already a gift from heaven. A genius like me is already rare in the world. Hard to find in the world, and there are few among human beings. Lu Yun got up from the ground and wiped it away. The blood on the corner of the mouth is hard. Which of your junior brothers is better than you? Jing Daoxian said slowly. Then I'll let them. I'm thinking of the love of the same family, and I don't want to bully the small. Lu Yun said while twisting his neck. And Tianzhua from Luoyang, Dugugu from the Dugu family, Zhang Chuanqiu from the Zhang family, and Xiao Luchuan from the Xia family are not worse than you, right? And the kid from the Nanhai Feng family, the little doll from the Ming family's sword, is better than you. It's not much different, right? It seems that a genius like you is not very rare. Jing Daoxian gave examples one by one. Lu Yun was immediately displeased. Where are the 2 boys, Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiao, my opponents, and Tianzhua will be at a tie with me at most, barely at the same level, and the others are not to be feared. What you said about a tie, is it like the last time at the Longmen Grottos in Luoyang, where he was chasing him, but he didn't catch up? That's right, anyway. As long as you don't die, it's a tie. Jing Daoxian laughed. How do you know? Lu Yun was shocked, staring at Jing Daoxian, and asked. I know a lot. Jing Daoxian didn't answer him, looking at the steps in front of him and said, these 33 steps are the distance between heaven and earth, and it is the process from ordinary to immortal. The epic level can reach the 33rd order with its own ability, and it can break through the limit of heaven and man, and promote the myth with the flesh. Unfortunately, no one in this world should be able to do it. After a pause, Jing Daoxiankai said again, follow me, go up first and then talk about it. After saying that, Jing Daoxian walked up the steps, and Lu Yun followed him up. Soon, Zhou Wen couldn't hear the voices of the two, as if they disappeared above the steps out of thin air. When Zhou Wen heard their voices again, more than an hour later, Jing Daoxian and Lu Yun had already arrived. At the gate. The gate that was smashed by the giant bear has been restored to its original state at this time, and it cannot be seen that it has been smashed. This door can't be opened with brute force. If you force entry, you may be directly shaken out of Lei Agentai. Jing Daoxian looked at the door, walked slowly to the door, and reached out and knocked on the door. When he knocked on the door, there was a strange sense of rhythm. After knocking a few times, the door opened automatically. Didn't you say that the door is difficult to open, so how can it be opened by just knocking on it? Lu Yun naturally knew that there must be something strange about it. Jing Daoxian walked into the yard and said, this is the gate of heaven. And man. As long as someone who has broken through the limit of heaven and man can knock it open. I can open it, but you can't. What's there to be proud of? Lu Yun muttered, and followed Jing Daoxian into the yard. Arriving in the courtyard, Jing Daoxian saw the iron pillar inserted into the wall by the giant bear, and his expression changed immediately. Someone came here before us. After saying that, Jing Daoxian walked to the wall, reached out and stroked the exposed part of the iron pillar, and at the same time looked at it carefully. It should be the teacher, right? It seems that you are a step too late. Lu Yun said gloatingly. Who is your grandson? Jing Daoxian glared at him. Who knows if you are fooling me? How do I know what you said is true? Lu Yun said, with a pouted mouth. If you weren't my only grandson, I would have slapped you to death earlier. Jing Daoxian said coldly, then let go of the hand that touched Tai Zhu, took 2 steps back and said, I'm afraid. I want to let you are disappointed. It's not Wang Mingyuan who came. Wang Mingyuan won't do such a boring thing. Zhou Wen was already stunned at this time. Elder senior brother Lu Yun is actually the grandson of Jing Daoxian? No wonder I always feel that something is wrong. Why does Lu Yun always get involved with Jing Daoxian? So it turns out to be like this. After being shocked, Zhou Wen couldn't help but rekindle his gossip heart. Again, Lu Yun is Jing Daoxian's grandson, so who is his grandmother? Didn't it mean that Jing Daoxian didn't marry and have children? What's so boring? Lu Yun asked. This iron pillar is called the mountain whip. It was supposed to be a good thing, but unfortunately, this one is fake. The people who came before us found out that this iron pillar was fake, and got angry and smashed it. After entering the wall, with Wang Mingyuan's character, he would never do such a thing. Jing Daoxian said. That's right, if it's the teacher, he found out that it's fake. And should put it back. Lu Yun said. Jing Daoxian smiled strangely. It's also possible, but if I let me guess, I think he will take this fake mountain whip away. Why? Lu Yun asked in confusion. Because I will do the same. Jing Daoxian said, and reached out to pull out the iron pillar. It is difficult to insert the iron pillar, and it is equally difficult to pull it out. After Jing Daoxian pulled it out a few times, the iron pillar seemed to be stuck in the wall and did not move. Since it's a fake, why waste time pulling it out? Lu Yun asked again. You do not understand. Jing Daoxian summoned a companion pet, and Zhou Wen could only hear that it was a companion pet similar to a human figure, because without the power of listening, he couldn't turn the sound he heard into an image, so he could only make a rough judgment. With the help of the humanoid companion pet, the iron pillar was slowly pulled out. Jing Daoxian didn't know what method to use, but he stroked the iron pillar with his palm, and the iron pillar disappeared. It's almost time. If you don't do business, wait for the bear to come back. I'm afraid you will lose your life here. Lu Yun said. The stone of good luck should be on the west side of the main hall. You can see it naturally if you take a look. Jing Daoxian said. Lu Yun walked towards the west and immediately saw the stone plate, the gourd, and Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen now looks like a stone beast. Lu Yun naturally couldn't recognize it, and was taken aback, pointed at Zhou Wen and said, "It's strange, you didn't say that the lucky stone and the treasure gourd were together. Why is there a stone beast here? Is there a lucky beast that matches it? What good luck beast?" Jing Daoxian frowned slightly, walked over to Lu Yun and looked over, and was slightly startled when he saw the stone beast transformed by Zhou Wen. Strange, the good luck stone is a stone roller used by Taisheng Laojun to grind medicine, and the treasure gourd is used to hold medicine pills, but I have never heard of any guardian beast. Even if there is one, it should be the boy who guards the furnace. It shouldn't be such a strange stone beast. Jing Daoxian pondered while looking at Zhou Wen, and looking at the appearance of this stone beast, it looks a bit like that bear. Zhou Wen secretly said, Jing Daoxian should have never seen the little bear, and the little bear and the giant bear don't look very similar. It can be seen that Jing Daoxian's eyesight is indeed a bit poisonous. Whatever you do, what you want is the good luck stone and the treasure gourd, just take them away. Lu Yun said and started to move the stone gourd. As a result, he moved it twice, but the gourd didn't move at all, and Lu Yun's force was so strong that the veins on his forehead protruded. Don't waste your energy. Although the treasure gourd is not a purple gold gourd, it is not an ordinary thing. It is not so easy to take away. If it can be taken away with brute force, the person who came one step ahead of us would have taken it away long ago. It's our turn. Jing Daoxian paused and said, it seems that we came right this time. These are the real things. Do you have a solution? Lu Yun asked. These two treasures are used for refining medicine. If you want to take them away, you must work hard on the medicine pill. Jing Daoxian said, and took out something from his arms. It was a small bottle, only the size of a palm. Jing Daoxian carefully opened the mouth of the bottle, poured out a small pill, and then threw the pill to the stone gourd. The stone gourd, which originally only reacted in the early morning, actually flashed golden light at this time, sucking the small pill into it. Jing Daoxian threw the small bottle in his hand to Lu Yun. You feed the gourd with a pill every 10 minutes. After a few hours, you should be able to move the treasure gourd. Why don't you feed yourself? Lu Yun seemed to like to fight with Jing Daoxian. Jing Daoxian said lightly, if the bear comes back, I have to find a way to keep the bear out. If the people who came earlier haven't left, we have to be on guard. Didn't you say that there are no more than 5 creatures on Earth that can fight that bear now, and none of them are humans? Then how do you stop it? Lu Yun wondered. Silly child, sometimes you have to use your brain. What you can't do with brute force may be easily done with just a few small tricks. In short, you stay here to feed that treasure gourd, no matter what happens outside. Don't come out. Jing Daoxian said, walked out of the door, and closed the door from the outside. Always say some self-righteous things, and I don't know if it's true or not. Lu Yun muttered, and when the time was up, he threw the pill to Hulu. Strange to say, every time he throws a pill and then pushes the treasure gourd hard, he feels that the treasure gourd seems to be a little lighter. Old man, are you outside? Lu Yun was a restless person. After waiting for a while, he felt really bored, so he shouted loudly outside. But no one answered him. Lu Yun even asked a few times, and saw that Jing Daoxian didn't respond, probably because his voice couldn't get out, so he stopped shouting. Lu Yun turned his eyes and looked at Zhou Wen, who was beside him. He seemed to think of something interesting, got up and walked towards Zhou Wen. Damn it, what do you want to do? Zhou Wen suddenly felt a little bad, but he couldn't move, couldn't make a sound, couldn't do anything. He could only watch Lu Yun walk beside him. Lu Yun turned around Zhou Wen a few times, then came to the front of Zhou Wen, stared at his face and looked carefully, his brows gradually wrinkled. It's strange, it's obviously a stone statue. Why is there such a degree of kindness and 9 points of hate? Lu Yun looked at the stone beast and muttered to himself. This kid's spiritual sense is so sharp. Zhou Wen was taken aback, a little afraid of being seen by Lu Yun. He has a lot of pitfalls in Lu Yun. If Lu Yun knows that he has become a stone statue and cannot move, God knows how Lu Yun will retaliate against him. The more I look at it, the more annoying it is. Lu Yun rolled his eyes, walked in front of him, and stretched out his hand to zip his pants. No. It's not. Zhou Wen was terrified and had the urge to turn around and flee. He seemed to guess what Lu Yun wanted to do. But he couldn't escape at all, couldn't even close his eyes. Noisy. A clear spring poured on the front legs of the stone beast, causing Zhou Wen to have a conflict of wanting to kick Lu Yun to death. What's even more frightening is that Lu Yun is still raising the angle of the spring water launcher, making the spring water spray higher. How is it? I'm ashamed, I've never seen such a majestic baby. Have you? There is no one in a billion human beings with such a gifted existence, like Master. To be able to see Master's baby is your good fortune. In the next life, if you have the opportunity to be reincarnated as a human being, remember to follow your grandfather, don't be so annoying as you are now. But you don't have to think about such a strong capital as your grandfather. If you can have 1/3 of your grandfather's capital, you will not be able to use it all your life. That's it. Lu Yun was still boasting as he sprinkled water. Why didn't the gods drop a thunderbolt and chop this thing to death? Zhou Wen was disgusted, and it was no longer a matter of contamination of his body, and he had to endure Lu Yun's mental attack. Zhou Wen burst out with all his strength, trying to break free from the shackles of petrification, but it was useless. Look at my 2 dragons going out to sea. Quan Fei Jiu Tian. The clouds spread higher and higher, almost spraying onto Zhou Wen's shoulders. Die, die, die. Zhou Wen cried frantically in his heart, struggling desperately, but it was useless. Bang! At this moment, Zhou Wen suddenly felt a heavy body, the feeling of feathering and soaring disappeared, and his body was also released from petrification. After a puff of white smoke, Zhou Wen returned from the petrified state to his original appearance. The sudden change made Zhou Wen and Lu Yun stunned. Ah! The 2 screams almost overlapped. Zhou Wen quickly backed away. Lu Yun pulled the zipper as he retreated, but in a panic, the zipper got stuck in the flesh. I'm going. I'm going. Lu Yun's painful face turned green, and he jumped there while covering the gear. Zhou Wen quickly took off his shirt and threw it out all the way. One sleeve of the shirt was wet. Your sister's pervert? Turned into a stone statue and peeped at me to pee. Lu Yun slowed down, pointing at Zhou Wen and scolding with his feet jumping. Bah, your sister is a pervert. You are a person and not a beast. If you don't go to the bathroom, you go to Lei Juntai to do this kind of thing. You are not afraid that Lao Jun will kill you with a thunderbolt? Zhou Wen immediately retorted. I think. Where it is convenient is my business, what? Do you think that the young master has a lot of capital? And is inferior? It doesn't matter, the senior brother is bigger than the junior brother, that is a matter of course, not to mention that you are still young. Junior brother. Lu Yun deliberately made small words very heavy. Capital? You mean that bean sprout? Zhou Wen pouted and said. Damn your sister, you are Chiguagwa's jealousy, your bean sprouts can. The two scolded for a while, but couldn't think of any words, and their mouths were dry. Zhou Wen leaned against the wall and gasped, while Lu Yun took out the pill to feed the treasure gourd. I didn't expect that, senior brother, you are actually the grandson of Jing Daoxian. No wonder you were so sure that Jing Daoxian would not harm you last time. Zhou Wen took a breath, looked at Lu Yun, and said strangely. After Lu Yun finished feeding the treasure gourd, his expression became strange when he heard Zhou Wen say that. He looked towards the door and saw that the door was closed, before Lu Yun lowered his voice and said, Jing Daoxian is very sure that I am his grandson, and it is not bad to me, but the teacher said that I am not Jing Daoxian's grandson. Zhou Wen was startled. How could someone like Jing Daoxian not be able to figure out his own relatives, but the teacher is not someone who talks nonsense. So, I don't know who to believe. It stands to reason that the old man, even Jing Daoxian, can't be wrong, but the teacher's words have never been missed. Lu Yun was also very depressed. Didn't you ask your parents? Zhou Wen said. My parents have long since died, how can I ask? Wipe your neck to find them. Lu Yun gave Zhou Wen a white look. How can Jing Daoxian be sure that you are his grandson? Zhou Wen frowned. How do I know that? After we met him in Qin Huangling's tomb that time, he somehow said that I was his grandson, but he didn't say the reason. I thought he was deliberately taking advantage of me, but he gave it to me. There are a lot of benefits, and it seems to be the same. Lu Yun said depressedly. With that said, Lu Yun suddenly came to Zhou Wen's side, grabbed his collar, stared into his eyes, almost pressed him in front of him, and said solemnly, I ask you a question, you must answer me honestly. If you have anything to ask. Why are you holding me? Zhou Wen asked. Lu Yun didn't let go, but still grabbed him and asked, why? Did you suddenly come here and become a stone beast? Did the teacher ask you to come? No, I didn't want to become a stone beast either, that's what happened. Zhou Wen recounted what happened. After listening to Lu Yun, his expression seemed to ease a bit, but he still asked a little worriedly, is it true that the teacher asked you to come? Really not. Zhou Wen answered affirmatively, then looked at Lu Yun and asked, are you suspecting what the teacher has planned for you? Lu Yun loosened Zhou Wen's collar and said strangely, it's not suspicion, but horror. Don't you think that something is wrong with the teacher? Of course it's very wrong, he has become a dragon king of another dimension. Zhou Wen said. I'm not talking about this, I'm talking about us disciples. I was regarded as a grandson by Jing Daoxian, Hui Haifeng was the president, and Xiaoyao was the president of the Holy Spirit Society. If I guessed correctly, the immortal of the Guardian Alliance, it is probably Jiang Yan. In addition to you, all the disciples he has accepted seem to be very difficult. One person, who has accepted so many disciples over the years, has achieved achievements that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. You should not have this chance. Is it too low or too low? Apart from our teacher, who else have you seen with such abilities? Lu Yun said with a strange expression. Zhou Wen actually felt this way before, but he didn't say it like Lu Yun did. Do you suspect that it's not accidental that the teacher accepted us as students? Although Zhou Wen was also a little skeptical, he still felt that this kind of thing seemed unlikely. Who knows, anyway, I always feel that there is something wrong. Lu Yun paused and said, do you remember the old man looking for you that time? Is that the one time he made a bet with the teacher? Zhou Wen certainly remembered it. Jing Daoxian used a pseudonym to ask him to help him get on the Rubik's Cube ranking. Zhou Wen also accepted his companion pet. But he didn't help him get on the list in the end. It was strange for Jing Daoxian to arrive. He said at the beginning that it was okay for Zhou Wen not to help him on the list, but as a result, Jing Daoxian really didn't come to trouble Zhou Wen, and he didn't even want to go back to Zhou Wen's companion pet. Yes. Lu Yun nodded and said, although it was a coincidence that I met the old man, but after the teacher got to know the old man because of my relationship, and then made a bet, I always felt a little weird. What the hell is going on with that bet? Zhou Wen never understood why Jing Daoxian told him the content of the bet outright, as long as Zhou Wen knew about the bet. Jing Daoxian would definitely lose. So Zhou Wen always felt that their gambling contract should not be as simple as Jing Daoxian said. The content of the bet is actually very simple. Just like the old man told you, if you help him get on the list, he will win. If you don't help him, then the teacher will win. It's really that simple? Zhou Wen still couldn't believe it. Lu Yun took a breath and then continued, if you say it's easy, and it's not easy, it's not easy. The final result of the bet is like this, but there are some additional conditions. The teacher can't say anything about gambling with you. Only the old man can contact you about the appointment. Zhou Wen probably understood a little, but still looked at Lu Yun, waiting for him to explain. The old man clearly told you everything, but he is Jing Daoxian, do you dare to believe him? Lu Yun asked back. Don't dare. Zhou Wen naturally didn't dare to believe Jing Daoxian completely, in fact he did doubt it before. That's right, no one would believe the words of Jing Daoxian, the biggest devil in the Federation, so the more he tells you the truth, the more you will doubt him, plus the teacher can't come forward to explain it to you, the average person may, he will think too much and help him get on the leaderboard. Lu Yun smiled and said, the old man is betting that you will not believe him, that you will have doubts in your heart, and will think things wrong. Unfortunately, he lost the bet in the end. I didn't expect you to be so determined and didn't give him a chance at all. Zhou Wen smiled bitterly in his heart. In fact, he was not so determined himself, but the troublesome things at the time forced him to do things all the time, and he didn't care about it at all. Later, when he remembered this incident, Venus had already exploded, so naturally it was nothing. I didn't expect to help Wang Mingyuan win Jing Daoxian in this way. This was something Zhou Wen never thought of, and it was purely unintentional. What's their bet? Zhou Wen asked. Again. I don't know, only they know the bet, and I don't know what they are betting on. Lu Yun said helplessly. In this world, there are not many secrets that Lu Yun can't eavesdrop on, and there are not many people who can stop him from eavesdropping, but that time, there happened to be two people who can stop him, so what is Lu Yun really? Didn't hear either. Zhou Wen didn't know if Lu Yun had lied, but thinking about the behavior of Wang Mingyuan and Jing Daoxian, he felt that the possibility of Lu Yun knowing was really slim. Zhou Wen had no choice but to ask, why did you follow Jing Daoxian to Laojun Mountain to get this gourd? The old man didn't tell you last time that his lifespan is running out, and he must find a way to prolong his lifespan. The most simple and direct way is, of course, to create an elixir of life. These gourds and grinding plates are used by Laojun in mythology. The treasures of alchemy have magical powers, and the old man wants to use them to make medicine. Lu Yun did not hesitate, and explained the purpose of Jing Daoxian's trip. While the two were chatting, Zhou Wen suddenly heard a roar from under Laojuan's platform, and a beast was running towards Laojuan's platform. Strange. Zhou Wen turned and scanned the foot of the mountain, and found that the dimensional creature that came was not a giant bear. It was a monster with golden body, like a tiger but not a tiger, like a lion but not a lion, with scales on its body and horns on its head. From a distance, it looks a bit like a unicorn in myths and legends, but if you look closely, it feels a little different, and you can't tell what kind of creature it is. Could it be that the terrifying creature mentioned by the survivors before is this one, not a giant bear? Zhou Wen suddenly realized that he had made a mistake from the beginning. He instinctively thought that Lei Juntai only had one natural disaster creature, but he did not expect that there would be another one. The so-called One Mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. This principle does not seem to exist here. The monster roared and rushed up the steps of Lei Juntai, and then disappeared within the range that Zhou Wen could sense, as if invisible out of thin air. Boom! After a while, Zhou Wen sensed that a terrifying force erupted in the seventh order place, which shook the entire Lei Juntai, shaking very violently. Bang bang! The 8th order, the 9th order, the 10th order. One step after another, a terrifying explosive force was released, causing Lei Juntai to shake constantly. I don't know if the old man can carry it, I have to hurry up. Lu Yun continued to feed the treasure gourd. Every time he fed one, he should move the treasure gourd. Although it still can't be lifted, it can be pushed. It seems that it won't take long, and it should be able to be lifted soon. The terrifying sound outside continued, but the higher the steps, the slower the connected explosion. Zhou Wen listened carefully for a while, and said in surprise, Jing Daoxian seems to have used the power of the 33 steps to block the dimensional creature. Although the dimensional creature is very strong, it is estimated that it should not be able to rush up for a while. Roar! Who knew that Zhou Wen had just finished speaking when he heard another roar, and saw the blue giant bear rushing furiously, and it also rushed up the steps. Then I heard a crackling sound, the stone steps were broken, and the giant bear charged up frantically. Zhou Wen could even see a dragon-like smoke remaining behind the giant bear. My dear grandson, how is the baby gourd feeding? I'm afraid I won't be able to support it for too long. Jing Daoxian pushed open the door, stood outside the door, and glanced inside. I'm about to pick it up, I guess it's almost enough to feed 2 or 3 more. Lu Yun replied. My dear grandson, I can't stand the old man for half an hour. After such a long time, I'm afraid I have lost all my old bones. I'll give you another 10 minutes, and I will take things away. No. Matter what? Jing Daoxian said, close the door again. Do you think this is buying cabbage? Take it away if you say it. Is this something I can control? Lu Yun was a little depressed, but there was no other way. Lei Juntai kept shaking, and the sound of the explosion outside was getting closer and closer, and he also knew that Jing Daoxian couldn't support it for long. As soon as he gritted his teeth, Lu Yun poured out all the pills in the bottle. There were still 8 pills in total. Before, Jing Daoxian asked him to feed 1 pill every 10 minutes. Particles. Although he knew that such plucking might not be useful, and that his previous efforts could be wasted, but now, he has no other choice, he can only use a dead horse as a living horse doctor, and he will fight it out first. Anyway, if he didn't fight, after 10 minutes, he would definitely not be able to pick up the treasure gourd, let alone the grinding disc below. Lu Yun was feeding the treasure gourd, and Zhou Wen was watching the situation outside. Now the sound of the explosion had reached the 23rd floor. Although the speed had slowed down a bit, it was only a little bit slower. He and Jing Daoxian estimated about the same. At most 10 minutes, the 2 natural disaster-grade creatures will definitely be able to rush up. Zhou Wen had no psychological burden. Whether Jing Daoxian and the others succeeded, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, Zhou Wen dared not eat the pills that spewed out of the gourd. Lu Yun tried it while feeding it, but even if he fed a lot of pills, the weight of the treasure gourd was still slowly getting lighter, and it didn't change because of it. Zhou Wen even felt that Bao Hulu's lightning speed was slower. Lu Yun apparently also discovered this situation, and said depressedly, it seems that it is impossible to take the treasure gourd back today. Sure enough, after Lu Yun had fed the remaining 8 pills, he still failed to lift the treasure gourd. On the steps outside, the terrifying explosion of gas had reached the 30th floor, and a few more floors. The 2 natural disaster-grade dimensional creatures rushed up. Senior brother, if you still want to carry it, then take it slow by yourself, but I'm leaving. Zhou Wen wanted to find a way to escape Lei Juntai. However, I tried teleportation and space teleportation, but it was of no use. Unless you went out from the gate, any vitality, art and power would be useless. Little brother, don't be too busy. Laojun Mountain is the place where Laojun ascends to the fairyland. If you really use the space ability forcibly, it's your good fortune if you can't teleport out. Lu Yun said while trying to move the gourd. Didn't they all say that Immortal World is a good place? It's not bad to be able to teleport there. Zhou Wen replied. Little junior brother, are you really naive? Or are you really stupid? If the place is really that beautiful, do you still need to be taken there? I'm afraid that everyone is crying and rushing to get in. Lu Yun pouted. Zhou Wen was non-committal. He knew that there are 10 things in the fairy world that are different dimensions, but if it really came to a crisis, he wouldn't care so much. Zhou Wen didn't know how powerful the unicorn-like dimensional creature was, but Zhou Wen had seen the horror of the giant bear with his own eyes. Even if Zhou Wen fought against it with all his strength and even used the immortal killing sword, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Good grandson. Have you done it yet? Jing Daoxian pushed the door open again to urge. No way, I still can't move. Zhou Wen said helplessly. Don't try again, come with me. Jing Daoxian also knew that if the 2-dimensional creatures rushed down, it would be too late to say anything, so he would rather not have the gourd. Zhou Wen. Let's go. Lu Yun glanced at the gourd reluctantly, and greeted Zhou Wen to leave together. Let's go first, I can leave in my own way. Zhou Wen shook his head and rejected Lu Yun's kindness. Jing Daoxian definitely wanted to take the opportunity to rush down when the two-dimensional creatures rushed up, and use the stone steps to throw them away. However, Zhou Wen knows too much about the strength of the giant bear. This method may not be able to escape, and the risk factor is too high. He might as well find a way to get out. And Zhou Wen still has some thoughts on the treasure gourd. The treasure gourd was fed so many medicinal herbs, and it has become much lighter. If Lu Yun can't hold it, it doesn't mean that he can't hold it either. If Lu Yun was still here, he would be embarrassed to grab it in front of Lu Yun. But if Lu Yun gave up and left on his own, then he would be no wonder. Little junior brother, don't you still want the idea of playing the treasure gourd? Lu Yun obviously knew Zhou Wen too well, and immediately saw through Zhou Wen's thoughts, pouted and continued, I advise you to leave quickly, don't take your life to your death. You better take care of yourself first. Zhou Wen smiled. Don't talk nonsense, go quickly, it will be too late, we must rush down the moment the two of them rush up. Jing Daoxian shouted again outside, listening to his voice to know the current situation not optimistic indeed. Little junior brother, please ask yourself for more happiness. Lu Yun also knew that there was no delay, so he gritted his teeth and rushed out of the door, approaching Jing Daoxian outside the door. When Zhou Wen saw him go out, he turned around and teleported to the side of the gourd, hugged the gourd with both hands, and wanted to try to see if he could lift the gourd a little. As long as it can be lifted by even 1 millimeter, it can be put into the chaotic space and taken away, but if it cannot be picked up, it cannot be put into the chaotic space. When Zhou Wen hugged the gourd with both hands, he almost fell back to the ground. He picked up the stone gourd with ease, it felt as light as a foam, and it didn't take much effort at all. Strange, how could it become so light, like a bubble? Could it be that Lu Yun was too unlucky, and after he left, the medicine he fed did not work? Zhou Wen secretly guessed in his heart. However, Zhou Wen quickly rejected the idea himself. The weight of the stone gourd is gradually weakening, and it is impossible for it to become so light all of a sudden. It's not that Lu Yun's luck is too bad, and it's not such a problem with pills. Could it be because Zhou Wen moved in his heart, put the stone gourd into the chaotic space, and then reached out to get the stone wheel below? Legend has it that it was the grinding plate used by Taisheng Laojun to grind medicine. It is called the stone of good luck by human beings. In truth, the grinding plate may be more precious than the gourd. The treasure gourd is only used for loading medicine, but the grinding disc can automatically grind the medicine, and the functions of the two are very different. Zhou Wen touched the grinding plate with his fingers and lifted it hard, but the grinding plate was easily picked up by Zhou Wen, similar to when he held the treasure gourd just now. What's going on? Zhou Wen was a little surprised himself, wondering why he was able to get the treasure gourd and the stone mill so easily. Zhou Wen clearly remembered that when he was brought up by the giant bear before, he had already tried it. And he couldn't hold the gourd at all, let alone the grinding disc below. Originally, he just wanted to try to see if he could pick up the gourd that had been fed a lot of medicinal pills, but he could easily pick up the grinding plate together. Could it be because of eating the golden pill? Zhou Wen thought about it, and it seemed that there was only one possibility, otherwise the grinding plate and the gourd would not be able to become lighter out of thin air. That golden pill turned Zhou Wen into stone, and after the inexplicable recovery, he seemed to be able to move the grinding plate and gourd. Zhou didn't have time to think so much, because the terrifying explosion outside had approached the door. Fortunately, when Lu Yun went out, the door was closed, otherwise the two terrifying dimensional creatures would have rushed in. Zhou has been paying attention to the situation outside. The moment the two fearful creatures rushed up, Jing Daoxian dragged Lu Yun and rushed down, and the timing was just right. Two terrifying creatures rushed to the door, but the two of them rushed down. The giant bear roared, turned around and chased after him. When Zhou saw this scene, he knew that his previous concerns were still correct. The IQ of that giant bear is not generally high. Zhou was fooled into a stone statue by it before. To say that it would watch them escape, Zhou would not believe it. Now, as Zhou thought, the giant bear directly chased after him. It's a pity that the golden unicorn-like dimensional creature didn't follow along. It looked at the gate of Lei Juntai and walked around a few times. Zhou thought to himself. This gate is the gate of Lei Juntai after all. That giant bear is an extremely terrifying existence. It's acceptable to smash the gate. It's impossible to just come out with a dimensional creature and smash the gate, right? Boom. When Zhou was thinking about it, the golden unicorn swooped up and slammed the door with its sharp claws, making the door rumble, and the momentum was very scary. The golden light bloomed on the golden unicorn body, and the golden body seemed to be crystal clear in the golden light, as if there was some kind of divine power. Blessing, slamming the door again and again. Zhou was a little flustered at first, but after a few slaps, he found that although the power of the golden unicorn was extremely violent, Zhou Yuan was no match. But it couldn't crack the door like the giant bear. The golden unicorn slapped frantically for a while, but failed to damage the gate at all, and finally had to stop. Sure enough, an existence like a giant bear can never appear casually. Zhou breathed a long sigh of relief. He estimates that the golden unicorn is likely to be a hell-level existence, and Zhou is indeed a lot worse than it. If it rushes in, Zhou is afraid that it will be difficult to compete with it, and he can only find a way to escape. Now that the golden unicorn can't come in, Zhou has more options. It is best to wait for it to leave, and then find a way to leave Lei Juntai. Zhou is a little worried now, whether he can successfully walk down the 33rd order. It was the giant bear who brought him up before, but thinking about it now, it might not be that easy. When Zhou was thinking about it, he suddenly found that the golden unicorn had changed again, and saw it walked to the gate. This time, instead of bombarding the gate, it raised its front paw and used a paw with a golden glow, knocking on the door. Broken. Zhou face changed greatly when he heard the rhythm of the golden unicorn knocking on the door. The rhythm was exactly the same as the rhythm of Jing Daoxian knocking on the door before, and it was clearly the way to open the door of Lei Juntai. I'm going, this guy actually knows how to open the door in this way. How high is his IQ? Zhou was surprised, but the door had already opened slowly. The face that looked like a tiger but not a tiger, like a lion but not a lion, and an extremely vicious face immediately appeared in Zhou's eyes. It was just listening to it, but now that I saw it with my own eyes, it still felt a little different. A noble standing at the top of the food chain. That nobility is not because of its beauty, but because of its unparalleled power. Zhou held the slaughtering immortal sword. The prisoner dragon armor was already worn on his body, and at the same time he ran the ancient imperial scriptures of natural disaster level. Although The natural disaster field of the ancient emperor scriptures cannot kill, but can only heal living beings, the natural disaster. Great ancient emperor scriptures can greatly improve Zhou Wen's various qualities, which can be comparable to real natural disaster grade creatures. Zhou Wen had no intention of retreating, and stared at the golden unicorn with his sword. Leijuntai is such a big place, there is definitely no place to hide, so we can only introduce the golden unicorn first. If it can be killed, it is best. If you can't kill him, then look for an opportunity to rush down Leijuntai. After Jin Qilin opened the door, he did not attack Zhou Wen immediately, but walked slowly to the door and stared at Zhou Wen there. Zhou Wen thought it was ready to attack, but who knew that the guy flicked his tail and closed the door. Zhou Wen's heart sank, and this move once again proved that this guy's IQ is super high, and he is still very sinister and vicious. The door is closed, this is an independent space. Even Zhou Wen's space teleportation can't get out unless he opens the door first. Although Zhou Wen had memorized how Jing Daoxian opened the door, it took time to open the door. In front of such a terrifying creature, it was by no means easy to open the door. After the golden unicorn closed the door, it still did not attack Zhou Wen immediately. It shook its body, golden light bloomed on its body, and the golden brilliance instantly enveloped the entire yard. Zhou Wen gathered his strength to compete with the golden light, but the golden light touched Zhou Wen's Xiaozhou Tian killing formation and did not cause any damage, but the golden light was distorted by the Xiao Zhou Tian killing formation, forming a golden halo around Zhou Wen's body, and it was not able to directly on him. Zhou Wen knew that this golden light should be the domain of the golden unicorn, but he didn't know what was the use of this kind of domain, and it didn't seem like it was an offensive domain. The more this field, the less Zhou Wen dared to be careless. In an offensive field, you can see what kind of power the field has at a glance, but in this field, you don't know what it is used for, and you might fall into trouble somewhere. Taisheng, Kaidianjing, and truth listening are already in place to prevent them from being affected by some unknown force. The golden unicorn walked step by step in the golden light, his eyes seemed to condense into substance, fierce and domineering. If he was replaced by a person with a weaker psychological quality, he was afraid that he would already be in a weak position, psychologically. Under such circumstances, Jin Qilin still did not choose to pounce, but approached step by step, forcing Zhou Wen to a corner, so that he had no possibility of escaping. This guy is really sinister and terrifying. Zhou Wen was also the first to encounter such a dimensional creature, and knew that he could not retreat, otherwise the situation would get worse and worse. With a thought, Zhou Wen's hand holding the hilt of the sword suddenly exerted force and pulled out the immortal killing sword. Even the golden unicorn couldn't ignore the terrifying sword chi burst out from the slaughtering immortal sword. The golden unicorn's sharp claws greeted the sword of immortal slaughter with a dazzling golden light, and the speed was so fast that Zhou Wen's vision had an afterimage, and he could hardly distinguish the true trajectory of the sharp claws. When the slaughtering sword collided with the claw mang, and the sword chi of Zhanxian was torn apart by the claw mang. But the claw mang touched the blade of the slaughtering sword, but it was cut off again. Even the golden unicorn's blade-like nails were directly cut off by the blade of the slaughtering immortal sword. Zhou Wen immediately understood that his strength was much weaker than that of the golden unicorn, and he was able to cut off the claws and nails, because of the sharpness of the slaughtering immortal sword itself. With the sword of slaying immortal in his hand, Zhou Wen developed the swordsmanship against his heart, and combined with the ability of the disqualified, he slashed at the golden unicorn with sword after sword, all of which pointed to its vital point. The golden unicorn seemed to have realized the sharpness of the sword of slaughtering a mortal, and it did not collide with the sword of a mortal slaughter head-on. It moved like a phantom, constantly moving around Zhou Wen, causing Zhou Wen's attacks to fall into the air. Even if Zhou Wen used teleportation, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the golden unicorn. What puzzled Zhou Wen was that the golden unicorn did not seem to attack with all its strength, it seemed to be waiting for something. What is it waiting for? Zhou Wen wondered in his heart, and knew that he couldn't delay any longer. He had to get rid of the golden unicorn as soon as possible, or escape from Lei Juntai. Killing. Immortal sword cut open streaks of golden light and slashed towards the golden unicorn frantically. At the moment when the golden unicorn dodged, Zhou Wen, who had already calculated his position, had an ancient mirror in his hand. The colorful beams of light in the ancient mirror shone out and landed on the direction where the golden unicorn was moving. There is the Lingbao Hall on the left and the wall on the right. Although the speed of the golden unicorn is very fast, it was predicted by Zhou Wen to be in the position, either by holding the soul-killing light of the soul mirror, or by forcibly confronting the slaughtering sword. Under the horror of the golden unicorn, his body twisted and forcibly avoided the soul-destroying light, but the slaughtering sword had already reached its head. At the moment when the immortal slaughter sword slashed, Zhou Wen felt a strong sense of unease. When the golden unicorn head had a head, and the golden horn on the top of the head collided with the sword of immortal slaughter, forcibly shaking the sword of immortal slaughter apart. The slaughter sword was not able to cut off its golden horn. On the contrary, Zhou Wen, because of being hit by a powerful force, involuntarily retreated, and the killing immortal sword almost flew out of his hand. The golden unicorn's eyes were ferocious, and golden beams shot out of his eyes, directly hitting Zhou Wen's chest. Zhou Wen was very close to it, and his body was shaken by a powerful force. He had lost his center of gravity, and it was difficult to control his body to move quickly for a while. It's insidious. Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. The golden unicorn obviously has long-range attack ability, but it pretends to be a tyrannical creature to fight with Zhou Wen. This is the first time Zhou Wen has encountered such a powerful, yet insidious dimensional creature. Fortunately, Zhou Wen had just realized that something was wrong. While slaughtering the immortal sword, he used time-space stealing and teleportation. Due to the relationship between time and space stealing, teleportation only came into play at this time, teleporting Zhou Wen's body out, and reaching the side of the God of Wealth Temple, the golden light beam of the golden unicorn suddenly fell into the air and slammed on the wall of the Lingbao Temple. The golden light exploded on the wall of the Lingbao Hall, and the shock wave generated shocked Zhou Wen in the distance back and forth again and again. Seeing that his attack had failed, the golden unicorn no longer hit at the moment, unfolding a violent speed, and the golden beams in his eyes kept shooting at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen used the combination of body technique and teleportation, while dodging the golden beam in its eyes, while looking for opportunities to approach it. He wanted to use the slaughter sword to kill it. However, the golden horn on top of its head is extremely hard, forcibly blocking several blows from the immortal killing sword, and there are only some shallow marks on the golden horn, and it is not easy to cut it off. One person and one beast are fighting frantically on Lao Juan's platform, and the soul mirror shoots out the divine light from time to time, but it is difficult to hit the golden unicorn. It didn't take long for Zhou Wen to feel that something was wrong again. He never knew the role of the golden unicorn's domain, and during the battle, he did not find that the golden light had any effect on him. But with the passage of time, Zhou finally discovered the role of those golden lights, and also found that he was already in crisis. Where the golden radiance shines, Zhou can clearly feel that the radiance is getting stronger and stronger, and it has gradually condensed into substance. Moving in the golden light feels like moving in water. The resistance becomes very large, and the resistance is getting bigger and bigger. Zhou suspects that after reaching a certain level, he may be trapped in the golden light and unable to move. Damn. Zhou knew that he was in big trouble. This kind of domain power is similar to the power of control or imprisonment, but this power does not directly act on him, but fills the nearby space. So it is useless to transform evil and Taishang Kaidianjing. What should I do? Zhou could already feel the pressure that Jin Guang was putting on him. Even if the slaughtering sword was used to cut the golden light, it was just like drawing a knife to cut off the water, and it could not be cut off. After the slaughtering sword passed, the golden light returned to normal. Zhou figure became more and more difficult to move. Finally, Zhou couldn't dodge, and the golden light from the golden unicorn's eyes hit his chest. Bang! At the moment when Zhou was hit in the chest, the soul-illuminating mirror appeared there. The golden light beam shot on the mirror surface, but it was reflected back and landed on Jin Qilin himself. The golden light cut open its golden scales abruptly, the painful golden unicorn roared up to the sky, and blood gushed out from the wound. Slaying Immortals. Zhou knew that this was his last chance. The same trick would be difficult for the golden Qilin to have an effect on. Whether or not he could escape alive after this blow was a problem. The golden unicorn raised his head and roared in pain. His neck was completely exposed in front of Zhou, and the immortal killing sword instantly slashed in front of its neck. Seeing that it was about to be slashed by the neck, the golden unicorn bowed his head sharply, biting the body of the slaughter sword, and at the same time he lowered his head and hit Zhou's body with his golden horn. Ding! The ring on Zhou's other hand popped out and turned into a bamboo knife. Zhou drew the knife and stabbed it. He met the eye that the golden unicorn hit, and stabbed it hard. The blood burst, the bamboo knife broke his eyes. The golden unicorn shook his head frantically, and threw Zhou and the knife away together. Bang! Zhou's body slammed into the wall of the main hall, and the prison dragon armor on his body was dented, but the wall was nothing. Roar! Jin Qilin bled at one eye, stared at Zhou and found an angry roar. With its roar, the golden light around it solidified almost instantly, like golden jelly, trapping Zhou in it. Zhou felt like his body was stuck in solidified concrete, and he couldn't move his entire body. The golden unicorn walked step by step in the golden light, the eye pierced by Zhou was still bleeding, his mouth was open and his teeth were bared, with a vicious look that would swallow Zhou Wenxing alive. It's over. Zhou wanted to teleport, but the entire Laojun stage was solidified with brilliance, and there was no room for him to teleport, so he could only watch the golden unicorn gradually approach. Even the soul mirror was frozen in the air, and it could only release divine light in one direction, but it was useless. Ding! When Zhou was in despair, he suddenly heard an abnormal sound from inside his pocket. Zhou was stunned at first, and then realized that this should have been the sound from the mysterious mobile phone, but why the mysterious mobile phone is making such a strange sound now? Zhou doesn't know what happened. But then, Zhou knew what happened, because the two golden dragons who gave birth returned to him. I didn't have time to think about it, because the Golden Unicorn had already opened its mouth wide and bit down on Zhou Wen. If its bite had been real, Zhou Wen's head would probably say goodbye to his body. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen directly summoned the two golden flood dragons and turned them into a state of cutting blades. The moment the golden unicorn bit down on the mouth, the two golden jiao scissors pierced the solidified golden light, rushed into the golden unicorn's mouth, and then rushed down like a broken bamboo. Zhou Wen only saw blood spurting out of Jin Qilan's mouth, and the golden blood sprayed Zhou Wen's face all over his body. Zhou Wen could sense that the pair of golden jiao cutting blades were strangling wildly in the belly of the golden unicorn, twisting all the internal organs of the golden unicorn in a mess. Haha, God really helped me, this time let Jin Jiao come out. Zhou Wen knew that this time he was really lucky. If Jin Jiao came out later, Zhou Wenren would be dead. If he came out earlier, he might not have the chance to rush into Jin Qilan's stomach. Although the golden dragons are also natural disaster grade and sharp enough, they are only human grade after all. If they didn't rush into the stomach of the golden unicorn by chance, they may not be able to seriously damage it. A pair of golden jiao scissors slammed frantically in the belly of the golden unicorn, and the golden unicorn screamed and rolled on the ground, blood spurting out like spring water. Jin Qilan struggled several times to come, and wanted to pounce on Zhou Wen, but in the end, because of the pain, he fell down again. Fuck it. Kill it. Zhou Wen was still trapped in the solidified golden light, unable to move, so he could only cheer on the two golden flood dragons secretly in his heart. Seeing that the golden unicorn was about to die, Zhou Wen suddenly felt a dangerous breath. In the next second, I saw the golden light blooming all over the golden unicorn body, and the body turned into a golden crystal, and I could clearly see the pair of golden jiao scissors that were intertwining and strangling inside. But this is not the point. The point is that the grim face of the golden unicorn is full of determination. At this time, inside the transparent body like a golden crystal, there is a strange energy surging, as if it will explode at any time. It's going to explode. Zhou Wen was shocked and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The solidified golden light also blooms with the golden unicorn, exuding extremely terrifying energy, and will soon explode. With the golden unicorn, it was just the terrifying power fluctuations that made Zhou Wen clearly know that even the prisoner dragon armor with absolute defense would not be able to stop the power of self-destruction. The self-destruction of the hell-level life form, the power generated has far exceeded the limit that Zhou Wen can bear. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen wanted to summon Chaos Egg. Whoa! A huge slap fell from the sky, shattering the solidified golden light in an instant, shattering like glass and falling to the ground. Zhou Wen's body also fell down, and he watched the huge slap down and hit the golden unicorn that was about to explode. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved. Jin Jiao returned to Zhou Wen in an instant, and then he heard a slap. The golden unicorn, which was condensed with terrifying power, was slapped on the ground with a slap, and its body was pressed down by the huge slap, as if it had been slapped flat. Puff! Zhou Wen heard a sound similar to firecrackers coming from the slap, and after a while, there was no more movement. Zhou Wen looked along the furious slap, and saw the giant bear's head sticking out from outside the wall. The two front claws were already inside the wall, and the back half of the body was still outside the wall. And the little bear was lying on the shoulder of the giant bear. At this time, the giant bear lifted up and patted the golden unicorn's claws, and saw that the floor tiles under its claws were shattered, as if it had been blown up by something, and the golden unicorn's body had disappeared, leaving only a single golden horn among the broken bricks. Zhou was horrified. What a terrifying existence that golden unicorn is. It is likely to be a hell-level existence, but its self-exploding power was suppressed by a claw of a giant bear. It is simply unimaginable what kind of power it is. Zhou can't even handle the golden unicorn. Now that he is being targeted by the giant bear, he certainly has no joy in escaping death. Boom! The giant bear jumped over the wall and walked in. Only then did Zhou know that the giant bear didn't need to enter through the gate at all, and people could jump over the wall directly. It's not as simple as turning over the wall. If it really is a wall, no matter how high it is, Zhou can fly over it. But inside the yard of Lei Juntai is an independent space, and it is protected by the rules of Lei Juntai. To be able to forcibly turn in like this, not only have the ability to tear the space, but also be able to collide with the rules of Lei Juntai. Ability. How terrifying power this requires, Zhou can't estimate for the time being. Zhou watched the giant bear turn into the yard. Although he knew it was useless, he retreated subconsciously. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't figure out how to save his life under the giant bear's claws. After the giant bear entered the yard, his body became much smaller, not as exaggerated as before. The little bear got off its back and ran towards Zhou. Zhou was not surprised but happy, and many thoughts flashed in his heart. Can you take this little bear as a hostage? But does this bear know what a hostage is? Will it be threatened? When Zhou was still hesitating, the little bear had already run to him and circled around him a few times, as if he was sniffing the smell on him. After a few laps, the little bear seemed to confirm something, jumped directly on Zhou and stretched out his tongue to lick Zhou face, looking very intimate. This guy still recognizes me? Zhou face was uncertain, and he didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. The little bear pounced on Zhou, but Zhou didn't dare to move. He opened his hands and dared not touch the little bear. Zhou was afraid that he would reach out and touch the little bear. If he was misunderstood by the giant bear that he wanted to hurt the little bear, the end would be very miserable. The little bear looked like he didn't understand anything, and rubbed around Zhou as if he wanted to play with Zhou. Zhou looked at the giant bear, not knowing whether to move or not. With a move of the giant bear's claws, the single horn on the ground was photographed next to Zhou. What does this mean? Are you going to give it to me? Zhou was slightly startled, feeling like it was, but he couldn't believe it. Before he turned into a little bear, the giant bear must know it now. Not killing him is considered kind, and it seems unlikely that he will give him what the golden unicorn left behind. The giant bear glanced at him, then stood up. Zhou was startled and had the urge to turn around and run away, but on the Laojun platform, he couldn't escape at all. After the giant bear stood up, he looked away from Zhou and looked up at the sky, as if he was looking at the cosmic starry sky. But now it is daytime, and the sun is still shining. Where can you see the stars? But the giant bear kept looking up, and Zhou couldn't help but look up. I saw that in the sky with the scorching sun, there were actually stars emerging one by one, and the rays of light on those stars were even as clear in the daytime, and they became brighter and brighter. What's the situation? Zhou looked at the stars in the sky and then at the giant bear. There is no doubt that the stars that appear during the day must be related to this giant bear, because Zhou has already seen that starlight is scattered on it. In the clear sky, the starlight like a searchlight shines on the giant bear. Even an idiot knows that this must have something to do with the giant bear. In fact, it's not just Zhou Wen. In many parts of the Federation, people have seen the spectacle of the stars in the day, but they don't know the reason for the stars in the day. All major forces are paying attention to this strange phenomenon, and the media are also reporting this spectacle. Although Zhou Wen doesn't know what's going on outside, he can imagine some of these strange spectacles appearing. The Federation must have been messed up. But Zhou Wen didn't know that this was just the beginning, and now the outside is more chaotic than he imagined. Because the Rubik's Cube scattered all over the world lights up at the same time. After the last battle of Venus, the Rubik's Cube has not been moving. Now that it is reopened, the pictures on the Rubik's Cube are the stars that appear in the daytime. The Rubik's Cube has opened again. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed. For him, there are too many things that have happened recently. Under this complicated situation, Zhang Chuanqiu has always been walking on thin ice. 4. Fear that one accident, the Zhang family's ship would slide into the bottomless abyss. Has it started again? Which stars? Companion pet was born this time? Xiao Luchuan was eager to try. Since the death of Xiao Jiuhuang, the Xia family has been developing in a low-key manner and has continued to grow itself. Now it has recovered a lot of vitality, but to return to the most restored era of the Xia family, more resources and efforts are needed. The Rubik's Cube battle is undoubtedly the fastest way to obtain top-level resources. Strange, why are there so many stars shining? Which star's companion pet was born? Duguga looked at the screen and muttered to himself. In fact, it's not just Duga Song. Everyone who watched the Rubik's Cube screen felt strange, because in the last battle of Venus, only Venus appeared in the Rubik's Cube screen. Now there are more than a dozen stars appearing in the daytime, and the pictures have all appeared on the Rubik's Cube, and they are all guessing what is going on. Even the Holy Spirit in the Holy Land is looking at the stars in the sky, frowning and thinking. Zhou Wen watched the starlight on the giant bear getting stronger and stronger, as if it was going to fly along the starlight, and couldn't help but feel greatly surprised. What's going on? Could it be that the giant bear is not a dimensional creature on Earth, but is it from the universe? This is not right. The Earth has self-protection rules. Not to mention the creatures in the universe, even the creatures on the Earth will have great restrictions. Like the moon reading, you have to leave the Earth. The level of the giant bear should be higher than the moon reading. If it is not an Earth creature, how can it be possible that it has not been restricted from coming to Earth? Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind, but he still couldn't understand what was going on. To say that the giant bear is an Earth creature, then why can it attract the stars in the universe, and it is not just one, so many stars seem to echo it. When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, the little bear seemed to realize something, and he rushed over and wanted to fall into the arms of the giant bear. But the starlight isolated it from the outside, like an invisible barrier, preventing it from approaching the giant bear. The giant bear looked at the little bear, his eyes were full of tenderness, and there were some feelings that Zhou Wen could not understand. Woo, woo. The little bear screamed and wanted to rush into the starlight, but his claws were scratching on the starlight, but he couldn't rush in. The giant bear did not stop the little bear, nor did he make any movement, but just looked at it lovingly. As the starlight became stronger and stronger, the giant bear's body was actually moved by the starlight and gradually levitated. The giant bear is going to be forced to leave the Earth? Zhou was surprised and delighted. If the giant bear just left, then he would not be in danger at all, but after thinking about it, he felt that something was wrong. When the giant bear left the earth, why didn't he take the little bear with him? It is so powerful that it shouldn't be difficult to leave with the little bear. Now that the little bear is shielded from the starlight, the giant bear is not surprised at all. Obviously it has been expected. The giant bear's body rose higher and higher, and the little bear jumped and grabbed anxiously below, trying to get close to the giant bear, but was blocked by the starlight and could not get close to half a minute. The giant bear had already risen to the top of Laojun Terrace. It suddenly withdrew its gaze and looked at Zhou next to him. Zhou was stared at by it, and his heart beat subconsciously. Although his eyes were not fierce, it made Zhou feel an inexplicable pressure. Woo, woo. Little Bear jumped up and slammed into Xingguang, but was stopped by the power of Lei Agentai, and fell to the ground after falling. The body of the giant bear has already exceeded the scope of Lei Agentai, and the speed of ascension is getting faster and faster. Before Zhou could figure out what the giant bear was looking at him, the giant bear's figure had risen into the sky like a meteor, and disappeared into the universe in a blink of an eye. Those shining stars gradually dimmed as the giant bear ascended into the universe, and the spectacle of the stars in the daytime disappeared, and only the little bear was still whimpering towards the sky. Although the spectacle of the daytime star has disappeared, the Rubik's Cube has not stopped because of it, and the images are still changing. In the end, the picture of the Rubik's Cube was fixed on a strange planet, and the planet was blooming with a strange light. Because the light was too strong, it was impossible to see what was inside. The picture of the Rubik's Cube has been frozen here. There is no longer any change, and it has not been closed. There was a lot of discussion, and even some forces began to study what the planet that appeared on the Rubik's Cube screen was. Zhou looked up at the sky and couldn't see the giant bear at all. There was only a blue sky during the day. The little bear was tearful and kept whining towards the sky. Seeing Zhou looking at it, the little bear rushed over, put his head into Zhou arms, and hugged him. And whimpered. What's the matter? Zhou didn't come back to his senses now. Now it seems that the meaning of the giant bear should be to let him adopt this little bear. But Zhou didn't understand. Why did the giant bear think that he would adopt the little bear instead of killing it? Anyway, the giant bear has left the earth, and it should be impossible to come back. Even if he kills the little bear, the giant bear has nothing to do with him. But looking at the crying bear there, Zhou really couldn't do it. Could it be that the wisdom of the giant bear has reached such a level that you can see that I can't bear to attack the little bear? Zhou patted the little bear on the head, and still felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't think of what was wrong. Fortunately, the little bear was easy to coax. When he arrived, and after a while, he stopped crying by himself. I have to get out of here. Do you want to come with me? Zhou looked at the little bear and asked. Xiao Xiong looked at him suspiciously. Obviously he couldn't understand what Zhou was saying about Xiao Xiong's wisdom. Zhou even said with gestures. And after a while, he couldn't let Xiao Xiong understand what he meant, but when Zhou went outside, Xiao Xiong himself followed. This guy is so stupid. If you leave it here, it is estimated that it will not survive. Forget it, let's take it back. Zhou put away the golden horn, and then took the bear out of the gate of Lei Agentai. Walking into the 33rd level, Zhou suddenly felt that it was different from when he came before. Between one step, the world suddenly changed, as if stepping into a void, feeling that his body was falling rapidly, and he didn't know where to fall. Strangely enough, the little bear did not fall into the void with Zhou Wen, and did not even see its shadow. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved. He ran the Taoist formula, and at the same time depicted the Taishang Kaidianjing. The next second, Zhou Wen found that he was still standing on the steps. There was no void at all, and he didn't fall, and the little bear was beside him. Zhou Wen took the little bear down, with the Taishang Kaidianjing on his body, and the 33 steps had no effect on him. The little bear seemed not to be restricted by the steps, and followed Zhou Wen, his head always leaning on Zhou Wen. After getting off Lei Juntai, Zhou Wen turned around the Mingdao Palace. There are many dimensional creatures here, but none of them can attack humans. Obviously, they are all affected by the rules and power of Mingdao Palace, unlike the golden unicorn and the giant bear. So reckless. The giant bear has left, and the golden unicorn is dead. This place can be considered as a place to build a human city, but no life can be killed in the Lei Juntai, and food in the future will be a problem. Moreover, any creature in the Lei Juntai can enter and leave at will. The appearance of creatures such as giant bears will still be a big trouble at that time. Zhou Wen thought about it again and felt that Lei Juntai could be used as a temporary shelter. But if you want to build a human city and let humans live for a long time, it does not seem to be a good choice. And Zhou Wen faintly felt that his own Taoist tactics might be able to rely on Lei Juntai to promote natural disasters. If Lei Juntai was destroyed, wouldn't the human city built here be very dangerous? But now Zhou Wen has not found anything on Lao Juan's platform that can make Dao Ju upgrade to natural disaster level, so he can only go back and see the situation first. The little bear followed Zhou Wen step by step. If he couldn't see Zhou Wen, he would be very panicked. It seemed that the departure of the giant bear had caused a great psychological shadow on him. Don't be afraid, you will have many friends soon. Zhou Wen touched the little bear's head and returned to the guide mansion with the little bear. The current situation in Guide Mansion is very good. During Zhou Wen's days at Lei Juntai, there have been several large-scale skeleton legions. Yu Qiubai was very worried at first, but who knew that when the little bird sprayed the flames, the army of skeletons was like dry wood. The army of skeletons was completely vulnerable in front of the bird, which surprised and delighted Yu Qiubai. Also because of the great power of the little bird, people who were still hesitating gathered towards the school more quickly, and even many people have already signed an agreement and are willing to become a part of the new city. Zhou Wen, this bird of yours is so amazing. Now outsiders regard it as a divine bird, saying it is a legendary mysterious bird. Yu Qiubai excitedly told the story of the bird's great power, and more how adored it is. Zhou Wen was a little dumbfounded when he heard it. It was true that Xian bird was the divine bird of Shang, but judging from the word Xian, it should be a black bird. The bird is a phoenix species, and its body is already pale golden, so it can't be a mysterious bird no matter how you look at it. But the little bird was very proud. When Yu Qiubai was telling about its heroic deeds, its chin was about to be lifted to the sky, with a look that could not be ignored. What is this? Yu Qiubai only saw the bear behind Zhou Wen at this time. The little bear is actually very timid. It has been hiding behind Zhou Wen, and occasionally dares to stretch out half of its head to peek at Yu Qiubai and Xiaoniao. The reason why Yu Qiubai asked this was because the little bear did not look much like a bear. Its size was different from that of a giant bear, and it was closer to a four-legged beast like a liger. This is my adopted pet. It has a wild temperament and is not as obedient as a bird. Don't approach it. Zhou told Yu Choubai. Yu Choubai nodded and turned to ask, how is the situation on Laojun Mountain? The dimensional creature has been solved, but I don't think Lea Juntai is suitable for building a human city. Although it is relatively safe for the time being, it cannot kill, which means that we need to obtain food from the outside world, and any creatures in Mingdao Palace can freely enter and leave, which is also very detrimental to us. Zhou said. Yu Choubai sighed and said, I also know it's not very suitable there, but now so many people are counting on us, they need a stable home. There should be no problem with a bird guarding this place for the time being. We still have time. Let's think about it. And see if there are other suitable dimensional fields. Zhou still felt that he should not choose Lea Juntai and Mingdao for temporary stability. Palace. I'll think about it again. Yu Choubai paused, then suddenly said, by the way, do you know about the reopening of the Rubik's Cube? Is there a Rubik's Cube here too? Zhou was a little surprised. There are many places where the Rubik's Cube appears. Most of them are in places where a large number of humans gather, as well as some ancient cities, or in a certain dimension field, there may be Rubik's Cubes. If it is said that there is a Rubik's Cube in the ancient city of Guide, Zhou does not find it strange, but the population of Guide House has been losing, and the Rubik's Cube will appear outside the dimension field, which makes Zhou a little surprised. We also thought it was very strange before. I have also seen reports about the Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cubes in other cities appeared in the center of the city where humans gathered, but the Rubik's Cube in Guide House, even at the time it appeared. The location is also in the suburbs, there are no people at all, and there is no dimensional field, and now there are no people there. I don't know why the Rubik's Cube appeared there. Yu Choubai said. Where's the Rubik's Cube? Zhou felt that the position where the Rubik's Cube appeared would not be for no reason. Maybe there was something undiscovered there. Yu Choubai took out the map and pointed out the location to Zhou. That place is actually not far from the ancient city. It used to be the suburb of Guide House, and it was originally a place to grow crops. There used to be a large area of wheat planted there, but it has long been abandoned, and there are weeds everywhere, almost 1 person deep. There is no mutation into a dimensional field here, and it looks like a wasteland. In the wild grass, a huge Rubik's Cube was located, and the screen of the Rubik's Cube was lit up from a distance, and above it was the orange-red planet shining with colorful light. This should be a star, right? Zhou watched for a while, and could probably be sure that it was a star like the sun, not a planet like the Earth. The stars themselves emit so much light and heat that it is almost impossible for life to survive on them. Just like the sun, the surface temperature can reach 5,500 degrees Celsius. And the temperature inside is unimaginably high. Even natural disaster-grade creatures can withstand the high temperature inside. If the dimensional field is on that planet, the difficulty of the dimensional field this time may be much more difficult than Venus. Zhou can probably be sure that it should not be the sun, and he is somewhat relieved. If it is not a planet in the solar system, its impact on the Earth should be much smaller. The picture on the Rubik's Cube was motionless, and there was nothing to see. Zhou circled around the Rubik's Cube and scanned the nearby area with listening, trying to understand the difference between this place and other places. Strange, there is indeed no special vitality fluctuation here, and there is no dimensional field formed, but this is not a place where human beings gather. Why does the Rubik's Cube fall here? Zhou pulled some weeds and put them in his hands to observe carefully. Although the wild grass here has been affected by the environment and has undergone some mutations, it is also within the normal range and has not been able to evolve into dimensional creatures. Variations like this all over the world, nothing special. There must be some reason for the Rubik's Cube to appear here. Unfortunately, the earth-moving beast has been killed by the Shirquan sword immortal. Otherwise, let the earth-moving beast go deep into the ground and take a look, and maybe you will find something. Zhou was slightly depressed and put the tyrant Beeman was summoned, and it is also a good hand at digging. After the tyrant Beeman came out, he accepted Zhou order, lowered his head and drilled down to the ground. The strange horn on the top of his head spun like a drill bit, and drilled a big hole in the soil attached to the weeds. The tyrant Beeman drilled a few hundred meters underground, but did not find the underground dimension field. When Zhou Wenjing was disappointed, he saw the little bear running into a field of wild grass near the Rubik's Cube. Dig something there. Zhou walked over curiously, and saw the little bear's front paws digging the soil quickly, and soon pulled a big hole out. What is that? Zhou found that the little bear had really picked up something. I can't see what it is now. It looks like a khaki yellow substance with some fine lines on it. It's not gold, not jade, and it doesn't look like a stone. The little bear's movements became very gentle, and he used his claws to remove the soil on it, so that the thing gradually emerged. Hey, this is a beehive. Zhou finally saw what it was. It was a lotus-shaped beehive with a diameter of more than 50 centimeters. The little bear tore it open with his claws, and there was even honey flowing out of it. The little bear put his mouth up to lick the honey, and after sucking a lot of honey, he motioned Zhou to go eat honey with him. Zhou dipped a little with his finger and tasted it in his mouth. It was really sweet. Honey, not fake at all. Strange, this kind of hive should be on a tree. Bumblebee's hive is not like this. Why does this hive appear underground? Zhou called the tyrant Beeman and let it dig along the bear. Continue to dig down the hole that comes out. It didn't take long for the little bear to dig, and he found it again, but this time it was not a honeycomb, but some rotting bronzes. Since many of them have rotted away, judging from the remaining parts, it should be something similar to a tripod. Because the power of the tyrant Beeman was too strong, a lot of bronze wares were damaged when digging, making it more difficult for Zhou to identify, so Zhou simply stopped letting him dig, and dug it by himself. Soon, Zhou dug up some gray pottery and some jade-like decorations. Although Zhou didn't know what those decorations were used for, the quality of the jade was very poor. Know what a good thing. These things seem to be antiques, but antiques don't have much value in this era. Zhou has limited knowledge of history, and he doesn't know what era these things are from. He probably guessed that it was probably the one from Shang and Zhou dynasties. Things of the times. Zhou continued to dig down, and he dug up some strange things, mainly gray pottery and bronze, although there were other things, but they were probably rotten because of the age. Digging and digging, Zhou eyes suddenly lit up. Under his finger, there was a hard object that looked like jade, but if you look closely, you will find that it is actually bone. What kind of bone is this? Zhou slowly removed the soil outside the bone, and soon he found out that the bone was connected, not like a normal skeleton. As the flesh rotted, the bones would scatter. Come. The bones below are all connected, but the flesh and blood have long been gone, but the dead bones do not know why. The joints are not separated, but they are still firmly glued together. When Zhou Wen dug out the entire skeleton, he found that it turned out to be the skeleton of a giant bird, and it was very complete, with no bones missing. The bones are already in a semi-fossil state. In some places, they still maintain the luster of the bones, as crystal clear as jade. In some places, they are as dull as fossils, and there are many pits and holes. Just looking at the skeleton, the bird would have been 4 or 5 meters tall when it stood up when it was alive. It seems that no such large bird creature has appeared in history. Is there such a big bird in that era? Zhou Wen doubted whether this was the legendary mysterious bird. After all, in that era, no one had ever seen such a big bird. It was normal to see such a huge bird suddenly and regard it as a divine bird. It's a pity that there are only bird bones and no feathers. I don't know if its feathers are black or not. No vitality fluctuation was found on the bird bone. It seemed to be just an ordinary skeleton. Zhou Wen put it aside and continued to dig down. Some gray pottery fragments were dug up below, and some stone tools were even found, such as knife and axe-like stone tools, which were very rough. If he saw these stone tools on the side of the road, Zhou Wen must have thought they were just ordinary odd-shaped stones. Zhou Wen dug all the places that could be dug nearby. Apart from those ancient tatters, that bird bone was a little interesting. Zhou Wen was somewhat disappointed that he did not find a dimension domain or something mysterious. Looking back, Zhou Wen wanted to sort out the rubbish he dug up and put it in the chaotic space. Although the rubbish was useless to him, for historians, it was likely to be an irreplaceable treasure. Zhou Wen intends to put it away, and when the earth is truly peaceful in the future, these things may become priceless treasures. Zhou Wen came to the pile of junk, and after looking at it for a while, he couldn't help frowning. He dug up a lot of things, and they were piled together like a hill, but Zhou Wen could clearly feel it now that the pile of broken was much less when he looked at it before. In order to make sure that he remembered correctly, Zhou Wen went through the pieces one by one and put them on the other side. Sure enough, there is a lot less. The bronze where that looks like a radish is gone, and many gray pottery and utensils are gone. Because many of the utensils were strangely shaped, Zhou Wen didn't know what it was, so he left it behind. I was very impressed, and now I look for it again, but I can't find it. I looked around and found no trace of dimensional creatures and humans. Zhou Wen used a Brahma to observe the particles in the air. It was also not found that there were particles of other life left on those things. Damn it, can those things run away on their own with long legs? Zhou Wen sorted it out again, wanting to make sure that he remembered correctly. As a result, he found that the number was much less than just now, and the few things he had just taken are now gone. Damn it. Zhou Wen looked around vigilantly, thinking that some terrifying existence had sneaked over. But after waiting for a while, I didn't find any movement, and I didn't find any clues. If that thing can really prevent me from being able to sense it at such a close distance, and can sneak it away, then he can just take off my head directly. There is no need to be so troublesome. Zhou Wen thought about it again. I felt that this thing was a little strange, so I simply went to count it again. As a result, there was something missing this time, just under Zhou Wen's eyelids. Zhou Wen didn't notice it at all. Zhou Wen summoned his companion pets and kept them around, while he paid close attention to the pile of junk. The little bear had been licking the bees beside him. He had just finished eating and crawled back to Zhou Wen, looking curiously at the rags on the ground. After waiting for a while, there was no movement, not even the soul mirror and the two golden flood dragons. Zhou Wen himself kept staring at the pile of junk and found nothing missing. After a period of time, Zhou Wen didn't notice any movement, and it seemed that there was nothing missing, so he counted the junk again, and as a result, he found that there were a few more pieces missing. I'm going. What the hell, why is there so little? Zhou Wen was stunned, and he searched the ground again, but found nothing. With a thought, a large group of Note Elves were summoned by Zhou Wen. Under Zhou Wen's order, each Note Elves were attached to those broken pieces. Every piece of bronzeware, every gray pottery, or even just a fragment, has a musical Note Elf attached to it. Zhou Wen had to figure out how those things disappeared. Zhou Wen's eyes widened, staring at the pile of things, and at the same time monitoring all the junk with the help of the connection with the notes. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt that one of the Note Elves disappeared. Before he could take a closer look at what the missing Note Elves belonged to, several more Note Elves lost contact with Zhou Wen and could not sense it. Zhou Wen quickly ordered the remaining Note Elves to fly with their attachments, and then looked for the few Note Elves that could not be contacted. The missing Note Elf was not found, but found that everything else had been carried by the Note Elf and flew. Only the skeleton of the giant bird was still on the ground. Could it be that the missing thing has something to do with it? Zhou Wen looked at the skeleton carefully and found that the Note Elf originally attached to it was gone. It's not a problem that the Note Elves are gone, but the things they attached to the few Note Elves that disappeared at the same time are also gone. Only this skeleton, the Note Spirit attached to it, is gone, but it is still here. Zhou Wen summoned another Note Elf to attach it to the skeleton of the giant bird, and Zhou Wen kept staring at it. After a while, a strange thing happened. The musical Note Elf on the giant bird's skeleton disappeared out of thin air. There was no sign, and there was no spatial fluctuation. How could this be? Zhou Wen's eyes widened, he could hardly believe what he saw. Now he recalled it carefully, as if the things that were missing before were all next to the skeleton of the giant bird. Zhou Wen put a few pieces of bronze and gray pottery on top of the giant bird's skeleton, and after a while, those fragments disappeared miraculously. Zhou Wen watched them disappear, but he still didn't know what kind of power made them disappear, as if they disappeared out of thin air. There seems to be something wrong with the skeleton of this giant bird. Zhou Wen looked at the skeleton of the giant bird carefully, but still did not find any difference in it. But after what happened just now, Zhou Wen naturally no longer thinks that this is just an ordinary bird bone. Zhou Wen tried a few more times, and it was certain that anything would disappear out of thin air after touching the skeleton of this giant bird for a period of time. Strangely, Zhou Wen did not feel the spatial fluctuations. If it is space transmission power, Zhou Wen can still understand it, but without the fluctuation of space power, the items disappear directly, which is a bit strange. Now Zhou Wen hasn't figured out where the missing things went. If it was decomposed, then there should also be decomposed substances, but Zhou Wen didn't even see the decomposed particles. If it was teleportation, after the companion pet disappeared, it disconnected from Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen was not sure what happened to them, and naturally he didn't know where they were teleported. The research did not understand, so Zhou Wen had to bury the giant bird skeleton again. This thing does not dare to put it directly into the chaotic space. If the chaotic beads are also lost, it will be a big loss. It is strange to say that. Anything that touches the bones of the giant bird will disappear, but the soil here will not disappear. Zhou Wen got some soil from other places, put it on the giant bird's skeleton, and disappeared after a while. It's really not an ordinary place. Zhou Wen dug some places nearby and found a lot of gray pottery and bronze ware. But they were just ordinary antiques and had no practical value. All the major forces are studying the planets that have recently appeared on the Rubik's Cube. Some forces have tried to send people over, but they are all dead. Soldiers or prisoners. They want to find out what kind of dimensional field there is on that planet. Strangely, after the major forces tried it, they found that the Rubik's Cube could be activated, but there was no way to send people there. Until one time, someone dripped the blood of 4 people on the Rubik's Cube, and in the brilliance of the Rubik's Cube, the 4 people disappeared together. But the Rubik's Cube image just shook for a moment. And then it returned to calm, as if nothing had happened, and the 4 people didn't know whether they were alive or dead. It didn't take long for many forces to discover this phenomenon. Only 4 people can start the Rubik's Cube together. Not enough people, not too many people. The people who were just sent to the past basically died directly, and they failed to send any news back. The Rubik's Cube screen just shook, then there was no movement. The temperature on that planet is too high, and the average human can't bear it at all. Even if it is teleported, it will be useless. In the Supervision Bureau, an inspector is reporting to Wei Gu. The inspector has done the most experiments, and a large number of death row prisoners have died. Wei Gu did not look up and was still looking at the information in his hand. It was a star map, but it was not a modern one, but an ancient one used to distinguish celestial bodies. The experiment is over, don't touch the Rubik's Cube for the time being, Wei Gu said to the inspector while looking at the star map. Yes, bureau seat. The inspector responded, hesitated, and then said, Bureau seat, now all parties are looking for us for information, and the Guardian Alliance is the most urgent. How to reply? Wei Gu put the star map in his hand on the table, pushed it in front of the inspector, and said lightly, copy this star map a few times. Anyone who wants to inquire about the news again, if the benefits are enough, just give them a star map. Can this work? The Supervision Bureau picked up the star map and looked at it, looking at Wei Gu with some puzzlement. Although this star map is an ancient version, it is not too rare. If you really want to get it is not difficult. Go. Wei Gu did not explain, and let him go down to work. After the inspector left, Wei Gu held his chin in his hand and thought for a moment. He seemed to think of something interesting. He picked up the phone, edited the star map he just took, clicked on a friend, and sent it past. Zhou Wen was studying the skeleton of the giant bird, and suddenly heard the phone ring, took out the phone and found that it was news from Wei Gu. What does this mean? Zhou Wen opened the message and glanced at it, and found that it was a star map, or a very rough one. The stars marked on it were far less detailed than the current star map, and the names of the stars were not marked. However, on the star map, a star was marked by a red circle. Zhou Wen took the star map and compared it with his own singularity universe, but he couldn't see which starry sky these stars belonged to. Because Zhou Wen's singularity universe is very detailed, and there are too many missing stars in this star map, it is difficult to compare them for a while. This star is the planet in the Rubik's Cube? Zhou Wen sent a message to Wei Gu. Yes. Wei Gu replied succinctly. What's the name of this planet? Zhou Wen had to continue sending messages. Think for yourself. Wei Gu was more straightforward this time. Wouldn't it be easier for you to tell me? Zhou Wen said depressedly. I'd just like to see what you want to know, but don't know. So, please beg me. And I will tell you kindly. After Wei Gu sent the message, the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Zhou Wen saw Wei Ji's message and turned off the chat box directly. Just kidding, I have so many teachers. Here, I don't believe that I can't even recognize a star map. Zhou Wen took the star map to find Yu Qiubai. After Yu Qiubai looked at the star map, he glanced at Zhou Wen and said, Xiaowen, while you are cultivating, you still need to take some time to learn cultural knowledge. This star map is the ancient division of the North Pole, drawn with a red circle. This star is the first star of the Big Dipper, called Tian star, also known as Greedy Wolf. This is the Big Dipper? Zhou Wen looked at the star map again, only to find that the Tian star is the starting point, and the 6 stars behind it really formed a shape similar to a spoon, and couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Actually, I can't blame you. The star maps drawn by the ancients are naturally not as detailed as they are now, but a celestial body is obvious, as the Big Dipper should be recognized. Yu Qiubai asked strangely after finishing speaking, why do you suddenly interested in the star map? The planet shown on the Rubik's Cube is likely to be the Tian star. Zhou Wen checked the information on the Big Dipper on the internet, and suddenly found a very wonderful thing. The Big Dipper is the brightest celestial body in the Arctic sky. This is the ancient division method of the Eastern District. According to the division method of the Western District, the Big Dipper belongs to the constellation Ursa Major. Zhou Wen couldn't help but think of the giant bear that flew into the starry sky on Lea Gentai, and thought to himself, does that giant bear have anything to do with this dimensional realm? But the constellation is a Western thing, but the giant bear is a dimensional creature from the East, or the starry sky soaring in Lea Gentai. I always feel a little weird. Zhou Wen is not the only one who knows the news, but for most people, it doesn't seem to make much difference whether the planet on the Rubik's Cube is Tianshu or not. God stick, it is rumored that the planet is the Tianshu star in the Big Dipper. What do you think? Xiao Luchuan called Zhang Chuanqiu immediately. These things are still good at Zhang's family. Zhang Chuanqiu said, that's right, the Tianshu Xing in the Big Dipper, but I advise you not to think of it. Why? Xiao Luchuan asked in confusion. You should know that Tianshu star is also called Greed Wolf star, Zhang Chuanqiu said. I know, although I can't watch the sky at night like you, but I have heard of the name Greedy Wolf Xingjuan. Isn't it synonymous with Jixing and Jixing? Xiao Luchuan said. That's because you don't know much about the name of the Greedy Wolf. The Tianshu is really good, but in some cases, the Greedy Wolf is a big omen. Before things are clear, it is best not to touch it. Zhang Chuanqiu was serious. Said. Really? Xiao Luchuan was still a little unconvinced. Believe it or not. Zhang Chuanqiu didn't say much, just hung up the phone. I didn't say I didn't believe it. Why are you so temperamental? Xiao Luchuan muttered and put down the phone in his hand. There were many people who asked Zhang Chuanqiu, but for ordinary people, Zhang Chuanqiu only said some ambiguous things, and only a few people would persuade them not to touch Tian Shuxing. Tian Shuxing's companion pet, you must get it back, no matter what. The light and shadow of Quan Jianxian appeared in the unbuilt Tongtian Tower and gave orders to Xian and a group of guardians. Sir, we will do our best to fight for it, but you should also be clear that now that there are many heroes on the Earth, our Guardian Alliance has not been able to occupy an absolute advantage, plus there are variables such as cosmic creatures. Can we get the sky? The companion pet of Shuxing is really unknown. Xian Xingli said. I just want the result. Huang Jiangxian said coldly. I also hope that there will be a good result. Xian said, neither humble nor arrogant. Huang Jianxian's eyes were like swords, staring at Xian, as if to split his body, but Xian just stood there with his eyes lowered, as if he didn't see anything. Whoever can retrieve the companion pet of Tian Shuxing can become the spokesperson of my immortal clan in the world, and I will personally bestow him the most powerful guardian of the immortal clan. Huang Jiangxian said. The immortals have always respected the strong, and Huang Jiangxian believes that the same is true for humans, and wants to encourage the internal division of the Guardian Alliance. However, the Guardians such as the Blood which were still split on both sides of the ferry, as if they had not heard his words. Huang Jiangxian's eyes flashed coldly, but he suppressed the killing intent in his heart. As Wang Mingyuan said, the current situation of the Earth is relatively clear. Even if the immortal race starts to cultivate new forces now, it will not be able to play a role in a short time. If you want to continue to remain competitive on Earth, you can only continue to use the Guardian Alliance, and there are not many options. The 6 major families have always been vassals of the Holy Land. Although the 6 major families now want to escape the control of the Holy Land, they may not be able to completely escape the control of the Holy Land. Second, even if they can really get rid of them, those who have just jumped out of the wolf's den will probably not easily jump into the tiger's den. Then there is the federal government, the Holy Spirit Society, and warlords from all over the country. Under the leadership of Hui Haifeng, the federal government has been developing the power of human beings, and it is even less likely to be used by the immortals. The Holy Spirit will directly devour the guardians, and the immortals cooperate with them. I am afraid that they can only give them food, and it is difficult to really control them. When it comes to the great warlords from all over the world, if there is a chance, Huang Jiangxian would not mind giving them some benefits and let them be used by the immortal clan, but there are very few warlords who can really achieve the level of the 6 major families. It is not a matter of time and a half to control them. At this stage, Mad Sword Immortal still only continues to use the Guardian Alliance to do things for the immortal race. However, Huang Jianxian has already made up his mind to re-establish a force that is completely subordinate to the immortals as soon as possible, and kick the Guardian Alliance out of the game. Don't worry, our clan will definitely help you when you need it. The Tongtian Tower must be repaired as soon as possible, otherwise even if our clan wants to help you, we will not be able to deliver things to you. But he secretly said, the Tongtian Tower only needs to be repaired. I can use the Tongtian Tower to enter the Earth and re-establish the human power belonging to the immortal race. If it succeeds, I will kill the bastard Wang Mingyuan first. Babel Tower has been hit twice in a row, and many materials are no longer available. It is very difficult to repair. I wonder if there is a way for adults to repair it. Xian kicked the ball back to Huang Jianxian. Although Huang Jianxian really wanted to kill the immortal with a sword, but there was no way to do that, so he had to say, there is a way. They have all been transformed into dimensional fields. I will pass on the information of those guardian cocoons to you. After you find the guardian cocoons and use the help of the guardians inside, you will naturally be able to easily occupy those dimensional fields. and obtain the resources inside. I will do my best to serve the adults. Tian led a group of guardians to bow their heads and salute. Zhou has not studied and understood what happened to the land and the bones of the giant bird, and he did not dare to take the risk to experiment, so he had to ignore it for the time being. At this time, Zhou was researching his companion pet. After the two golden dragons gave birth, another golden dragon was born, but this golden dragon seemed a little different from its parents. Jin Jiao, natural disaster grade, evolvable, fate, metal life. Soul of life, Jin Jing. Wheel of fortune, love is stronger than gold. Fearing, stator, S-class. Field of natural disasters, real gold fire refining, human world. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Physical. Fitness, 100. Vitality, 100. Innate skills, touching stone into gold, strangling, invincible, and domineering. Associated state, stator. Zhou didn't know what the stator in the companion state was, so the golden dragon appeared in the companion state, and found that its body had turned into a dragon pillar. Obviously it is a pillar, I don't know why it is called a stator. With the experience of the 3 swords of the Son of Heaven last time, Zhou tried to put 3 golden flood dragons into the synthesis frame, and it was indeed able to be synthesized, and the success rate was as high as 99.9%, and there was almost no possibility of failure. Does it fit? Zhou hesitated. After all, these are 3 natural disaster grades. If they match, even if there is a hell grade, it is just a companion pet, which seems a bit uneconomical. The attributes and skills are similar. If 1 golden flood dragon can't handle an opponent, adding 2 golden flood dragons shouldn't have much effect. Zhou hesitated, but clicked the composite key. I saw the golden light flickering, and the 3 golden flood dragons all radiated amazing light, and finally the entire mobile phone screen was occupied by the golden light. When the light gradually dissipated, the 3 golden dragons disappeared, and only a pair of large golden scissors remained on the screen of the mobile phone. 2 golden flood dragons are the cutting blades, and 1 golden flood dragon is the stator, turning into a pair of golden flood dragon scissors. Golden scissors, natural disaster grade, evolvable, fate, metal. Life. Soul of life, Jin Jing. Wheel of fortune, love is stronger than gold. Fear, golden Jiao Jiao, S level. Natural disaster. Domain, real gold fire refinement, hell. Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Physical fitness, 200. Vitality, 200. Talent skills, touching a stone into gold, strangling, invincible, dominating the body, and cutting in 2. Associated state, golden Jiao Jiao. Zhou was overjoyed when he saw the attributes of the golden Jiao Jiao. Although it was 3 for 1, looking at this attribute, the effect of the golden Jiao Jiao was definitely greater than that of the 3 golden Jiao Jiao. If nothing else, the human-level golden dragon has only 100 attribute values, but the hell-level golden Jiao Jiao has doubled its attributes. The abilities do not seem to have changed much, but there is an additional skill that cuts both ways, which seems to be very powerful. Who should try it out? Zhou looked at his mobile phone copy and found that the Venus copy had been refreshed an hour ago, so he just went in to try it out. Click. Click. As soon as the golden dragon is cut out, the metal guards and the golden god of war are directly cut into 2 sections with 1 knife, and no one can stop its power of 1 cut. However, the golden Jiaoshu also has A disadvantage. It can only cut off the body of one creature at a time. There is no group attack. Capability. When the natural disaster shooter appeared, Zhou Wen used the soul mirror to make the natural disaster shooter show his identity, only to see a golden light flashing. The natural disaster shooter's speed was not slow, but he still did not respond, and was cut into 2 paragraphs directly. Ding! A companion egg fell out with a crisp sound. Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and controlled the blood-colored villain to rush over and pick up the companion egg. Zhou Wen has coveted the companion egg of the natural disaster shooter for a long time. Its long-range attack power is really awesome, especially the 7th shot. There is no restraint method to target, and it cannot escape the kill of that shot. It's really luck that nothing can stop it. Zhou Wen excitedly checked the attributes of the natural disaster gunners. Companion egg. Golden sniper, natural disaster grade, evolvable, fate, sharpshooter. Soul of life, gun god. Will of life and soul. 7 kills must die, S rank. Natural disaster domain, bullet domain, human level. Strength, 168. Speed, 179. Physical fitness, 107. Vitality, 178. Talent skills, infinite bullets, golden escape, super rapid shooting, super long distance shooting, death bomb. Associated state, sniper rifle. Haha, it really is a sniper rifle. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. He had indeed coveted this thing for a long time. Compared with those melee weapons, Zhou Wen prefers to shoot from a distance, and to fight close to the body is a last resort. He can kill the enemy with 1 shot from a distance, so why rush out and fight? Without hesitation, Zhou Wen directly hatched the golden sniper. This kind of non-primitive companion pet has its own attributes to a certain extent, so there is no need to waste crystals to improve the attributes. For Zhou Wen, it is very practical. In addition to the poor physique, the other attributes of the golden sniper are still very good, which is already very good in the human level. A large amount of vitality was absorbed by the companion egg, and soon the companion egg turned into a trace of golden light and fell into Zhou Wen's palm, forming a pattern of a golden sniper rifle there. After flashing for a while, the golden sniper rifle pattern slowly disappeared. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand, and a golden sniper rifle appeared in Zhou Wen's hand. However, the sniper rifle is larger than Zhou Wen imagined. The style is very similar to the Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, and it is larger. It is not impossible to shoot with the hand, but it is a little uncomfortable. With Zhou Wen's inhuman physique, he can shoot even while holding it, but it seems that shooting at a fixed location is more reasonable. Zhou Wen changed a copy, entered Cheesy Mountain, put the sniper rifle in the cave, and aimed it at the fake immortal on the opposite Lutai. After aiming a little, Zhou Wen directly pulled the trigger. Bang! A fake immortal's head was directly blown up, restored to the original body of a fox spirit, and fell into a pool of blood. Bang bang! Bang bang! Zhou Wen shot one at a time, blasting all the heads of the fake immortals, with the butt of the gun against his shoulder, causing Zhou Wen's shoulder to tremble slightly following the shooting rhythm. Seeing those fake immortals turn into a ball, but couldn't find where the enemy was at all, and could only be shot one by one, the pleasure was indescribable. It's a good thing. The shooting distance of this thing is too far. It's much farther than the ordinary sniper rifles on Earth. It is impossible for ordinary creatures to find out where the bullets came from. Zhou Wen likes it more and more. This thing is simply an assassination weapon. If Zhou wants to go to the Guardian Alliance again in the future, he doesn't need to be close to the Guardian Alliance's headquarters. 100 miles away, a bullet can send those Guardians back to the west. Under the speed of light bullet, the distance of 100 miles is not at all. Not a thing. But after thinking about it, now that the Guardian Alliance belongs to Jiang Yan, it would be a little inappropriate for him to kill the Guardians. Let's find a chance to go to the Holy Land. I will stay outside the Holy Land, and a saint will head out. I see who else dares to work for the Holy Land. Zhou Wen thought of this, and wished he could just put his wings on and fly to the Holy Land. Of course, he just thought so. It was obviously impossible to overthrow the Holy Land with just a sniper rifle. Now, I have a golden sniper rifle for long-distance combat, golden sniper scissors for melee combat, and a soul mirror as an aid. As long as I don't encounter dimensional creatures of the heavenly level, I should have the power to fight. Zhou Wen added in his copy again. I searched and found that Yangqing had been refreshed. Enter Yangqing directly. Release the golden snipers, and cut one with a blood shadow. The sniper is even more merciless. One shot is as simple as hitting a balloon on the street. After the Kuei-Nyo came out, Jin Jiao scissors flew up and snapped it into two halves. The Kuei-Nyo's strong defense could not withstand a single shear, and the Jin Jiao scissors were sharp and chilling. Too strong. Zhou Wen found that he had too many weapons now, but he couldn't keep up with the defense. Kuei-Nyo only exploded a crystal of vitality, and Zhou Wen's own vitality attribute had no room for improvement for the time being, so he fed it to the soul mirror with a relatively low attribute. Are you interested in cooperating? Zhou Wenjing was planning to find a few more places to try the power of Jin Jiao scissors and sniper rifles, but suddenly received a message. What is the cooperation? Zhou Wen asked with some doubts when he saw that it was Jiang Yan who sent the message. Don't you know? It takes 4 people to enter Tianshu Star, neither more nor less. Jiang Yan said. You don't really think so hard, do you? Everything in Tianshu is unknown now, isn't it courting death to go in? Zhou Wen didn't think it was a good opportunity to enter Tianshu. If you don't know what's going on inside and go in rashly, even if it is a natural disaster, you may not be able to come out alive. Of course it's not now, it's just to let you have a mental preparation first. When the opportunity comes, I'll inform you. Jiang Yan said. Then I really have to think about it. Zhou Wen replied. Anything to ask? Jiang Yan sent another message. You can say what you can say, and what you can't say, you won't say it if I ask. Zhou Wen said calmly. Many things are uncertain now, and it is useless to say more, but this may be an opportunity to reverse the passive situation. Jiang Yan said. What passive situation? Zhou Wen didn't understand what Jiang Yan meant for a while. I think. Jiang Yan responded after sending a message. Zhou Wen took the mobile phone and read Jiang Yan's information carefully again. He felt that this sentence was very interesting. And it could contain many possibilities, small, and big. If it's the biggest possibility. Zhou Wen thought about it carefully and felt that it was unlikely. After Zhou Wen pondered for a while, an idea came to his mind. He wanted to go to Tianshuxing to take a look. Of course, it is impossible to pass through the Rubik's Cube. It may be difficult for other humans to reach Tianshu Star from the starry sky, but Zhou Wen is not included. The interstellar teleportation ability of Singularity Universe allows him to easily reach Tianshu star. With his defensive power, he just reached the vicinity of Tianshu star, rather than entering it, and the high temperature of Tianshu star should not be able to hurt him. Zhou Wen mainly wanted to see if there was a small hand pattern in the dimensional field of Tianshu Xing, which was the most important to him. But the universe is too dangerous. God knows if there are terrifying cosmic creatures waiting for an opportunity near Tianshu. Zhou Wen thought about it and decided to bring the bird over there. Tianshuxing is too hot, that kind of place is the stage. 4 birds. But if there are no birds, if the army of skeletons reappears, the guide mansion will be too dangerous. Ordinary companion pets can't be too far away from the owner. Zhou Wen is going to Tianshu Xing, the distance is too far, and it is impossible to keep companion pets to look after the house. This is really troublesome. The little bear is stupid, and he doesn't know what his strength is. It's definitely not good to keep him at home. It's a pity that Antelope didn't come to Guide Mansion. Otherwise, I can rest assured that he is at school. Zhou Wen thought about it, but he didn't think of a good idea. He was afraid that something would happen to Guide House while he was away. Old Zhou, what's your situation? You have such a fun place, so don't ask me to come over with you. When Zhou Wen was thinking about this, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. It didn't take long for Li Xian to kick open the courtyard door and walk in swaggeringly. Can't you wait for me to open the door? Zhou Wen said depressedly, but found that Li Xian was not alone. There was another person behind Li Xian. Qingzhen? How did you get together? Zhou Wenjian came with Li Xian, and it turned out to be Qingzhen, the now famous female swordsman. Don't get me wrong, I just happened to come here along the way. They are coming for you, Li Xian said with a smirk. Senior, I heard that you are going to build a human city in Guide House. Is there still a shortage of teachers in the school? Qingzhen asked Zhou Wen. No, of course, but my treatment here is not comparable to Sunset College. You can see the situation here. I don't know when the school will return to normal, Zhou Wen said. Just give a place to live, Qingzhen said seriously. What else are you thinking about? Don't hurry up and arrange accommodation for others, Li Xian coaxed aside. Okay, as long as you are willing to stay, the senior brothers will not treat you badly in the future. When Zhou Wen was short of people, kendo masters like Qingzhen were originally the tutors of Sunset Academy. Couldn't find it. Qingzhen didn't say much, just nodded. I'll find you a place to live first. Zhou Wen was about to take them to find a place to live, but heard a voice coming from outside the yard. Zhou Wen, if you don't dislike it, count the 2 of us. With the man's voice, 2 more people came in. Tian Xiangdong, Fang Ruashi, why are you here? Zhou Wen was a little surprised when he saw these 2 old classmates. Like Zhou Wen, they were both admitted to Sunset College, but Zhou Wen didn't graduate. Both of them left Luoyang after graduation. Because there was no contact, Zhou Wen didn't know where they went after graduation. But this time I didn't see them in Guide House. Zhou Wen thought they moved to another city. What are you talking about? This is our hometown, and our hometown is in trouble, so of course we have to come back to support. Tian Xiangdong smiled. Actually, I am working in the federal political department now. And the boss asked me to come back as an eyeliner and collect the information here. Report it up. Fang Ruashi, who was on the side, also said bluntly, my situation is similar. If you have anything that is not important, you can leave it to me to do it. It's okay to do something for your hometown within your ability. Both of them understood what they said and gave Zhou Wen the right to choose. Zhou Wen smiled and said, there is free labor available, of course it is better, let's come together, I will find a place for you to live first. Zhou Wen is really not afraid that other forces will send spies over. Even if he is afraid, it will be useless. Even if it is not Feng Ruoxi and Tian Shandong, other spies will come over. Instead of wasting time trying to guess who the spy is, it's better to leave Feng Ruoxi and Tian Shandong. Whether they really remember their old relationship or not, they are all very good labor. These are all working in government departments after graduating from Sunset College. Elite. Although the accommodation in the school is very tight now, Zhou Wen still managed to arrange a single room for them all. Although it is a house converted from the school office, it is already the best in terms of current conditions. Qin Jin didn't mind at all. He simply tidied up the room, put down the salute, and came over to ask Zhou Wen, Senior, what can I do? Don't worry, take a rest today, there will be a lot of things waiting for you to do in the future. Zhou Wen said with a smile. Qin Jin nodded, and actually went back to the room to rest. This schoolgirl is not bad, Li Xian said with a smile as he walked. Old Zhou, what are your plans? Wouldn't you really want to build a human city in a place like this? Although it is said that this is your hometown, this place has no barriers at all. There are some unexplored dimensional fields everywhere. You can't stay here forever, can you? Back to where Zhou Wen lived, only Zhou Wen and Li Xian were left, and Li Xian said, I originally wanted to find a dimensional field to build a city. But unfortunately, I haven't found a suitable place for the time being. I can only do it here first. Zhou Wen stroked the little bear's back and said, I did some research on the nearby dimension field before I came here. There is really no place for building a city. Originally, the ancient city of Guide was a good choice. Once the gate is closed, it is not easy to enter. But now the place is too dangerous, I can't get in at all, let alone build a city. Li Xian said. If it was so easy to establish a city, this place would have been occupied long ago, and all the major forces are eyeing it, but there has been no action so far, so I know how difficult it is to establish a city here. Zhou Wen also knew, this place is not good for a city. You all know that you are still building a city here? Li Xian looked at Zhou Wen puzzled. If it's done casually, what's the point? Zhou Wen laughed. Li Xian curled his lips and said disdainfully, I don't know who you are. If it wasn't for something, you would establish a city here? I think you have the time and energy, and you will only lie in bed and fight a few more times the game. Zhou Wen laughed, you know me, and I won't hide it from you. There are things that are very important to me in the ancient city of Guide, but I can't take them now. So I must establish a city here and guard the ancient city. The things inside fall into the hands of others. Remember when you said that we want to build a city of our own, how about it, stay here. This city belongs to the two of us. Jing talking nonsense, or what am I doing here? Do you think this is a tourist area? Li Xian pouted. That's good, with you here, I can rest assured. Zhou Wen smiled. What do you mean? Listening to what you said, do you want to be the shopkeeper? Li Xian, suddenly, felt something was wrong. That's not what I meant, but I really want to go out and take a look. At Tian Shuxing recently, Zhou said. It's okay, don't go in. Li Xian said. I know, you should be familiar with the situation here first, and when you are familiar with it, I will go there. Zhou planned to give Li Xian some time. Do you think that our Li family's intelligence network is all dry rice? I'm afraid. I know the situation here better than you. Okay, what are you supposed to do? Leave it to me here. And with Qin Jin's help, as long as there is no natural disaster, nothing will happen. Li Xian said proudly. Is your second brother okay? When Li Xian mentioned the intelligence network, Zhou thought of Li Mabai. The Li family's intelligence network had nothing to do with Li Xuanjin, and was built by Li Mabai. It's nothing, it's fine. He can eat, sleep, and scold people. If it wasn't for his eyeballs still sitting in the cabinet at home, I would doubt whether he was blind. He was more normal than normal. It's a bit perverted. Li Xian smiled. I practice the vitality art with healing power. I can try it to see if I can restore his eyes. Zhou said. It's useless, he said it himself, his eyes are ghosts, and his healing ability can't be restored. It's like that in this life, but he also said that you don't have to use your eyes to see things, and it's even more useless to see people. So it doesn't matter if you have eyes or not. When Li Xian said this, his expression seemed a little helpless. Zhou estimated that Li Mabai must be educating him when he said this. The two chatted a lot more, and early the next morning, Zhou called Qin Zhen and Feng Ruoxi and introduced them to Yu Choubai and other cadres, so that they could do things in the future. Before leaving, Zhou took Xiaoniao back, but he didn't tell others that he would be away for a while. Except for Li Xian, Zhou didn't plan to let anyone know about this. If it goes well, it should be back soon, and there is no need to alarm others. Back in his room, Zhou took the bird and used the teleportation ability of the Singularity Universe, targeting Tian Xing, and teleporting directly to the past. When Zhou sent it out, there was light and flames in front of his eyes, and the temperature was terrifyingly high. Zhou still felt a little hot while wearing the prison dragon armor. The bird seemed to be very excited, opened its mouth to inhale, and a large swathe of flames around it rushed towards its mouth, and it seemed like a spring water was sucked into the belly of the bird. Zhou suddenly felt that the temperature around him had dropped a lot. He stared and found that he was very close to Tianshu Star. The active flames of the fountain on the planet, and the height of the rushing up, sometimes exceeded Zhou position, even if the steel was here. It will also be instantly melted into juice. Zhou raised his ability to listen to the limit, and flew the bird against the huge planet. This planet is many times bigger than the sun. Where Zhou flew, there were flames everywhere, and the dazzling brilliance made his eyes a little uncomfortable. There are birds, and the temperature is still good, and the nearby flames are swallowed by the birds. Within the range he could sense, no dimensional domain was found, but the light and fire energy on this planet were very terrifying. What's even more terrifying was that there was a terrifying ray of light near this planet. Although Zhou had already heard that Tianshu Star is a visual double star with a companion star, but when he actually saw it, he was still shocked. But Zhou flew around the two stars and searched for a while. But he couldn't even find the dimensional field, let alone the small hand pattern. It's weird, is the dimensional field inside the planet? If that's the case, it's a bit difficult to find the dimensional field without entering through the Rubik's Cube. Zhou looked at the planet that was more terrifying than the sun. If you wanted to rush in, now make sure that the prisoner dragon armor can hold it. When Zhou was thinking about how to find the dimensional realm, he suddenly saw the feathers on the bird stand upright, and his eyes stared at the flame below. What? Zhou looked in the direction of its gaze, only to see a huge light and shadow shaking in the flame. Just like a giant whale in the sea, you can only see a shadow, but you can't be sure what it is. Seeing it cruising in the flames, seeing the shadow bigger than the aircraft carrier, Zhou didn't want to take any risks, and was going to take the bird back to Earth first. But who knew that the bird suddenly let out a long cry, and even spread its wings and rushed towards the shadow in the flame. Don't be impulsive. Zhou wanted to stop the bird, but it was too late. The bird was so fast that it rushed into the flame. The bird's whole body was burning with phoenix flames, still dazzling in the dazzling flames, and quickly rushed towards the huge light and shadow. Roar! The liquid substance on the planet spewed out a terrifying radiance and energy release. The explosion and radiation were accompanied by terrifying shock waves and light spots. For a time, all Zhou saw in his eyes were all kinds of bizarre light explosions. Completely ineffective. The prison dragon armor was affected by the terrifying energy radiation, and the armor became a little red, like a red-hot iron block. At a height, the continuous burst of shock waves caused Zhou's body to be continuously retreated. During the retreat, Zhou saw ahead of a monster with a whole body like a colorful crystal protruding from various energy explosions, comparable to an aircraft carrier. It opened its mouth wide and devoured the bird flying in the flames, a huge unimaginable size. The bird's body shape is like that of an ant in the monster's mouth, and it is about to be swallowed up. A phoenix roar ripped apart the space, the bird's wings fluttered, and the phoenix flames in the whole body skyrocketed, and golden phoenix flames erupted from each golden feather, causing the bird's body to inflame. In an instant, a huge golden flame phoenix appeared in the monster's mouth, its wings vibrated, and at the moment when the monster's mouth closed, it distorted the space and gliding out of its mouth. The movement was incomparably elegant and light, and it didn't seem to be fast, but it managed to escape the lightning-like bite of the monster. The shape of the monster rushed out of the liquid. Its body was like a whale, its whole body was like colorful colored glass, its head grew horns, its back had wings, and it looked strange and beautiful. Although it is huge, it does not appear bloated, and the smooth lines have a sense of strength that is difficult to describe. The bird dodged the monster's bite, circling in the flames, and the flames around it condensed towards its body, causing the phoenix flames on its body to burn more and more intensely. From slow to fast, from static to dynamic, from elegant to fast, the speed of the bird increased to the extreme in an instant, like a golden blade of light, crossing the monster. The bird appeared behind the monster, and a long golden burn appeared on the entire abdomen of the monster, like a line of molten magma. Beautiful work. Zhou was overjoyed. The bird's blow seemed to cut open the entire abdomen of the monster, and the monster was probably badly injured. But the next second, however, Zhou saw the flames on the monster burning, the wound on the abdomen healed quickly, and it slapped its wings, and the infinite flame rose up, forming a huge flame enchantment, shrouding the surrounding area. The scope of the barrier was too large. Zhou realized it was too late, his body was trapped in the barrier. And the energy inside the barrier kept bursting, as if countless hydrogen bombs were constantly exploding, full of light explosions. Bang! Zhou Wen's body slammed into the barrier, and the prisoner dragon's armor became more and more red. If it hadn't been absolutely defensive, it would have been destroyed long ago. What level is this guy? It's just the power. In the domain, it's already so terrifying. Zhou Wen used space teleportation to forcibly rush out of the enchantment, only to escape the end of the death armor. Fortunately, this enchantment can't block the power of space. Zhou Wen stood outside the enchantment field and could still feel the terrifying energy in the enchantment. The fiery phoenix, transformed by the bird, was constantly flying in the brilliance, leaving behind a golden phantom that flashed around the monster constantly, each time leaving a long burn mark on the monster. However, as a fire-type creature, the monster's fire-type immunity and self-healing ability are also very terrifying, and the wounds the bird leaves on it are not enough to hurt it. After the monster opened the barrier, it stopped attacking the bird, and even suspended in the barrier, allowing the bird to attack it. However, the enchantment is constantly shrinking. As the enchantment shrinks, the bird's range of activities is getting smaller and smaller, and the energy explosion in the enchantment is getting stronger and stronger. If you look at it with your eyes, the enchantment is like a small sun, and it is also a small sun that is constantly condensing. Zhou Wen realized that Xianyao's situation was not good. Xianyao seemed to be very strong, but it had not reached the natural disaster level after all. Being able to deal with the monster is entirely because the bird itself is a phoenix species, with a top-level fire bloodline. This is almost its home field. The monster is also a fire power. The bird has a strong immunity to the fire power, and even it has the ability to absorb, so it can fight monsters. The problem is, no matter how strong the bird is, if it doesn't fall into the natural disaster, its quality is still much worse. If it is imprisoned, it is impossible to confront the monster head-on. Zhou Wen directly summoned Jin Jiaojian and threw it towards the barrier. Jin Jiao's scissors instantly cut the barrier to a hole and rushed into the barrier, but the hole on the barrier was immediately filled with light and restored. These are not important to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's goal was not the enchantment, but the monster of unknown level. Jin Jiao's scissors turned into a streak of golden light and slashed towards the monster, whose whole body was like colorful glass. With a click, the monster's huge body could not resist Jin Jiao's scissors severance, and was cut into 2 pieces by the waist. Golden Jiaojian is too strong. Zhou Wen was greatly relieved, and it didn't cost him 3 natural disasters to combine into one. But Zhou Wen immediately realized that something was wrong. The monster was cut into 2 sections, but the enchantment field did not disappear, and it was still shrinking, which showed that the monster did not die. Sure enough, where the monster's body was disconnected, a large amount of flames spewed out, and the flames on both sides were intertwined, causing its body to merge into one again. Jin Jiaojian, kill it. Zhou Wen gave Jin Jiaojian an attack order again. Jin Jiao's scissors started again, turning into golden light and cutting towards the monster. The monster still didn't dodge. This time, Jin Jiao's scissors cut its head in half, but still couldn't kill it. And its head quickly refused. The bird is also attacking the monster with its wings again and again. The wing strikes like a light blade have left scars one after another on the monster, but they all recover quickly. Zhou Wen couldn't help frowning. Jin Jiao's scissors ability is very strong, but limited by his own vitality when he uses his own ability with all his strength and cuts both ways. He can only support 3 such attacks at most. And then it takes time to recover his vitality. In a short period of time, I have used 2 cuts with 1 knife, and if I can't kill the monster in the last time, I can only give up. While Zhou was thinking about it, Jin Jiaojian had already used his full force for the third time to cut in two, cutting the monster's tail. Zhou was a little nervous, and when he saw the monster's tail merged and recovered again, he couldn't help but be greatly disappointed. But in the next second, Zhou saw that Jin Jiaojian actually launched another slash, and the power showed no sign of weakening. It seemed that the vitality was still abundant, and there was no problem of vitality exhaustion. How could this be? Zhou was stunned at first, and then immediately thought of the reason. Jin Jiaojian's natural disaster field is called True Gold Fire Lian, and Zhou has never quite understood what this natural disaster field is useful for. Because when he let Jin Jiaojian use the natural disaster field, there was no flame. Now Zhou understands that the domain power of Jin Jiaojian seems to be able to function only in the flames. How can there be such a wonderful field? If it isn't a place without flames, wouldn't this field be useless? But it really came in handy, which is considered luck. Zhou was surprised and delighted. The ability of Jin Jiao scissors to be used again and again, it seems that there is no need to worry about the problem of vitality. Zhou also discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The body of Jin Jiaojian was slowly changing. The golden body cut became deeper and heavier, and the scales on Jiaojiao's body became more and more crystal clear. I took out my phone and glanced at it, and sure enough, I found that the various attributes of Jin Jiao scissors had improved a little. Only then did Zhou understand that the natural disaster field of Jin Jiaojian was not a combat field but a self-evolution field, which could use the power of flames to evolve itself. The monster is estimated to be hell level, and it happened to be a fire element, and it was in the high temperature environment of Tian Xing, which allowed Jin Jiaojian to exert its most powerful power. Seeing this scene, Zhou instead hoped that the monster would be killed later, and use its natural disaster field to help Jin Jiaojian improve some attributes. Even if you can't be promoted to the heaven level, you can also raise the basic attributes to the full value of the hell level. The original Zhou had already summoned a sniper rifle. Seeing this situation, he put the sniper rifle away again. After being attacked again and again, the monster also realized the crisis, and was no longer passively beaten, shooting high-temperature light in its eyes and high-temperature energy bullets in its mouth. However, such an attack did not have much effect on the bird and the golden Jiaojian. Instead, it gave the golden Jiaojian a better training, and the attributes increased a lot. Zhou really likes it more and more. Jin Jiao scissors are really suitable for fighting in this environment. The powerful and unparalleled attack power, combined with their own evolution field, will only get stronger and stronger. If you want to clear the dimensional field of Tian Xing later, I'm afraid that Jin Jiao will have to cut out the force. Zhou secretly said in his heart. That monster is also unlucky, obviously has the level of hell, but it happened to encounter Xiaoniao and Jin Jiaojian, and did not exert the fighting power and suppressing power that he should have. This also made Zhou clearly understand again that even if the power of a single system reaches the natural disaster level, it is difficult to exert its own combat power when it encounters a nemesis. There is no absolutely invincible power in this world. Any kind of power will be restrained, and the ability given to Zhou by the Book of Immortals will undoubtedly give him a great advantage. Although he may not be able to crush his peers, there may be someone who can match Zhou in a certain way, but in a relatively complex environment and battle, Zhou will have a huge advantage. He is almost difficult to be restrained and can adapt to various combat environments. Ordinary people definitely can't fight like Zhou Wen, they can only solve their own shortcomings through companion pets and other means. However, Zhou Wen has a greater advantage than companion pets. It is estimated that few people on Earth have natural disaster-level companion pets. It's no wonder that so many people want the companion pet of Venus. There are many stars in the universe. Whenever fighting in such an environment, Jin Jiaojian can burst into super combat power. Unless it is crushed, it will become stronger and stronger. Zhou Wen looked at the value in the phone. As the enchantment field shrank, the energy burst inside became stronger and stronger, and the attributes of the golden scissors increased more and more. Click! Jin Jiao scissors cut off the monster's body again, but this time, the sound was a little weird. As the monster's body cracked, the enchantment also shattered, and the energy inside was scattered and quickly disappeared. The monster's body has been cut into two sections many times, but this time it's a little different. It's broken into two pieces, and it's rapidly crumbling instead of merging. The huge glass-like body shattered continuously, crystallized into dust, melted by the high temperature on the planet, and its body gradually fell toward the planet. The bird let out a long chirping, and one claw grabbed the half-shattering body and dragged its remnant into space. Even without the influence of the high temperature, the monster's body was still shattering rapidly. After a while, only a crystal ball that was broken in half was left. The crystal ball did not collapse, and strange energy was flowing inside. It should be that the crystal ball was cut in half by Jin Jiao, and the monster was killed. The bird let out a joyful cry, flew directly over, and swallowed the two halves of the crystal ball. Soon, the phoenix flames on the bird's body became thicker, and finally formed an egg shape like an enchantment, and there were continuous bursts of light flashing inside. Are you going to be promoted to natural disaster? Zhou Wen called a few times, but he didn't get a response from the bird, knowing that the bird might have entered an evolutionary state again. He stretched out his hand and put the egg transformed by the bird into the chaos orb. Zhou Wen looked at the golden Jiaojian floating around him. Although he couldn't count on the bird now, there was a golden Jiaojian, as long as he did not enter the dimensional realm. Inside, there shouldn't be much risk. Zhou Wen decided to continue searching to see if he could find the dimensional field on Tianshu star. Looking at the information of Jin Jiao scissors while searching, I found that its 4 attributes have reached 267. If it is not that the monster died too early, it should be able to increase some more. Zhou Wen tried to let Jin Jiao scissors enter the high-temperature area of Tianshu star, but because the companion pet couldn't be too far from the owner, Zhou Wen didn't dare to go down, and it was difficult for Jin Jiao scissors to go deep, and the surface temperature did not help its evolution significantly. The Tianshu star is huge. Zhou Wen searched for a long time, but found no trace of the dimension field, so he had to send it to another companion star to have a look, but he still couldn't find it. Strange, why can't I find the dimensional field? Zhou Wen knew that there must be a dimensional field, and he could directly reach the dimensional field from the Rubik's Cube, but he couldn't find it outside. Could it be that the entire dimensional field is inside the Tianshu star? In this case, there is not enough fire defense equipment, and I am afraid that even the dimensional field will not be able to enter. Zhou Wen was already thinking about where to get a fire defense immunity equipment to go, preferably natural disaster grade. Zhou Wen really wants to go in, but it's not completely impossible, but he doesn't want to take such a risk. It took a lot of time to search both planets. Zhou was about to go back, but suddenly his heart moved. Tian Shuxing is one of the Big Dipper stars, and now Tian Shuxing has changed. Then the other 6 stars, is there a change? Zhou thought for a while, and felt that there shouldn't be too much of a problem, just to take a look. The stars that humans can see in the night sky are basically stars. The other 6 stars of the Big Dipper are also stars. Although they are somewhat different from Tianshu, the environment of the stars is somewhat similar. After Zhou sent it over, he just looked at it up close, but also didn't find the dimensional field. Zhou came to Kaiyang, the 6th star, and after finding nothing outside of Kaiyang, he went to see Kaiyang's companion, Auxiliary. Kaiyang is a famous double star. Its companion star, Auxiliary, is one of the few double stars that can be distinguished with the naked eye on the Earth. Because the Auxiliary is relatively dark, the Auxiliary star was used to test the eyesight of soldiers in ancient times. Star. It is considered that the visual acuity can reach 1.5. However, when Zhou really went to find the Auxiliary star, he found that there was not only one companion star near Kaiyang's star, but 3 companion stars. 2 pairs of binary stars orbiting each other, far more complex than what is seen on Earth, is a quadruple star system. The 4 stars rotate according to a certain trajectory, and you can see the picture of the same sky for 4 days. It looks amazing. The Earth is a single star system, and it is impossible to see such a picture. Zhou suddenly thought of an ancient myth. It is said that the sun is the golden crow. In the past, there were not only 1, but 10 golden crows. Under the constraints of the heavenly emperor, only 1 golden crow came out every day to bring light to the earth. But then one time, 10 golden crows ran out together, almost drying the ground. A great god, Hou-yi, shot down 9 golden crows with a divine arrow, leaving only 1 golden crow to bring light to the earth. If this is not just a legend, but a real event, Zhou is wondering whether it is possible for the solar system to be a 10-star system at a certain period with 9 other companion stars. Of course, Zhou just thought about it that way. After all, companion stars don't appear casually, and it's even more impossible for them to come when they say it. If they don't, they don't. Even if they do, who can really shoot 9 stars? Moreover, at most, only the Chiha star system has been found, and the existence of the Teni star system has not been found. Zhou chose one of the stars. I just wanted to take a look, but when I teleported to the vicinity of the planet, I was surprised to find that there was a monument on the planet. The monument looks neither gold nor jade. I don't know where it was made. It stands on the planet. The terrifying high temperature and energy burst can't even damage it. Most of the monument was wrapped in flames and high-temperature solution, but the exposed part was thousands of meters high, as black as iron, and it was densely engraved with symbols that Zhou did not know at all. Small hand pattern. Zhou looked at it for a while, and found that there was a small hand pattern on the side of the monument, and he was immediately surprised. He quickly took out his mobile phone, patted the small hand pattern, and immediately entered the downloading screen. Unfortunately, there is only one of the 4 Kaiyang stars, not the Tianshu star currently appearing on the Rubik's Cube. Zhou thought regretfully. Because it was still downloading. Zhou didn't want to waste time, turned all 4 stars, and then went to the last fluctuating star of the Big Dipper. As a result, only the steel was seen on that planet, and nothing else was found. It took a lot of time for Zhou to turn around in such a large circle. In terms of Earth, Days, it should have taken a few days. As a result, the copy has not been downloaded successfully, and it is still being downloaded. The last time I downloaded the Venus copy, it didn't take so much time. Zhou Wen felt that something was wrong. There is no point in staying any longer. Zhou Wen teleported directly back to Earth. Looked at the time on Earth, and found that he had been away for more than half a month. However, compared to interstellar travel, which is often measured in light years, Zhou Wen's teleportation ability is already abnormal, which is really not a long time. But when Zhou Wen returned to the guide mansion, he found that it seemed to have changed a lot. People who were originally crowded near the school have all settled in the nearby urban area, and have not crowded camping outside the school anymore. Li Xian is doing a good job. I didn't expect him to have such talent. Zhou Wen couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw that the people were in an orderly manner and there was no panic in the previous period. Zhou Wen went back to school and went directly to Li Xian, only to find that there were 2 people in Li Xian's room, and 3 people were chatting. These 2 people Zhou Wen was no stranger to. One was Feng Qiuyan and the other was Ming Xiu. Coach. Seeing Zhou Wen, Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan both stood up and shouted in unison. "Why are you here?" Zhou Wen asked with some doubts. "I heard that the coach is going to establish a city. Let me come over at home to have a look, and if possible, plan to move here," Ming Xiu said. Feng Qiuyan also nodded and said, "My family also plans to do the same. If you are the coach, I hope you can leave a foothold for our Feng family." "Are you kidding me?" Zhou Wen knew that the strength of these 2 guys was terrifying now. Coupled with the strength of their respective families, they already had their own cities, so they didn't need to rely on Zhou Wen at all. Even if you really want to choose a place, the 6 major families and even the warlords from all over the world can provide them with much better conditions than Zhou Wen. "Here, coach, it's not a joke," Ming Xiu said with a smile. "Although the current environment of our Ming family is not bad, unfortunately there is not much room for development in that area, and the lack of resources in the dimension field has limited the future achievements of the Ming family. We have been looking for a suitable place for a long time. Since you want to establish a city as a coach, I will naturally not miss such an opportunity. I'm afraid you don't know much about the situation in Guide Mansion? It's not that easy to survive here. It's still unknown whether you can establish a city. Zhou Wen himself is not fully sure that he can establish a city here, and he doesn't want to lie them. Danger and opportunity coexist. How can there be gains without taking risks? Our Ming family has studied the situation of Guide Mansion a long time ago. To be honest, our Ming family has also considered before whether to occupy the Guide Mansion or not. But then I gave up. Just because I wasn't sure. Not to mention our Ming family, even the 6 major families, no one dared to set up a city here. Ming Xiu paused and said solemnly, "Now the major forces are waiting to see your fate. No one thinks that you can really establish a city here, but I think that, coach, you will definitely be able to stand firm here, so no matter the final, whatever the family chooses, I will stay here." "Me too," Feng Qiuyan answered briefly. "You too, don't be blind, decide, let's think about it." Zhou Wenwen wanted them not to blindly believe in themselves, but it seemed a little inappropriate to say that, so it was temporarily replaced by a decision. Ming Xiu said with a smile, "It's not blind, we also know that there are risks, but investments always have risks, and high risks lead to high returns. We think we can take a bet on you as a coach." Whatever you do, don't regret it if you lose the bet. Zhou Wen thought about it and asked Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan, how far are you to now? Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan heard Zhou Wen's question, their eyes lit up, and their expressions became solemn. And solemn, Ming Xiu said first, I have been promoted to the fear level, and the mythic fluid I use is a time-related dimensional creature. It was also a coincidence. It was originally a natural disaster creature, but when it was born, there were some problems. It was invaded by foreign enemies and suffered heavy losses. When I was dying, it was a bargain. The mythic liquid I asked Senior Haifeng to help me create has now been promoted to the fear level, and the fear-making ability obtained is time arbitration. Everyone's fate, soul, will of life and soul, and ability to transform into fear are the biggest secrets, but Ming Xiu explained his ability in detail in front of Zhou Wen, without any intention of concealing it. Coach, what else do you think I need to correct? Ming Xiu looked at Zhou Wen expectantly. You have your own ideas and cultivation direction, and I'm not good at the time department, so I can't give you any advice. Zhou Wen paused and said, but if you want to be promoted to the natural disaster level, you can pay attention to the time department. In the dimensional field, there may be gains. Coach, you already know how to get promoted to the natural disaster level. You should have been promoted to the natural disaster level, right? I understand the coach. In the future, I will specifically look for some time related dimension fields to exercise myself, hoping to understand the real way of time. I hope to be able to be promoted to natural disasters like Coach you soon. Ming Xiu nodded with understanding. Feng Qiuyan said, Coach, I have also been promoted to the fear level, but my situation is a bit special. My mythical knight comes from the Fengshan cave guarded by our Feng family. Feng Qiuyan told Zhou Wen his details, and Zhou Wen arrived not too surprised. At the beginning, Feng Qiuyan summoned a very strange companion pet. I heard that it came from the Fengshan cave guarded by the Feng family. Zhou Wen had long thought that the place was not simple. Feng Qiuyan originally wanted to hunt and kill a dimensional creature suitable for him in Fengshan cave, and then make it into mythical liquid. But who knew the magical companion pet on him, and led him to the depths of Fengshan cave, where there was a strange cave with a small pool at the bottom, with a little clear spring in it. Feng Qiuyan was pushed out of the pool by his companion pet. When he came out, the spring water in the pool was already dry, and he was promoted to the mythical level. Later, Feng Qiuyan went to Hui Haifeng. After helping him check his body, Hui Haifeng told him that his physical state was the state after being promoted using the mythical liquid. Those clear springs should be natural or man-made mythological liquid. What is it? Not even Hui Haifeng was detected. Feng Qiuyan's own vitality seems to have no special attributes at all, but sometimes it can burst out with incredible power. Feng Qiuyan himself is not quite sure what kind of power he uses. He has always been practicing as the wind power, but the power he fears has nothing to do with the wind, and the name is rebellious. Ming Xiu still has a few traces of the influence of the blood of the dimensional creatures. For example, his ears look a little like cat ears, while Feng Qiuyan can't see the influence of the mythic fluid at all, and he did not use the mythic fluid. Human beings are generally unique. Coach, should I go to the dimensional field of the wind element to practice? After Feng Qiuyan finished talking about her situation, she looked at Zhou Wen with anticipation and asked. In fact, Feng Qiuyan had been to many dimensional fields where wind-type creatures were haunted before, but the results were not ideal. Let's find a place first and let me see your power. Based on Feng Qiuyan's remarks, he couldn't tell what was going on with Feng Qiuyan's power, so he decided to take a look first. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't think he could teach Feng Qiuyan anything, but just wanted to help him figure out what kind of power his power belonged to. It's been a long time since I've been able to get your personal guidance from the coach, and I'm one of them, Ming Xiu said excitedly. Seeing that Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan were both extremely excited, Li Xian muttered to himself, are these two guys born masochists, the kind that doesn't feel comfortable if they don't get beat up? If that's the case, they should follow me. What do you want to do with Lao Zhou? My beaten kung fu is suitable for them. But now they want to revise my vitality art too late. It's a pity that there are two good seedlings. The four people and a bear came to a deserted place in the wild together. The little bear saw Zhou Wen coming back and kept clinging to him and refused to leave for half a step. While Zhou Wen was gone, he asked Li Xian to help take care of the little bear. The little bear was reluctantly willing to let Li Xian approach him. But as soon as Zhou Wen came back, he just left Li Xian aside and ignored him completely. White-eyed wolf, no. It's white-eyed bear, I fed you so many good things in vain, Iba. Li Xian muttered depressedly. Coach, please advise. Feng Qiuyan summoned his knife, and at the same time a mysterious power circulated around him, as if the wind was flowing outside him, and his clothes and long hair were blown and danced. What kind of power is this, and it also comes with the special effect of a hairdryer? Zhou Wen looked at Feng Qiuyan's appearance with envy. Feng Qiuyan didn't think too much about it, and slashed it directly. Zhou Wen's eyesight is definitely the top in the fear level, but the moment Feng Qiuyan's knife slashed, it disappeared from his sight, making it difficult for his sight to keep up with the speed of the knife. This made Zhou Wen a little surprised, but Feng Qiuyan's knife could make Zhou Wen unable to keep up with his eyesight, but he couldn't get rid of the hearing under the blessing of truth listening. Zhou Wen stretched out his fingers, and instantly clamped the blade cut by Feng Qiuyan, and the blade was less than 3 centimeters away from Zhou Wen's neck. Come again. Zhou Wen released his fingers and said to Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan also seemed to take it for granted, and after taking back the knife, he attacked Zhou Wen again. Feng Qiuyan's knife was terrifyingly fast, and it was already faintly approaching the speed of natural disaster level, and as his knife continued to slash out, the speed of the knife continued to increase. Just this speed is not enough to hurt Zhou Wen, but it has already surprised Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen only defended and did not attack, and he was able to deal with it at first, but at any time Feng Qiuyan's blade speed became faster and faster, Zhou Wen had to activate the power of the Emperor and raise his physical attributes to the level of natural disasters. He suppressed Feng Qiuyan at speed so that Feng Qiuyan could not hit him. This guy's knife is really fast, exceedingly fast. It should be related to his ability to transform into fear, right? But his power does not look like a pure wind power. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Ming Xiu's eyes glowed from the side, her toes moved back and forth unconsciously, and she had the urge to join the battle group. The coach is the coach. I fight with Lao Feng. If he wants to win, he must not have the opportunity to chop more than 3 times, otherwise he will definitely lose. But there are so many knives. The coach is a piece of clothing, this is not the same level of existence. Ming Xiu praised Li Xian pouted and said, "Aren't you talking nonsense? You and Xiao Yanyan were both taught by Lao Zhou, and it's strange if you can cut him." However, Li Xian's words were a bit too early. He originally thought that no matter how fast Feng Chuyan's knife was, there was a limit to it, and it was impossible to really reach the speed of natural disaster level. But this kind of law obviously does not apply to Feng Chuyan. Later, Feng Chuyan's blade speed actually broke through and entered the speed of light, which is a speed that can only be achieved at the natural disaster level. How did this guy do it? It seems that the Fengshan cave is really not simple, and the things inside are probably of great origin. Zhou Wen was a little surprised, reaching the speed of light at the fear level, which is definitely not something normal fear creatures can do. Zhou Wen now wants to go to the Fengshan cave to have a look. If he can find the small hand pattern, it will make a lot of money. Let Feng Chuyan cut down like this again, and if the speed of the knife continues to increase, maybe even I can't escape, so let's end it as soon as possible. Zhou Wen thought, and stretched out his 2 fingers into the light of the knife, abruptly clamped the blade like a streamer. In an instant, the quick knife went from moving to stillness, and suddenly stopped there, unable to move any longer. At the same time that the knife was caught by Zhou Wen, Feng Chuyan's legs softened, and he fell to the ground, panting heavily, sweat pouring up, making him feel like he just came out of the bathtub. The clothes were soaked, and it looked like it was overdrafted very badly. The coach is the coach. Even I can see that. I have reached the limit. I ended the battle just right, so that I would not be overdrawn and create my own. Feng Chuyan felt a little ashamed and felt that he should not continue to fight forcibly. Zhou Wen loosened his fingers holding the knife, and then scanned Feng Chuyan's body with his listening. He didn't hurt his body, and he felt a lot more relaxed, but he was a little muttered in his heart, what is the attribute of Feng Chuyan's strength? After watching it for so long just now, Zhou Wen didn't figure out what Feng Chuyan's attributes were. It seemed like the power of wind, but it was a little different. It doesn't have properties like gold, wood, water, fire, soil, and it doesn't look like space and time. It doesn't seem to have any special properties. It seems to be somewhat similar to my Taoist and Qi refining arts, but it's a bit different. There are many similarities between Xiaozhou Tian killing array, but my Xiaozhou Tian killing array is a multi-skill combination of formation power. His power is single, but it is so similar to the power of Xiaozhou Tian killing array. It's kind of weird. Zhou Wen is actually not quite sure, because Feng Chuyan's strength is actually quite different from his Xiaozhou Tian killing array, not exactly the same. Coach, how can I make myself stronger? Feng Chuyan couldn't wait to ask Zhou Wen before her physical strength recovered and she was still panting. Zhou Wen didn't figure out what kind of Feng Chuyan's power belonged to, and it was not convenient to fool him with nonsense, but looking at Feng Chuyan's expectant eyes, he couldn't bear to say 3 words that he didn't know. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen said to Feng Chuyan, I'll give you a gadget, you can take it and see, maybe you will get something. While speaking, Zhou Wen took out a coin, and then ran the Xiaozhou Tian killing array, attaching it to the coin. The coin spun like a spinning top in an instant. Zhou Wen let go, and the coin hung in the air and kept spinning, as if there was an infinite force pushing it, and there was no sign of falling. Teacher, please rest assured, I will definitely live up to your expectations, and will understand the mystery. Feng Chuyan stared at the coin spinning like a spinning top as if he had obtained a treasure. It's just a gadget, just look at it, don't worry too much. Zhou Wen doesn't know if this can help Feng Qiuyan understand his own power attributes. But looking at the power of Xiao Zhou-Tian's killing array, he will never there will be bad things, and with Feng Qiuyan's high aptitude, he will be somewhat comprehensible. Coach, you've already given Lao Feng something, shouldn't you give me one too? You can't favor one over another. Ming Xiu cheekily asked for something. I'm really not good at time. Power, so I'll give you a trick. Zhou Wen pointed out to Ming Xiu. Ming Xiu reached out to block, but found that she could not block Zhou Wen's fingers. The sword energy blooming on Zhou Wen's fingers appeared half a beat late and flew past Ming Xiu's cheeks. Isn't this my tomorrow swordsmanship? Coach, you are much better at it than me. Ming Xiu couldn't help but chuckle a little. Zhou Wen actually practiced his tomorrow swordsmanship, although he practiced better than him, but this after all, it is his swordsmanship, and Zhou Wen is willing to practice it too. Make him feel proud. This is not tomorrow swordsmanship, its name is time and space stealing. You can use it to confirm with your tomorrow swordsmanship, and maybe there will be gains. Zhou Wen told Ming Xiu some of the main points of time and space pirates. Because there is no crystallization of skills, Zhou Wen has no way to teach Ming Xiu how to practice. He can only tell him some of his own experience. Whether he can use it or not depends on him. Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan both seem to have obtained the treasure, so they no longer pester Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen took Xiaoxiong and Li Xian back together, and Li Xian told him the current situation in Guide Mansion in detail. It turned out that in the past half-month, not only Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan, but also many strong people came to the Guide Mansion. Li Xian was able to make the Guide Mansion resettled, otherwise only the original manpower would not be enough to defend this situation. Large range. Those powerhouses came from different places, and most of them were sent by major forces. Hui Haifeng also sent a lot of people. There were more than a dozen mythical ranks who used mythic liquid to be promoted. What gave Zhou Wen a headache was that Hui Wan even came together. Is Hui Haifeng crazy? Sending his only son to a place like this? Zhou Wen only felt one head and too big. Hui Haifeng asked Hui Wan to talk. He said that it is safer to have his son with you than to follow him. Li Xian said. It seems that Hui Haifeng, the president, is not so comfortable. Zhou Wen could only shake his head with a wry smile. Boom. The sky was densely covered with dark clouds, and the thunderbolts crossed each other, and thunder and lightning fell from the sky to the ground, splitting the mud in the wilderness into a big pit, and in that pit, there were coffins. Click. Another thunderbolt fell and smashed on top of one of the coffins. I don't know what kind of wood the coffin was made of. The lightning struck it, and the electric sparks splashed around the whole coffin, but it didn't hurt it in the slightest. One after another, the lightning connection fell, but it seemed to have self-consciousness and landed on 5 different coffins. Lightning flashed on the 5 coffins, and after a while, the lightning on the coffins disappeared, and the dark clouds and storms in the sky also dissipated. After a few soft sounds, the lids of the 5 coffins were slowly pushed open, and the corpses sat up from the coffins. It is said that they are dead, but their bodies are no different from living people, and there is no sign of decay. Except for the absence of a heartbeat, they cannot be seen as dead. All 5 corpses crawled out of the coffins, and 4 of them saluted the other corpse, Lord Mad Sword, those guys from the Guardian Alliance would never have imagined that we had already left behind us on Earth. I thought we had to rely on them and the Tower of Babel. Should we go to the Guardian Alliance and teach them a lesson? Quang Jiangxian glanced at his body and said coldly, "These 5 ancient corpses have limited strength, and the power of natural disasters will cause irreversible damage to the ancient corpse's body. Once the ancient corpse loses its protection, the rules of the earth have caused us too much harm, so this time our goal is to find new spokespersons, and we must teach them that there will be opportunities in the future. Besides, they still need to rebuild the Tower of Babel, and it is not appropriate to let them know that we have other methods for the time being. Come to Earth. My lord, according to the information I have received before, there are quite a few warlords on the Earth, but few of them can become successful. In the Eastern District, the Yin family in Luoyang is the strongest, and their strength is strong enough to compete with big families like the 6 major families, and even faintly there are with the power of transcendence. If it can be used by us, it is naturally the best choice, but one of the ancient corpses did not finish his words. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Hesitantly, it is not the style of your 4 immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Quang Jiangxian said lightly. Because of the slow progress of repairing the Tongtian Tower on the side of the Guardian Alliance, Quang Jiangxian did not want to be controlled by others, and in order to be able to get rid of Wang Mingyuan's constraints, so he did not hesitate to use the immortal clan in the Age of Myths spokesperson, replacing the role of the Guardian Alliance. Because of the use of ancient corpses to come, its own strength is limited by the physical quality of the ancient corpse, and there is no way to exert the true strength of Quang Jiangxian. For the sake of safety, Quang Jiangxian also found the 4 immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and came to the earth together. The 4 immortals of qi, calligraphy, and painting are all natural disaster grades. Although they have not reached the heavenly realm grade like the Mad Sword Fairy, they are all hell-grade existences. Even if they are affected by the ancient corpse itself, they cannot exert their full power, and their strength should not be underestimated. Shuxian, who just spoke, continued, but Wang Mingyuan was born in Luoyang, so it is difficult to guarantee that he has nothing to do with the Yin family. Moreover, Zhou Wen, who has a nostril with the Yin family now, is one of Wang Mingyuan's disciples. It seems that it is not suitable to choose the Yin family. Huaxian said, although the Yin family did not resist the contract with the Guardian, they prefer to develop technological means, and the enthusiasm for the contract with the Guardian is not high. The chips in our hands are not so attractive to the Yin family. Quang Jiangxian listened to them quietly, and then said, the Anjia has become a climate now, and it is really not easy to take it for one's own use, and there is a risk of exposing the trump card to Wang Mingyuan. The 4 immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting all thought that Quang Jiangxian had no idea of settling down. But who knew that Quang Jiangxian's words changed and continued, now that Zhou Wen has left the Anjia, and wants to establish a city in Guidehouse, this is an opportunity. If you want to establish a city in a place like Guide Mansion, you may not be able to succeed even if you settle down, not to mention that Zhou Wen is only alone. Now is the most difficult time for him, and it is also our best chance. But Zhou Wen is Wang Mingyuan's disciple, isn't that inappropriate? The 4 immortals looked at each other, obviously questioning Quang Jiangxian's decision. Quang Jiangxian said lightly, if you want to defeat an enemy, the best way is to destroy his self-confidence. Wang Mingyuan dares to be so arrogant in another dimension because his disciples almost control the most powerful people on earth. This force leaves us with no other choice. If we can destroy the capital he is proud of, Wang Mingyuan will be in chaos, and he will kill him with a single word. Thinking of Wang Mingyuan's slap, Huang Jiangxian couldn't help but flash a faint murderous intent in his eyes. Zhou Wen is Wang Mingyuan's disciple after all. How can we ensure that he will be used by us instead of perfunctorious like Jiang Yan? The calligraphy and painting said thoughtfully. It is more valuable because even Wang Mingyuan can't think of it. In contrast, Zhou Wen, who has left the Yin family, is the easiest one to start with among Wang Mingyuan's disciples. As long as he can destroy his belief, I will use the magic of immortality, take him for his own use, and never allow any accidents to happen. Huang Jiangxian said. When the four immortals of Qin, Qi, calligraphy, and painting heard this, they were suddenly enlightened, and Hua Xian smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be able to use the magic of immortality. So we can rest assured. Xu Xian pondered and said, I heard that the magic of immortality is somewhat similar to the magic of contract, and it can only work if the other party accepts it willingly. How do you plan to subdue Zhou Wen, sir? When people face danger, it is the time when people's heart defenses are most easily broken. In places like Guide Mansion, it is easy to get into trouble, isn't it? When they are faced with troublesome things that they cannot solve, I will wait and see. It will come down from the sky and save him in danger. It will have a miraculous effect. Huang Jiangxian said that he had already left in the direction of Guide Mansion. The four immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting already understood the meaning of Huang Jiangxian, and hurriedly followed. At this time in Guide Mansion, Zhou Wen had a headache looking at Hui Wan in front of him. The vitality technique that Hui Wan cultivated was Zhou Wen's qi refining technique. The biggest feature of this vitality technique was that it was stagnant. As long as there was enough vitality crystals, there was basically no threshold, and it could be promoted all the way to the epic level. Among the poor Hui players, only money is left, and all kinds of advanced vitality crystals are used casually. Hui Wan has been promoted to the epic level at a young age, and now he is about to be promoted to myth. Hui Haifeng didn't rashly let Hui Wan use mythical liquid. He sent Hui Wan over for the sake of Hui Wan's safety, and second, he wanted Zhou Wen to help Hui Wan choose a path. Hui Wan is Hui Haifeng's only son. Except for Zhou Wen, Hui Haifeng is not at ease to give Hui Wan's future to anyone else. Zhou Wen could probably guess what Hui Haifeng was thinking, but it was also a headache for him. It is simply impossible to gather the 9 fate and the 9 fate soul to advance to the myth as a pure human being. At least Zhou Wen has not found any method other than the Book of Lost Immortals. There are only 3 paths left to go: Casting Spirit, Mythical Liquid, and Contract Guardian. In the past, Casting Spirit and Myth Liquid were indeed good choices. Hui Hai was also an expert in the production of myth liquid. It was not difficult to create a myth liquid suitable for Hui Wan to increase the success rate. However, Hui Haifeng did not do this directly, but handed Hui Wan to Zhou Wen. It can probably be guessed that Hui Haifeng should not be fully sure that he can succeed. Even if there is only a 1% risk, Hui Haifeng does not want to take it. This is not the crux of the problem. The crux is that Zhou Wen heard from the humanoid monsters in the ancient imperial city that it would be best if humans could guarantee the purity of their bloodlines. If the premise is to ensure the purity of blood, the contract guardian is a more suitable way. So Zhou Wen thought about it, and he was a little embarrassed. Master, I have tried many times and used a lot of high-level vitality crystals, but I can't be promoted to mythology. Am I doing something wrong? Hui Wan came to Zhou Wen took out his notebook and asked Zhou Wen while recording, I want to record all of Zhou Wen's teachings. Zhou Wen thought to himself, it's strange that you can be promoted to mythology. In ancient times it was called the limit of heaven and man. From ancient times to the present, there are very few human beings who can break through the limit of heaven and man with pure human bodies, as far as Zhou Wen knows. Not even a human emperor like Swearin can do it. Among the people Zhou Wen knows, apart from himself, it seems that Jing Daoxian has that possibility, but it is impossible to determine whether he is promoted with pure human blood. Myth. Show me your fate and soul for me to see. Zhou Wen didn't want to attack Hui Wan's enthusiasm, so he said something first. Hui Wan put away the notebook, then stood up, ran the qi refining technique. And soon the qi condensed into reality, turning into a life soul and floating in front of him. What is this? Zhou Wen looked at Hui Wan's life and soul, feeling a little strange. When Zhou Wen practiced qi art by himself, the life soul condensed was Jian Wan, but Hui Wan's life soul condensed was completely different from him. A cell phone. Your life soul is a mobile phone? Zhou Wen looked at the life soul and asked. It's not a cell phone, it should be said that the super-intelligent brain is more accurate. Hui Wan explained the detailed abilities of his life and soul. The more Zhou Wen listened, the more strange it became. Hui Wan said that this was not a mobile phone, but many functions of this life soul were similar to those of a mobile phone. Hui Wan could even connect to the Federation's network through his own life soul. What's more terrifying is that this thing can quickly crack various passwords, and it is very simple to open an electronic lock. Those bank vaults that use high-tech protection equipment are no different from the naked beauty in front of Huihai's soul. Of course, the role of the super-intelligent brain life soul is not only this, there are many other roles, but they are not directly related to the battle. Your life soul is a bit special. With this life soul, can you enter the Zhang family server to inquire about information? Zhou Wen asked Hui Wan. The server mastered by the Zhang family at present has the highest level of encryption and defense in the Federation, and no one has yet heard of anyone who can hack in to check the information. Of course, I've gone in and strolled a few times before, but there's not much interesting content in it, and I only found a few pill recipes and magic talisman making methods, and the others don't have much value. Hui Wan skillfully manipulated super wisdom brain life soul connected to the network, said to Zhou Wen. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to say anything, he saw that a lot of data content had already appeared on the screen of the super-intelligent brain, and it was obviously successful. You didn't do this less often before? Have you seen several other private servers? Zhou Wen saw that Hui was so skilled at playing, and knew that this guy didn't do this kind of thing less often. I went to see it, but there are not too many interesting things. All major families deliberately save important data on devices that are not connected to the internet. Most of the data I can find are of no practical use. Hui Wan said casually. Zhou Wen said in his heart, you really dare to do it, no wonder the rumors about the Hui family mixing up recently, although Hui Haifeng does not have much real power in the Federation, but is also taking every step of the way, the mixing is smooth, and there are not too many decision-making mistakes. It is estimated that some of this is also due to Hui Wen's credit. It's the first time I've seen a soul like you. I need to think about it before I can give you some advice. Before that, you should learn more practical skills. Zhou Wen said half-truth. My actual combat skills have been practiced very well. Wan said quite confidently. Actual combat skills don't need to be proficient. In actual combat, you can naturally hone them in real battles. Well, go to your uncle Li Xian first and let him arrange for you to participate in the defense battle and continue on the battlefield. Exercise. When Wan heard that she could go to the battlefield, her eyes suddenly lit up. Is it really possible? Dad has always refused to let me participate in real battles, and only let me fight those captured dimensional beings at home, which means nothing. No. Of course, I have the final say here. It's useless if your dad is here. Wan smiled. Long live master, I can finally go to the battlefield. Wan suddenly collapsed with excitement. At this time he looked like a child. After sending Wan to Li Xian's place, Wan was still a little worried, so he made a phone call to Li Xian first and asked him to pay attention to protecting Wan's safety. Hanging up the phone, Wan picked up the mysterious mobile phone and found that the copy had not been downloaded successfully, and it was still the downloading screen. It's strange, why is this dungeon so big this time? Could it be that the dungeon downloaded this time is not a single auxiliary star, but the dimensional field of the entire Big Dipper? Wan was very suspicious, otherwise he would be alone. A copy, it shouldn't take so long to download. While Wan was researching, he received a message from Li Xian, saying that there was a change in the copy of Tian Shuxing. Wan hurriedly opened the mobile phone live broadcast software. There were many live broadcasters of Rubik's Cube images on the homepage. He clicked in and looked at it, and he found a problem. Before, the picture of the Rubik's Cube has been fixed on the Tian star, where the flames are constantly erupting, but at this time, the picture of the Rubik's Cube seems to be rapidly sinking into the extremely hot planet of Tian star. Soon, the picture was completely filled with dazzling light bursts, but after a while, the picture suddenly darkened, and a strange palace appeared in the Rubik's Cube picture. The palace is purple and seems to be carved from purple jade. Only one portal is exposed, and the rest of it is inside the high-temperature liquid that is constantly radiating and shining. There are only strange engravings on the portal, and no words have been found, and I don't know what the name of this metadomain is. Just before the portal, a creature stood there, imposing in shape. Is that thing a dinosaur? Wan looked at the creature in front of the palace, a little surprised. The hind legs are long, the front claws are short, the tail looks like a lizard, and the mouth is full of sharp teeth. No matter how you look at it, it looks like a tyrannosaur in the prehistoric civilization of the Earth, not a Western giant dragon or flying dragon. There are a lot of dinosaur fossils on the Earth, but until now, there is no unified theory why dinosaurs died out. The creature that appears at the gate of the palace now is like the Tyrannosaurus in the film and television works, but it is slightly different from the film and television works. The body of this Tyrannosaurus is red, and it is still burning with red flames. The dimensional field of Tian star is really inside the planet. That Tyrannosaurus can break through the high temperature and radiation outside. Before reaching the dimensional field, the lowest should be the human level, right? While Wan was still thinking, the Tyrannosaurus had already slammed into the gate of the palace. Just hearing a loud bang, the gate of the palace was forcibly knocked open by the Tyrannosaurus, but there was a bright orange-red light inside, and nothing could be seen at all. The Tyrannosaurus rushed into the gate without hesitation, and the Rubik's Cube finally became clear, allowing people to see the scene in the palace. Inside the huge palace, there are giant pillars supporting the palace. There are a total of 24 giant pillars in 2 rows. Each giant pillar seems to be carved from amethyst, with a diameter of more than 1 meter. Moreover, mysterious patterns are engraved on each amethyst column, and it is temporarily impossible to see what those mysterious patterns represent. At the end of the 2 rows of giant columns, which is also at the end of the palace, there was a creature wearing amethyst armor. Because he was covered in amethyst armor, Zhou Wen didn't know what he looked like, whether it was human-like or not. After the Tyrannosaurus rushed into the palace, it roared and charged directly towards the amethyst-armored creature sitting there. Its hind feet exerted force, slamming like light, and the speed was not under Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen had long expected that it was a natural disaster grade, and it would not surprise people to have such a speed. The Tyrannosaurus rushed to the amethyst-armored creature. The amethyst-armored creature was still sitting as before, like an old monk who had entered meditation, and did not move at all. The Tyrannosaur's mouth, full of sharp teeth, was already open, and he was about to bite into the helmet. At that moment, a hand of the amethyst-armored creature lifted up and pressed it on the upper jaw of the Tyrannosaurus. In Zhou Wen's eyes, this is the last picture. In the next second, the explosion of light erupted like a volcanic eruption, and the body of the Tyrannosaurus, along with the entire palace, was submerged by the explosion of light. When the light dimmed, the Rubik's cube screen had returned to the outside of Tian Shuxing, indicating that the Tyrannosaurus was dead and could not successfully pass the level. The natural disaster level Tyrannosaurus can't even withstand a single blow. What is the origin of the guy wearing the amethyst armor? Zhou Wen was secretly surprised, but also a little fortunate. Fortunately, he did not rashly enter the Tianshu star dimensional field, otherwise he would be the one who was vaporized by that terrifying blow. Although the picture stayed in the palace for a short time, the amethyst armor on the creature left a deep impression on Zhou Wen. The mysterious purple color looks noble and gorgeous in the light, as if it is crystal clear like the gods' battle clothes worn by gods, but it is impossible to see what kind of creatures are inside the armor. That armor should be natural disaster grade, no doubt? Zhou Wen was a little moved, looking at the armor. It seemed to have a very strong fire defense ability. Of course, he just thought about it this way before he could figure out the origin of the amethyst-armored creature. Zhou Wen was not willing to take the risk to go to Tianshu Star. Although the Tyrannosaurus was killed in one blow, it finally allowed people to see the dimensional field of Tianshuxing, and major media rushed to report the amethyst-armored creatures. People are speculating about the origin of the amethyst-armored creature and whether it has anything to do with the myths and legends of Tianshuxing. There are also some people who are actually studying the tyrannosaur that was killed, and want to verify whether that tyrannosaur has anything to do with the dinosaurs on the Earth, hoping to solve the mystery of the demise of the Tyrannosaurus on the Earth. Mangdang Mountain, also known as Fairy Peak. It was here that Liu Bang, the great ancestor of the Han dynasty, cut the white snake up and achieved his hegemony through the ages. After the dimensional storm, Mount Mangdang has become a very complex large-scale dimensional field, which contains many small dimensional fields, which are somewhat similar to the Longmen Grottos. This place was originally under the jurisdiction of the Guidehouse, but after the dimensional storm, few people came here. Even if someone came here, it would be very difficult to go back again. At this time, there were 5 expressionless people standing in front of the serpent-slaying monument. The first one was watching the inscription on the serpent-slaying monument. It was Kuang Jiangxian and his party. Qin Xian, it's up to you. Kuang Jiangxian looked at the serpent-slaying monument and said lightly. Qin Xian, who was behind him, came out in response, and sat in front of the serpent-slaying monument, posing as if he were playing the Qin, but there was no Qin in front of him. Qin Xian flicked his 10 fingers in the air. There was clearly nothing but air, but under Qin Xian's fingers, a faint sound of the piano sounded. The sound of the piano is like a fairy sound, even people who don't understand music at all can feel the beauty of the sound of the piano. Just accompanied by this wonderful sound of the piano, there was a burst of strange noises in the Mangdang mountain. After a long time, I saw one by one-dimensional creatures like ghosts coming out of the mountain, and the number of them became more and more. When those dimensional creatures like crazy swords and ghosts passed by Kuang Jiangxian and the others, they didn't even look at them, as if Kuang Jiangxian and the others didn't exist at all, and went in the direction of Guide High School. More and more lonely and wild ghosts rushed out of Mangdang Mountain, forming a tidal army, and the number was uncountable. Boom! Boom! A terrifying sound suddenly came from the depths of Mount Mangdang, and it didn't take long for a white snake as huge as a real dragon to swim out from the depths of the mountain. Is being held down by it. The white snake's body is crystal clear and jade white, and it is not ugly. When it holds its head up, it gives people an elegant beauty. I can't believe that there are natural disaster creatures in this Mangdang mountain. Seeing the big white snake, Kuang Jiangxian felt a little surprised. He didn't know there were natural disaster creatures here before, and he just wanted to release the lone soul wild inside ghost, let them besiege Guide High School. Several soldiers in charge of guarding the sentry were standing in front of the fire on the roof, cooking and eating in iron pots. Lao Gang, how long do we have to cook these days? A young man held a hard sesame cake in his hand and broke it into small pieces, soaked it in a bowl of boiling water, and ate it while eating. While asking the middle-aged man next to him, Lao Gang said, "Don't think about it so much. If Zhou hadn't come here, the guide mansion would have been occupied long ago, and there would be nothing to eat. Of course I know it's the best situation now, but it's not the way to go. Unlike this, my parents and sister live in a temporary building. If a dimensional creature rushes in, the consequences will be disastrous," the young man said. Lao Gang sighed lightly. "This is also impossible. I heard that other places use the dimensional field as a natural barrier to build human cities, but the dimensional field in our guidehouse is too strange. You can say where to build cities? It's also, what is that?" the young man suddenly cried out in surprise when he was halfway through. Several soldiers quickly got up and looked towards the far side of the building, only to see ghosts on the street in the distance, and there seemed to be countless resentful ghosts swaying and coming towards this side. Isn't it a hallucination? Lao Gang rubbed his eyes and looked again, but was horrified to find that a specter was already in front of him, causing him to fall backwards. That specter was like a shadow, and rushed towards Lao Gang. "Old Gang." The young soldier next to him summoned the companion pet knife and slashed at the specter. However, the steel knife transformed by the companion pet actually slashed from Li Gui without the slightest hindrance, as if the Li Gui was just a phantom. Li Gui pounced on Lao Gang and disappeared immediately, but Lao Gang's eyes changed, a pair of eyes flashing red, strangely scary, and his figure was like a puppet, standing up straight. "Lao Gang, what's wrong with you?" Before the young man could figure out what was wrong with Lao Gang, ghosts fell down one by one. Several soldiers were desperately waving their weapons, but they couldn't hurt those ghosts. They were attacked by ghosts in a short while, and they turned into a weird appearance like old gang. Not only here, but around the entire guide mansion, there are wandering ghosts everywhere, rushing towards Guide High School from all directions, but anyone they encounter is quickly possessed by them. What are these things? There were screams everywhere, and in a short period of time, the guide mansion was like a hell with a ghost door wide open. The dimensional creatures of Mount Mangdang have special attributes, and they are basically pure soul bodies. General attacks seem to have no effect on them. In a short period of time, a large number of people were possessed and rushed towards Guide High School with the army of ghosts. The army responsible for destroying the ancient city was also possessed by ghosts. Not only did they no longer suppress the army of skeletons, but instead rushed to the city they were guarding behind. The army of skeletons also rushed out, wreaking havoc on the earth again. At the top of an abandoned building, Huang Jiangxian and other 5 people were enjoying the dance of the demons, and the city was full of screams and explosions. General strength is difficult to hurt soul creatures, although the level of these soul creatures is not very high, but it is not so easy to destroy them, not to mention that after being possessed, it is even more difficult to destroy, unless Zhou Wen is willing to kill the possessed humans together. Hua Xian said with a smile. Qin Xian also said, it was originally just these soul-type creatures, which was enough to make Zhou Wen feel devastated, and now there is a natural disaster-level white snake born, even if Zhou Wen can resist. The guide palace will inevitably fall, and hundreds of thousands of people will be left alone. A wild ghost is possessed and turned into a monster that is neither human nor ghost, and when the time comes, the adults will reappear and save him, so Zhou Wen will not give in. Huang Jiangxian said lightly, I want people like Zhou Wen to be used by me, but these are not enough, and more pressure is needed to completely destroy his psychological defense. Does your lord plan to take action in person? Qi Xian asked in surprise. It shouldn't be at that level, it's enough to have you guys. Although Huang Jiangxian felt that Zhou Wen was not comparable to ordinary humans, it was to the extent that he made his own shots. In Huang Jiangxian's view, Wang Mingyuan was worth his shot. After all, Zhou Wen was only Wang Mingyuan's disciple, and any immortal strength in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting was enough to suppress him. Maybe we don't need to take action at all, just those soul-type creatures and white snakes are enough to make Zhou Wen collapse. Xu Xian looked at the burning city. Tens of thousands of people were possessed by lonely ghosts, and they continued at this speed. Within an hour, the entire guide mansion will fall. In Guide High School, Zhou Wen, Li Xian, and others had already rushed out, and they were all shocked when they saw that there were lonely and wild ghosts everywhere in the streets. Seeing that there were a few lonely ghosts rushing towards this side, Feng Qiuyan drew his sword and slashed. His sword was not an ordinary sword, but his life and soul. With this sword, he even gave those ghosts to him. Cutting them off in the middle made them lose their minds, and even dropped a dimensional crystal. Mingxiu's sword also stabbed at one of the ghosts, but it passed through the ghost's body and was not able to hurt the ghost. This is a soul-type creature, and general physical attacks are useless. Zhou Wen has seen such creatures, which are basically pure spiritual bodies, and physical attacks are useless. In dealing with such creatures, Zhenting and Xiaonyao are the best at it. Unfortunately, Zhenting has always been in the state of earrings and cannot be released. The bird is still evolving and should not be able to come out for a while. But even if there is no truth, listen and little bird, it is not difficult for Zhou Wen to solve these soul-type creatures. What really worries Zhou Wen is those who have been possessed by ghosts. Their bodies were controlled by ghosts, and instead they attacked their relatives, neither killing them nor not killing them. Because there is no peripheral defense barrier, the guide mansion has fallen too quickly, and there are too many people possessed by ghosts. This is the real trouble. Old Zhou, these dimensional creatures are so fucking annoying. The Zhang family is the best at dealing with these things. But now it's too late to invite them. Li Xian's attack didn't have much effect on those ghosts, only used the planet eater to devour ghosts. But there are too many people here, and many people are possessed by ghosts, and Li Xian can't swallow them all. It is really troublesome to find those ghosts one by one. Those possessed by the body are more troublesome, neither is Li Xian's killing, nor is not killing. Zhou Wen thought about it and summoned to Brahma directly. The terrified Brahma, like a Buddha, with all sides and arms, appeared behind Zhou Wen, as huge as a mountain. Brahma has 4 sides, the front is neither sad nor happy, the back is shrouded in black holes, the left side is smiling and silent, and the right side is a look of compassion. In addition to the back, the other 3 sides of Brahma are not too strong, but they are not absolute. They have different effects. Under normal circumstances, Zhou Wen used Brahma's frontal defensive ability, as well as the terrifying black hole-like power on the back, and rarely used the power of the left and right sides. Now that I see so many soul-type creatures, they just use the power of the face of compassion on the right side of them. The feared Brahma, ordinary people can't see his existence at all, but with the lips of the compassionate face trembling, he made a sound like chanting. Everyone heard the sound of Buddha chanting sutras. Although the sound was not loud, it did not have the power of thunder. It fell into the ears of ordinary people and did not feel much. But it fell into the ears of those lonely ghosts, but made them cry in pain. The low-level ghost creatures could no longer resist rolling on the ground, and the body was even more white gas, and it dissipated in a short while. Not see ghosts within a radius of dozens of miles, all in the sound of chanting sutras, turned into white mist and dissipated. In the city of Guide Mansion, there were rising white air everywhere, and many dimensional crystals and companions fell on the ground. Eggs, but most people are not affected. I didn't expect Wang Mingyuan's disciples to become supernatural, and they must be helped by Wang Mingyuan. Qin Xian frowned. The ability to transcend is exactly the nemesis of ghosts. Among the Buddha clan, only a few strong people have transcendence. Wang Mingyuan only belongs to the Buddha clan. He is not of the Buddha clan, and he doesn't seem to have developed the superhuman ability. Qin Xian and the others did not expect that Zhou Wen's fear-making power would actually have the superhuman ability. From their point of view, Wang Mingyuan was attached to the Buddha clan, and Zhou Wen was able to cultivate this ability with the help of Wang Mingyuan. Those who were possessed by ghosts also exhaled white gas from their bodies. After the white gas was exhausted, they collapsed to the ground one after another. For a time, the city was filled with fainted humans. Those who were not possessed by ghosts, and those who woke up from a coma, saw Zhou Wen suspended in the air, and the sound of Buddha chanting came from him. And the lonely ghosts rushing from all directions, once they rush into the range that the voice of the scriptures can reach, they will soon turn into white fog, and no one can get close to the area near Guide High School. Those wandering ghosts rushed like a tide, looking extremely terrifying, but none of the ghosts could cross the Thunder Pond. for half a step. It's still Zhou who is amazing, as expected of a human powerhouse who can climb the Rubik's Cube rankings. It's too powerful. It's so terrifying, it's like the Buddha came into the world. With Zhou guarding the guide mansion, maybe we really don't have to find a way to escape to other cities. Seeing Zhou so powerful, everyone's hearts were a lot more settled, and many people who were panicked gradually stabilized their emotions. The army that Li Xian had just established was also reorganized to suppress the army of skeletons that rushed out of the ancient city. Everything seems to be developing in a good direction. When everyone thought that this crisis was about to pass, they saw a behemoth coming from a distance. The brilliance that was like moonlight over there easily attracted everyone's attention, and I saw a huge snake whose body was carved out of white jade. The white strip just raised its head, similar to the high-rise buildings nearby, and the surrounding buildings were beside it, which looked as ridiculous as toys. People retreated in panic. Such a giant snake, even if the level is not high, but the power of the is unmatched by ordinary people. The superpower of the Buddha clan has a restraining effect on ghosts, but against a creature like the white snake, it can't take advantage of it. With a fear level versus a natural disaster level, the odds of winning are slim, said the chess fairy. The white snake flicked its tail, and the building with more than 30 floors was directly swept away by its tail. Half of the building flew up and smashed in the direction of Guide High School. Humans rushed to dodge. With such a mighty power, the human beings were stunned, and the power of one tail was already so terrifying. The students and ordinary people in the school were all fleeing to the outside of the school in horror. Otherwise, the half of the building smashed over at such a terrifying speed. I am afraid that the entire school, and even the area near the school, will be turned into ruins, and if they do not escape, their lives will be lost. But at their speed, it was impossible to escape from the school before the building flew in. Watching the shadow of the building quickly enveloped the school, people's faces showed panic and despair, and some timid girls screamed and cried. Boom! Zhou one appeared in front of the building, and de Brahma's demon-like body also emerged, sitting cross-legged behind Zhou Wen. The face behind him had turned around, and his 8 palms blocked the building. At the same time, the black hole behind him continued to devour, sucking the broken building into the black hole, so that the fragments could not be shot out and hurt the students in the school. People looked at Zhou Wen and de Brahma floating in front of de Brahma, as if they were watching Immortals with servants of the devil. What a powerful fear transforming power. Fortunately, he only has the fear level. If he is promoted to natural disaster, I am afraid that the white snake is really not his opponent. Huaxian exclaimed. The stronger he is, the more beneficial it will be to us. In the future, this Zhou Wen will be used by adults, and it will be much more convenient. Xuxian said. That's the truth. When he loses the battle with the white snake, the Lord will make another move, and he can't help but surrender. The chess fairy also agreed. When a few people were talking, the white snake had already jumped up. Its body was so huge, but its speed was incredible, and it turned into a huge white rainbow and devoured it towards Zhou Wen. It's just that the shock wave caused by its body breaking through the sound barrier shattered all the glass of the surrounding buildings. Many buildings were also collapsed by the shock wave, and trees were uprooted. Fortunately, there are ghosts all around, and there are no humans, otherwise I don't know how many people will die. Zhou Wen was suspended in the air, with no intention of dodging, seeing the white snake in front of him. Qi Xian and others were wondering why Zhou Wen didn't dodge when he saw a golden light flashing on Zhou Wen's body, and the golden light met the white snake. Everyone didn't see what happened clearly, and saw that the white snake had its head cut off. The snake's blood spurted like a spring, and Zhou Wen was still suspended there, without even moving his hand. And the big Brahma behind him stretched out his palm and grabbed the head and body of the white snake, not letting the body of the white snake fall and hit the humans below. Long live Zhou Wen. Too invincible. It turns out that apart from the Emperor, there are humans who can be so powerful. I really didn't make a mistake in staying in the guide mansion. Bah, you stayed because you couldn't leave, and you still have the face to say this? People were amazed at Zhou Wen's strength. And the four immortals of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting, and Quangjian immortal were also a little surprised, although they felt that the white snake might not necessarily be able to kill Zhou Wen. But it is absolutely unthinkable that the white snake will be killed by Zhou Wen with one blow. Then it is a natural disaster creature, although it is only a human level, it is already amazing enough. He actually has such a tyrannical natural disaster-grade companion pet. Qi Xian said in surprise. This is not surprising. The Earth is changing rapidly, and humans have found a way to break through the myth. At this time, it is not impossible for top humans to obtain natural disaster companion pets. Huang Jianxian said lightly. Sir, do we still have to go to other dimensional fields to bring in dimensional creatures? Huaxian pondered. No, we are not familiar with other dimensional fields, and we may not be able to draw out the dimensional creatures inside. Moreover, we don't have that much time, so let's go directly to see that Zhou Wen. Huang Jianxian looked glancing at Zhou Wen in the distant sky. He walked slowly towards the stairs. Zhou Wen put down the white snake's body, and soon discovered that there was a companion egg and a dimensional crystal in the white snake's body. Naturally, it is not necessary to say that the companion egg is the companion egg of the white snake, and that dimensional crystal is as crystal clear as a dragon ball, with the light and shadow of the white snake flowing in it. It is a skill crystal. Zhou Wen directly took the companion egg and the dimensional crystal into his hands, but the companion egg was a little too big, half the height of a person, and it was as crystal clear as white jade. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and wanted to see what attributes the white snake companion pet was. Don't look at it being cut in half by Jin Jiaojian, but after all, it is a natural disaster-grade companion pet. Its skills are not strong when fighting with Jin Jiaojian, which does not mean that it is really not strong. There is no not strong companion pet, only whether it is used well or not, so Zhou Wen still attaches great importance to this companion pet. Before taking out the phone, Zhou Wen suddenly frowned slightly, turned and looked in one direction. I saw 5 people coming from a distance. They were walking in the crowd, and they didn't look too conspicuous, nor did they have any special momentum. But I don't know why, those who stand in front of them will unconsciously make way for them, as if it should be like this. Are these guys human? Zhou Wen observed them carefully and did not find the breath of dimensional creatures on them, as if they were humans. But Zhou Wen didn't hear their heartbeats. How could a human being have no heartbeats? Zhou Wen realized that the arrival of those ghosts and white snakes may not be as simple as breaking the ban in ordinary dimensional fields. Old Zhou, what's the matter? Li Xin saw Zhou Wen's expression was wrong, followed his gaze, and saw Huang Jianxian and other 5 people. Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu also came over. Obviously they also felt the abnormality of those 5 people. Because even the soldiers who were responsible for guarding the place unknowingly stepped aside and did not stop the 5 people. What's the way? Li Xian asked Zhou Wen in a low voice, looking at Quang Jiangxian and the other 5. I don't know. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly. Li Xian still wanted to say something, but the 5. Quang Jiangxian had already come close. Who are you? Li Xian stared at them and asked. Quang Jiangxian ignored Li Xian, stopped across from Zhou Wen, looked at Zhou Wen and said, I have good news and bad news for you. Which one do you want to hear first? Good news, I don't like tragedies. Zhou Wen said. I can help you. Penetrate the Tianshu star dimension field, get on the Rubik's Cube rankings, and get the first ranking. Quang Jiangxian said seriously. Who do you think you are? Even an immortal from the Guardian Alliance would not dare to say such big words in front of our brothers. Li Xian pouted. What is an immortal? As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, an immortal can only bow his head in front of you, Quang Jiangxian said. What should I do? We don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Li Xian naturally didn't believe it. Apart from the Emperor, the most recognized force on Earth at present was the Guardian Alliance. As for the strength of the Holy Land, no one knows the depth of it now. What about the bad news? Zhou Wen asked again. Quang Jiangxian said, the bad news is that you will probably have to spend more time thinking about how to deal with and manage the Earth Federation in the future. This is so interesting. What do you call your excellency? Zhou Wen narrowed his eyes and asked Quang Jiangxian. Although Quang Jiangxian didn't have any aura leaking and looked like an ordinary person, Zhou Wen felt an extremely dangerous smell in him. You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know what I can give you. Quang Jiangxian said. Li Xuanle got up, walked over, patted Quang Jiangxian on the shoulder and said, I said. Brother, you can really pretend you didn't ask about who our brother is before you came? Blowing this kind of bullshit in front of the 2, what should I do? The 4 immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting saw that. Li Xian actually patted Quang Jiangxian on the shoulder. I know that you are also considered top figures in the Federation. If you don't come up with something, I'm afraid you won't be able to convince you. Quang Jiangxian gestured to Huaxian. The painting fairy thought about it, walked to Zhou Wen, reached out and summoned a brush, and then drew a circle on the ground. He stood in the circle, looked at Zhou Wen and said, I'll just stand here and don't move. You can try your best to see if you can hurt me. Others may not understand, but Zhou Wen glanced at the circle drawn by Huaxian, but was a little surprised. The circle drawn by Huaxian is actually similar to his little Zhou Tian killing array, both of which are a space system circulation skill. It's just that the circle drawn by Huaxian is fixed, borrowing the space of the Earth, which is far less flexible than Zhou Wen's Xiaozhou Tian killing array. It can be said that the skills used by Huaxian are actually a grade lower than Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, isn't that companion pet you just had quite powerful? You can try to see if it can hurt me. Huaxian stood in the circle with his hands behind his back, looking like a fairy, as if he didn't care about Zhou Wen at all. Superior. Of course Zhou Wen knew that the most feared thing about a weapon like Jin Jiao scissors was this kind of circular space skill. Even if he released the Jin Jiao scissors would only revolve around that circle and would not hurt the painting fairy inside. Of course, Zhou Wen is good at this skill himself, and it is not difficult to break the skill of painting fairy. What? Don't you dare? Seeing that Zhou Wen had not moved, Huaxian provoked a little. proudly. Coach, this level of competition is not worth your own hands, let me do it. Feng Chuyan suddenly stood up, wanting to ask for orders to fight. The Immortals didn't take human beings seriously at all. Even Zhou Wen. Only because he was born on Earth has the value of being used by them. Otherwise, if they don't even care about Zhou Wen, how could they have an advantage over Chuyan? Feng Chuyan called Coach Zhou Wen, who was obviously a student taught by Zhou Wen, so how could a painting fairy like him? Young man, this is not playing around, it will kill people. Huaxian said indifferently. Then try it out. Seeing Feng Chuyan's firm eyes, Zhou Wen nodded and agreed. Feng Chuyan got Zhou Wen's approval, and then turned around and walked towards Huaxian. The painting fairy itself is a hell level, although because of the reason of possessing the ancient corpse, he can only barely burst out the power of the human level, otherwise the body of the ancient corpse will be destroyed, and he will also be punished by the rules of the earth. But no matter what, he is also a natural disaster grade. If Zhou Wen played in person, with the power of Jin Jiaojin just now, he would still care a little bit. But Zhou Wen even let a student fight him, in Huaxian's view, this is an insult to him. If it wasn't for Zhou Wen, he was afraid that he would have already taken action to punish Zhou Wen and let Zhou Wen know the horror of the natural disaster level immortal clan. Zhou Wen didn't pay attention to what Huaxian thought. Judging from the circle drawn by Huaxian, his power was not stronger than Zhou Wen, which Zhou Wen knew very well. It was that Feng Chuyan took the initiative to fight and was so confident that Zhou Wen was a little surprised. I gave Feng Chuyan the coin with the Xiaozhou Tian killing array before. He should have realized something, right? If he can find the trick, he may not be able to break the circle of circulation space. Zhou Wen looked at Feng Chuyan, wanted to see what he realized from the small Zhou Tian killing formation. However, Zhou Wen didn't hold out much hope. The time he gave Feng Chuyan coins was too short. Even if Feng Chuyan realized something, it shouldn't be too much. Feng Chuyan stopped outside the circle, holding his knife in his hand, looked at Huaxian and said, "My knife is fast, you have to be careful." Huaxian laughed when he heard the words, and said with some contempt, "You can just cut it, not to mention a knife, even if it is 1,000 knives, it will not touch a single corner of my clothes." Feng Chuyan had already reminded that Huaxian's own carelessness had nothing to do with him. He stopped talking at the moment, holding the knife and staring at the Huaxian in the circle. "The imposing manner is quite good, I hope your sword is not just on the surface." Huaxian didn't take Feng Chuyan in his eyes at all. Recycling space, what a high-level skill, even in the natural disaster grade, there are not many people who can control this skill, even in the space system, it is difficult to say whether they can master this skill, and how can it be broken by a human, casually lose. Feng Chuyan didn't speak, and when his eyes moved, the knife in his hand was also pulled out. Fast, incredibly fast. Not to mention that ordinary humans can't see clearly, even the vision of Huaxian was shaken, and the blade seemed to disappear from his sight. However, Huaxian still didn't take it to heart. No matter how fast the knife was, it would be trapped in the circulation space, and it was impossible to hurt him. What a fast knife. It's not easy for a fear-level human to become such a fast knife. I didn't expect Zhou Wen to have such people around. Huang Jiangxian was also a little surprised. But it is more of joy controlling Zhou Wen and this Feng Chuyan. Together will be of great help to the establishment of the new forces of the Immortal clan. Huang Jianxian also does not think that Feng Qiuyan's knife can break through the circulation space. You can hurry up, hurry up. Hua Xian was still teasing Feng Qiuyan, but his expression had changed before he finished speaking. The circle of golden light on the ground magnified, forming a weird distorted space, as if there was a picture surrounding the painting fairy. Feng Qiuyan's knife slashed above the twisted picture, and the knife light cut into it, tearing the twisted picture and slashing at Hua Xian's body without a pause. When Hua Xian felt wrong, he quickly retreated, but he was still half a beat slower. The clothes on his chest were cut open by the knife, leaving a scar with deep visible bone on his chest. If he hadn't reacted in time and stepped back for such a distance, I'm afraid the knife would have cut his body in two diagonally. How is that possible? The four immortals of Qi, calligraphy, and painting all stared at Feng Qiuyan in disbelief. That is a circulating space skill. If you use some special abilities to pass through, it is not impossible. However, using a knife to directly split, they can split the circulating space. And they are still fear-level human beings. They almost think they are dreaming. Even Huang Jianxian stared at Feng Qiuyan in a daze, unable to speak for a while. Zhou Wen was also a little surprised, looking at Feng Qiuyan's performance. With this knife, he knew that Feng Qiuyan had almost comprehended his little Zhou Tian killing array, and he had also created his own cracking method. Of course, this kind of cracking method is difficult to produce very good results for the ever-changing Zhou Tian killing array. But for this kind of fixed circulation space that the painting fairy acts, the effect looks very good. After blowing it for a long time, it turns out that there is only such a little ability. Li Xian glanced at Hua Xian with a smile, almost making Hua Xian find a hole in the ground in shame and anger. I'm sorry, coach, I've tried my best, but I still haven't been able to fully understand what you're teaching. This knife is used too badly, and I've failed your teaching. Feng Qiuyan returned to Zhou Wen and said a little ashamed. In Feng Qiuyan's opinion, the circulation space set up by Hua Xian is much simpler than the Zhou Tian killing array that Zhou Wen let him comprehend. He even failed to break it cleanly and gave it to Hua Xian response time, which is a big mistake. You haven't practiced for a long time. If you can do it like this, you will be considered a passer. You can practice more when you go back, and don't make the same mistake next time. What else can Zhou Wen say? He can only tell him to let him practice well in the future. Anyway, Zhou Wen really has nothing to teach him. Feng Qiuyan's learning ability is too abnormal. It's too bad? The training time is too short. Past? Do you have to practice more? Hua Xian and others all listened a little silly. If it wasn't because the ancient corpse didn't have any expressions, I'm afraid his face would be premature. It was already twitching. Huang Jianxian looked at Zhou Wen and Feng Qiuyan with a frown, and secretly said, in his heart, this Zhou Wen seems to be a little different from the Zhou Wen in the data. It's a bit strange that one of his students has such a level. Hua Xian and others even suspected that Feng Qiuyan was not a student taught by Zhou Wen, but a disciple of Wang Mingyuan. Even for Wang Mingyuan's disciples, it is surprising enough to have such a level. But looking at Feng Qiuyan's attitude towards Zhou Wen, that kind of respect and worship is definitely not fake. Everyone, the performance is over. If there is nothing to do, go do what you should do. Li Xian said with a smile. Hua Xian and several people looked at each other in dismay. And finally they all looked at Mad Sword Immortal. Their emotions were a bit strange, especially Huaxian, whose eyes were full of shame and unwillingness. His dignified hell-level powerhouse was almost split in two by a dread-level human knife. This is simply a great shame. Crazy Sword Immortal thought for a while, and gestured slightly to Xuxian. Huaxian has already lost, and it is inappropriate to let him take another shot, and Quan Jiangxian has already seen it. Feng Qiuyan should have a lot of research on space circulation skills. Huaxian's current strength, in the case of restrained ability, even if forcing another shot, it is estimated that the effect is not big. Xuxian thought about the spirit meeting, stepped out, came to Zhou Wen and said, I have a skill, and I want to ask your excellency for advice. At this time, Xuxian's attitude towards Zhou Wen was very different from before, and there was no condescending contempt at all. Coach, take a break first, this kind of small role doesn't require you to do it yet. Mingxiu walked up and said. Mingxiu looked at it and understood that the 5 Xuxian were headed by Quan Jiangxian, who had not moved. And Mingxiu didn't want to let Zhou Wen weaken his momentum. And after watching Feng Qiuyan's battle, he was also a little itchy, and wanted to try his own understanding. Zhou Wen nodded slightly, and Mingxiu stood in front of Xuxian, and said with a half-smile, you don't have to be afraid, although you are all learning from the coach. But I am much weaker than the one just now, and my sword is much slower than his sword, as long as your reflexes aren't too bad, you should be able to stop it. Xuxian is no longer as underestimated as the previous painter, although the possibility of another Feng Qiuyan appearing is relatively low. After all, there cannot be too many existences like Feng Qiuyan among humans. Among the 6 major families, it is amazing to have 1 or 2 from each family. Zhou Wen is only a lonely family, and it is surprising to have Feng Qiuyan beside him. It is really difficult to say that there is another master like this. Believe. Even so, Xuxian did not underestimate the enemy. He thought to himself, he and the guy named Feng Qiuyan, just now, were both taught by Zhou Wen. It's all about speed. Even if he's cheating on me, the actual swordsmanship is faster than Feng Qiuyan. As long as I don't underestimate the enemy like Huaxian, I can stop it. Xuxian understood in his heart, and was about to say something to Mingxiu, but suddenly saw Mingxiu draw his sword and stab. The speed of the sword was incredible, almost as fast as Feng Qiuyan's sword. Mingxiu's sword speed is not slower than Feng Qiuyan's sword speed, and even the first few swords are a little faster than Feng Qiuyan, but Feng Qiuyan is a fighting maniac. The more he fights, the stronger he is. This is Mingxiu. Do not have. If Mingxiu wants to win Feng Qiuyan, he usually can only think of a way in the first few swords. After the 5 swords, if he can't win Feng Qiuyan, he basically doesn't need to fight anymore, and he will lose without a doubt. Seeing that Mingxiu's sword was so fast, Xuxian couldn't help but sneer in his heart, no matter how serious you are, it will be in vain in the face of absolute strength. Between the lightning and flint, the book fairy summoned a book, opened the page, and greeted Mingxiu's sword. Once the sword is caught in the book, the text in the book will be printed on the sword body, which can seal the power of the sword. Humans, after all, will only use some opportunistic and unpopular trails. Xuxian looked at his book and was about to clamp Mingxiu's sword. But in the next moment, Xuxian suddenly widened his eyes. He clearly calculated the speed and timing. The book of ban was just enough to clip Mingxiu's sword. But when he closed the page, he found that Mingxiu's sword, for some unknown reason, was a bit slower than he expected. His book had been closed, but Mingxiu's sword had not arrived yet. Xu Xian wanted to open the page again, but it was too late. The sword, which seemed to be a beat slower, suddenly increased in speed, and it flashed like a streamer. Puff! Mingxiu's sword stabbed into Xu Xian's chest. Xu Xian watched the sword pierce his face, but his body couldn't dodge, because his strength was limited by the ancient corpse, and he couldn't burst at the fastest speed. Do not open this sword that is so close to him. Mingxiu succeeded in one strike, and then retreated in a flash. Between advancing and retreating, she was elegant and unrestrained in one go, which was as pleasing to the eye as art. Xu Xian wanted to fight with a sword, and he also wanted to inflict heavy damage on Mingxiu, but there was no such opportunity. Mingxiu had already retreated, leaving only the wound on his chest. Because there was no blood in the ancient corpse, although his wound looked terrifying, there was no blood flowing out. Zhou Wen and others had noticed this situation when Feng Qiuyan injured Huaxian. Thank you for looking down on me so much. I said, my sword is very slow. You don't have to be so fast. If you slow down, it will stop you. Mingxiu's sword was already sheathed, and she stood there and said casually. The Xu Xian's mood was even more depressed than the previous Huaxian. The Huaxian at least used his technique of painting the ground as a prison, but the Xu Xian's abilities were not displayed at all. And he was defeated so vaguely. In addition to being depressed, Xu Xian and the others were even more surprised. There is no doubt that Mingxiu is also the type of person with the best talent and the highest level among Hefeng Qiuyan humans, but such a strong human being is a first-class existence among other great forces on Earth. Such as Jia of the Holy Spirit Society, and Xian of the Guardian Alliance, these are the existences that even different dimensions know their names. Even if Mingxiu and Feng Qiuyan were weaker than Ye and Xian, they would not be too weak. Such a person could be Zhou Wen's student, and even Quangjian Xian felt a little unbelievable. I originally thought that Zhou Wen was the weakest among Wang Mingyuan's disciples. After all, Zhou Wen was a lonely one. And the others had their own huge forces. But looking at it now, just Mingxiu and Feng Qiuyan have made Zhou Wen a force that cannot be underestimated. Interesting. At this point, Quang Jiangxian began to seriously look at Zhou Wen. Although Quang Jiangxian has not yet been promoted to the end of the world, he has a record of defeating the end of the world, and he does despise Zhou Wen and the strength and qualifications of the earth. Originally, Crazy Sword Immortal just wanted a puppet. As for Zhou Wen himself, he didn't have much interest. But now, Quang Jiangxian had to start to seriously examine Zhou Wen, who was able to train students like Mingxiu and Feng Qiuyan. Zhou Wen's personal strength seemed to be seriously inconsistent with the information he had obtained before. The four immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do for a while. Before they came here, they didn't even pay attention to Zhou Wen, thinking that if anyone shot, they could suppress him. But now there are two immortals who have shot, but they have lost to the students taught by Zhou Wen. Even if their power is suppressed, they still feel that they have no face. Qin Xian and Qi Xian hesitated and didn't make a move. The two immortals of calligraphy and painting were not weaker than them. They couldn't even beat Zhou Wen's students. How could Qin Xian and Qi Xian dare to challenge Zhou Wen again? Before Zhou Wen used the companion pet to kill the white snake, they had seen it with their own eyes. Their current body is no stronger than the white snake. If the body of the ancient corpse is destroyed and exposed to the earth, the body will suffer serious trauma. The four immortals couldn't help but turn their attention to Mad Sword Immortal. After all, this trip was mainly Mad Sword Immortal. They were just assisting Mad Sword Immortal, and they still had to wait for Mad Sword Immortal to make up their minds. Huang Jiangxian looked at Zhou Wen and the others, not as depressed as the four immortals, but faintly excited. The stronger the people around Zhou Wen, the faster he can build up a new immortal power after he controls them. Now the strength shown by Zhou Wen and others is almost able to compete with the Guardian Alliance. These people, I'm going to make a decision. Huang Jiangxian stared at Zhou Wen with burning eyes. You have said so many big things, so it's just like that. Do you want me to play with you? So that you can go home in peace? Out of the limelight, he jumped out and looked at Huang Jiangxian and said, Li Xian's appetite is much larger than Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu, and he wants to deal with the Huang Jiangxian, headed by him. Qin Xian and Qi Xian were furious and wanted to rush out to teach Li Xian a lesson, but they were stopped by Huang Jianxian. Okay, then I'll play with you. Huang Jiangxian's voice was calm, even with a hint of a smile, but there was already a murderous intention in his heart. He knew that it was impossible to lightly subdue Zhou Wen and others today, and it would definitely require absolute strength to suppress. And Li Xian was his dismounting power. You shoot. Huang Jiangxian stood there casually and said to Li Xian. Although it is also the body of an ancient corpse, the body of this ancient corpse of Huang Jiangxian is stronger than that of the four immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting. It can continue to erupt with human-level power, and it can barely burst into hell-level power. In addition, the realm of Huang Jiangxian itself is far beyond the same level. Even if it can only exert the power of the human level, the combat power is not comparable to the ordinary human level. He let Li Xian take the first shot, which was a chance to give Li Xian a blow. I'm afraid that I will kill you with one punch, so you should shoot first. Li Xian stood still as a mountain, said proudly, and secretly said at the same time, you are still a little tender when you pretend to be forceful in front of the young master. Don't lose. Really? Huang Jiangxian narrowed his eyes and landed on Li Xian. When Li Xian just said a word, but his eyes suddenly widened, his eyeballs were about to burst out, his mouth opened, blood spurted out, and his body bowed like a shrimp. Huang Jiangxian did not know when he had already stood in front of him and bombarded his chest with one hand. Bang! Li Xian's chest sank, his body bowed, and he flew out like a cannonball, hitting the wall, directly knocking it down, and his body plowed out a deep ditch hundreds of meters long on the ground. Because the speed is too fast and the friction is too strong, the soil and masonry in the deep groove are smoking, and the fractures of the steel bars have turned dark red, as if they had been burned by fire. Finally quiet, now we can have a good talk. Huang Jiangxian looked at Zhou Wen and said, the people around have been alerted by this side for a long time, but there are soldiers blocking it, no one can come over, and can only watch from a distance. What do you want to talk about? I'll accompany you. A voice came from a deep ditch in the distance, making Huang Jiangxian slightly startled. Huang Jiangxian turned his head and saw that Li Xian came out of the deep ditch. The armor on his body was broken, but there was no injury on his bare chest. The strong chest muscles and abdomen are exposed, smooth and majestic, not like a human being, but like a marble statue. You can be proud of being able to take my palm and not die, Huang Jiangxian said. Li Xian walked step by step, stared at Huang Jiangxian, and said, the strength is good, but it is still too soft, you can try to use more force. When Kuang Jiangxian heard Li Xian's words, his eyes sank, his figure broke through the sound barrier, and the explosion caused a big hole in the ground. Li Xian wanted to block, but after all, he was still slow, and was pressed on his chest again by Kuang Jiangxian's palm. Only this time, the power of Kuang Jiangxian did not fly Li Xuanzhen out. Li Xian was still standing there, but the terrifying power penetrated into his body, instantly shattering all his bones and internal organs. Kuang Jiangxian retreated gracefully and withdrew his palms, waiting for Li Xian's body to become paralyzed. He is very confident in his own strength. Although Li Xian's body is very strong, under the immune strength of his palm, even a human-level creature will be shaken into flesh. Kuang Jiangxian stood there waiting for Li Xian to fall, but after waiting for a while, Li Xian still stood there and did not move. There was no sign of falling down at all, and even blood did not spill out of the 7 holes, which made Kuang Jian stand still. Xian felt something was wrong. Do you only have so much strength? I told you to use more strength, why is it softer than the first palm? Have you not eaten? Do you want to eat something before continuing? Li Xian looked at Kuang Jiangxian, provocative said like. The 4 immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting all looked at Li Xian with astonishment. Although Mad Sword Immortal's palm strength is not as terrifying as his sword, it does not mean that his palm strength is not strong. On the contrary, Zhu Xian is extremely vicious, and there are few creatures of the same rank who can hardwire the Zhu cactus. Kuang Jiangxian had already used the power of natural disaster grade, but he failed to shock Li Xian to death, and even Li Xian did not seem to be injured, which made the 4 immortals feel a little incredible, and even doubted whether this was a dream. The 4 immortals looked at each other and saw the shock in the other's eyes. Before they came, they never imagined why it would be like this. I originally thought that it should not be difficult to just suppress a powerless Zhou Wen. But the people who appear next to Zhou Wen now are more terrifying than the last. Even the Guardian Alliance and the Holy Spirit Society may not have so many terrifying characters. Damn it, where do these people come from? Why don't they have any information about them? How do those guys from the Guardian Alliance do things? Hua Xian said angrily. It must be Xian, who was playing tricks and deliberately didn't report it. Qin Xian said. The chess fairy shook his head and said, it shouldn't be like that, if they are really famous, even if the Guardian Alliance doesn't report it. It is impossible for there to be no news from the temple, and there is no news from the temple. It can only mean that they not really famous. The attention of different dimensions to human beings, at most, are those who are particularly famous, such as immortals, elegant people, or Zhang Chuanqiu, who was born in the Zhang family, can enter their eyes. Although Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan were somewhat famous in the Federation, they had not yet reached that level. Not to mention Li Xian, when he was at home, outsiders basically only knew that Li Mabai was the head of the Li family. When I went out, I was always with Zhou Wen, and there was basically no chance for performance. Outsiders didn't even know that there was such a number 1 person as the 3rd young master of the Li family. But in fact, even Zhong Zia and Qin Yan may not be able to defeat Li Xian with full confidence. Kuang Jiangxian's eyes became serious, looked at Li Xian and said, a human being can practice the innate invincible divine art of the innate temple to this level. You are not bad, but unfortunately it is only an incomplete fake. Don't talk about a pseudo-innate invincible divine art like you, even if you practice the Real innate invincible divine art, if I kill him, he won't be able to live. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Li Xian. Zhou Wen has already seen that the strength of Quang Jiangxian is very terrifying, and it is definitely not an ordinary human level. Although Li Xian's body is extremely strong, he will eventually have a limit. Zhou Wen is afraid that something will happen to him, and if he wants to get him back, there is no need to take risks. However, Li Xian interrupted Zhou Wen's words and said with a smile, I don't have any performance, how can I be so embarrassed to divide your half of the city? Take a good look at my performance, I won't let you down. Zhou Wen looked at Li Xian's eyes and understood what he meant. Li Xian obviously realized that Mad Sword Immortal was extraordinary. He wanted to use himself as a target to force Mad Sword Immortal to show his strength, so that Zhou Wen could have opportunity to observe from the side and have a first-hand understanding of the enemy. Li Xian said to take a good look, not to let Zhou Wen look at him, but to look at Mad Sword Immortal. I don't know what is true or false. I only know that you are a softball who only talks nonsense. If you have the ability, you will kill me. Li Xian suddenly burst into power and punched Quang Jiangxian's nose. He deliberately did not use the Planet Devourer, because he had realized that the Planet Devourer might not be able to resist the power of the Mad Sword Fairy, and it might be destroyed when summoned. Quang Jiangxian was originally arrogant, so provoked by Li Xian, even though he knew that Li Xian wanted to provoke him, he was still full of murderous intentions. Quang Jiangxian did not have any scruples, and did not need to tolerate it. The moment Li Xian rushed in front of him, he pointed it out, so that Li Xian could not see his finger moving at all, and the finger had already touched the part of his forehead. Superior. Thousands of sword lights erupted from Quang Jiangxian's fingertips, pouring out towards Li Xian's body like a galaxy. Quang Jiangxian wanted to directly turn Li Xian into dust. Under the sword light like a galaxy, his body was torn into small pieces. No matter how strong the body's self-healing ability was, it was impossible for him to heal himself in that situation. Quang Jiangxian did not lie. Even a fear-level creature who cultivated the full version of the innate invincible magic will be destroyed to dust under his sword flow, and the self-healing ability is useless at all. The sword light rushed into Li Xian's body, and Li Xian's entire body lit up, as if his body had turned into a projected holographic image. The sword light that was pouring out like a galaxy rushed directly from his body. Zhou Wen opened the Xiaozhou Tian killing formation that was laid out in advance, and the sword light circled continuously within a radius of several hundred meters, but none of the sword light could fly out. Is this the Zhou Tian Great Array of Emperor Ziwei? Hua Xian saw Zhou Wen's little Zhou Tian slaughtering array, suddenly startled. Although his strength is also spatial ability, it is still a lot worse than the Zhou Tian Great Array. It's not the Zhou Tian Great Array. It's a little different, but it's very similar, and there are some strange powers combined with it. It's weird, it's really weird. The chess fairy said strangely. He has done a lot of research on the Zhou Tian Great Array. And now that he is in the array, it is easy to see some clues. However, Zhou Wen's small Zhou Tian killing formation is still somewhat different from Zhou Tian's large formation, and the chess fairy could not fully understand it. Bang! Everyone suddenly heard the sound of fists and flesh colliding, and turned to look, only to see Li Xian's fist smashed into Quang Jiangxian's face, twisting Quang Jiangxian's face. His body staggered, and he almost fell on the ground. For immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, their faces are full of disbelief, and Kuang Jiangxian was punched in the face by a human being, which is simply unimaginable. That is the Mad Sword Fairy who once had a record of defeating the Doomsday-level powerhouse. Although he is now limited by the body of the ancient corpse and can only maintain the power of the human level, it is still difficult for people to accept such a result. In fact, Kuang Jiangxian cannot be blamed for this either. Kuang Jiangxian has always believed that Li Xian is an incomplete pseudo-innate invincible divine art. But he could never have imagined that Li Xian's incomplete innate undefeated magic had gone out of a new world. There is already a huge difference from the real innate invincible divine art, and it is almost two completely different vitality arts. When Li Xian's body was digitized, Jianguang failed to hurt him. Kuang Jianxian thought it was a phantom, but in fact it was Li Xian's body. Whether it is the calligraphy and painting immortals or the mad sword immortal, they still despise human beings in their subconscious minds. If they fight against a different dimensional enemy, even if it is a phantom, the mad sword immortal will not be able to let the other party get close to him like this. However, after his sword light failed to injure Li Xian, he did not retreat immediately, only to be punched in the face by Li Xian. Li Xian succeeded with one punch, but he was arrogant, using both fists and feet to attack Kuang Jiangxian. But before his fists landed on Kuang Jiangxian suddenly erupted with a sword light like a volcanic eruption. This sword light was a little different from the previous sword light. It turned out to be the color of blood. The blood-colored sword light spewed out and rushed into the sky. Li Xian's digitized body touched the blood-colored sword light, and was eroded by the sword light. His hands and legs turned blood-red, and they soon burst open. In horror, Li Xian quickly retreated, but the speed of his retreat could not keep up with the speed of the blood-colored sword light spreading, and he saw that his body was about to be engulfed by the blood-colored sword light. His ability to transform into fear is not really transformed into an ethereal holographic image. Even if it is a real holographic image, it is not completely empty. In fact, it is composed of particles. And Kuang Jiangxian's sword light is so subtle that it can destroy neutrinos, and Li Xian's fear-turning power cannot survive in that kind of sword light. At the moment when Li Xian was about to be engulfed by the sword light, Zhou Wen teleported behind Li Xian, grabbed his body, and teleported out of the Xiaozhou Tian killing formation with him directly. And within the small Zhou Tian killing formation, Kuang Jiangxian slowly turned his face back, stood up straight, the blood in his eyes was like a blade, and the bloody sword light on his body continued to erupt, like a mad demon. The last time he was slapped in the face by Wang Mingyuan, Kuang Jiangxian was on the verge of running away. If it weren't for the interests of the entire immortal clan, he would have killed Wang Mingyuan desperately. However, Wang Mingyuan is the Dragon King after all, and he is also the head of the 8 parts today. He is considered a bit of an identity in a different dimension, and Kuang Jiangxian can barely endure it. Now a fear-level human being even slapped him in the face, which made Kuang Jiangxian go berserk in an instant. With the outbreak of the blood sword light on his body, the body of the ancient corpse began to crack, and the Xiaozhou Tian killing formation was filled with a large amount of blood sword light, and the circulation space formed by the formation was constantly torn apart. Sir. The 4 immortals of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting shouted in horror, each bursting with strength, to resist the bloody sword light. They were still in the Xiaozhou Tian killing formation, and they were the first to bear the brunt of the terrifying sword light that Kuang Jiangxian erupted. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. The Xiaozhou Tian killing array is about to be torn apart. Zhou watched as the terrifying sword light flooded the entire Xiaozhou Tian killing array. Even though the space of the Xiaozhou Tian killing array could be recycled, the space inside the Xiaozhou Tian killing array was not. It is limited. The opponent's sword light has become strong enough to fill all the space, and it will be a matter of time before the Xiaozhou Tian killing formation is torn apart. Where did this guy come from? It's so scary. Li Xian's wounds healed quickly, and he almost recovered. But he felt a little frightened. If Zhou was slower just now, his self-healing ability would be useless. Fortunately, you let him reveal his true strength in advance and gave us time to prepare. Now we can think of something else, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. Zhou really thought that Li Xianqian was beautiful. If it wasn't for Li Xian forcing the Quangjiangxian to such a level, giving Zhou a chance to understand his abilities, and setting up a small Zhou Tian killing formation in advance, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Zhou fought against Quangjiangxian himself, Quangjiangxian suddenly used such power, even if Zhou could escape himself, few nearby humans would be able to survive. Hey, I can't do anything else, but if you want to talk about being beaten, the young master considers himself second, and no one dares to recognize first. Li Xian said proudly. Don't be shy, evacuate the crowd first. My little Zhou Tian killing formation won't last long. Zhou said to Li Xian. Xiaozhou Tian's killing formation was crumbling, and blood-like sword light was constantly vented from the cracked formation. Anything that touched the blood sword light, whether it was a plant or a rock, was instantly dyed red, and then exploded. Come. Zhou is very clear that it is not really dyed red, but because the blood sword light is so tiny that it can directly penetrate into the object and directly destroy the particles of the object, which produces this visual effect. Li Xian, Feng Qiuyan and others went to evacuate the crowd. Zhou did not wait for the Xiaozhou Tian killing array to be completely shattered, so he directly summoned Jing Jiaojian, making it turn into a golden light, towards the mad sword. In the Xiaozhou Tian killing array, Immortal cut off. Quangjiangxian had seen the power of Jing Jiaojian before, and when he saw the golden Jiaojian flying towards him, he pointed at the sword technique and pointed at Jing Jiaojian. Following his fingers, the blood sword light rushed towards Jing Jiaojian like a tidal torrent. Ding! The tremolo generated by the impact lasted for a long time, and the blood sword light continuously impacted the golden Jiaojian, but it was not able to invade the golden Jiaojian. Even a small sword light like neutrinos could not penetrate. Jing Jiaojian went upstream. The scissors opened, like scissors cutting red fabric, and abruptly tore a hole in the blood sword light, and slashed towards the mad sword fairy like a broken bamboo. Quangjiangxian was a little surprised. He had already burst out with hell-level power, but he still couldn't stop the golden Jiaojian. He could only dodge quickly and avoid the attack of the golden Jiaojian. On the other side, the four immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, the body of the ancient corpse is already tattered, part of it was destroyed by the sword light of the mad sword fairy, and the other part was forced to burst into a powerful force, and the body of the ancient corpse could not bear it. Broken by its own strength. Bang! The moment Quangjiangxian avoided the Jing Jiaojian's blow, he heard a gunshot. And a bullet hit him in front of him, hitting him directly in the forehead. But the bullet didn't reach Quangjiangxian at all, and it was smashed by the sword light of blood. Zhou put the sniper rifle on top of the collapsed wall, and shot in the direction of Quang Jiangxian 6 times in a row, but the 6 bullets were smashed by the sword light of blood, and he couldn't get close to Quang Jiangxian at all. Instead, Quang Jiangxian's blood sword light surged in power, completely tearing apart the crumbling Xiaozhou Tian killing formation, and the overwhelming blood sword light rushed out, covering the world like a sea of blood. The 4 immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting also rushed out, but at this moment his ancient corpse was almost destroyed, and his body was suppressed by the rules of the earth. One by one, his body trembled and groaned in pain, as if there were invisible lines. The chains were on them, making it difficult for them to walk, and a strange sound came out of their throats, as if they were about to breathe. Zhou Wen could clearly feel that their powerful aura was rapidly weakening. These guys are from another dimension. Zhou Wen suddenly understood that they were not earth creatures, otherwise they would not be so severely rejected and oppressed. Although the 4 immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting are under enormous pressure, the pressure is not enough to kill them, it just causes their life level to drop continuously. They, who were originally at the hell level, had fallen to the natural disaster level in a moment, and the power on their bodies was only at the level of fear level, and they were still falling. Quang Jiangxian is on the contrary, his blood sword light is more and more terrifying. The body of the ancient corpse has been cracked like a dry field, but it has never really collapsed. Quang Jiangxian didn't waste time on Jin Jiaojian at all. While avoiding Jin Jiaojian's attack, he controlled the blood-filled sword light that swept away from all directions towards Zhou Wen. Because the blood Jianguang is too terrifying, it is almost everywhere, covering most of the guide mansion. The top of each high-rise building first touched the Jianguang, and was directly destroyed by the Jianguang. Buildings turned red from the top, then exploded, and the sword light like a sea of blood continued to press down, as if the end of the world. People were screaming and crying, or desperately trying to escape, but under such terrifying power, the speed of ordinary people could not escape at all, and they could only wait for the arrival of death. Zhou Wendao was able to escape, but if he escaped, hundreds of thousands of people in Guide House would be killed in an instant. Even if they were people, the entire city would be completely destroyed, and nothing would be left. Zhou Wen held a sniper rifle, still aiming at Mad Sword Immortal, turning a blind eye to the blood-filled sword light. Bang! The 7th shot sounded, and a bullet was ejected from the barrel of the gun, penetrating the blood sword light like a beam of light. The 7th shot of sure kill. This was the sure kill bullet that used all the strength of a golden sniper. The bullets shuttled frantically in the blood sword light, and were not smashed by the blood sword light like the first 6 bullets. This bullet has the power to kill and never return. It was a lonely impact in the blood sword light, but the blood sword light was too powerful. The 7th bullet that was sure to kill was hit by the tide-like blood sword light, and the speed became more and more rapid. The slower it is, the more it seems to stop. Jin Jiaojian came flying, tearing the space in front of the bullet, and rushing towards the Mad Sword Fairy. The bullet followed the space torn by the golden Jiaojian, and charged towards the Mad Sword Fairy again at the speed of light. Mad Sword Immortal flashed again, dodging the attack of Jin Jiao Scissors, but the sure kill 7th bullet automatically turned a corner and continued to follow Mad Sword Immortal and shot it. The 7th bullet in the Venus dimensional field may be a sure kill for others, but for me, that kind of power is still too weak. Quang Jiangxian recognized the origin of the 7th bullet, and when the bullet arrived the moment in front of him, he was caught by his fingers. The bullet swirled between his fingers like a drill, but it couldn't advance half an inch. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Kwang Jiangxian exerted force again. The mortal bullet, under the pressure of his powerful force, could no longer continue to rotate. The bullet was constantly vibrating, but could not move at all. Under the terrifying finger force, it seemed to be about to be crushed. The same. Jin Jiaojian killed him again, and Kwang Jianxian could only dodge again, unwilling to fight head-on with Jin Jiaojian. At the same time Kwang Jiangxian dodged, the bullet in his hand turned into an ancient mirror. Kwang Jiangxian's reaction was very fast, and he threw the ancient mirror out of his hand, but he was too close to the ancient mirror, and the light from the ancient mirror was still shining on him. That strange light shone on Kwang Jiangxian's body, and Kwang Jiangxian's body and the blood-filled sword light suddenly disappeared, and all of a sudden, it disappeared cleanly, and there was no trace left. The terrified people all stared at the sky in a daze. If it weren't for the buildings being less than half their height, they would have thought that the terrifying sea of blood and sword light was just a dream. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand, and the soul mirror returned to his hand. He saw a bloody glow in the mirror, as if the blood was about to seep out of the mirror. On the originally smooth mirror surface, cracks have begun to appear, and they are still spreading rapidly. I'll leave it to you here. Zhou Wen roared at Li Xian, Feng Chuyan and others, and then directly used the interstellar teleportation ability to disappear with the soul mirror. Li Xian, Feng Chuyan and Ming Xiu understood what Zhou Wen meant, and immediately rushed towards the four immortals of Qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At this time, the faces of the four immortals of piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all green. They have done nothing. The body of the ancient corpse was lost by Kwang Jiangxian, his own person, and the body was severely suppressed by the rules of the earth level, but only up to the level of fear. Originally thought that Kwang Jiangxian's explosive power would be unstoppable by no one at all, but who knew that it disappeared inexplicably, leaving the four of them to complain in secret. They had seen the strength of the three of Li Xian. If they were in a different dimension, it would be too easy to kill the three of Li Xian, but now with their current situation, it seems unlikely that they could beat the three of Li Xian. Zhou Wen teleported to Tian Xing, and the cracks on the soul mirror were like spider webs, and they were about to shatter. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen picked up the soul mirror and took a look at Tianshu star. The soul divine light shone on Tianshu star, and the mad sword fairy and the blood-filled sword light that were captured in the mirror suddenly appeared again. It's just where he appeared this time. It is no longer Guide Mansion, but in the scalding liquid of Tianshu Xing, light explosions continue to occur around him, like countless hydrogen bombs constantly exploding around. Zhou Wen originally thought that the terrifying light explosion on Tianshu star should be able to have some impact on Kwang Jiangxian, and it might even damage his body. But who knew that the blood sword light outside Kwang Jiangxian had forcibly resisted the high temperature, radiation and energy explosion, protected his body, and rushed out from Tianshu Xing. What a terrible guy. Zhou Wen knew that Kwang Jiangxian must have been suppressed by the rules of hell, and his real strength was more than that. Under such circumstances, it is indeed a bit terrifying to be able to erupt such power. After Kwang Jiangxian rushed out, he did not attack Zhou Wen for the first time, because he can now be sure that Zhou Wen is still good at space teleportation. If Zhou Wen were to teleport out of here now, he would have nothing to do with Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen, let's make a deal. Mad Sword Immortal stood in the blood, looking down at Zhou Wen condescendingly. What? Deal? Zhou Wen didn't rush to leave, looking at Mad Sword Immortal, and asked calmly. You are the king of thieves, right? Although Kuang Jiangxian said a question, his tone was affirmative. Does it have anything to do with it? Zhou Wen knew the spatial ability he had exposed, and made Kuang Jiangxian connect him with the thief king. It really doesn't matter. Your spatial ability is very strong. Even if you are in a different dimension, you can't find a few who are stronger than you. Kuang Jiangxian paused, and then continued, in here, I really can't kill you, but even if you can escape, your family can't escape, your friends and the hundreds of thousands of people in the guidehouse can't escape. Are you threatening me? Zhou Wen said coldly, looking at Kuang Jiangxian. I'm just stating a fact, don't you think so? Mad Sword Immortal asked rhetorically. What are you trying to say? Zhou Wen already had murderous intentions in his heart. He is a person who rarely kills, even in the face of an opponent who wants to kill him. Zhou Wen can do what he should do calmly, because he knew very well that the other party was his enemy, and it was normal to want to kill him, and he didn't need to be angry at all. But Kuang Jiangxian is different. Kuang Jiangxian's behavior is not just an enemy. You and I cooperate, and from now on, you will be the spokesperson of our family in the world. Kuang Jiangxian said. Which family are you? Zhou Wen asked. If you are willing to cooperate, you will naturally know in the future. Kuang Jiangxian did not answer Zhou Wen. What if I don't cooperate? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. None of the people related to you will survive. Kuang Jiangxian said coldly. Zhou Wen suddenly laughed and laughed happily. Kuang Jiangxian stared at Zhou Wen coldly and said, Is it so funny? If you are not proficient in space ability, it would not be difficult to kill you. Although I can't kill you now, your relatives and friends are not like you. Spatial ability, it is too easy to kill them, it takes less effort than squeezing an ant. Zhou Wen stopped laughing, looked at Kuang Jiangxian like a blade, and said, You are right, it is really simple for you to kill them. It's good if you know, so what's your choice? Do you want them to die, or do you want to cooperate with me? Kuang Jiangxian looked at Zhou Wen and asked. I don't want them to die, nor do I want to cooperate with you. Zhou Wen said calmly. You have no other way to go, you can only choose one of the two. Kuang Jiangxian said coldly. Zhou Wen shook his head and said, Of course I still have another way to go. Oh, what way? Mad Sword Immortal asked back. As long as you kill you, all the problems will be solved, this is the third way. As Zhou Wen spoke, he summoned Jin Zhaojian again. Only this time, Zhou Wen held Jin Zhaojian in his hand instead of letting Jin Zhaojian attack by himself. Jin Zhaojian is very strong, and it is hell level in itself. Zhou Wen's own strength is far inferior to that of Jin Zhaojian, but only the strength of Jin Zhaojian itself is not enough to kill Kuang Jian. Xian. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Kuang Jiangxian was as cold as ever, and was not annoyed by Zhou Wen's words. Zhou Wen's move was exactly what he wanted. His natural disaster field has extremely strong attack power, but he has no ability to prevent Zhou Wen from using space teleportation. What he is most afraid of is Zhou Wen's escape. Now Zhou Wen intends to fight to the death instead of running away, which is naturally in line with Kuang Jiangxian's mind. If you want to kill me, then come on, use all your abilities and try it out. Huang Jiangxian stretched out his hand, and the bloody sword light all over the sky gathered towards his palm. Thousands of blood sword lights condensed together in a moment, forming a sword of blood which was held in the palm of the hand by the mad sword fairy. Although it is more convenient to kill Zhou Wen with a sword light attack like a sea of blood, the purpose of Huang Jiangxian is not to kill Zhou Wen, but to make Zhou Wen surrender. The body of the ancient corpse could not withstand the arrival of the mad sword immortal for a long time, and now he has suffered such serious trauma. The time of the mad sword immortal is running out. He must choose the new spokesperson of the immortal clan in the world before going back. I'm afraid it's too late to find someone else, and Huang Jiangxian doesn't think that there is anyone more suitable to be a new spokesperson than Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen held the Jinjiao scissors and let the cutting blades of the Jinjiao scissors fit together as a big sword without a sharp edge. People followed the sword. Zhou Wen and Jinjiao cut the human sword into one, turned into a streamer and stabbed towards the mad sword fairy. It's not that Zhou Wen doesn't want the sword to follow others, but Jin Jiaojian's power is far stronger than his power. If Jin Jiaojian is forced to follow his power, it will only weaken the power of Jin Jiaojian itself. Therefore, Zhou Wen chose to use his own strength to assist Jin Jiaojian, with people as the auxiliary and sword as the main. This kind of swordsmanship, if used by ordinary people, will inevitably fall into the inferior position, because it is people who practice swords. People are the main, and the sword is the auxiliary. If the sword is the master, people will be controlled by the sword, which is equivalent to entering the devil's way, and it is easy to get into trouble. Huang Jiangxian moved slightly and avoided the attack of Jin Jiaojian. The sword of blood in his hand slashed backhand at Zhou Wen's head, and said at the same time, "Your ability is not bad, but your character is not good. Kendo is the way of the heart. Your heart is driven by the sword. How can a person without a heart become a real strong man?" Huang Jiangxian obviously also thinks that Zhou Wen's method of using the sword is too clumsy, and it is not a superior swordsmanship. Zhou Wen ignored Huang Jiangxian and attacked Huang Jiangxian with sword after sword. Even if the mad sword fairy condensed the sword of blood, but he didn't dare to collide with Jin Jiaojian. He just kept dodging, trying to defeat Zhou Wen under the sword through his kendo skills. But after a long time, Huang Jiangxian was surprised to find that he could not suppress Zhou Wen. Jin Jiaojian's strength is very strong, but Zhou Wen's own strength has not reached that level. But under Zhou Wen's use, the power that Jin Jiaojian burst out is actually much stronger than when Jin Jiaojian fought by himself. Huang Jiangxian was surprised to find that Zhou Wen seemed to be supplemented by himself, but he was able to use a very small amount of power to influence Jin Jiaojian by grasping some details. It seems that Jin Jiao scissors are the main ones, but in fact it is Zhou Wen who is controlling everything. A human being can actually practice kendo to this level? Since Huang Jiangxian is known as a swordsman, his achievements in kendo are naturally extremely high, and he has already seen the problem. However, Zhou Wen's sword technique today surprised him a little. He was not able to take advantage of it purely by fighting with swordsmanship. What kind of swordsmanship are you? Huang Jiangxian asked, while fighting Zhou Wen. Swords don't have to have a name. Zhou Wen's heart-defying swordsmanship was born out of 3,000 swordsmanship, and he can wield any swordsmanship style freely. It's just that the situation of Jin Jiaojian is a bit special, and it is not a real sword, so Zhou Wen must use a special method to control it, which is very different from the swordsmanship that Zhou Wen usually uses. Huang Jiangxian originally wanted to defeat Zhou Wen quickly, but after seeing Zhou Wen's swordsmanship, he had the urge to watch more. And did not immediately fight Zhou Wen with all his strength. Mad Sword Immortal takes the name of Sword Immortal. And is an obsessive fan of kendo. Seeing the wonderful swordsmanship that he does not know, he can't help but watch it for a while. Zhou Wen has exerted the power of Jin Jiaojian to the limit, and his body shape cooperated with Jin Jiaojian's continuous teleportation attacks, but all the attacks were avoided by Quang Jiangxian. The sword of blood in the hands of Quang Jiangxian also failed to hurt Zhou Wen. After a while, Quang Jiangxian suddenly said, "Your swordsmanship is good. But unfortunately you haven't been able to enter the room. Today I will show you what real swordsmanship is." Saying that, Quang Jiangxian held the hand of the sword of blood, and stabbed Zhou Wen's heart with a sword, so fast that Zhou Wen could hardly see clearly. Quang Jiangxian's blood sword shot, and before it reached Zhou Wen's chest, Zhou Wen had the illusion that his heart had been pierced. Zhou Wen waved the Jin Jiao scissors to block, but the golden Jiao scissors had just moved, and the blood sword had already changed its position, stabbing Zhou Wen's eyebrows. Quang Jiangxian fought against Zhou Wen purely with swordsmanship. With a dozen swords in a row, Zhou Wen was defeated, and there was no room for counterattack at all. The swordsmanship of Quang Jiangxian can no longer be described as domineering. At least, there are traces of domineering. When it is time to be domineering, it is still domineering. However, Quang Jiangxian's swordsmanship is not the same at all. Where he should be overbearing, he is overbearing, and where he should not be overbearing, he is still overbearing, and he is simply desperate. Each of Quang Jiangxian's swords is aimed directly at the enemy's vitals, forcing the opponent to defend himself or retreat, and there is no chance to counterattack at all. Zhou Wen actually knows how to attack the enemy in this way, but Zhou Wen quickly discovered that the two are not the same thing at all. He used that method to deal with the Mad Sword Fairy, but he almost made himself confused several times. When Quang Jiangxian is facing an opponent, he really does not hide, but he is not without flaws, and it can even be said that there are many flaws, and he does not take these flaws seriously at all, just kills the enemy, and doesn't care about his swordsmanship weaknesses have been constantly attacking and attacking. This should not be called swordsmanship at all, it should be more suitable for gambling. Now Zhou Wen finally realizes what it means to be terribly afraid of dying, and the swordsmanship of Quang Jiangxian is the one that is terrifying. For a time, Zhou Wen held a magical weapon such as the golden flood scissors, but he was losing ground. Under the offensive of the Mad Sword Fairy, and the pure kendo duel could not take advantage of it. Zhou Wen has not been at a disadvantage in such a duel for a long time. His heart-defying swordsmanship is rarely suppressed like this, and he never imagined that there is actually a swordsmanship that is not included in the 3,000 swordsmanship. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Crazy Sword Immortal feels to Zhou Wen like an upgraded version of Zhongxia, the same crazy and domineering, although the swordsmanship is different, but their feeling of using the sword is very similar. Their use of swords is different from that of ordinary people. If they think of using swords as driving, when ordinary people see what is happening in front of them, their first reaction is to slow down, but they will choose to speed up and rush over before the route is blocked. If the judgment is accurate and fast enough, it can pass through. But if the judgment is wrong, or if the speed is not enough, the car will crash and die. But Crazy Sword Immortal is the kind of super old driver. In the thrilling battle, every time he can rush over before Zhou Wen is sealed, so Zhou Wen is very passive. First of all, Zhou Wen's speed is indeed not as fast as Mad Sword Immortal, and secondly, Jing Jiaojian is not a real sword at all, and its size is too large, and it is not suitable for speed. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's teleportation technique is already very powerful under the blessing of the disqualified. It is used in conjunction with the movement technique, and coupled with the disqualified person's ability to automatically perceive the weakness of the enemy, it is not so easy for Quan Jianxian to defeat Zhou Wen with swordsmanship. Quan Jianxian was also surprised in his heart. He was a dignified Quan Jianxian, a celestial-level kendo expert who once defeated the existence of the Endworld level. Now that the strength and speed are dominant, it is actually difficult to really suppress Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen's swordsmanship and fighting ability far exceed his expectations. A fear-level human can actually practice kendo to such a level. How many such human beings are there on Earth? Quan Jianxian was a little worried in his heart. In the past, human beings were limited by their own shortcomings. After such a long period of time, their growth was still very limited. It has just been a few years since they broke through the limit. If human beings continue to grow like this, even if one day, the boundary between the Earth and other dimensions will be broken, and the other dimensional creatures will no longer be suppressed by the rules of the Earth's universe, it is necessary to establish an absolute human force on Earth as soon as possible, and hold human beings in their hands. The sword of blood in the hands of Quan Jianxian is getting more and more crazy. Zhou Wenming was able to see the sword piercing, but when he used the golden snip to block, he would slow down every time, unable to touch the sword of Quan Jianxian. Even the Xiaozhou Tian killing formation outside him could not completely block the sword of blood, and Zhou Wen had more and more wounds. Don't you want to kill me? Come on? How can you kill me if you keep retreating? Attack! Crazy Sword Immortal taunted while attacking wildly. Zhou Wen said nothing, and continued to fight Mad Sword Immortal. Even though his body was injured more and more, he did not use other companion pets. Using companion pets can indeed give Zhou Wen some breathing room, but there is no way to help Zhou Wen win. If he just wants to save his life, Zhou Wen can completely teleport out of here now. But this is not what he wants. The disqualified person needs a lot of data to deduce. Every time Zhou Wen is injured, the disqualified person will know a little more about Mad Sword Immortal, and the deduced weaknesses will be more. It's not that Zhou Wen doesn't know the weakness of Quan Jianxian now, but Quan Jianxian has practiced a sword technique to the extreme, covering all his weaknesses with an advantage. Even though Zhou Wen knew that Quan Jianxian had many weaknesses, under such an offensive, it was too late to protect himself, and he had no chance to use those weaknesses to do anything. Even if he is really immortal and can't make mistakes, it is impossible to use one advantage to deal with all problems. Zhou Wen knew that he only needed to continue to endure, as long as the disqualified person got enough information, he would be able to analyze his weakness. Quan Jianxian has always wanted to suppress Zhou Wen's beliefs and let his spirit collapse, but even though there were more and more injuries on his body, Zhou Wen didn't show any signs of panic. It seems that it is only to hurt him, and it is impossible to make his will surrender, so he can only try the taste of death. Seeing that Zhou Wen had no intention of surrendering, Quan Jianxian swung the sword of blood in his hand again. But it turned into a sword light that filled the sky, and surrounded and killed from all directions. The terrifying sword light instantly dyed the nearby void into a large blood-red color. Within the distance that Zhou Wen could teleport, everything was filled with sword light. There seemed to be no other way except hard blocking. Zhou Wen thought about it and used teleport again, but this time, the direction he teleported out was within the heavenly pivot star. Tianshu is so huge that it is far from comparable to Earth. When Zhou Wen searched for Tianshu last time, he could only use the interstellar teleportation ability to go to different directions around Tianshu. Where is not clear. But after watching the video of the Tyrannosaurus crossing the border, Zhou Wen knew that as long as he didn't open the gate of the palace, there shouldn't be too much danger, even if he encountered the dimensional field of Tianshuxing. At the moment of teleporting into Tianshu star, Zhou Wen felt the terrifying high temperature, radiation and shock waves, all kinds of energy bursts, even his body could not bear it, and his current position is still on the surface of Tianshu star, not too deep. The ancient Emperor Sutra broke out without reservation, and the human Emperor sacrifice domain was also opened. Although this domain has no healing power for Zhou Wen himself, it can greatly enhance his physique, which can be comparable to human-level creatures. Without any hesitation, Kuang Jiangxian rushed in with a sword light like a river of blood. The flames outside Tianshu were washed away by the sword light, and the high-temperature liquid splashed in all directions. Zhou Wen discovered that the ancient Emperor Sutra received a certain amount of blessing in such a high-temperature environment. After the human emperor's life soul in the body was blessed, the light became stronger and stronger, and its vitality became stronger and stronger. Zhou Wen did not summon the emperor's life soul, nor did he merge with the emperor's life soul. In that case, anyone could easily see that he was the emperor. Even if it is not summoned, the blessings received by the ancient Emperor Sutra have made Zhou Wen's vitality become stronger and stronger, and his physical fitness has also become significantly stronger. On the contrary, Kuang Jiangxian was obviously affected by the high temperature of Tianshu Xing. Although the impact was not too big, the time when Jianguang broke through the high-temperature liquid gave Zhou Wen a chance to take advantage. Zhou Wen turned around and continued to rush towards the interior of Tianshu Xing. The high temperature of Tianshu Xing not only blessed his ancient emperor scriptures, but also exercised Jin Jiao scissors, making Jin Jiao scissors stronger and stronger. Mad sword. Immortal pursued him persistently, and his sword light forcibly broke through the high-temperature liquid, constantly bombarding Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen waved the golden Jiaojian scissors, and chopped up all the blood sword lights that came from behind him. No sword light could approach him. But it didn't take long for the blood sword light to form an encirclement again, trapping Zhou Wen in the sky sword light. Just here. Zhou Wen suddenly stopped and looked at Kuang Jiangxian and said, "Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading website." "Why, you figured it out?" Kuang Jiangxian stood in the sea of blood sword light and looked at Zhou Wen, who was also surrounded by the sea of blood sword light. "Yes, I figured it out." Zhou Wen nodded. "What did you figure out? Do you want to fight to the end and wait for your relatives and friends to go to hell together, or do you want to cooperate with me?" asked Kuang Jiangxian. "What I figured out is not these, but how to kill you." Zhou Wen clenched the golden Jiaojian in his hand, and the vitality of his whole body was frantically condensed towards the golden Jiaojian. "Similar words, you have said it just now, it doesn't seem to work well," Kuang Jiangxian said lightly. "Maybe the effect will be better now." Zhou Wen didn't care about Kuang Jiangxian's ridicule, and continued to input his vitality into Jin Jiaojian. Some things can't be tried randomly. If you want to try it, you must have the consciousness of death. I will not give you another chance to live. Huang Jiangxian already had a murderous intention in his heart. Zhou Wenji's strength has already exceeded Huang Jiangxian's expectations, making him feel that it is difficult to really control him. Even if he is reluctantly subdued, he might be the next Jiang Yan. So now, if Zhou Wen still doesn't give in, Huang Jiangxian has already planned to kill Zhou Wen, and then choose one person from Li Xian, Ming Xiu, and Feng Qiuyan as the new spokesperson of the Immortals in the world. Death is nothing to human beings. Human beings have known that they will die from the moment they are born. Because life is short. Human beings cherish their own life more, but they are not afraid of death, but you do not, same, you never thought you would die, right? That's why you should have the consciousness of death. Zhou Wen said calmly. Humph. Huang Jiangxian snorted coldly, and when he retracted his fingers, thousands of sword lights were beheaded towards Zhou Wen. Huang Jiangxian has made up his mind. If this blow still can't kill Zhou Wen, he will turn around and return to the Earth's Guide Mansion, and control Ming Xiu and others in his hands. What surprised Huang Jiangxian was that Zhou Wen did not choose to continue to use space skills to escape this time. Seeing the blood sword light coming from all directions like a tidal wave, Zhou Wen turned a blind eye and raised the golden Jiaojian in his hand. A golden rainbow tore apart the tidal blood-like sword light, and in an instant, it had arrived in front of Mad Sword Immortal. You are still too naive. That strange companion pet weapon can resist my sword light, but your body can't resist it. Take it. Mad Sword Immortal's figure retreated like a flash. At the same time, with a light drink, the 5 fingers folded together. Zhou Wen and Jin Jiaojian, who were surrounded by the sword light of blood, were immediately enveloped by the sword light. The neutrino-like sword light is everywhere, directly bombarding Zhou Wen and Jin Jiaojian. The Jin Jiaojian is extremely strong, and the sword light can't hurt it, but it can still tear the impact of the sword light in front. But Zhou Wen didn't have such a strong physique. The infinite sword light broke through Xiaozhou Tian's killing formation, touched his body, and stabbed in immediately. In just a moment, Zhou Wen's armor and his flesh were all smashed by the sword. The light was dyed blood red. That is the appearance of the sword light invading the body, and then Zhou Wen's body will shatter into dust. On the opposite side of the endless blood sword light, Zhou Wen seems to have reached the end of the mountain. Although Huang Jiangxian did not relax his vigilance, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Humans like Zhou Wen should not keep it. Zhou Wen chose to fight him to the death, which was exactly what Huang Jiangxian wanted. Although it is different from what I expected, it is best for this person to die. Huang Jiangxian watched as countless blood sword lights pierced into Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen's death seemed to be a foregone conclusion, but for some reason, his heart was still faint. There is an uneasy feeling. Huang Jiangxian is very confident in his sword light, let alone a fear level. Even if the same natural disaster level is invaded by so many sword lights, it will definitely be finished. But he was still a little uneasy. Judging from Zhou Wen's previous actions, Huang Jiangxian didn't think Zhou Wen would be so ignorant and let him kill him in this way. But Huang Jiangxian couldn't think of any way for Zhou Wen to reverse such a dead end. Just when Huang Jiangxian was thinking about it, he suddenly found that Zhou Wen's body had undergone a strange change. The armor on Zhou Wen's body has exploded, and his red body should also explode with the armor, but Zhou Wen's body did not explode. Zhou Wen's body instantly turned into a dazzling white liquid. It was the liquid everywhere on Tianshu Star. The liquid exploded, and energy and sword light collapsed everywhere, like A blooming blood. Positive. Zhou Wen and Jin Jiaojian appeared in the liquid area behind Quang Jiangxian, and then teleported to the back of Quang Jiangxian. Jin Jiaojian violently broke the sword light and slashed towards Quang Jiangxian's head again. Quang Jiangxian reacted immediately, moving at a high speed, and the infinite sword light wrapped around Zhou Wen again. Only this time, those sword lights were still useless. When the sword lights invaded Zhou Wen's body would turn into a mass of liquid. Stealing the sky and changing the sun was used extremely cleverly by Zhou Wen. He rushed all the way and left a lot of space marks in the liquid of Tian Shuxing. The sword light of the body stayed in the liquid, and the real body reached a safe position. Zhou Wen constantly exchanged positions, constantly teleported, like a ghost, attacking wildly around the mad sword fairy. Quang Jiangxian was surprised to find that Zhou Wen's attack technique was 9 points similar to his mad swordsmanship. If you want to beat me with my swordsmanship, you are thinking too well. Seeing that his sword light had lost its effect, Quang Jiangxian simply stretched out his hand, and thousands of sword lights condensed into a sword of blood again. But when Quang Jiangxian stabbed Zhou Wen with his sword again, Jin Jiaojian blocked his blood sword and chopped off the blood sword. How is that possible? Quang Jiangxian's face was full of horror. His mad sword skills should be able to cut one step ahead of Zhou Wen's Jin Jiao, but Zhou Wen actually blocked his sword, which made the mad sword fairy almost unbelievable. The broken sword of blood turned into thousands of sword lights and refused back, and the mad sword fairy again and again. Dang dang. Every sword of Quang Jiangxian was blocked by Zhou Wen's Jin Jiaojian, and every time the sword of blood was cut off, Zhou Wen forced him step by step, while Quang Jiangxian retreated step by step. Impossible. How is this possible? In such a short time, he has seen through my mad swordsmanship? This is absolutely impossible. Quang Jiangxian was extremely shocked. It is true that there are strong men in different dimensions who can fight against him and even break the mad swordsmanship, but they are all at the same level as him, or even higher than him, and it often takes a long time to understand before it is possible to break through. Drop mad swordsmanship. A fear-level human, broke his mad swordsmanship in a short battle, which is more mysterious than myth. Please remember this book's first domain name. 4. Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website. Even if Quang Jiangxian didn't believe it, all his attacks were blocked by Zhou Wen. No matter how fast Quang Jiangxian's sword was, he was still blocked by Zhou Wen every time, as if it was overtaken and stopped again and again. The sword of blood was slashed and splattered in all directions. Although it would eventually return to the hands of Quang Jiangxian, the situation had already reversed 180 degrees. Zhou Wen occupied the absolute initiative, one sword after another, pressing Quang Jiangxian to retreat. Quang Jiangxian has changed his swordsmanship and wants to suppress Zhou Wen again, but no matter how his swordsmanship changes, he cannot restore his disadvantage. Zhou Wen seemed to see through everything about him, no matter how his swordsmanship changed. Zhou Wen could use his sword in the most uncomfortable place to attack his weakness, making him almost vomit blood. Quang Jiangxian could not accept no matter what, his swordsmanship would be defeated by a human being, which was more unbearable than Wang Mingyuan slapped him twice. After the previous battle, the disqualified person has completely deduced all the weaknesses of Quang Jiangxian. Zhou Wen now understands his weaknesses better than Quang Jiangxian himself. I want you to die. The power of Quang Jiangxian exploded wildly, and it has exceeded the limit that the body of the ancient corpse can withstand. It's about to collapse. Crazy Sword Immortal seems to have gone crazy, wielding the sword of blood, slashing towards Zhou Wen frantically. No longer worried about whether he will be injured by Jin Jiao's scissors, he wants to grab Zhou Wen's body. Before Jin Jiao's scissors cut off his body. Body cut off. Both of them are fighting for the first opportunity. At that moment, and neither of them wants to back down at this moment. When the golden Jiaojian in Zhou Wen's hand suddenly opened, and the cutting blade that originally stabbed at Mad Sword Immortal was divided into two. The cutting blade above blocked the blood sword that was slashing at Zhou Wen, and instantly cut it off. The scissor blade below still stabbed towards Mad Sword Immortal without a pause, directly piercing his chest. Mad Sword Immortal, who was severely injured by this, not only did not show panic, but a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The mad sword swallows the sky, the immortal gate is locked, you underestimate my mad sword fairy, enjoy your last life. The wound of the mad sword spewed out a chain-like sword light, which was instantly entangled. Live in the bodies of Jin Jiaojian and Zhou Wen. Inside the body of Kuang Jiangxian's ancient corpse, the sword energy skyrocketed, like a ball that was about to explode, and it was still growing. Zhou Wen struggled for a while, but they were not able to break free. It felt as if the body was locked by the sword light chain, and even space movement could not break free. Such a powerful companion pet, Jin Jiaojian, was locked to death, unable to break free. Human, this is your destiny, you chose the wrong enemy, the power of this body's self-destruction will make you doomed forever, and I will escape from this body unscathed and return to a different dimension, the next time I come back, it will turn all your relatives and friends into slaves, or send them down to accompany you. Kuang Jiangxian's eyes were smug, like a wolf that had captured its prey. But Kuang Jiangxian hadn't spoken yet, and suddenly frowned slightly, looked down, and saw that Zhou Wen's other hand had stabbed a sword into his body at some point. It's useless, your attack will only make this body explode faster, no matter how injured this body is. It won't affect me. Kuang Jiangxian said, but his face suddenly changed, hard to look. He found that the fairy body attached to the ancient corpse was suffering from trauma, and the source of the trauma was the sword held in Zhou Wen's left hand. This is slaughtering immortal sword. You are the emperor. Mad Sword Immortal looked at the sword carefully, and was shocked when he saw it clearly. Zhou Wen didn't answer, the slaughtering sword in his hand exploded with power, lifted up from the lower abdomen of the ancient corpse, and directly cut open the entire chest of the ancient corpse, together with the chains of sword light. The immortal slaughter sword's ability to restrain the immortals is too strong. It can lock the immortal gate of Jin Jiaojian, but it is easily cut off by the slaughter immortal sword, which is similar to cutting tofu. What's even more terrifying is that the place injured by the slaughtering immortal sword is not only the body of the ancient corpse, but the mad sword immortal attached to the ancient corpse is also injured, and the injury is still spreading rapidly. As powerful as a mad sword fairy, he could not stop the slaughter immortal sword's wounds from spreading on him. After Zhou Wen cut off the immortal gate's life lock, he slashed at the mad sword immortal with sword after sword, and teleported to the distance at the moment when the body of the ancient corpse exploded. Boom! The body of the ancient corpse exploded, and at the same time triggered a large-scale energy explosion on Tianshu star. The terrifying energy explosion and radiation made the nearby starry sky seem to be on fire. A red glow like sword light rushed out from the exploding Tianshu star. Not long after that, Jianguang rushed out. He was stopped by Zhou Wen, who teleported. That Hongxia is the mad sword fairy who broke away from the body of the ancient corpse. At this time, his body seems to be bound by invisible chains. The chains are getting tighter and tighter, and the sword light on Hongxia is getting weaker and weaker. And on the humanoid body condensed by Hongxia, there are also sword marks one after another, and those sword marks continue to extend, tearing and melting mad sword Immortals' body. Huang Jiangxian burst out with sword light frantically, trying to break through Zhou Wen's block, but his heaven-level power, under the suppression of the Earth's cosmos rules, even the power of hell level, is almost impossible to reach. When Jin Jiaojian flashed by, and Huang Jiangxian's arm was cut off, making his already bad situation even more difficult. If it weren't for this damn place, you would have died 10,000 times long ago, so how could you hurt me? Huang Jiangxian knew that it would be difficult to escape today, so he didn't run away. Condensed the remaining strength, and wanted to make a final life-and-death fight with Zhou Wen. Then why are you here? Zhou Wen said lightly, but the immortal slaughter sword in his hand had already mercilessly slashed over. Huang Jiangxian was slightly startled. When he came, he never thought that there would be such a situation. If he had known that Zhou Wen was so fierce, he would not have given Zhou Wen a chance. If he had known that Zhou Wen was the emperor and held the immortal killing sword in his hand, he would not have used the immortal gate to lock his life, giving Zhou Wen a chance to get close to him. But now it's too late to say anything. There are not so many ifs in the matter. At this point, Huang Jiangxian was a little relieved. Looked at Zhou Wen and said, I really did not expect that Zhou Wen, the thief king and the emperor, would be the same person. You are very good, I am not wronged, but you don't want to. I thought you won like this, and if you want my Huang Jiangxian's life, you will also have to pay the price. After saying this, without waiting for Zhou Wen to react at all, Mad Sword Immortal's red glow-like body suddenly turned into 10,000 sword lights, like a blood-red flower in full bloom, blooming in space. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen is rushing towards Mad Sword Immortal, wanting to kill him completely to prevent future troubles. Who knew there would be such a change? The 10,000 sword lights were too fast to use teleportation, so they could only wave their swords to meet those sword lights. Fortunately, the sword light was sprayed in all directions, not all of it was sprayed at Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen waved the slaughtering sword and Jin Jiao scissors, trying to smash the front sword light. But who knew those sword lights? But they were like phantoms. Neither the slaughtering sword nor the golden Jiaojin could touch the sword lights. Jianguang even passed through Zhou Wen's body. Jianguang formed a blooming blood-red chrysanthemum and then disappeared instantly. Zhou Wen immediately checked his body and found no residue like a brand mark. He breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time was puzzled. What was the use of Huang Jiangxian's ability to sacrifice his explosion in the end? But when Zhou Wen paid attention to his surroundings, he couldn't help being stunned. This is not Tianshu Star at all. There is no scorching heat, and as far as the eye can see, there are beautiful flowers and the earth everywhere, as far as the eye can see. What place is this? Zhou Wen frowned and looked around, feeling that this should be the earth, and the composition of the air is very similar to the earth. But after trying the singularity universe, I found that there is no way to locate it here. And it cannot be teleported out. King Jiangxian sacrificed himself to send me here. It's definitely not a good place. Zhou Wen used listening to scan the surroundings, but there was nothing here except the sea of flowers. What's even weirder is that there are only flowers here, and there are no animals, no bees, no butterflies, not even a single bug, let alone animals. Those flowers seem to be very ordinary, there seems to be nothing special, and they are not dimensional plants. What is this place? Zhou couldn't see why, so he could only restrain his breath, put on the invisibility cloak, and flew in one direction, hoping to find some useful information. Because he didn't know where this place was, Zhou didn't dare to fly too fast, so he flew forward slowly. After flying for about 100 miles, there was still an endless sea of flowers in front of him, but there, among them, a creature finally appeared. That's a demon? Zhou looked at the creature sitting cross-legged in the sea of flowers, and his heart suddenly sank. The creature was red-skinned, with horns on the top of his head, a pair of bat-like wings behind him, and a face like a cow. He looks ugly and weird, very similar to the demons in the legends of the West End. Zhou is not afraid of demons or something, but now he has thought of a serious problem. If that's really a demon, and this isn't Earth, could it be an alternate dimension? That guy won't teleport me to a demon clan of a different dimension? Zhou thought for a while, but felt something was wrong. He has been to a different dimension once, where the space rules are completely different from the Earth universe, and the mythical level is there, and the actions are very difficult. Now Zhou is at the fear level, even comparable to the natural disaster level. There is definitely no problem with the action, but it is not that he will not feel at all. The environment here is not like a different dimension, it is very close to the Earth. While Zhou was thinking, the demon creature sitting cross-legged in the sea of flowers opened his eyes, his black eyes suddenly lit up, and he stood up from the sea of flowers. Its height is more than 4 meters, and for humans, it is already a giant creature. Zhou was vigilant in his heart. The devil-like creature fluttered its wings behind it, and the surrounding flowers were splashed by the blast of gas, and the figure of the devil disappeared from Zhou's sight. When the demonic creature appeared on top of Zhou's head, and a claw slashed towards the top of Zhou's head, and Zhou blocked its claw with Jin Jiao scissors. It was so fast that Zhou didn't even have time to open the golden Jiao scissors, but just blocked his claws with his body scissors. Zhou only felt a huge force coming from the golden Jiao. But he couldn't hold the golden Jiao, and the devil snatched the golden Jiao away. Zhou was shocked, and quickly ordered Jin Jiao to fly back. The golden Jiao trembled in the demon's claws, but it couldn't get rid of its claws, and flew back. Zhou's shock is really no small matter. Jin Jiao is a hell-level companion pet, and he was caught unable to move. What a powerful force. Crazy sword Immortal really teleported me to a terrifying place. Zhou gritted his teeth, turned around and teleported away, not even the golden Jiaoshu. It's not that Zhou doesn't want it, but that the devil can even control the golden Jiao. Zhou and it are not on the same level at all. In the past, if they snatch the golden Jiao, there is probably only a dead end. Zhou had just teleported out when he saw a flash of red light in front of him. And the demon had actually arrived in front of him, with one paw grabbing the golden Jiao scissors, and the other paw grabbed toward the top of Zhou's head. Those nails that looked like swords, although it really made it firm, I am afraid that Zhou's head and body would be pierced together. Zhou directly summoned the prisoner dragon armor to wear on his body, pulled out the slaughter sword, and stabbed the demon's claws. Scold. The slaughter sword pierced the demon's claws. Although the demon didn't scream in pain, he subconsciously retracted the claws. Zhou Wen took the opportunity to teleport to another place again. But just like last time, Zhou Wen just teleported out, and saw a red shadow flashing. The demon chased up again, and the injured claws had healed, and grabbed it towards Zhou Wen's head. Zhou Wen now understands why Mad Sword Immortal did not send him to a different dimensional immortal clan, but to such a ghost place. The immortal slaughter sword has a strong restraining effect on the immortal race. If the immortal race is injured by the immortal slaughter sword, the wound will be difficult to heal, and may even continue to expand. But against that demon, the effect of the Sword of Immortal Slaughter is not so obvious. At least it has no restrained effect. Zhou Wen is extremely depressed now. This demon is no stronger than the Mad Sword Fairy, who is suppressed by the rules of the earth, but Zhou Wen was taken away from the most powerful weapon Jin Jiaojin by it at the beginning. The soul mirror has been seriously damaged again, and it is still repairing itself, and there is no way to use it for the time being. Using the Sword of Slaying Immortals to fight against it was not able to take advantage of it. Zhou Wen had no choice but to call out the Golden Sniper, let him shoot a gun in the distance, and cooperate with him to fight the demon. Zhou Wen thought that as long as the Golden Sniper fired the 7th bullet, it would be able to restrain the demon to a certain extent, and possibly even hit him hard. Who knew that the Golden Sniper fired the 2nd bullet, and the devil appeared behind him strangely, and slapped the Golden Sniper lurking in the flowers together with the sniper rifle with a slap. If it wasn't for Zhou Wen's quick reaction, he took the Golden Sniper back and let the devil slap him again. It is estimated that the Golden Sniper would have died. Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen could only keep shifting his body, and cooperated with teleportation to avoid the demon's attack. The devil grabbed the Golden Jiaojian with one hand, making it difficult for the Golden Jiaojiao to break free, but the combat power was still terrifying. It should be a hell-level creature without a doubt. The Sea of Flowers is boundless. When Zhou Wen was teleporting, he suddenly found that another demon appeared in front of him. The demon in front was almost identical to the red demon who was chasing Zhou Wen. It was also sitting cross-legged in the Sea of Flowers. The only difference was that this demon's skin was blue. The blue demon sensed the movement, opened his eyes, and looked in the direction of Zhou Wen, and suddenly his wings fluttered and flew directly into the sky, turning into a blue shadow and appearing in front of Zhou Wen, grabbing Zhou Wen's head with a paw. Zhou Wen already had a plan in his mind, and at the moment when the blue demon's claws were about to touch his head, his figure disappeared and teleported to another direction. Seeing that the blue demon was about to collide with the red demon behind, Zhou Wen was looking forward to whether they would fight. But who knew that the red demon and the blue demon both took the offensive and rushed towards Zhou Wen together. I'm going, isn't it said that demons have the most territorial concept? Why didn't these two demons, who looked different from fighting each other? Zhou Wen was depressed, but he could only continue to flee. It was already very difficult to fight with a demon, but now that he was chased and killed by two demons together, Zhou Wen's situation became even more difficult, so he had to summon Chaos Egg. While blocking the demon's attack with Chaos Egg, use teleport to run away. What the hell is this broken place? Apart from the Sea of Flowers, can't there be something else? Zhou Wen didn't know how far he had run, but it was estimated to be tens of thousands of kilometers. Except for the Sea of Flowers, he didn't see anything. Originally, Zhou Wen also hoped to leave the Flower Sea area, to be able to have some places like mountains, help him cover it, maybe find a place to hide, who knows that. This ghost place is full of endless plains, not to mention mountains, even a little ups and downs nothing. This is definitely not the devil world. How can there be so many flowers in the devil world? It should be a hellish scene. When Zhou was depressed, he was horrified to find that there was another devil in front of him. The demon that appeared this time had purple skin, and his appearance was similar to the other two demons, and he was also killed. Zhou secretly complained in his heart, did Kuang Jiangxian get me into the colorful devil's nest? Collect all 7 devils, can you summon Shenlong to fulfill your wishes? To be able to realize my wish, I must let Shenlong change my luck. Even if I can't be as lucky as Wang Lu, at least I must have a stable life. Bang 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 bang. Zhou was surrounded by 3 demons, the chaos egg flew around like a baseball, and the solid vitality crystals in it increased rapidly, almost filling the chaos egg in a very short period of time. Fortunately, Zhou had already prepared and transferred the solid vitality crystals condensed in the chaos egg to the foodie, the tyrant demon, using the method of stealing the sky and changing the sun. Fortunately, the power and speed of these 3 demons are terrifying, but they are not enough to directly explode the chaos egg. Zhou was barely able to save his life. Zhou didn't dare to run anymore. After running for so long, he didn't find an opportunity to escape, but instead there were 2 more demons. The ghost knows if running further, there will be more demons. I don't have a lot of cards in my hand now. I can only use the slaughter sword and the golden sniper, but under the siege of the 3 demons, it is too difficult to counterattack. Zhou thought about it, but did not expect, is there any way to solve my current predicament? If listening truth can come out, there may be hope. Zhou tried to summon listening truth again, although he could sense the connection with listening truth, but listening truth could not seem to release the earring mode. After the tyrant demon swallowed a lot of vitality crystals, there was a faint sign of wanting to break through. It's still good for this kind of foodie. As long as there is food, it is possible to evolve. Zhou was very envious, but even if the tyrant demon was promoted to the natural disaster level, it was only a human level. In this case, the effect is not really big. What's more, the tyrant demon only has a hint of evolution. If he really wants to evolve, he still doesn't know when it will be. Zhou thought about it, and thought of the magic baby again, but he was a little hesitant. In fact, when he first saw the demon, Zhou had already thought of the demon baby. The demon baby and the demon creature seem to be inextricably linked, but the demon baby seems to be related to the Eastern demon realm, and killing the demon is also the kind of the Eastern demon realm type of guardian. And the creatures such as demons are the demons of the Western district, and I don't know if the magic baby will work. After all, the magic baby is only mythical. If people don't recognize her, the magic baby will not be able to resist even a slap. But now Zhou is protected by chaos eggs. The demon baby is petite and can be summoned from within the chaos eggs. If it is time, it can be summoned first and let her take a look at the situation. Anyway, there was no other way. Zhou summoned the demon baby. The demon baby appeared in Zhou Wen's arms holding the demon sword, with big black and white eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate the chaos egg, staring at the demon who was besieging chaos outside. The purple devil's claws slammed into the chaos egg, severely deforming the chaos egg, and then the bullet flew out at the speed of light. While in the air, The red demon had already caught up and kicked the chaos egg, like a baseball hit, and knocked the chaos egg back into the air. The space in the chaotic egg squeezed, pushing the little face of the demon baby onto Zhou Wen's chest, and it was squeezed out of shape. Zhou Wenjing wanted to transfer the crystal of vitality to the tyrant demon, and let the demon baby come out to see if it was possible to appease the three demons. Who knew that the demon baby flashed and rushed out of the chaotic egg, appearing outside the chaotic egg like a teleportation. How did she get out? Zhou Wen was shocked, because the blue demon was rushing to the location of the demon baby, and the dagger-like nails were about to stab the demon baby's face. Zhou Wen looked horrified and wanted to pull the demon baby back, but it was too late. Who knew that the red demon was also horrified? The high-speed impact body came to a sudden stop, and before his fingernails touched the magic baby, he stopped in front of the magic baby. Its fingernails were already less than 1 centimeter away from the demon infant's face. Zhou Wen could even see that the red demon was sweating on his forehead. After the screen froze for a second, the red demon seemed to have suddenly come to his senses. He abruptly retracted his claws, took 2 steps back, and with a plop, he knelt in front of the demon baby and bowed to the ground. Not only the red demons, but also the blue demons and purple demons on the other 2 sides, all lay down and bowed. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen was full of surprises. He didn't expect that the magic baby would be so easy to use. These 3 demons should all be hell-level existences, and it was a bit surprising that they would be so jealous of the mythical-level magic baby. The red demon loosened his claws, and Jin Jiaojian returned to Zhou Wen's hands. With Jin Jiaojian in his hand, Zhou Wen also regained some confidence. Standing behind the demon baby, he looked at the 3 crawling demons, shivering like quails. Looking at what they look like now, it's hard to imagine that they will be hell-level existences. The demon baby stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the demon's sword, but did not pull out the demon's sword. With the scabbard attached, it smashed hard on the red demon's head. The red demon didn't dare to move, let the demon baby smash it several times, but still lay there and didn't dare to resist. After a few hits, the magic baby seemed to be relieved, and then he took the magic sword back, held it in his arms again, and hovered in the air, to look around for a while. Over there. The demon baby fell on Zhou Wen's shoulder, and his little finger pointed in one direction and said, obviously telling Zhou Wen to go there. What's there? Zhou Wen asked, curiously, as he walked. I don't know. The magic baby shook his head and said. Zhou Wen looked strange, but at this time, he could only listen to the demon baby and flew over there. The 3 demons did not dare to get up, like monkeys on all fours, crawling behind Zhou Wen, daring not to get too close, nor too far away. They looked trembling and awkward. Xiaoying, do you know where this place is? Zhou Wen asked Moying again. The magic baby still shook his head, this time. He didn't even say a word. Yeah, the devil baby was originally a confused baby. After being killed by me, he was absorbed and reborn as a companion pet by the Tree of the Dead. She has long lost her previous memory. Even if she knew where this place was before, she shouldn't now. Got it. Zhou Wen's heart moved. And he said to the demon baby, little baby, let the killer out, I have something to ask him. After listening to Zhou Wen's words, the magic baby in his arms automatically unsheathed, and a demonic energy poured out from it, and soon it turned into the appearance of killing a demon Woo, I finally came out, the air outside is so sweet. After the killing demon came out, he took a greedy breath, and was about to cry with excitement. Ah! When Killer saw the 3 demons behind, he was taken aback, and one flew upside down and was about to flee into the magic sword. Bang! The demon infant struck his head with a sword, knocking the killer to the ground. Killing demon got up from the ground, as if his mind was awake at this time, stood up and shouted majestically at the 3 demons, 3 little devils, how dare you be presumptuous in front of your grandfather. Killing demon, don't kneel down and apologize to grandpa. The 3 demons ignored him at all, and just looked at the demon baby's face from a distance. Stop talking nonsense, kill the devil, do you know what this place is? Zhou frowned and said. Where else could it be? Of course it's the place of the demon race. Why are you here? It's okay, what are you doing in another dimension? Thinking that your life is too long? Isn't it good to live well? Fortunately, this is the place of the demon race, I can only save your life if my lord is here. If you go to other places, you will have been hacked many times. It doesn't matter if you die, don't implicate my lord. Killer shouted in dissatisfaction. Zhou thought to himself. You think I want to come to this shabby place, didn't I also be forcibly sent in? You said this is a different dimension? Then why didn't I feel the suppression of the rules of the different dimension? When Zhou came to the different dimension last time, his eyes could hardly see anything, and everything around seemed to be distorted and abstract. There is tremendous pressure, but not here. It's different here. Killer looked at the sea of flowers around him, and said with a strange expression, if I guessed correctly, this should be the land of the fallen. Land of the fallen? Zhou had never heard of such a place. Haven't you heard of the myths and legends of the fallen angels in the Western District? Killer said with a frown. Are you talking about Satan or Lucifer? Zhou knows that there are actually several versions of the fallen angel. He knows the version of Satan and Lucifer better, and some people say that Satan is Lucifer. Satan, the lord of all demons, originally lived in heaven, but because he lost the war with God, he was driven to hell. Lucifer is an angel in the legend, and he is the closest angel to God. Later, God created Adam, the ancestor of mankind, and named him the Messiah, asking the angel to bow down to Adam. Angels such as Michael bowed down to Adam according to God's will, but Lucifer did not bow down. Lucifer believed that angels who served God had lost their freedom, and then bowed down to human beings, even their dignity and pride would be lost, so he refused to bow down to Adam. The angels behind Lucifer also refused to bow down to Adam, cut off their faith and fear, and summoned the courage to fight against God. Although they were eventually defeated and sent to hell, Lucifer is synonymous with pride and dignity, and is also the symbol of hell. King. It's better to be king in hell than a slave in heaven. This is the famous saying of Lucifer. Of course, some people say that Satan and Lucifer are the same person, and there are various versions of legends. Zhou has not learned about it in detail, and that's all he knows. Actually, I haven't been to the fallen land of different dimensions, and I don't know if Satan and Lucifer are the same person, but in the War of Gods in the age of mythology on Earth, there were once fallen angels and demons, and one of the fallen angels was terrible. Extremely, under the suppression of the rules of the earth, they still kill countless gods, because too much blood is dyed, and the white feathers are polluted by layers of blood into black. It is one of the few existences that can barely rival this uncle. After a pause, Killer continued, I heard them say that they came from the fallen land, which is a place of immortality, 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 and immortality. There are endless flowers that never wither, representing eternal life, but it also represents endless pain and suffering. Since the fallen land is the territory of fallen angels, it shouldn't be the same place as you, right? Why are these demons afraid of babies? Zhou stared at Killing Demon and asked, Killing Demon obviously knew something about demon infants. Killing Demon looked at Zhou with contempt and said, Don't judge my Lord with your narrow and ignorant eyes, let alone a mere demon, even if it is. Seemingly realizing that he was talking too much, he turned around and said, But in this state, Lord, it is best not to let those fearful guys see her. If she is recognized, it will be a big trouble. What did the guy come here for? Looking for death? Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading. Website. Zhou asked Killer a few more words, but Killer was unwilling to say more about the demon infant, and it was useless for Zhou to intimidate him. The demon baby didn't seem to care about his origin, sitting on Zhou shoulder, as if he was listening to something completely unrelated to him. Zhou walked in the direction pointed by the demon baby. As for what was there, he didn't even know what was there. Killing the demon was also the first time he came to the fallen land. I can't sense what the direction of the magic baby is pointing. After Zhou walked for a while, he found that there was another demon in front of him. This time it was a golden demon. When the golden demon saw the demon baby, his reaction was the same as the previous 3 demons, and he immediately prostrated and worshipped, as if he had seen its god. The magic baby ignored it, but pointed in another direction, and Zhou had to continue walking. The first place that the magic baby pointed to was actually a demon, red, blue, purple, gold, green, white, and black. There were actually 7 demons. Could this thing really be able to summon a dragon? No, even if it can be summoned, it should be called Satan, the king of demons. Zhou thought in his heart, but he didn't stop, and was still moving in the direction pointed by the demon baby. Because the sea of flowers is boundless, Zhou does not follow the direction pointed by the magic baby, and does not know where to go out. And there is no demon baby to suppress those demons. There is almost no possibility that Zhou can defeat 7 with 1. Originally, Zhou thought that there would still be demons, but after walking for a long time, he didn't encounter any demons again, and even Killing Demons felt a little impatient. This place is very beautiful, but no matter how beautiful things are, once you see them for a long time, and there is a feeling of infinite repetition, it will gradually make people feel scary. This is the case with this sea of flowers. It was beautiful at first glance, but the longer it takes, the more eerie it becomes. Now if it is said that it is hell, Zhou will not feel inappropriate. I don't know how long it took, but a different scenery finally appeared. In front. In the sea of flowers in front, a strange building appeared. The building looks like a base, like the bottom part of an unfinished pyramid, but the pyramid is not a system of angels and demons, so it shouldn't appear here. It's there. The magic baby seemed to sense something and pointed to the strange building. What's there? Zhou asked quickly. I don't know. The magic baby shook his head again. Zhou had no choice but to soar up, wanting to see from a distance in the air what was inside the building. Flying into the air, I looked closely in the direction of the building and found that although the building was very similar to the bottom of the pyramid, there were still some differences. The building looks like it is made of stones, but If you look closely, the stones are a bit special. They don't seem to be real stones, but more like some kind of concrete. You can see that many rocks are mixed with gravel and shells. There are many broken walls on it, and I don't know if it was not completed or was destroyed after completion, but it is certain that the current appearance of the building is not the original appearance of the building. There should be at least one or more layers above. I don't know why only the bottom layer is left. Zhou was still observing this strange building, but the demon baby jumped down and walked towards the door on the side of the building. The style of this building is very strange, and I can't tell where the style is. Seeing the magic baby walking towards the gate, the 7 demons quickly circled to the gate, prostrate in front of the gate, and bowed to the magic baby, as if begging her don't go in. The demon baby ignored them, and the demon slayer rushed forward, kicking the demon standing in front of the demon baby to the side. With the demon baby present, the demons didn't dare to resist, they just knelt on the side and bowed again and again, making a whispering sound like a prayer, as if they were begging. Bum, what's the name of the ghost there? Killer opened the way ahead, protecting the devil baby. Zhou looked at it from the back, his expression was a little weird. No matter how you look at the picture now, it seems like the landlord is taking his servants to bully the poor people. But thinking that these bullied guys are terrifying existences of hell level makes Zhou feel very strange. The killing demon pushed open the dusty door, and the airflow entered the building, and the dust was flying inside, and it was unknown how long no one had come. Zhou followed the demon baby into the building, and immediately found that there were no statues or murals related to the religion of ghosts and gods. In this huge building, there are only some simple symbols and words in the building at most, and in the center position, there is a table, and there are many flowers on the table. Looking at the appearance of those flowers, they should have been picked from outside and spread on the table. I don't know how long they have been spread, but the blood is still fresh and beautiful, and there is no sign of wanting to wither. And above those flowers lay a girl with long silver hair. The girl looked like a human being, wearing a white nightgown and seemed to be asleep, but Zhou didn't hear her breathing, and didn't feel life from her. But when Zhou saw the girl's face clearly, he opened his mouth wide and didn't speak for a while. The appearance of the eldest daughter turned out to be very similar to Tian, except that Tian had blonde hair, while she had silver hair, and other parts were very similar, even the height and companion were very similar. If Tian is really God, then this silver-haired girl couldn't be the legendary Satan. Zhou felt more and more strange. The magic baby was not in the mood to look at the girl like Zhou, and walked directly to the platform. The 7 demons also climbed in, knelt in front of the stone platform, and kept bowing to the demon baby, making a whimpering sound, obviously pleading. The demon baby ignored them, walked directly onto the stone platform, stepped on the pedals, and reached out to touch the girl. Bang! The demon baby's body seemed to be suddenly ejected by a force, like a cannonball, hitting the wall in the distance. Zhou teleported over, stretched out a hand, and pressed it on the back of the demon baby, and suddenly felt a huge force coming over. Zhou used the technique of stealing the sky and changing the sun to forcibly introduce the power of the demon baby into his own physical strength, and then pressed one hand on the wall. Boom! Where Zhou pressed his palm, the rock shattered, and a circle of cracks extended around. The demon baby seemed very unwilling, and flew to the stage. Again, his eyes fixed on the girl's body. Zhou also followed, following the eyes of the magic baby, and saw that the place she saw was the girl's finger. On her finger, she was wearing a ring with a gem inlaid on it. The gem is crystal clear, like a star shining with charming brilliance. The brilliance is clear, but not cold. The magic baby wanted to reach out to pick the ring from the girl's hand, but hesitated for a while. But still didn't reach out, turned to look at Zhou Wen next to him, and there was obviously a meaning of prayer in his big eyes. Killing demon, do you know the origin of this girl? Zhou Wen asked Killing demon beside him. I haven't seen it, at least it hasn't appeared in the war in the Age of Mythology. Killer watched carefully for a while, and said in a deep voice, but being able to be guarded by these 7 extraordinary demons must have a great origin. If you can't touch it, it's best not to touch it. Zhou Wen also felt that it was best not to touch her if she could. She was too like Tian. If she was really as strong as Tian, it would be impossible to take something from her. However, the girl looked like she had lost her life. The big movement just now didn't wake her up. She might have died, so she could give it a try. Looking down at the demon baby, Zhou Wen decided to give it a try. After seeing her look full of anticipation, Zhou Wen knew in his heart that even though his level was higher than that of the devil infant, it might not be so safe to get it. Summoning the prisoner dragon armor to wear on his body, Zhou Wen condensed the strength of his whole body to defend, and then reached out to pick up the ring on the girl's hand. The 7 demons grinned and looked like they were about to devour Zhou Wen alive. The demon infant glared at them, and they immediately shrank back, just staring at Zhou Wen fiercely below. Bang! Just as Zhou Wen's fingers touched the ring, he felt a strong force bounce him out, and his body hit the wall like a projectile. Fortunately, Zhou Wen summoned the Chaos Egg in time, and the Chaos Egg bounced back and forth between the walls. After a while, it slowly stopped. Why is this power much stronger than when the demon baby just went to get it? Zhou Wen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. When the demon baby just went to pick it up, although it was also ejected by force, the power was obviously much weaker than when Zhou Wen took it. Otherwise, the demon baby's body might not even be able to withstand the instant force when it was ejected. Zhou Wen returned to the stage, looking at the silver-haired girl who didn't know her life, frowning and thinking. His physical recovery ability is not bad, the injury is slowly recovering, but even if the injury is healed, it is still impossible to take off the ring with the original method. The magic baby was still staring at the ring. Obviously she was very concerned about this ring. Zhou Wen stared at the ring for a while. The ring was made of metal, and he didn't know what metal it was. The gem was not a diamond. It was crystal clear with a hint of blue. It is obviously transparent. But no matter from which angle you look, you cannot see the inside of the gem. Do you want a ring or a gem? Zhou Wen asked the demon baby. Gem. The magic baby said quickly. That's easy to do. Zhou Wen directly summoned Jin Jiao scissors and let it use the skill of severing in two to cut the metal ring of the ring. When just listening to a metal symphony, the golden snips, which can cut hell-level creatures and weapons in two, did not leave any scars on the metal ring. Instead, Jin Jiaojin was bounced out and flew past Zhou Wen's cheek. If Zhou Wen hadn't hit quickly, he would have almost chopped off half of his head. The golden Jiao scissors were inserted directly into the wall, leaving only the scissors handle outside. The golden Jiao scissors trembled for a while, before flying out on their own. Zhou Wen was a little disappointed in his heart. Jin Jiaojin, with such a powerful destructive force, was not able to hurt the ring. It might be difficult to get the ring. The magic baby wants a ring so much, it is estimated that it is something she needs very much, and it may be able to help her evolve. Zhou Wen does not want to just give up. The evolution of the demon baby is too difficult. She doesn't eat those crystals at all, and ordinary things can't make her evolve. She finally found something she needs, and she has to try again. Zhou Wen thought for a while, then summoned the slaughter sword, and slashed at the ring with all his strength. When Zhou Wen's killing immortal sword flew out together, and there was still no scar on the ring. What the hell is this ring? Is this girl really Satan? Zhou Wen felt more and more likely that the girl was Satan. In many legends, Satan is a monster like a big snake or a red dragon, but the girl in front of her is very beautiful. If she is Satan, Zhou Wen is more willing to believe that Satan and Lucifer are the same person. Tian is God, then Lucifer's fallen angel. This girl seems to have said it in the past. After all, angels were also created by God. Maybe Lucifer was made in the image of God himself. Zhou Wen thought for a while, decided to try again. Since it was impossible to forcibly cut off the ring, Zhou Wen could only find a way to remove the ring from the girl's finger. Fortunately, Zhou Wen practiced many kinds of vitality art, and he operated different vitality art. He hoped that there was a kind of power that could make the ring or the power of the girl not repel him, and maybe he could successfully remove the ring. Bang! The first order of chaos failed, and Zhou Wen was knocked out. Bang! The trick also failed. Bang bang! Qi refining technique, demon gods. Bloodline catalog, demon gods era, etc. failed one by one, and as long as he touched the ring, Zhou Wen would be ejected immediately. Zhou Wen wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and walked to the girl. Again. This time he ran the ancient emperor scriptures, which was his last vitality technique. If he couldn't even do the ancient emperor scriptures, he would have to give up. The brilliance of the emperor on Zhou Wen's body made him seem like a light and shadow. He stretched out that radiant palm, and his finger touched the ring. Again. Bang! Zhou Wen flew out faster than any other time. The speed was as fast as light, and he slammed into the wall before the chaos egg could be summoned. With a loud bang, even the incomparably sturdy wall, with a thickness of several meters, was knocked down by Zhou Wen. The prison dragon armor on Zhou Wen's body was hit with cracks, and a large piece of the back was shattered. Pfft! Blood spurted from Zhou Wen's mouth. After struggling for a few times, he couldn't stand up. He only felt like his whole body was falling apart. And he didn't know how many bones were broken. The magic baby came to Zhou Wen, looked at Zhou Wen's injuries, looked anxiously in his eyes, shook his head at Zhou Wen, and seemed to want to tell Zhou Wen, "Don't try again, she doesn't want that gem." Zhou Wen summoned a mythical elixir, turned it into a pill and swallowed it, and the wounds on his body recovered quickly, and he recovered almost in a short while. Zhou Wen stood up and wanted to walk towards the girl, but was grabbed by the corner of his clothes. No. Mo. Ying looked at Zhou Wen and shook his head. His eyes were firm. "I've tried it so many times, and it's not bad this time." Zhou Wen wanted to try again, not using any other power, just using the Immortal Sutra to try again. The Immortal Lost Sutra itself is very pure, has no special attributes, and does not have much blessing on the body. Only the use of vitality is very powerful. However, this kind of power is not aimed at combat, so Zhou Wen rarely uses the faint Immortal Sutra to fight, and basically uses it with a simulated vitality art. I hope it can be of some use. Zhou Wen is now holding the attitude of a dead horse as a living horse doctor, and he has reached this point. He can't be reconciled without trying all the possibilities. In fact, the Sutra of Losing Immortals does not need Zhou Wen to run by himself. It has been running continuously and automatically in Zhou Wen's body. By removing the various powers originally attached, it restored the most primitive state of the Lost Immortal Sutra. Even adults can't take it down. It's useless if you try again. You should leave quickly. I always feel that something is wrong here. Killer didn't want to stay in such a dangerous place, and urged Zhou Wen to leave quickly. Zhou Wen ignored him, and after returning the Sutra of Lost Immortals to its origin, he took back the prisoner dragon armor on his body, stretched out a hand, and touched the girl's hand. In fact, Zhou Wen also knows that the probability of success is not high, and even the means of stealing the sky and changing the sun can't take off the ring. The chance of a vitality art without special ability blessing is very small. Zhou Wen just wanted to try it out to see if the simulation ability of the fascinating immortal sutra would work. Maybe it could simulate the breath of a girl. Of course, this is also a kind of delusion. The bloodline catalog of the demon god cannot scan the girl's body, and it cannot become her appearance. The Immortal Sutra, which purely simulates the vitality of the breath, has no breath on the other party's body, so it is estimated that it is not enough. Various thoughts flashed in his heart, and Zhou Wen's finger also touched the ring on the girl's finger. Zhou Wen was ready to be ejected, but his fingertips had already touched the ring. But nothing happened. It's okay. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. Although the Book of Immortals was not able to simulate the girl's breath, in fact, the girl was like a dead person, with no breath at all, and there was no way to simulate it. But such an unremarkable book of fascination with immortals made Zhou Wen finally meet the ring. Sister, it's useless to put the ring with you anyway. Lend it to me. If you need anything in the future, give it to me in your dreams. If you want clothes, houses, banknotes, etc., I will burn them for you. Zhou Wen aside said, while carefully holding up the girl's fingers, the other hand slowly took off the ring. Roar. Seeing the ring sliding on the girl's slender fingers, the 7 demons suddenly became furious. All kinds of radiance erupted from their bodies, and the phantoms that turned into demons shrouded their bodies, roaring fiercely, wanting to rush up and tear them apart. Zhou Wen, go away. The demon baby gave a light drink, and the 7 furious demons suddenly extinguished their arrogance. Although they didn't retreat immediately, they didn't dare to rush up again, standing there with tangled faces. Taking advantage of this time, Zhou Wen had taken the ring off the girl's finger, and there was no accident. Thank you. Zhou Wen put the ring in the palm of his hand, folded his hands, and bowed to the girl, and then threw the ring to the demon baby. Why did you take it down? You didn't act on purpose a few times before. Did you want to win the favor of my adults? Killer looked at Zhou Wen suspiciously. Zhou Wen burst out with all kinds of power just now, but he was not able to take off the ring. Now he has not done anything, but he took off the ring, which made Killer suspect that the previous actions were all pranks. Zhou Wen ignored him lazily, and when the 7 demons saw that the ring fell into the hands of the demon baby, they were all discouraged and didn't want to rush up. The magic baby caught the ring, leaving the girl's palm. The ring itself does not reject the magic baby. When the magic baby's finger touched the gem on the ring, the gem fell on the magic baby's fingertips like water droplets on the fingertips. It swayed slightly, like water droplets on a lotus leaf, and like a transparent jelly. The magic baby threw the ring on the ground, and then put the jelly-like gem into its mouth. What a prodigal! Zhou Wen saw the magic baby throw the ring on the ground, and hurried over to pick it up. Just now, Jin Jiao's scissors and killing immortal sword were not able to hurt the ring, so it must be something extraordinary. Zhou Wen held the ring and wiped the dust on it with his hand, preparing to put it in the chaotic space. Maybe it would be of any use in the future. Before putting it in, Zhou Wen tried to squeeze it hard, but who knew that with this squeeze, the metal ring broke with a click. Looking at the broken ring that fell to the ground, Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. What is this? It was so hard just now. Why did it suddenly become so fragile? Zhou Wen couldn't accept the result, picked up the pieces and pinched them again, but they were all crushed into pieces. Isn't this just ordinary metal? Zhou Wen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After working for a long time, this thing was simply ordinary metal, and the only real good thing was that gem. The ring was so hard before, either because of the influence of the gemstone, or because of the strangeness of the girl. After the magic baby ate the gem, it seemed to be drunk, swaying and fell down. Zhou Wen quickly flashed over to the demon baby and picked her up. Little baby, are you all right? Zhou Wen patted Mo Ying's cheek, trying to wake her up a bit. I'm going to sleep. The demon baby couldn't open his eyes, said a word in a daze, then rolled over and shrunk into Zhou Wen's arms, grabbed Zhou Wen's shirt, and quickly fell asleep. Zhou Wen called a few more times, but the demon baby didn't respond at all, and fell asleep like that. What's the matter? Is she going to evolve? Zhou Wen looked at the demon baby in his arms, not knowing what the situation was now. In the evolution of general companion pets, the body will mutate quickly. Even if the body mutates slowly, it will form an energy envelope and slowly evolve in a certain energy environment. However, the demon baby only seemed to be drunk and fell asleep. There were no strong energy fluctuations in his body, and no changes occurred in his body. What's even more strange is that Zhou Wen wanted to take the demon baby back, but found that there was no way to take her back. Killing demon, what's the situation? Zhou Wen asked with a frown as he looked at killing demon beside him. This? I'm not too sure. They all said to let you go. Give the adults food. Something went wrong. Killing demon wasn't sure what was going on. Zhou Wen used listening to scan the body of the demon baby, and found no problems, as if he was really asleep. Click. The stone platform under his feet suddenly shook. Zhou Wen and the killing demon flew up quickly, and the stone platform on which the silver-haired girl lay down slowly sank. Looking at the stone platform slowly sinking, under the stone platform, it turned out to be a deep hole like a bottomless abyss. There was no light in the deep hole below, and even the eyes entered it, it seemed to be swallowed up. As the stone platform descended, the figure of the girl lying on the stone platform gradually became blurred. Zhou Wen was looking at the bottomless pit below, and suddenly saw that the girl opened her eyes, smiled strangely at him, and opened her mouth, as if she was saying something. But Zhou Wen didn't hear the voice and didn't know what she was talking about. Zhou Wen couldn't help trembling, but the girl and Shirtai had already sunk into the bottomless dark abyss, and could no longer be seen. Is that an illusion just now? Zhou Wen wasn't sure if he really saw the girl open her eyes and talk just now. But Zhou Wen remembered Those eyes with silver pupils, and that weird smile very clearly. It shouldn't be an illusion, right? Zhou tried to recall the girl's mouth shape, trying to guess what she was talking about. But before Zhou thought about it, it was like an earthquake. The entire building was collapsing. The 7 demons glared at Zhou, and they jumped into the bottomless abyss-like cave one by one. The 7 demons disappeared. Zhou and Shamu did not dare to jump down, so they had to escape from the building. Not long after they came out, the building completely collapsed, as if being sucked into a bottomless abyss, and soon even the ruins disappeared. The abyss-like cave was also gone. The place where the original building was located turned into a dirt pit, and immortal flowers soon grew in the pit, as if the building and the bottomless abyss never existed. Killer, did you see that girl open her eyes just now? Zhou asked Killer, beside him. No, when did she open her eyes? Killer asked suspiciously. Not long after Shirtai sank into the cave, when she was about to disappear into the darkness, she seemed to open her eyes and open her mouth to say something. Didn't you see it? Zhou explained it in detail. Did you read it wrong? I stared at her from beginning to end, until she disappeared. I didn't see her open her eyes, let alone speak. Killer said with certainty. Zhou frowned and said nothing. Although he felt a little dazed at that moment, it was like a dream, but his brain still remembered it very clearly, so it shouldn't be a mistake. Killing the demon didn't see it, so Zhou didn't ask any more, looked at the demon baby in his arms. She was still sleeping, she seemed to be sleeping very sweetly, and her lips were still sucking her thumb. We have to find a way to go back. Zhou looked around, trying to find a way to return to Earth. Zhou had also been to a different dimension before, but that time, with the ice girl leading the way, he also knew how to go back, but now he doesn't know how to go back at all. I think we should stay here and wait until the adults wake up. In this kind of place, running around may be more dangerous, Killer said. Of course Zhou knew that killing the demon was right, but God knows when the demon baby will wake up. If the magic baby is really evolving, according to Zhou previous experience, the more advanced the companion pet, the longer it takes to evolve, and the time it takes for a companion pet to advance to the fear level is a short period of 10 days and a half months. In the long run, it could be several months, and Zhou couldn't wait and do nothing. There is still an endless sea of flowers around here. Apart from this, there is nothing. Except for flowers, there is no vitality between heaven and earth. The vitality of those flowers is very strange in itself. It seems to be full of vitality, but there is a dead silence, like ash. Killing demon, what else do you know about the fallen land? Zhou asked, killing demon. It doesn't seem to be any more, by the way. I seem to remember hearing an angel say the fallen land is also called Paradise Lost. It is a place that will never be unhappy and unhappy, Killer said while trying to remember. When Zhou heard the 3 words Paradise Lost, he thought of a mythical epic called Paradise Lost, and the story told him it was related to Satan. After Satan was defeated, he was thrown into hell by God, but Satan was not reconciled to this defeat and waited for an opportunity to seek revenge. Once, Satan finally found an opportunity, turned into a snake and entered the Garden of Eden, tempting Adam and Eve to steal the forbidden fruit, and finally Adam and Eve were driven out of the Garden of Eden. This is just a mythical epic. Even if there is a Garden of Eden, it is difficult to say whether there is Adam and Eve. Does Tian live in the Garden of Eden? Zhou Wen suddenly thought of Tian, but Zhou Wen couldn't connect Tian's image with the omnipotent god. Killing demon recalled some hearsay news, but it didn't help Zhou Wen and the others, and he still hadn't figured out a way to get out of here. Hell was originally a prison used to imprison demons. Even in a different dimension, this is a very special place. It's not that easy to get out of here. Let's wait for the adults to wake up before making plans. Strongly persuade Zhou Wen not to act rashly. Zhou Wen is not afraid of loneliness, and it is not a problem to stay here for a few years, but there may be an accident at the guide mansion at any time. Zhou Wen is afraid that Li Xian and the others will not be able to cope. After pondering for a while, Zhou Wen walked in one direction with the demon baby in his arms, and he decided to try again. But as soon as Zhou Wen walked, he discovered a very wonderful thing. When he walked forward, the flowers in front of him automatically separated and made way. These flowers can move by themselves? Then why haven't they seen them move before? Zhou Wen tried to go in another direction. As a result, no matter where Zhou Wen went, the flowers in front of him would automatically make way, as if avoiding him. Zhou Wen glanced at the demon baby in his arms, and said to the demon killer on the side, "Look to the other side." Killing demon walked to the other side, and the group of flowers did not make way for him. Next, Zhou Wen handed the demon baby to killing demon and tried it himself, but like killing demon, the flowers did not make way for him. It was obvious now that those flowers were making way for the demon baby. This didn't happen when the demon baby was summoned before. It seems that the demon baby ate the gem. Zhou Wen thought for a while, picked up the demon baby, and continued to walk forward. Where Zhou Wen or the devil infant went, the flowers avoided one after another, forming a path among the flowers, and Zhou Wen walked along the path among the flowers. Not long after walking, Zhou Wen and Shamo were surprised to find that they had reached the end of the sea of flowers in front of them, and you could see the continuous mountains in the distance. At the foot of the mountain, there are still smoke rising from the smoke, and a small town is located at the foot of the mountain. Humans. Are there humans? Zhou Wen saw from a distance that there were actually human figures in that small town. And there were quite a lot of them. Zhou Wen scoured it carefully several times with his listening, and after confirming that the other party was a human being, not a human-shaped alien creature, he looked at the killing demon and asked, "Killing the devil, are you sure this is a degenerate place in another dimension?" This killing demon was originally certain, but when he saw the humans in the small town, he was a little unsure. Creatures that can survive in different dimensions are at least mythical. How many mythicals can there be among humans? In the small town in front, it seems that there are more than 100,000 people at least. The entire Earth Federation is gathered together, and I don't know if they can make up so many mythical human beings. What's more, the small town is close to the fallen land, not to mention human beings. Even powerful other dimensional creatures would not choose to build a city in such a place. Zhou Wen couldn't be sure of killing the demon, so he immediately walked towards the small town. The Sea of Flowers ends at the cliff, and below is the abyss, and on the other side of the cliff is a continuous mountain range, and the small town is built on the opposite mountain. From this side to the opposite town, there is no way to go, but the abyss is not a problem for Zhou Wen and killing the demon at all, and they can easily fly over. For the sake of safety, Zhou Wen also released the Node Elf to test it. As a result, the Node Elf flew freely in the air and did not find any danger. Zhou Wen then carried the demon baby and flew towards the opposite human city. The city was built on a mountain. On the side facing the cliff, there was a gate. Outside the gate was a platform. Some people were setting up stalls on the platform. It was a lively street market with a large number of people. When Zhou Wen flew over with the demon baby in his arms, he didn't use the power of fear to hide himself. It wasn't that he didn't want to hide, but the demon baby couldn't hide, and it was useless for him to hide. Soon, many people saw Zhou Wen flying in the air with the demon baby in his arms, and because of the fear of killing the demon, ordinary people couldn't see him. Everyone who saw Zhou Wen stood up, widened their eyes, and stared blankly at Zhou Wen, who was flying to the platform. As if they had seen something incredible, they stared at each other with big eyes and a horrified expression on their faces, standing dumbfounded and watching. Anyone who sees Zhou Wen has the same expression. The vendors stopped selling, and the buyers forgot what they were holding, and they all looked at Zhou Wen. "Excuse me, where is your place?" Zhou Wen flew to the platform, greeted him first, and asked at the same time. He always felt that there was something wrong with this city and these humans, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this time, the people seemed to be waking up from a dream, as if they had seen something terrifying. They screamed and turned to flee to the city. Some people even threw out the things in their hands. 4a. While the market was jumping around. When Zhou Wen came back to his senses, the huge market was empty and the ground was in a mess. "Am I so scary?" Zhou Wen touched his face and asked the demon killer beside him. "Compared to me, you are a little ugly, but it's also scary. The residents of this small city have too little experience, and they have never seen anything uglier. It's rare and strange," Killer said proudly. "If the demon baby can still move, Zhou Wen will now let the demon baby take the killing demon back into the demon sword. This guy is simply a natural shameless person." Zhou Wen walked into the city with the demon baby in his arms. Those humans found that he had followed the city, and they were even more terrified. One by one, they fled back desperately, even the humans in the city who didn't know what happened. They all scrambled to escape. In the shops on both sides of the road, the bosses closed the doors one after another, and closed the windows tightly. After a while, the long street was empty, and garbage was thrown all over the street. "Are these people's brains broken?" Zhou Wen took out a mirror and looked at himself, but he didn't find anything to be afraid of. One nose and two eyes, they look just like them, they are all normal humans. Are all the humans in this city mentally ill? What's there to be afraid of seeing a human? Killing demon obviously also found it very strange. They're not mentally ill, they're just afraid of something. Zhou Wen frowned and thought, and before he could come up with a reason, he saw the people on the other side of the long street. Those who fled came back tremblingly. The first person was an old man with white beard and hair. His beard was about to grow to his waist, and he was leaning on a cane in his hand. He didn't seem to be very stable when walking, as if he would fall down at any time. Many people followed behind the old man and walked towards Zhou Wen and the others. Looking at their eyes, they were clearly full of fear, but they were so scared, so they followed the old man slowly. Zhou Wen stood on the long street, waiting for them to come over. Since they are willing to come, it means that they can still communicate, as long as they make things clear. Although they are in a different dimension, they are human beings after all, and they should communicate better than creatures in different dimensions. Although the old man's eyes were a little frightened, he still walked over step by step. There were still dozens of meters away from Zhou Wen, and when he couldn't communicate face to face at all, the old man suddenly dropped his cane, threw himself on the ground with a normal sound, and bowed to Zhou Wen. The old man bowed, and the crowd behind him also followed. Lord Demon King, please keep that child alive. If you want to eat me, the old man said with tears as he kowtowed. What's the situation? Zhou Wenren was dumbfounded. How could he become a demon lord, and he was just holding the demon baby in such a gentle posture? It didn't look like he was going to eat her. Are these people flooded with water? Zhou Wen looked at the people who worshipped him and begged him not to eat children. Zhou Wen now agrees with the idea of killing demons. Maybe these people are really crazy. Zhou Wen felt that it was obviously a very difficult thing to explain to a group of neurotics that he was not a demon king and that he did not know how to eat children, so he planned to follow their words first and clarify the matter. How do you know I'm the demon king? Zhou Wen stared at the white-haired old man and asked. The white-haired old man trembled, but he quickly replied respectfully, besides you, Lord Demon King, who else can come out of paradise lost, and who else can change like a human? Zhou Wen opened his mouth, and suddenly found that this matter seemed a little difficult to explain. He said that he was human, and these people didn't seem to believe it. I know who these are. The killer next to him suddenly shouted. Zhou Wen looked at the demon killer on the side, because the demon killer was always in a state of fear, and those other people couldn't see him. Therefore, the old man and a group of people who were sincere and fearful only saw Zhou Wen looking sideways, as if staring at nothingness, which made them panic even more, and found Zhou Wen incomprehensible and unpredictable. He must be the big man in Paradise Lost. Demon King, no doubt. They call this place Paradise Lost, not a fallen place, nor hell. If this place is really related to the myth and legend of Paradise Lost, then the origin of these people is not difficult to guess. Adam and Eve were tempted by Satan after stealing the forbidden fruit and being kicked out of the Garden of Eden. If the place where this story happened was not on Earth, but in a different dimension, then all this would be easy to explain. Killer said. Zhou Wen immediately understood the meaning of killing the demon. The purpose of killing the demon was to say that these people were actually descendants of Adam and Eve. However, Zhou Wen thought about it and felt that something was wrong. In the myths and legends of the gods, Adam and Eve should be the ancestors of mankind. According to the guess of killing demons, it would be somewhat wrong. If Adam and Eve lived here after being driven out of the Garden of Eden, then they have never been to the earth at all, so how can there be those legends on the earth? Seeming to see through Zhou Wen's thoughts, Killer said again, Adam and Eve betrayed God, ate the forbidden fruit, and after being driven out, where can they go? Except for places like the Garden of Eden, other dimensions are not suitable for human survival at all. The only place they can go out is Paradise Lost. You can see by looking at their bodies that there are no mythical human beings among them. They are all legends or epics that you humans call them. Building a city in a different dimension is only possible next to Paradise Lost and protected by Paradise Lost. Zhou Wen knew that killing demon was right. This small mountain city could faintly feel the power of the rules of different dimensions, but it was much weaker than the real rules of different dimensions that Zhou Wen had felt. Apparently, it was affected by Paradise Lost, so these humans were able to survive here. But this is just a guess for killing demons. Perhaps these humans were originally obtained from the Earth by powerhouses from different dimensions as experimental objects. It may even be that some humans on Earth have had some adventures and may have come here by accident. You are the king of this city? Zhou stared at the old man and asked. The old man waited for a long time, but he didn't see Zhou speak. He was uneasy in his heart. He was guessing what the big devil wanted. When he suddenly heard Zhou's question, he was taken aback and bowed down to the ground and said with sincerity, "Lord Devil, you are the only one." "Lord, I am only the lord of this city and your slave. If you need to sacrifice your life, please take my life away and leave the child's life. Since you know that I am the only king here, then tell me, who gave you the guts to talk to me about conditions?" Zhou thought to himself, instead of wasting your lips to explain, it's better to use the identity of the devil, get things straight. Everyone was shocked and frightened. And the old man bowed again and again, "Lord Demon King, we have no intention of offending you, let alone negotiating conditions with you, we just hope to get your mercy. Our ancestors can survive here for generations. It is because of your mercy, my lord, our life is yours, and everything here is yours, we have no right to negotiate with you, just hope that you will show mercy." Zhou listened to the old man's ramble, and felt more and more that the speculation of killing demons might be true. These people may really be the descendants of Adam and Eve. "Show me this city," Zhou said indifferently to the old man's plea. "Yes, Lord Demon King. I will show you the way. What do you want to see?" the old man said quickly. "What do you think?" Zhou glanced at him indifferently. The old man suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his mind turned rapidly, and he seemed to think of something soon, and said quickly, "Sir, I understand, please come with me." The old man led the way with a short body, and the others quickly retreated to both sides of the road, daring not to stand in front of Zhou. The style of this city is very similar to the ancient style of the West District. Zhou remembered that the word seemed to be called Gothic architecture. And it can be seen that it is very backward here. There is no electronic equipment, not even electric lights. It is obvious that the technology here is almost zero. When he walked to the center of the city, Zhou was surprised to find that there was a Rubik's Cube here. Like the Rubik's Cube on Earth, the Rubik's Cube here also displayed the picture of Tian star. There is a Rubik's Cube here, so it's easy to handle. I just need to pass through the Rubik's Cube to reach Tian star, and then I can teleport back to Earth. Zhou was overjoyed at first, and then immediately denied this method. It is indeed possible to reach Tianxing through the Rubik's Cube. But to reach Tianxing in this way, you must clear the dimensional field of Tianxing, otherwise you will not be able to get out. When it was in the Venus dimensional domain before, someone had already verified that as long as it was entered through the Rubik's Cube, it could only fight to the end. The old man didn't know what Zhou was thinking. He hunched over to lead the way, and didn't dare to look back at Zhou at all. Zhou didn't speak, and he didn't dare to talk casually. Although this small town is ancient, it is full of artistic atmosphere. There are many carvings on the buildings, and statues can be seen everywhere, including human beings and statues of some strange creatures. After walking for a while, the old man took Zhou to a garden. There were many flowers and plants in the garden, which looked very beautiful. At the back of the garden, there were 2 tombstones, the words on which Zhou did not know, but when the demon saw it, he immediately shouted, "Sure enough, these guys are the descendants of Adam and Eve, that is Adam and Eve." Tombstone. Master Demon King, the ancestors are your friends, but unfortunately they don't have the power of immortality as great as you, so they can only be buried here. When the old man spoke, he was very uneasy, not knowing whether his guess was correct. If he guessed wrong and angered the Demon King, he didn't know what the consequences would be. Go out, Zhou said coldly. Yes, Lord Demon King. The old man glanced at the demon baby in Zhou arms, but did not dare to say anything disobedient, so he led the people out and closed the gate of the garden outside. I'll just say, those guys are the descendants of Adam and Eve, Killer said proudly to Zhou. Don't you think it's a little strange? Zhou looked at the two tombstones and said, What's so strange? Why? Didn't I see it? Killer looked left and right, but didn't see any problem. I don't know the words on the tombstone. As you said, one tombstone belongs to Adam, and the other belongs to Eve, isn't that wrong? Zhou pointed to the tombstone and said, That's right. Killer nodded. That's strange, aren't they husband and wife? Shouldn't husband and wife be buried together? Why are they buried in two graves and two tombstones erected? Zhou said. Killing demons is not a human being, so he is not very sensitive to this matter, but he has seen human beings buried together before. It seems that it is indeed as Zhou said, and he feels a little strange. Or, let's dig this grave and see if it is Adam and Eve? Killer said, staring at the tombstone. I'm not interested in knowing whether it's Adam and Eve in it. I just want to know how we can return to Earth. Zhou was in no mood to verify whether there were Adam and Eve. The space transmission ability of the Singularity universe cannot be used between different dimensions and the Earth universe. If you want to go back, in addition to walking the Rubik's Cube, you can only go back to the buffer zone between the Earth universe and the different dimension like Zhou did last time. But without the Ice Girl to lead the way, Zhou didn't know how to get there. Even if he was still there, he was willing to lead the way. This is not where the Ice Girl used to be, so it's hard to say if he can go back. Zhou could feel that the farther he was from the Sea of Flowers, the greater the influence of the different dimensional rules. In the mountains behind the city, the power of the different dimensional became stronger and stronger. Don't ask me. It's no use asking, I've only been to a different dimension before I was born. Killer said with open hands. Zhou thought to himself, aren't you talking nonsense? The guardians were created by different dimensions. When all guardians are in the cocoon state, they come from different dimensions. Zhou was thinking about it, suddenly felt the phone vibrate. Stretched out the phone to look, and found that the copy downloaded before was finally downloaded successfully. It took a long time to download this copy. Zhou clicked on the desktop and looked for the newly generated copy. After searching on the desktop for a while, I accidentally found that the auxiliary star copy was not generated. The new copy is a pattern of the Big Dipper, and the name written below is called the Big Dipper. No way. After so long, did you download all the Big Dippers? Zhou was surprised. He quickly opened the copy and let the blood-colored villain enter. After entering the dungeon, Zhou recognized it immediately. This is the dungeon of Tian. That Tyrannosaurus entered before. Could it be that the Tian dimensional field that appeared this time is not a single planet dimensional field, and the entire Big Dipper is a large multiplanetary dimensional field? Zhou thought the more he felt. Right. Jingdu came in, Zhou summoned both Jin Jiaojin and the Golden Sniper, and at the same time let The tyrant beemen rush over and smashed the gate of the Shushing Palace that day. Inside the palace, there really is a creature exactly like in reality, wearing amethyst armor, sitting in the palace. It's just that the image in the game is the Q version, which looks cute, not as textured as it looks in reality. The tyrant beeman has already rushed in, but Zhou Wen is very clear that the current strength of the tyrant beeman is simply not enough to compete with the creatures of Tian Shuxing. So when the tyrant beeman rushed to the amethyst armor creature, Zhou Wen quietly let Jin Jiaojian fly over, and he held the trigger of the sniper rifle and shot at the amethyst armor at the gate of the palace. The tyrant beeman was the first to bear the brunt, and when he reached the amethyst armor, he opened his mouth and wanted to swallow it. The amethyst armor finally moved, raised his hand and pressed it, and a terrifying purple light radiated in all directions, instantly forming a ubiquitous explosion of light. The blood-colored villain standing at the door was instantly killed, and the game screen went dark. This attack is too strong. It's obviously a range attack, but the dragon prisoner's armor on me couldn't prevent it at all, and I was instantly killed. Zhou Wen frowned and thought. Although he was killed in an instant just now, Zhou Wen still obtained a lot of information and materials, all thanks to his disqualification ability. From the perception information obtained at the time of death, the power to kill the blood-colored villain should be a high-temperature power, and it is also accompanied by terrible radiation. The lethality of this radiation force will not be weaker than that of high temperature. And it may even be possible it's the main reason for the instant death of the blood-colored villain. Zhou Wen made speculations while recalling the feeling of death. After researching for a while, Zhou Wen felt that Chaos Egg should be able to withstand that kind of attack in a short time, but it was useless to block it, and it had to be able to kill the dimensional creature. Then try again. Zhou Wen was reborn from a drop of blood and entered the Tian Shuxing dungeon again. What surprised Zhou Wen was that he actually came in. There was no time limit for the copy of Tian Shuxing, and he could enter at any time. It's easy to handle. Die a few more times and get enough information. It shouldn't be difficult to kill it. Entering the dungeon again, this time Zhou Wen only summoned Jin Jiaojian and let it rush into the palace. Zhou Wen himself hid in the Chaos Egg. His current task is not to help, but to ensure that he will not be killed. Otherwise, once he dies, Jin Jiaojian's combat power is useless, and will disappear with him. The golden dragon sheared into a golden light and hinged towards the amethyst-armored creature. The creature raised its palm again, and the purple light burst instantly filled the entire dimensional field. A large amount of solid vitality crystals suddenly appeared in the chaotic egg, which almost burst the chaotic egg. Zhou Wen quickly transferred the solid vitality crystals to the tyrant beeman. Zhou Wen was constantly shifting, and solid vitality crystals were constantly being produced. Zhou Wen tried his best, but the chaos egg was still on the verge of being burst. After holding on for a second, the light burst weakened, and Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. It was only 1 second, but it was too long for him. If he held it for another minute, he really didn't know Chaos Egg. Can you still hold on? When there was a terrifying sound of impact in the palace, and at the same time, the explosion of light occurred again. Zhou Wen did not come to understand the situation inside at all. A large number of solid vitality crystals were once again produced in the chaotic egg. Zhou Wen could only carry it frantically again. The method: the solid vitality crystals are fed to the tyrant beeman. There was a battle between two terrifying existences in the palace, but Zhou Wen didn't even have a chance to watch the battle. He could only do his best to keep himself alive. Only if he survived, would Jin Jiaojian have a chance to kill the amethyst-armored creature. Bang! The chaos egg exploded directly. Too many solid vitality crystals were too late to transfer out, and finally the chaos egg burst. The phone screen went black and the game was over, but Zhou Wen gained a lot of information. What satisfies Zhou Wen most is that although the chaos egg exploded in the game, before the chaos egg exploded, the tyrant demon devoured a lot of solid vitality crystals, and there were more and more signs of evolution. Because he couldn't find a way to leave the different dimension for the time being, Zhou Wen simply began to constantly brush Tianshexing dungeon. If you can break through the copy of Tianshexing, you may be able to return to the Earth with the help of the Rubik's Cube. But if you want to use the Rubik's Cube to return to Earth, there is still a problem to be solved. If you want to use the Rubik's Cube to enter the Tian Shuxing dungeon, you must have 4 people drop blood on the Rubik's Cube together. Now Zhou Wen is alone, and he must find 3 more people to go in with him. While playing games, Zhou Wen used his listening ability to monitor the conversations of those people in the city. It didn't take long for Zhou Wen to know everything about the situation in the city. This city built on the mountain is called the City of No Regrets. Killer is right. After Adam and Eve were expelled from the Garden of Eden, they had nowhere to go. It was Satan who showed them a way to live, and they were in paradise lost. Settled aside. After generations of reproduction, until today, the City of No Regrets has its current scale. In fact, at the beginning, there were only a few caves. Although these humans were born in a different dimension, they look no different from humans on Earth, even with physical defects. No one can advance to mythology with their own strength, so the strongest humans in this city are only epic. They can survive here. In addition to the protection of Paradise Lost, they still need to earn living materials by themselves. They are human beings, not gods, and they have to eat, drink, and lazar every day. But they didn't dare to go in Paradise Lost. Even if they did, there was nothing to eat except flowers. Therefore, people who do not regret the city can only go to the mountains to find food. But because after going deep into the mountains, the power of the different dimension will become stronger and stronger, and ordinary city residents can't bear it at all, so the places they can reach are very close. According to the news heard by Zhou Wen, their food is all plants in the mountains and forests, and there is a very strange thing. In the mountains, there is a plant whose leaves can't be picked up, but that kind of plant is not always available. You can see it all, and it is lucky to be able to see it once in a while. When Zhou Wen was studying these things, the demon was not idle. He had been studying the tombstone, trying to find some clues. But the words on the tombstone didn't have any flaws. After studying the demon for a long time, I didn't see any problems. In the end, he wanted to kill the devil, and he planned to dig up Eve's tomb first. Zhou Wen obviously didn't like digging people's ancestral graves. Killing demons was afraid that Zhou Wen would stop him, so he didn't say hello to Zhou Wen, and digging directly when Zhou Wen was not in his mind. Pushing the tombstone away, revealing the sarcophagus below, the killer made a decisive decision and immediately lifted the lid of the sarcophagus. Ah! Zhou Wen was eavesdropping on the conversation between the old man and his friends outside, but suddenly he heard Killer's cry, and quickly turned his head to look, only to find that Killer had opened Eve's sarcophagus. At this time, the demon killer looked a little complicated, and his eyes stared straight into the sarcophagus, as if he saw something strange. What's in it? Zhou walked to Killer's side, followed his line of sight, and saw what was inside the sarcophagus, and was immediately stunned. No body was found in the sarcophagus. Not even a skeleton, just one thing inside. What is this? Why is there this? Zhou found that inside the sarcophagus was a puppet that looked like a princess. This puppet is so large that it is almost a one-to-one template of a real person. It is placed in a sarcophagus, wearing a princess dress, and it looks like it is asleep. No one could answer him, and killing the demon was also at a loss. The guardian doesn't need a tomb. You should ask yourself, if it were you, under what circumstances would you put this thing in your tomb? Open Adam's tombstone too, Zhou said to Killer. The killer pushed Adam's tombstone away, and sure enough, he saw the sarcophagus inside. When he opened the sarcophagus, there was still a puppet inside, but this time it was a puppet that looked like a boy, wearing a tuxedo and looking like a gentleman. These are obviously two puppets, and there are no bones in him. That is to say, this cannot be the tomb of Adam and Eve, Killer said. Zhou carefully scanned the inside of the sarcophagus with listening, and found nothing except two puppets. This is strange. If the real Adam and Eve didn't die of old age here, where did they go? Are the people in the city without regrets their descendants? Zhou was puzzled. Killer wanted to take out the two puppets to take a closer look, but no matter how hard he tried, the puppets inside remained motionless. There is something wrong with these two puppets. With my strength, let alone a puppet, even if it is made of gold, it is not difficult to take it out. Ah! When the demon was talking, he suddenly screamed. One head fell to the ground. Killing demon, what's wrong with you? Zhou watched Killing demon planted beside the tombstone, motionless, as if he was dead. He was taken aback and didn't dare to go there, so he shouted to Kill demon name. But after shouting a few times, the demon killer didn't respond at all. As I said earlier, grave digging is not auspicious. It's easy to get into trouble, but you don't listen, but you want to dig. Zhou looked at the two puppets strangely, summoned the golden god of war, and asked them to dig the grave after recovery. Zhou himself did not dare to approach, covering the coffin lid and pushing the tomb back to its original position. The golden god of war was not attacked, but the demon killer remained motionless by the side, and it was useless to rely on Zhou's calls. Even if he was charged with electricity or smashed with ice, there was no response, but the vitality of the demon slayer was not cut off, and it didn't look like he was dead. After a while, Killer got up in a daze. What happened just now? After killing the demon, he looked at Zhou and asked. I should ask you this. Zhou repeated what he had just suddenly fallen down. After killing the demon, his face became ugly. How could this happen? I don't have any memory at all. It's better not to touch this thing. Zhou didn't want to be too troublesome, and told Killer not to touch things indiscriminately. Killing demon himself was still in a lingering fear, and even if he was asked to touch it again, he would not dare to touch it again. It should be fairly safe here. Let's live here temporarily. For a while. You can find out what's on the other side of the mountain. Zhou asked Killer to inquire about the news, while he played the game in the cemetery to refresh the dungeon. Under the feeding of a large amount of solid vitality crystals, the tyrant beeman should be able to promote natural disasters in a short time. After the demon was gone, Zhou brushed the Tian palace over and over again. Although he still couldn't bear the purple light burst power, he knew more and more about the abilities of the amethyst-armored creatures. Unless the Chaos Egg can be promoted to the natural disaster level, it will be difficult to withstand the power of the light explosion. You have to think of other ways. Zhou was thinking about what other way he could kill the amethyst-armored creatures in a short time. If so, it doesn't matter if the Chaos Egg can't carry it for too long. While thinking about it, he moved the solid vitality crystal into the tyrant Beeman's mouth, but the vitality crystal suddenly couldn't be carried. Before Zhou could figure out what was going on, the Chaos Egg was burst. Without entering the dungeon again, Zhou clicked on the tyrant Beeman's information and found that he had indeed entered an evolutionary state. Without a foodie like Beeman the tyrant, there is no companion pet that can digest so many crystals of vitality, and the Chaos Egg can last for a shorter time. It is a good thing that Beeman the tyrant evolves into a natural disaster, but before it is promoted successfully, Zhou can only think of something else. Zhou looked at the magic baby. She had been sleeping. She seemed to be sleeping the same as a normal person. There was no sign of the evolution of the companion pet, but she couldn't wake up, no matter how she called it. But after a while, the killer came back, and he didn't know what method he used, and he had already inquired about the situation here. People in Buicheng dare not leave Buicheng too far. Their food is some plants on the mountain. Some people have been in the mountains before, but most of them died in it, and they don't even know how they died. Looking at the situation in the mountains, there are fear-level creatures. They are just ordinary people, and naturally they can't see fear-level creatures. Killing Demon paused, and then continued. But there have been people who have seen terrifying sights in the mountains. There are countless big snakes wandering in the mountains. One of them is a big red snake, entrenched on the top of the mountain. Its body is bigger than the mountain peak. Listening to their description, it is a bit like the legend that Satan tempted Adam and Eve when he tempted Adam and Eve. That kind of snake. It's not easy to get out of the mountains. Even if you get out successfully, you may not be able to find a way back. Let's stay here for the time being. After Xiaoying wakes up, we'll see if she can do anything. Take us back. Zhou thought about it and said, it should have been like this long ago. Killing Demon paused, and then said, when I read the memories of those city residents, I also discovered something. Although this place is sheltered by paradise lost, it is not paradise lost after all. Among them, occasionally there will be dimensional creatures coming to the city and eating a lot of people. It is estimated that the kind of snake is doing the trick. It seems that it is not safe here. I hope the little baby can wake up as soon as possible. Zhou felt that the magic baby should have a way to bring them back. After all, the sky-covering bell is in the hands of the magic baby. Before, the ice girl used the sky-covering bell to travel through space and reached the buffer zone between the Earth's universe and different dimensions. Zhou continued to play games and dungeons. Killing Demon couldn't even find someone to talk to, so he was anxious to die in the cemetery. After a few days, the demon couldn't bear it any longer, and told Zhou that he was going to explore the depths of the mountains to see if there was any other way out. After the killer left, Zhou still brushes the dungeon every day. After killing the golden sniper again on this day, he suddenly heard a ding. The sound is different from the sound of dropping dimensional crystals, and it is not like the sound of a companion egg. Reincarnation. Stone. When Zhou saw what it was, he was overjoyed. After brushing the copy for so long, this is the second reincarnation stone. The previous one was used by Dawei King Kongyou. At that time, Zhou didn't know what the reincarnation stone was. He was just experimenting. Now Zhou already knows that the reincarnation stone can make companion pets that could not evolve, have evolvable attributes, and their attributes may be strengthened to a certain extent, and may even awaken some new skills. Zhou has a lot of good companion pets in his hands, but because there is no evolvable attribute, the level cannot be upgraded, and it can no longer meet Zhou's current needs. That kind of rare special pet is not reluctant to use for a pet. If it is not a pet, it is useless to leave it alone. With the reincarnation stone, those companion pets will be saved. Let me see. Which companion pet should I use it for? There are many companion pets, and Zhou hopes to improve them. But there is only one reincarnation stone, so there must be a choice. The skill of the morning crow is actually very useful. If you use the reincarnation stone for it, maybe you can evolve a powerful companion pet. Medusa is actually not bad. It doesn't seem to be useful now, but if it evolves, maybe its skills will be particularly powerful. There are also ancient split tadpoles. If they can evolve to the natural disaster level, I don't know how strong their split explosion ability will be. Zhou sorted out his companion pets and found that he needed the reincarnation stone. There are too many companion pets, and I can't make up my mind for a while. Zhou thought about it for a while, and finally chose to give the reincarnation stone to Dr. Dark. In fact, Zhou likes the skills of the Dark Doctor very much, and it is still in a soul state, which can be attached to Zhou, and all skills can be used by Zhou. But the level is too low, it can't keep up with Zhou's current level and combat needs, and there is no evolvable attribute. Zhou has always wanted to raise his level. Then the Dark Doctor. Zhou summoned the Dark Doctor and gave him the reincarnation stone. After using the reincarnation stone, a miraculous change took place on the Dark Doctor, not so much a change as a degeneration. The mythical level Dark Doctor quickly degenerated, and it didn't take long for it to become the most initial mortal level. The mortal level Dark Doctor looks a little cute, a beautiful boy of 5 or 6 years old, with no expression at all, like a robot, wearing a black robe, not like a doctor. To some are like priests. Open the information of the Dark Doctor, and it is returned to the mortal level. Dark Doctor, mortal level, evolvable. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Physical fitness, 11. Vitality, 11. Talent skills, scalpel, fighting poison. With poison, light of perspective, famous murder doctor. Associated state, soul. The skills are all there, and there is an additional skill of a famous murder doctor. I don't know what it is useful for. How can killing be related to medical skills? Zhou carefully read the introduction of the famous murder doctor skills. Murder doctor, kill one person to save one person, save one person to kill another person. Zhou watched it for a long time, but didn't understand what this skill introduction meant. Could it be that if you want to use the Dark Doctor to save people in the future, you must kill someone first? Isn't that bullshit? Zhou felt that this skill must not be that simple. I want to try what the consequences will be after saving people, but now there are few people who need to be saved by Dark Doctors. After all, most of the Dark Doctors use the skills of fighting poison to save people. Zhou can't kill a person first. Companion pets are available now, but how to raise the level is still a problem. Before the Dawei King Kongnyo returned to the mortal rank, it only needed to feed some vitality crystals, and it naturally improved. Now it has returned to the mythical rank, but it is not so easy to go further. I don't know how to upgrade to fear for the time being. Class. Zhou Wen tried feeding the Dark Doctor vitality crystals. Although the Dark Doctor had some growth, the growth was not fast, and the Dark Doctor could only absorb a small part of the vitality crystals, which had little effect, unlike the Tyrant Beeman who could eat it casually. It seems that it is impossible to use the crystals of vitality to make the Dark Doctor evolve, so what does he need to evolve? Zhou Wen thought about it and felt that he should try it in a poisonous place. The Dark Doctor's skills are related to poison. Besides, Zhou Wen really can't think of any other way to make him evolve. Among the dungeons Zhou Wen has downloaded, there are many poisonous insects and goo in the Valley of No Return, which should be the most ideal place. In addition to this, there is the poisonous pond in Zicheng, which is also highly poisonous, so you can also try it. After weighing it for a while, Zhou Wen chose the poisonous Jiaotan. The water in the poisonous Jiaotan was poisonous, so try it with the poisonous water inside. He brought Dr. Dark to the poison pond. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to test, Dr. Dark walked to the side of poison pond by himself, took out the syringe, took a tube of poisonous water, and pierced his own vein. Direct injection of poisonous water into it. After a while, Zhou Wen was surprised to discover that the Dark Doctor had been promoted to the legendary level and regained his fate. His fate was the same as before, still the golden left hand. It's so easy to evolve, if you inject a few more tubes, wouldn't you be able to advance back to the mythical level soon? But after only one tube of poisonous water was injected, the Dark Doctor stopped moving. The poisonous dragon in the poisonous Jiaotan was disturbed, and Zhou Wen instantly killed it with one blow. Compared with the current Zhou Wen, the dimensional creature that looked very powerful in the past felt too weak. Determined that the Dark Doctor no longer needs the poisonous water here, Zhou Wen had to take him to another dungeon. Zhou Wen turned over toxins such as Zhuolu and Nogigu. Every time Dr. Dark saw a new toxin, he would directly inject it into himself. He seems to have a physique that is invulnerable to all poisons, or even stronger. Others are just invulnerable to all poisons, but the Dark Doctor can use toxins to strengthen his body. Some toxins can make the Dark Doctor evolve, some toxins do not have much response, and at low levels, a random injection of a toxin can advance the level, and several types of toxins can be injected later to advance the level. After working for a long time, the Dark Doctor finally returned to the mythical level, and the Soul of Life and Will of Fortune were the same as before. Zhou Wen tried several more toxins, but none of them could allow the Dark Doctor to continue to evolve, and then he could not find any new toxins for the time being. And there was no way to continue the experiment. It seems that with ordinary poison, it should be difficult for a Dark Doctor to evolve to the fear level. We must find some powerful poison-type creatures and use their poison to evolve the Dark Doctor. Zhou Wen felt that if he could find a natural disaster-level poison-type creature, it should be able to promote the Dark Doctor to the fear level. Where to find the toxin natural disaster creature? Zhou Wen thinks of the one in the Zhuolu sapphire sky every time, but that dimensional creature has always been in the sapphire. It is not easy to kill, and he does not know, is it a toxin? Zhou Wen thought about all the copies again, but didn't think of a very suitable place. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Wen Picked out his companion pets again, because low-level companion pets are no longer useful, and some of them can be used as auxiliary materials for synthesis. And those are very special. Zhou finds it useful and is unwilling to cooperate. Then he has to find a way to improve it. The best can be upgraded to the natural disaster level. And the worst is the fear level. Otherwise, in the current stage of the battle, almost all no use. Dark. Doctor has to find a way to improve. The evil spirit king has absorbed a lot of fear level creatures recently. And he should be about to be promoted to the fear level. The banana fairy has to go a step further. Should the demon armor and tiger soul be upgraded again? Zhou listed a few companion pets that he was more optimistic about, and suddenly it was a bit big. There were too many companion pets to improve. Each one has its own uniqueness, and none of them are willing to be materials. What troubles Zhou the most is the demon armor and tiger soul general. This companion pet is really strong, but his master skill has never been lost, and Zhou is also a little scared. The demon armored tiger soul general and the bamboo saber companion pet are the two great master artifacts. If they are both promoted to the natural disaster level, Zhou is afraid that he will not be able to stand it. However, the demon armored tiger soul will be really easy to use, especially in the stellar dungeon. For the demon armored tiger soul general, it is almost equivalent to a home battle. There must be a lot of stellar level dimension fields in the past, and it would be too wasteful to put the magic armor and tiger soul. Let's try it again. The bamboo sword's master ability is stronger than that of the tiger soul general. There is no problem. It should be fine. Zhou hesitated for a while, but decided to upgrade the demon armor tiger soul general. There are some dimensional fields that really need demon armor and tiger souls to charge into battle. Of course, the main reason is that it is very difficult for other companion pets to be promoted. Even if Zhou wants to promote them, he cannot be promoted immediately. However, the demon armor and tiger soul will be different. If you use it to synthesize, the probability will not explode, no matter how low it is. That is to say, you only need to synthesize it with the companion pet of the fear level, and the demon armor and tiger soul will have the opportunity to advance to the fear level and natural disasters. Companion pets of the rank level can be synthesized, and the tiger soul general can quickly reach the natural disaster level, which is an ability that other companion pets do not have. Bamboo knives also have the master attribute. Whether they will have this ability, Zhou does not know yet. The natural disaster level companion pets are still useful now, and Zhou is reluctant to use them to synthesize them, so he can only use the fear level companion pets first, and raise the tiger soul to the fear level. Which one should I use? Zhou looked at all the fear level companion pets he owned. The least valuable fear level companion pet is the golden god of war, but the skills of the golden god of war are not suitable for demon armored tiger soul generals. Zhou fear level companion pets are actually not many. The easiest to explode is the golden god of war. Other fear level companion pets are more difficult to explode. Zhou was reluctant to combine them like number 10 death god, promise demon dragon king, prisoner dragon and banana fairy. The remaining golden god of war, flame lord, etc., did not seem to match the skills of demon armor and tiger soul general. After choosing, I didn't choose a suitable fear level companion pet and magic armor and tiger soul to synthesize. In terms of skill compatibility, number 10 death god and prisoner dragon and tiger soul are more compatible, but these two companion pets have their own characteristics, and it is too wasteful to use them as materials. Zhou Wen thought for a while, still reluctant, and finally decided to use the Golden God of War to take a look. At most, it is to replace some skills that are not suitable for the Tiger Soul General. This should have little effect, as long as the Tiger Soul General can be promoted to the fear level. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen no longer hesitated, put the Tiger Soul General in the synthesis column, and then put a Golden God of War as a material, and clicked directly to synthesis. A burst of light flickered, the Golden God of War in the material column disappeared, and there would be some metamorphosis there. The Tiger General wearing purple armor. At this time, the armor has a texture like purple metal, and the armor is more complete and three-dimensional for the Tiger General and the mount, and it looks like a heavy metal knight. These are only minor changes, and there is not much difference from before. The real change is the gun in Tiger Soul General's hand. Originally, he was holding a long spear in his hand. Although it is still a long spear, the style is no longer the ancient one. It has become a very futuristic long gun with a very exaggerated shape. Zhou Wen couldn't describe what the spear looked like, but it looked really beautiful. The spear head was three-dimensional and wider. It didn't look like the ancient spear. There were some holes on it. I don't know what it was used for of. The appearance is not important, Zhou Wen just wants to know now whether the Demon Armor Tiger Soul will be promoted to the fear level, and whether its skills have been washed away. Demon Armored Tiger Soul General, Fear Level, Evolvable. Fate, Fierce. Soul of Life, Tiger Soul Magic Pattern. Wheel of Fortune. Evil. Fear, Demon Knight, S rank. Strength, 82. Speed, 82. Physical Fitness, 82. Vitality, 82. Talent Skills, 100 Steel Furnace. Rampage, Magic Stone Curse, Unity of Human and Rider, Armored Spear, Full of Evil, Poor Mountain and Bad Water, Conquer. The Lord, Crazy Shooting. Associated State, None. After reading the information on the Demon Armor, Tiger and Ghost General, Zhou Wen was overjoyed, and he was promoted to the fear level, and the skills were not washed away, but a crazy shooting skill was added. Tiger Soul General is using an ancient spear, not a current firearm. This crazy shooting is estimated to be a waste skill, and it is useless to Tiger Soul General. This is already the best result Zhou Wen can think of. One more waste skill, better than one less skill. Let's try it first. What will it look like after the Demon Armored Tiger Soul has been transformed into fear? Zhou Wen chose to enter the Yangqing dungeon, then summoned the Tiger Soul and turned it into fear directly. When the Tiger Soul was about to come, Zhou Wen felt that he was not playing a game, but watching a sci-fi blockbuster. A Tiger General and a mount completely wrapped in heavy metal armor, just like the robot knight in a technology film. The armor is dark purple, and the gaps are lit with purple light, like a purple light modification line, which outlines the armor lines. Tiger Soul General is still burning with purple demon flames, and the long spear in his hand is also rising with purple flames, especially the part of the spearhead. Purple light is also sprayed in those holes, which is full of technology. It looks good, but I don't know what the actual combat strength is. Let me see your ability and attack with all your strength. Zhou Wen gave orders to the Tiger Soul General to attack those blood-bone temples. Tiger Soul General and the mount's eyes lit up at the same time, flashing a terrifying purple flame, and in the next second, Tiger Soul General raised the spear in his hand. What made Zhou Wen stunned happened. From the hole of the spear, a series of purple light bullets were sprayed out, and it seemed like a heavy rain sprayed towards the blood-bone temples. Bang 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 bang. This movement is similar to the effect of Gatling's strafing, but the power of those purple light bullets is much stronger than Gatling's. After a frantic bombardment, bullet holes were punched in the walls and doors of many temples of blood and bones, and blood spirits rushed out of the temples of blood and bones, angrily pounced on the tiger general. Tiger Soul continued to shoot the long spear, directly blowing up many blood spirits that rushed towards him. I'm going. Has Tiger Soul turned into a mechanite? Zhou Wen opened his mouth wide, and after a while, he recovered and said to himself in surprise. But soon, Zhou Wen realized that what he thought was too simple and too naive. When the blood spirit rushed to the tiger's soul turned into a spear and stabbed the blood spirit's chest into the sky. With one shot. It sounds contradictory, but in fact it is. The spear can not only be used as a real weapon, but can also continue to be used as an ancient spear. Zhou Wen watched Tiger Soul General perform. The spear in his hand sometimes danced wildly, sometimes spurted out of anger, and forcibly cut a bloody path among the hordes of blood spirits. It's a pity that there is no flame power to assist Tiger Soul General, otherwise he should be stronger. Haha, this time the synthesis is too perfect. The Tiger Soul General can now attack both melee'ly and from a distance, and he can also shoot a large area, so it shouldn't be too perfect. Zhou Wen was excited. Seeing that the Tiger Soul will become stronger and stronger, the metal armor seems to be a big melting pot. The more the flames burn inside, the stronger the Tiger Soul will become. No matter how many blood spirits come out, they will be ruthlessly killed by the Tiger Soul. When the Tiger Soul General rushed to the Kuei-Nyo let out a thunderous roar, and the Tiger Soul General even attacked the sound wave and rushed in front of the Kuei-Nyo, fighting it frantically without falling behind. It's amazing. This is just the result of constant fighting. If he can fight in the flames, he should be stronger. Zhou Wen had the urge to immediately take the Tiger Soul to the fire element dungeon test. The Tiger Soul will become stronger and stronger with the war, but Kuei-Nyo has no such ability, and gradually falls behind. After more than 2 hours, the demon-armored Tiger Soul will forcibly use a fear-level body, killing the natural disaster-level Kuei-Nyo with scars and dying, tortured to death abruptly. Unfortunately, only the speed crystal was dropped, and Zhou Wen fed it to the companion pet. Would you like to take Tiger Soul General to Tian Shuxing Dungeon to try it out? Although Zhou Wen felt that Tiger Soul General should not be able to stop the light explosion, there is nothing to lose. If he dies in the game, so he will try it out. Zhou Wen didn't know whether the light explosion used by the natural disaster creature on Tian Shuxing was a high temperature power that the Tiger Soul General could accept. Logically speaking, it was a power similar to high-temperature radiation, which should be transformed and absorbed by the Tiger Soul General within the range. If that kind of power cannot be absorbed by the Tiger Soul, it will be converted into its own use, and if it is only carried by its own strength, I am afraid that it will die instantly. After all, even the prisoner dragon armor with absolute defense can't stop it for a long time. Although the defense of the Tiger Soul General is also very strong, it should be a little worse than the absolute defense of the prisoner dragon. When the Venus dungeon was turned on, Zhou Wen seemed to follow the previous routine and summoned Jin Jiaojian. He used the Chaos Egg as protection and wore the dragon prisoner armor inside. When the Chaos Egg exploded, he could still hold on for a little time. The difference this time is that there is a tiger general standing next to Zhou Wen. As soon as the door opened, Jin Jiaojin rushed towards the amethyst armored creature, and the amethyst armored creature unhesitatingly released a ubiquitous burst of light like the sun. I hope that the tiger soul will last a little longer. Zhou Wen didn't expect the tiger soul to last as long as the chaos egg, and it would be fine if it didn't last a second. Zhou Wen has been sensing the tiger soul general, to see when he will be killed by the light explosion, but who knew that Zhou Wen waited for a while, and the tiger soul general was not killed. On the contrary, Zhou Wen himself, because there is no tyrant beeman as a trash can for transferring solid crystals, the time that chaos egg can support is greatly shortened. When the chaos egg is broken and the game screen goes black, tiger soul will still not die. It seems that the light exploding power of the amethyst armored creatures can also be absorbed by the tiger soul general, otherwise it would be impossible to last for such a long time. Zhou Wen was both delighted and surprised. Tiger soul will be able to persist for such a long time, and it must have become very strong. Zhou Wen does not know what the limit of tiger soul will be. If it can become infinitely strong, it will be too terrifying. Maybe it will be able to kill Tian Shu Xing against the sky dimensional creatures. Of course, this is just Zhou Wen's own wish. In fact, any skill has its limits, and it is impossible to become stronger without limit. Tiger soul can't bear such terrifying power, even his body. But Zhou Wen doesn't even have a chance to buy a first-hand dream, because he can't insist on the time after tiger soul will become stronger. Once Zhou Wen dies, the game is over, and tiger soul will have no chance to become so strong. Zhou Wen suddenly found out that he was the one who held back the most. No, I have to find a way to make myself live longer, even if I can't fight, I can't even save my life, it's a bit too wasteful. Zhou Wen thought hard, trying to make himself stronger. Only relying on the chaos egg, it is impossible to persist for so long. Even when the tyrant beeman is still there, it means that it will persist for a little longer, which is of little significance. It must persist longer. Zhou Wen said to himself. The best way he can think of is to upgrade the chaos egg to the natural disaster level, but this is a different dimension, let alone finding a suitable dimension field, there is no dimension field at all. I can't go back now, what should I do? Zhou Wen thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I don't know if I can use the power of dungeon to promote natural disasters in the game. Try it if you think of it, it's just that Zhou Wen didn't know which of the dungeons he downloaded could be used to advance to the natural disaster grade. Of course, Zhou Wen doesn't know if the game copy is feasible, and everything can only be tested slowly. Zhou Wen thought about the copy of the game he had, and it corresponded to the vitality art he cultivated. If there was a similar class, Zhou Wen would try his luck. The first order of chaos is the origin chi art of the West, but I don't have many copies of Western games that I have downloaded. None of the existing ones seems to be able to match it. If I knew this earlier, I should have downloaded more copies of the Western District. It's too late for Zhou Wen to regret it now. Wait. Zhou Wen suddenly thought of a dimensional field, that is, the sweet hut, that is, the time hut. There are 4 rooms in the past, present, future, and chaos, Zhou Wen was thinking, since the name of chaos, will it have anything to do with the first order of chaos? But Tian is God. The time cabin is the dimensional domain of the gods, and the first order of chaos is the vitality art of Zeus's gods. The two are not the same, and I don't know if they can be used together. Zhou still decided, go try your luck. In fact, Zhou had used chaos eggs to enter and leave the time cabin a long time ago, and only chaos eggs could block the time power of the time cabin. It's just that at that time, Zhou hadn't thought about it yet, so he didn't pay attention. Once again, under the protection of the chaos egg, he entered the time cabin. Nothing here has changed much. Zhou did not dare to enter the past cabin or the future cabin. I went to the chaos hut to have a look, but found nothing. There were not many things in the house. Zhou touched it once, and did not feel any abnormal changes. Is it the power of the chaos hut that doesn't match the first order of chaos, or is it that natural disasters cannot be promoted in the game? Zhou couldn't determine which possibility it was. But just going back like this, Zhou was a little unwilling. After thinking about it, Zhou decided to go to the future cabin again. The past hut can go back to the past era, and the future hut should be able to reach the future, but there is nothing in the future hut, and there is nothing. Zhou has been brooding about this matter. He doesn't know what it means. If that is the future of mankind, does it mean that mankind will perish in the future? Now Zhou's strength is much stronger than before. He wants to go in and see, maybe he can see something. Entering the future cabin again, Zhou saw the same scene. As before, the phone screen was dark, as if it was turned off. Because of his experience, Zhou directly opened the ancient Emperor Sutra and used the power of the Emperor to illuminate the surroundings. The ancient Emperor is already a natural disaster grade, and the energy is much stronger than before. Zhou could only illuminate a small area in the past, but at this time, he can illuminate a distance of dozens of meters nearby. Just light cannot illuminate the future hut. What really illuminates the darkness of the future hut is the powerful vitality of the ancient imperial scriptures. When the surroundings were illuminated for the first time, Zhou immediately looked around carefully, and the sight of the site made him happy. Because Zhou discovered that this place does not seem to be a completely empty world. There are still some objects under him, but Zhou didn't distinguish for a while what was underneath. Because the area illuminated by the ancient imperial scriptures is limited, and the things below are too large, the area that can be seen now is only a part of it. It's like a blind man touching an elephant. Zhou still has no way to judge what it is based on the part he saw. The part that can be seen is a bumpy stone platform with potholes, as if it had been bombed by a bomber. Zhou gang wanted to fall, and he got closer to the stone to see exactly where it was. Zhou hadn't moved yet, but found that the stone platform below had moved. The stone platform is slowly turning over. Obviously, the stone platform below should not be land, otherwise it will not be turned over. As the stone turned over, Zhou gradually saw some traces of artificial carving, and found that this thing seemed to be a huge statue. It's just that the parts that can be seen are limited now, and I don't know what the engraving is. When most of the stones were turned to the other side, Zhou was surprised to find that it turned out to be a statue of a big Buddha. Zhou is no stranger to this statue of the Buddha. It is the largest Buddha statue in the Longmen Grottos. Zhou often went to the Longmen Grottos before, so he is no stranger to this Buddha statue. But now the Buddha statue, half of the body was blasted open. Obviously, the Buddha statue is suspended in the void, just floating like that. How could this be? Why did this Buddha statue become like this? Who shattered it in half? Is the Longmen Grotto still there? Zhou was in awe. If this is the future of the world, doesn't it mean that Luoyang is doomed? While Zhou was thinking about it, the screen of the mobile phone suddenly went black. Zhou thought that the human Emperor Sutra had failed. After checking it, he found out that it was the blood-colored villain who died. He didn't even know how he died. Zhou could only secretly smile bitterly. Past, present, future, chaos, the first order of chaos. Is there a connection between these? Zhou thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up. By the way, the first order of chaos is chaos origin chi art, and chaos status in that mythological system is probably similar to that of the egg that trapped Pangu. If you look at it as chaos, then chaos does not exist. With any concept of time and space, there should be no past, present and future. Zhou kept thinking. When Zhou was in the city of no regrets, this side of the earth is not very peaceful. On the Rubik's Cube, there are some creatures to break through. These creatures look like dinosaurs on the earth, some like Tyrannosaurus rex, and some like Triceratops or pterosaurs. These creatures all wanted to break into the Tian dimensional field, but they were all killed by the amethyst armor creatures, without exception. Even if they knew that the strength gap was huge, there were still creatures rushing in from time to time. Although none of these suspected dinosaur-like creatures have cleared the customs, their appearance and the power they burst have become a hot topic. You said, do those dinosaur-like guys all go out from the earth? I heard that the extinction of dinosaurs is very bizarre. They won't be the earth that they chose to leave and develop in the universe, right? It's really not sure. Anyway, I think it's very strange. Why did fear disappear completely, and not even one survived? From a probabilistic point of view, this is unfair. If those dinosaurs really came out of the earth, they must be too strong, right? Dinosaurs are inherently powerful. Whether dinosaur-like creatures have gone out on Earth, major media have expressed their views, and ordinary people also have their own views. But no matter what kind of dinosaurs, they all died in the copy, without a single exception. While the world was discussing, the Rubik's Cube screen lit up again, and another creature wanted to challenge the Tian dimensional field. When I saw the challenged creatures clearly, I accidentally discovered that the creatures who came this time were not those dinosaurs. It was a creature that looked like a human. His whole body was covered in armor, and he couldn't see what the armor looked like. A black armor that looks like it's made of pig iron, and there's nothing special about it. Like the previous tyrannosaurs, the creatures wrapped in armor came to the palace of Tianshexing, pushed open the gate of the palace, and walked over. Boom! The purple crystal armored creatures in the palace erupted with the power of purple flames that Zhou was more familiar with. Unlike those dinosaurs, the creatures that came this time were not directly killed in seconds. In the terrifying purple light explosion, they walked towards the amethyst armored creature step by step. People soon discovered that he did not come to kill the amethyst-armored creature, but bypassed the place where the amethyst-armored creature was and reached the back of the palace. There is a teleportation array there. The creature stood on the teleportation array, and then disappeared. The Rubik's Cube screen also turned to the leaderboard interface, and a name appeared in the first place. God of Fire Armor. Zhang Chuanqiu said those two words softly, frowning tightly, as if thinking about something embarrassing. After this battle, people realized that if you want to pass the palace, you can reach the teleportation array, and you don't need to kill the amethyst-armored creatures in it. Even so, no one dared to try it. The explosion of light from the amethyst-armored creature was too strong, and it was not so easy to pass there. Zhou is studying how to kill the amethyst-armored creatures, and he has no intention to look at the Rubik's Cube at all, so he doesn't know that it is not necessary to kill the amethyst-armored creatures to clear the level. After the fire armor god was on the list, the major families started a new round of testing. It is impossible for humans to kill the amethyst creature, but as long as they rush over, it does not seem impossible. People are all looking for a way to resist the explosion of light. The price of light-type and fire-type armor companion pets has doubled overnight, but it is only limited to high-level companion pets, and low-level companion pets are useless. Some powerful forces began to intentionally go to the fire dimensional domain to hunt down dimensional creatures, and some people thought of the Sui-Huang Mausoleum, but when they looked at the place, they found that the Sui-Huang Mausoleum was gone. While everyone else was desperately looking for a fire companion pet, Zhou was undergoing a strange change. At this time, Zhou was standing in front of the sweet hut and did not enter the wooden hut. The first order of chaos circulated in his body, and his hand pressed the words "Sweet Hut" wooden sign. With the operation of the first order of chaos, the words on the wooden sign are slowly disappearing, as if they were sucked away by some kind of force. When Zhou was studying the first order of chaos, he found that the power of the time cabin did not come from the hut itself, but from these words. What is text? Zhou has been thinking about this issue just now. He has observed the time cabin for so long. Nothing in the cabin is abnormal enough to make the first order of chaos react. Only the text on the cabin is a little special. Sweet hut, past, present, future, chaos. Why do these words have special power? What is the root of this power? Why is this power related to the chaos first order when chaos begins? And all things are born together, what is the first order? When thinking about this question, Zhou looked up some explanations about the text on the internet. The general information said that the text is a symbol. This explanation is naturally correct, but if you think about it deeper, words are actually a kind of coordinates. A single word represents a coordinate. Two words are like the latitude and longitude of the Earth, which can define a coordinate more accurately. And the three characters may be the length, width, and height of the three-dimensional world, with more precise positioning. The more words there are, the more precise the coordinates may be, and the more advanced the space-time dimension represented. Words are a very magical thing. Originally, no one in this world knew what they were, and everything was chaotic and unknown. Only with words can most people agree with what it is. The function of words is to give all things, the things that can be seen and things that cannot be seen, to a coordinate defined by human beings themselves. This is equivalent to giving an order to the chaotic world. The world itself does not need order, because existence itself is order. It is human beings who need order, and human beings need to find order. And words are the best carrier of human order. When Zhou realized this, and then touched the wooden plaques engraved with words, the first order of chaos on his body began to operate automatically. The text on the wooden sign turned into a strange force, which flowed into his body and merged into the first order of chaos, causing an amazing transformation of the first order of chaos. After the 6 words of the past, present, and future were absorbed by Zhou faintly felt that the first order of chaos had reached the brink of natural disaster, but he was still one last step away. So Zhou came to the gate and tried to absorb the words "sweet hut," but these words actually had magical powers. It just makes Zhou feel a little strange. The power of the three words past, present and future obviously has traces of time and space, but the words Sweet Hut convey the power that is not much related to time and space. Relationship. When Zhou was still wondering what was going on, the chaos egg emerged on its own, wrapping the blood-colored villain's body. Zhou and the blood-colored villain are one twin, and all the feelings of the blood-colored villain are the same as what happened to Zhou himself. At this time, he can clearly feel that the blood-colored villain's body is undergoing strange changes. For Zhou, the previous chaos egg was a kind of protection and a breeding ground for him. However, as the body of the blood-colored villain changed, Zhou felt that chaos egg had become an obstacle for him, or a shackle, bound his body and made him extremely uncomfortable. It's like being locked in a small closet overnight. The whole person shrinks into a ball, and the knees are pushed to the chest before they can squeeze in. After a night of torture, what this man wants most now is to get out. Zhou feels almost the same. Now he has the urge to break the chaos egg and rush out to breathe fresh air. The whole person is terribly uncomfortable. Pangu opened up the world to make all things come alive. Could it be that this chaos egg is also broken and then stood up? After breaking it, it can form the field of natural disasters. Zhou thought the more he felt right. So Zhou gathered all his strength and wanted to break the shackles of chaos egg. But it was only now that Zhou clearly realized how terrifying the defense of chaos eggs was. His own physical strength and vitality are already comparable to human-level creatures, but such power bombards the chaos egg, but it is difficult for the chaos egg to produce any traces, let alone break it. Zhou exploded his vitality again and again and bombarded chaos egg again and again, but he couldn't shatter it at all. Why? Are you so tenacious? Isn't this blocking me? Zhou didn't even think about it. If it wasn't for chaos egg's strong enough defense, he would have died a few times. But the advantages of chaos eggs became his biggest obstacle at this time. How much Zhou liked the defensive power of chaos eggs before, how painful it is now. 10 times, 100 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, but even if Zhou did not give up, the chaos egg had no meaning to be broken at all. Not to mention breaking the chaos egg, I couldn't even break the chaos egg's skin. Zhou is very clear that persistence is very important, but sometimes persistence is only useful if you have a brain. How can I break the chaos egg? I'm not really Pangu. Even if I am Pangu, I don't have the axe that opened up the world. Wait. Where did Pangu's axe come from? There is the concept of an axe. The so-called Pangu axe is not necessarily an axe. Maybe myths and legends have materialized some kind of power. So what is that kind of power that can open up the world? Zhou thought quietly. He didn't want to doing futile work aimlessly. Since words are the carrier of human order, when words give a definition to the previously unknown things in the world, it is equivalent to opening up the world. The more Zhou thought about it, the more right he was. Zhou thought that there was nothing wrong. The mistake was that he was a native of the East, and the culture he was familiar with was a little bit different from the myth of chaos in the West. It can't be said that it is wrong, just that the understanding is somewhat different, and the direction of walking will be somewhat different. Originally, chaos eggs should be promoted to natural disasters in another way, but Zhou took a completely different route. The vitality art of the Western District was endowed with the culture and spirit of the Eastern District. I'm afraid that even the founder of the Chaos First Order never thought that the First Order of Chaos could understand it this way. Above the Chaos Eggs, flashing words gradually emerged, one horizontal, one vertical, one swipe and one stroke, landscapes, wind, fire, sun, moon, and stars. Every time a flashing word appeared, a part of the Chaos Egg disintegrated. And those words disappeared along with the Chaos Egg. When the last fragment of Chaos Egg melted, the blood-colored villain's body was also liberated. In the next second, the light on the blood-colored villain enlarged, and countless words spewed out of his body, like a data stream, surrounding as his body rotates. It looks like a building block, forming a chaotic egg, wrapping Zhou Wen's body. It's done. Zhou Wen looked at the Chaos Egg outside. Although the Chaos Egg seemed to be the same Chaos Egg, it was actually completely different. The former Chaos Egg was the Chaos Egg, and the current Chaos Egg is already Zhou Wen's natural disaster domain. But what makes Zhou Wen slightly depressed is that this natural disaster field is too small. Like the previous Chaos Egg, it can only accommodate him alone. He took out his mobile phone, glanced at the information, and found that the First Order of Chaos had indeed reached the natural disaster level. Scourge Domain. Chaos First Order. Zhou Wen knew all these words, but Zhou Wen didn't understand what the ability of the Chaos First Order Natural Disaster Domain with the same name as Yuan-Chi Art was. Then give it a try. Zhou Wen opened the Beidou copy and entered the palace of Tian. The field of Chaos First Order is also interesting. It is equivalent to Chaos Egg. When it is used, Chaos Egg is summoned. It didn't look any different from the fear level. It was still a chaotic egg covering his body, and it was impossible to see that the chaotic egg was composed of words. Let's not say anything else, the defense should be much stronger, right? Zhou Wen summoned Jin Jiaojian and Tiger Soul General together, and let them slam open the gate of Tianshu Palace. After Jin Jiao Scissors rushed towards the amethyst armored creature, a terrifying purple light burst appeared. The Chaos Egg was hit by the light explosion, and many solid vitality crystals appeared immediately. Like before, the inside of the Chaos Egg was quickly piled up. It's no different from before. Zhou Wen was depressed, and now he only hopes that Chaos Egg will be tougher than before, and will not be burst as quickly as before. Soon, Zhou Wen was sure that after the Chaos Egg was strengthened by the natural disaster field, it was indeed much tougher than before. The solid crystals inside were almost compressed, and the Chaos Egg still did not explode. The Chaos Egg didn't explode, but Zhou Wen's body couldn't hold it anymore. His body was squeezed into the solid crystal and was about to be squashed. Zhou Wen didn't think of this problem before, but now he suddenly found that the toughness of the light chaotic egg is useless. His body can't bear such a squeeze, and the solid vitality crystals continue to increase, and he must be squeezed to death. I'm afraid I'm the first person in the world to be squeezed to death by the crystals of vitality? Everyone is crying and shouting, and they can't get a bit of crystals of high-level vitality, but I was crushed to death because of too many crystals of vitality. This is too ridiculous. If only like the real world, it would be nice to replace the vitality crystals with shopping vouchers. One exchange coupon can be equivalent to hundreds of vitality crystals. Unfortunately, vitality crystals are not money. It's not a voucher, it can't be stacked. When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, he suddenly saw the light inside the Chaos Egg shining brightly, and a word lit up inside the Chaos Egg. It was a word one. When the word was lit up, Zhou Wen found that there was a word in all the crystals. There is a door. If there is one, there are two, and if there is two, there are three. Could it be that? Zhou thought about it, and suddenly saw a few words in the chaos egg light up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 100,000, 10,000. The letters representing numbers light up. When each number lights up, the vitality crystals in the chaos egg will undergo some changes. When the number in the vitality crystal became 2, the vitality crystal in the chaotic egg suddenly decreased by half, leaving a lot of space at once. When it becomes 3, there are a lot less vitality crystals. The larger the number in the vitality crystals, the less the number of crystals. I can really stack numbers like money. Zhou was immediately excited, picked up a crystal whose inner text had turned into 1,000, and suddenly felt the vitality contained in the crystal, which was like a nuclear reactor. The energy is just as terrifying. Obviously, the vitality contained in this crystal is likely to be as many as 1,000 crystals. In such a situation, then I don't have to worry that the chaos egg will explode. Anyway, it can be superimposed all the time. Even if there are 100 million yuan qi crystals, it can be superimposed into one piece. Zhou only felt that everything was worth it. But Zhou soon discovered that his idea was still too good. The number in the chaos egg was only 10,000, and there was no word like 100 million. Those crystals of vitality are only superimposed to 10,000 in the end. Zhou tried to activate other words, but the results were of no use. Except for the words representing numbers that Zhou saw now, other words could not be activated. But even so, it has already helped Zhou a lot. 10,000 yuan qi crystals are superimposed into one piece, and the space saved has already helped Zhou a lot, so that he won't be squeezed to death by the vigor crystals. As a result, Zhou found that with the power of Chaos Egg, he could easily withstand the damage of the light explosion. Inside the Chaos Egg, Zhou looked at the situation. Outside, all he could see was a dazzling purple light. He couldn't see anything else. He could only sense that Jin Zhaojian was fighting the amethyst armor creature inside. Occasionally, you can see a golden light flashing in the purple light, which should be the brilliance of the golden Zhaojian. And the Tiger Soul General on the side, the aura on his body is getting stronger and stronger, and it has faintly reached the level of natural disaster, and it is still getting stronger. This time, I should be able to know the limit of Tiger Soul General, right? Zhou secretly thought. After a while, Zhou discovered that where the Tiger Soul General was, he could actually see a purple flame, and that purple was a little different from the explosive purple. As that group of flames became stronger and stronger, it could already be seen that it was the outline of a Tiger General. This kind of power should already be stronger than the power of the light explosion, so the light flame can see that the Tiger Soul is really so strong? It's just a fear level, so it can withstand the power of natural disaster level? And not yet normal natural disaster grade. Zhou thought about it, and ordered the Tiger Soul General to help him attack the amethyst armor. The Tiger Soul General rushed up without hesitation, but because the battle energy inside was fluctuating too strongly, even with the power of deer, he couldn't hear the specific situation. Bang! After a loud bang, Zhou sensed that Tiger Soul General's body flew out, slammed to the ground, scratched far away, and hit something before it stopped. But in the next second, the Tiger Soul General got up again and rushed in again. Time and time again, every time the Tiger Soul General fell out, he quickly rushed in again, and Zhou Wen could clearly feel that the Tiger Soul General was getting stronger and stronger. Tiger Soul General is also a wonderful thing. It's obviously just a fear level, and it doesn't even have the field of natural disasters, but it can rely on the combination of various skills to force himself to compete with powerful natural disaster creatures. Zhou Wen felt that he had to pay attention to it. Let's talk about skills. If you have the opportunity, you should learn some useful skills. Click. With the sound of scissors opening and closing, Zhou Wen saw the explosion of light in the palace suddenly disappear, and the world in front of him suddenly became clear. I saw Jin Jiao scissors suspended in the hall. And a tiger general in armor like a burning crystal also stood in the hall, and the amethyst armored creature had fallen into the palace, with its head and body separated. His body quickly turned into a violet light loss. And he heard a jingling sound, and a few crystals fell to the ground, all of which were high-end goods, with a value of more than 200. One of them is still a skill crystal, but no companion egg has been released. Kill the hell creature Greed Wolf Star, and discover the dimensional crystal. Zhou Wen picked up the skill crystal and took a look. The attribute requirements are not high. The 4 attributes of 99 physique, strength, vitality, and speed can be achieved by Zhou Wen. He needs a kind of vitality art of the light system. This Zhou Wen can also think of a way, the only one. The difficulty is that the requirement is that the light attribute of 99. The light attribute is a special attribute, and the probability of explosion is not high. Zhou Wen has not downloaded the light domain, so he has not exploded many light crystals, and the light attribute is far from meeting the requirements. When Zhou Wen was depressed, he suddenly discovered that one of the dimensional crystals exploded by the greedy wolf star had a light attribute. When Zhou Wen did not hesitate, he directly absorbed the light attribute crystal whose attribute was approaching 300. As a result, Zhou Wen obtained 99 points of light attribute, because he has not been promoted to the natural disaster grade. This is already the limit of the attribute that the fear grade can achieve, and no matter how advanced the absorbed attribute crystal is, it is impossible to continue to improve. This is really unscientific. The attribute limit of the mythic level is 81, but the attribute limit of the fear level is only 99. This difference is too small. Zhou Wen felt a little strange. It is doubled, but the gap between myth and fear level is so small, and I don't know why. I think so, but the reality is like this. No matter how unreasonable it is, it cannot be changed, only to adapt. Fortunately, the 99-point light attribute can already meet the requirements of absorbing skill crystals. What is missing now is the fear-making ability of the light attribute. Among the vitality arts that I simulated, the only ones that can relate to light are the ancient emperors' scriptures. The fire of life should be considered light, right? Zhou Wen wasn't sure, so he switched his vitality arts to the ancient emperor scriptures. Then I picked up the skill crystal and tried to absorb it. Suddenly, a hot and numb force flowed out from the skill crystal and rushed into Zhou Wen's body, making Zhou Wen's entire body seem to be baked by high temperature. Fortunately, it is in the game. If it is outside, I am afraid that Zhou Wen's clothes will be burned to fly ashes by the high temperature. Terrifying energy in Zhou Wen's body savagely opened up a new vitality cycle. The terrifying high temperature and radiation energy made Zhou Wen think several times that the blood-colored villain's body was about to endure. Fortunately, in the end, he survived and absorbed the crystals of Greedy Wolf Xingjuan skills. Absorb the crystals of the Greedy Wolf Star, and comprehend the Hell-level vitality skill Wolf Kiss. Wolf Kiss. Zhou Wen felt the skill information from the crystal of vitality, and his face became strange. I opened the skill bar and read it again. Yes, it was the Wolf Kiss. Wolf Kiss, Hell level, Greed Wolf Star. Is the star of desire, Greed Wolf's kiss shakes the world and weeps ghosts and gods. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen couldn't help laughing. He originally thought that was such a powerful ability as the Greedy Wolf Star. With any skill such as light explosion, radiation, and high temperature, Zhou Wen's skill destructive power would be greatly improved. I know what kind of wolf kiss will come. The skill introduction is very strong, but when Zhou Wen is fighting with others, he can't go up and hug them and kiss them. Thinking about that picture, Zhou Wen was dueling with Tianzhua. Seeing that it was too much, he could only use the wolf kiss, the only hell level skill, to turn against the wind. Then Zhou Wen saw the opportunity, went up to hug Tianzhua's head, and gave a wolf kiss, which was simply unsightly. Zhou Wen definitely did not misunderstand the use of this skill, because the information transmitted to his brain by the crystal of vitality, that is how the wolf kiss is used. How can I use this skill? Zhou Wen was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. This skill is not suitable for men. It is not suitable for monsters. Even if Zhou Wen can keep his mouth down, many monsters have extremely big mouths. Let alone kissing, Zhou Wen really wants to put his head on it, that is, to add food to others. Although I don't know how powerful the wolf kiss is, there is one thing Zhou Wen can be sure of. He will not use this skill casually. Just like kowtowing can inspire Wang Ji's Sai, Zhou Wen also knows it's easy to use, but he really can't save that face, and Zhou Wen is embarrassed to use that trick most of the time. The wolf kiss is similar, but Zhou Wen thinks about it, and sometimes it can be used reluctantly. Allocating the other attribute crystals to the companion pets needed, the banana fairy's attributes are already full, it's useless to eat it without upgrading, and the soul mirror is almost full. It's not difficult for Zhou Wen to improve his attributes, the difficulty is how to upgrade the level. If banana immortal can be upgraded to the natural disaster level, maybe a typhoon wind will blow down the sun and blow out the sun. So why is there any need for such trouble? Zhou Wen just thought about it like that, wanting to instigate the sun, not to mention the natural disaster level. It is still unknown whether the apocalypse level will work. After packing up, Zhou Wen walked around the palace again, and found that the palace really only has such a main hall, and there is no other exit at the back, nor is it connected to other palaces. Only at the back of the palace, there is a strange altar, which seems to be some kind of ritual pattern. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored villain to stand on it, and the game immediately popped up a line of prompts. Do you want to teleport to Tianxian Star Palace? Zhou Wen immediately understood that this Beidou dungeon is indeed a chain dungeon. It is estimated that there is one dungeon on each of the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. All 7 dungeons must be pierced before it is possible to clear the Beidou dungeon. The first dungeon's Greedy Wolf Star is Hell level. The general dungeons are stronger as they go forward. The dimensional creatures in the next 6 dungeons, I don't know how strong they will be. Zhou Wen thought about it and chose no. He wanted to see what would happen if he chose. System prompt: do you want to teleport out of the Tianshu Star Palace? Zhou Wen immediately chose yes, wanting to see where it could be teleported. There was a flash of light on the teleportation array, and the scene in front of Zhou Wen's eyes changed. There were dazzling flames everywhere. Zhou looked around and found that this was actually the periphery of Tianshu star. There is a way to go back. Zhou was overjoyed. Good night. End of this chapter.